Wainwright, after whose death the Marcos biography said recommended Marcos for the Congressional Medal of Honor, see page 139 of Marcos of the Philippines, included almost everybody who played a role in Bataan in his, Wainwright's, war memoirs. Marcos is nowhere in the book. Significantly, two Marcos-sponsored biographies, Marcos of the Philippines, and Rendezvous with Destiny, carry contradictory statements on the oft-reported claim of Marcos that General Douglas MacArthur personally pinned on Marcos the U.S. Distinguished Service Cross. On page 174 of Rendezvous with Destiny, Marcos is said to have reminisced with MacArthur that extraordinary movement when MacArthur insisted on presenting the Z04 Distinguished Service Cross to Lt. Marcos in a foxhole for exceptional gallantry in action. Marcos of the Philippines has it on page 123 that General Douglas MacArthur, pinning on Ferdinand Marcos the Distinguished Service Cross for valor in battle far beyond the call of duty, commented publicly that without Ferdinand's exploits, Bataan would have fallen 3 months sooner than it did. The question is, how could MacArthur attribute an accomplished feat to Marcos when the great American general was supposed to have been saying this in a foxhole with the Battle of Bataan still going on? What Marcos himself confirms is that during the Japanese occupation, he was under the care and protection of José Laurel, the Japanese puppet government president, who of course was the Supreme Court justice who fought for the acquittal of Marcos on a murder conviction on rather astonishing reasons, including the eyebrow-raising technicality that there were no more witnesses that Marcos should not go to jail because of his intelligence. The Marcos book details how Marcos spent months in a Japanese-controlled hospital in Manila recovering from malaria under the care and full knowledge of the Japanese puppet government. Equally eye-opening are the accounts that Marcos openly used a Japanese staff car, accompanied by 2 colonels of the Japanese-sponsored Filipino army and himself, Marcos, in the full uniform of a Japanese Philippine constabulary officer, traveling all over Luzon unmolested and unchallenged by the Japanese military. It is perhaps pertinent to mention that the Marcos book describes how fluent in speaking Japanese the brother of Marcos, Pacifico, had become. All this mystery raises the question, what is there in Marcos's record during the war which makes him invent outrageous fairy tales to prove to all the world that he is really the patriotic and courageous man he claims to be? Marcos himself admits that he escaped liquidation many times by the guerrillas who believed that he was a Japanese spy, a reputation rather strong for one supposedly known throughout the Philippines as the superhero of Bataan. In the February 28, 1976 issue of the Philippine Daily Express, Marcos told columnist Teodoro F. Valencia that resistance fighters did not believe he was a guerrilla, and instead suspected him to be an infiltrator for the Japanese. The fact is that nobody heard of Marcos as a war hero until the appearance of his biography. For every Tier A victory, and significantly at a time when Generals MacArthur and Jonathan Wainwright, the real heroes of the Pacific War to whom Marcos attributed all the statements confirming his so-called exploits in Bataan, were already long dead and in no position to confirm or deny Marcos' wild claims of heroism and courage. Immediately after World War II, when Filipinos talked about their heroes, the names mentioned were Villamer, Basa, Conleon, Lim, Adavoso, and Balof, the Besang Pass fame. Marcos was totally unknown. In Chapter 7 of his biography, Marcos's evaluation of his role in the Pacific War was that he fought it all himself. Military historians, the Marcos book declares, concede that the heroic stand at Bataan upset the Japanese timetable of conquest, gave the Allies time to defend the South Pacific, and thus saved Australia and New Zealand. In a very real sense, therefore, their refusal of Ferdinand Marcos to admit he was beaten made a contribution to the ZOS war that was of enormous consequence to the world. The claim of the Marcos book that without Ferdinand's exploits, Bataan would have fallen 3 months sooner than it did not only insults the intelligence but is of itself ridiculous. The entire Battle of Bataan took exactly 3 months, from January 9, 1942 to April 9, 1942. The proud MacArthur could not have made a statement crediting Marcos with having single-handedly fought the Battle of Bataan. As a matter of fact, there is no mention of Marcos B. MacArthur in any writing, article, paper, or book, which would be anomalous if indeed Marcos is to be taken at his word. The Marcos book claims that Wainwright also directed that papers be prepared recommending Marcos for the Congressional Medal of Honor. These was done. Had papers not been lost in the last days of Bataan, Marcos would have been the only Filipino Army officer to win the United States Highest Valor Award in the Bataan campaign. Curiously, and with great insult to intelligence again, the Marcos book, which claims that the papers citing him for the Medal of Honor were lost in the last days of Bataan. The lost papers are cited word for word on page 138 and 139. In disregard of his personal safety, the Congressional Medal citation reads, notwithstanding the fact he had just been captured by the enemy and tortured, realizing the defense of the salient junction was crucial to the entire USAFFE, U.S. Armed Forces in the Far East, and it was unprotected since Alunites were withdrawing southward without waiting for orders, he gathered elements of the 3rd Battalion, 21st Infanterie, 21st Division Headquarters personnel, and stragglers from the 51st Division, with which he fought his way to the junction of the Salian River and the Abo River to set up a defense block against the Japanese elements of the 9th Infantry under Colonel Susumu Tekaki, which was then beginning to feel its way eastward to the Salian River. After inflicting and also suffering severe casualties, he and his men fought their way back to the Yusuf lines at Pilar Bagak on January 26, 1942, 6 days later. By his initiative, his example of extraordinary valor and heroism, courage and daring in fighting at the junction of the Salian River and the Abo River, he encouraged the demoralized men under him. Inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy and successfully blocking the Japanese 9th Infantry, under orders to move southeast, and turn the flank of the entire 2nd Corps under General Parker. With this heroism beyond the call of duty and utter disregard for personal safety and extraordinary heroism, he prevented the possible rout of Yusuf troops then withdrawing to the Yusuf Bataan 2nd line of defense. Had he not done so, the citation states, the 2nd Corps would have been routed and Bataan might have fallen sooner. Notice how the words Bataan might have fallen sooner, which are supposed to be MacArthur's words, keep appearing in other people's mouths. Curiously again, Marcos is credited with the outcome of the Battle of Bataan even while that particular battle was still being fought. Here was Marcos and claiming to be cited for the Medal of Honor in the early days of the war for supposedly delaying a surrender that was yet several months away. Of course, Marcos was to repeat this familiar fakery when he imposes martial law in the Philippines on September 22, 1972. When Marcos appeared in the television channel that was allowed to go on the air that Black Saturday evening, the first Filipino dictator said he imposed martial law because of the ambush of his defense secretary in the early evening of September 22. Weeks later, by a faux pas, Marcos admitted that he signed his declaration of martial law on September 21. In other words, here was Marcos declaring martial law, giving as his reason an event, the supposed Enrile ambuscade, that had not yet happened. Even if it were true that the Medal of Honor papers were lost in the last days of Bataan, Wainwright, who was supposed to have had the citation prepared, survived the war and lived long after that. He could have confirmed Marcos' supposed world-shaking contribution in the war. Marcos, by his own admission, was such an expert on the gathering and preparation of affidavits, could have had his greatest claim verified by going to Wainwright, as he indeed went to great lengths and trouble in obtaining sworn statements even for obscure Philippine war decorations. The fact is that Wainwright, like MacArthur and all the generals who fought in that war, has not said or written one word about Ferdinand Marcos. This oversight did not prevent the Marcos book from carrying a dedication addressed to Marcos himself, who, had he been bomb white-skinned on the American mainland rather than brown-skinned in the U.S. Philippines, would have be counted one of America's greatest heroes. A surviving orderly of MacArthur still becomes livid with anger when he hears about the falsified claim that Wainwright had recommended Marcos for the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's a lot of bull. I would have known about it, if the good general had recommended Marcos to receive the medal divulged. by retired U.S. Army Major Edward Fernandez. Fernandez started serving MacArthur as an orderly long before the war and continued to do so until 1945. Retiring with the rank of Major, years after the liberation of the Philippines. Major Fernandez now lives in San Francisco. The greatest hoax of the Philippines has now been internationalized, with minting of gold coins for worldwide circulation. After reading the advertisement blurb that Marcos won nearly every medal and decoration the Philippine and American governments could bestow on a soldier, an FBI agent was surprised to know that 26 of Marcos's supposed decorations are Philippine medals he obtained 20 years after the war. Until Marcos made this claim, I thought Audie Murphy was the most decorated soldier of World War II, the FBI agent said. But Bataan is not the only fraudulent claim that Marcos has made. In the September 12, 1973 issue of Asia magazine, then printed in Hong Kong and distributed with the leading English dailies in Asia, Marcos not only claimed he fought in Besang Pass but that Yamashita, the Tiger of Malaya and the highest-ranking Japanese general in the Philippines, actually surrendered to him. 201. In the bloody Battle of Besang Pass, he, Marcos, received the surrender of General Yamashita, commander of the Japanese forces in the Philippines. Yamashita surrendered on September 3, 1945. In a front-page article in its November 28–December 4, 1974 issue, the Philippine Muse reported, Marcos himself up to now has never replied to the charges aired by former Senator Osmeña, Jr. in Congress that Marcos also collected a medal claiming to be the hero of the Battle of Besang Pass when witnesses Andre Cordes indicated that Marcos was nowhere near Besang Pass at the time the battle was being fought. Reporting on the 36-page privileged speech of Osmeña Jr. in Congress that week, the Philippine Free Press, now suppressed by Marcos, in its issue of April 20, 1965 quoted Osmeña, Jr. He, Marcos, claims he was at Besang Pass fighting the Japanese, for which he was awarded a medal as the hero of Besang Pass. Those who actually fought at Besang Pass say that they had never seen Mr. Marcos there or his whereabouts. One of these is a political reporter of the Evening News who, in his column published last year, made the startling revelation that Mr. Marcos never took part in the critical battle which broke the back of the Japanese forces in the north. There are those who attest to the fact that Mr. Marcos was during all that time at Luna, La Union, attending to military cases as a judge advocate. This notwithstanding, he got a medal and even caused a distortion in history by having himself proclaimed as the hero of Besang Pass. Express Week, a magazine which appeared after martial law and which is owned by Marcos, carried an article in its October 25, 1973 issue about Captain Arthur W. Wermuth, the famed Bataan veteran officially credited with killing 116 Japanese soldiers and capturing hundreds of prisoners. Wermuth was visiting Manila then and had a reunion with his Filipino Bataan buddies. Wermuth's comrades in arms told Express Week that Wermuth probably killed 300 Japanese soldiers, more than what he had been officially credited with. The Wermuth visit that Marcos had wanted to make propaganda of boomeranged when Filipinos suddenly realized that here was Wenyuth, whom even the Express Week agreed deserved his title of the one-man army of Bataan, losing war honors to Marcos, who instead is credited with winning every medal and decoration the U.S. government could bestow. The Marcos book tells of the supposed invincibility of Marcos in battle. According to the book, the story of war exploits of Marcos spread throughout Bataan. Indeed, the legend spread all over the Pacific. What is mystifying about this is that Carlos Romulo, who was senior aide-de-camp and press relations officer of Gen. MacArthur and reportedly the last man out of Bataan, apparently never heard of nor was told of the supposed heroics of Marcos, which supposedly were legend and known throughout Bataan. This was most surprising because Romulo won a Pulitzer Prize for some of his writings of that war and had written a book, Saw the Fall of the Philippines, which was a bestseller in the United States during World War II. Zos. Romulo, now the chief propagandist of Marcos abroad, wrote about almost everybody who had some contribution in Bataan, but the Romulo book mentions not one word about Marcos, who supposedly delayed the surrender of Bataan, saved Australia and New Zealand, and should be counted as one of America's greatest heroes. Indeed, how could have Romulo missed the exploits of Marcos, which were supposed to be on everybody's lips in Bataan? Colonel N.L. Manzano of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, whose war exploits were documented by Generals Wainwright, Willoughby, and even by Romulo himself, says that they were in need of stories to bolster the morale of the Filipino and American troops in Bataan, that they would have used the Marcos exploits to inspire the soldiers if those stories were true. The Marcos war tales of his heroism and courage are straight out of Walter Mitty. Here are samples from the official Marcos biography. 129. Ferdinand faced a Japanese officer's saber when suddenly he heard a voice in Lacano, "Attorney, you're back." He ducked and whirled, missing a bayonet as he did so, and dispatched both attackers with his pistol. 135. The enemy was so busy firing that the surprise was complete. Hugging up under concealment of the Cogon, the patrol was within 25 yards of Thibatri before Ferdinand knocked off its commander with a rifle shot. Confusion made pandemonium of the ridge. It boiled with soldiers. In the chaos the patrol did its work. Fire 2 rounds, then roll. Fire and roll. Grenades finished the job. Now from the trail emerged 2 officers with machine guns, and Ferdinand destroyed them. Salvaging one of the weapons, he turned it on the ammunition carriers. That cleared the top of the mountain in a hurry. More than 50 men, 8 of them officers, lay dead. 137. Don't resist, Ferdinand commanded in Tagalog. Disarmed, they were taken to a command post in the jungle. Beaten with gun butts, they confessed that a gap existed in their lines at Barrio Gital, at precisely the point where Kapinpin's 21st Infantry was strongest. Finally exhausted from the torture, they were tied and left on the ground with a guard of 2 soldiers. In the night, Ferdinand charged free of his bonds, slit the throats of the guards, released his companion, and led them safely back to their own camp. 149. Ferdinand watched again for an opportunity to escape. On the 4th day he found it. Tall Cogon grass encroached to the edge off-road. Across a wide expanse of it eastward beckoned the cool, blue mountains. He dived into the weeds. But the Japanese had seen him. Making no effort at pursuit, the guards halted the column and lined up 9 men before a firing squad. Ferdinand, who had not gone far, returned. The Japanese laughed, beat them in the face with a rifle butt, and the march continued. There are many stories of men who have escaped from the Bataan death. Primitivo Mijares Zoq. March along the way. The escapists were concerned in putting as much distance between themselves and the enemy that it is ridiculous that anyone thus fleeing would linger behind and watch what the enemy would do. Based on the Marcos story of his attempted escape, it was obvious that the Japanese knew that Marcos was watching them, because they did not shoot him but instead took time to line up 9 men and organize a firing squad, apparently all for Marcos's benefit. The truth is the Japanese had no time or patience in playing games, that they just shot anybody who faltered in the march or attempted escape. But the tallest of the tall tales of Marcos is the one on his supposed talisman charm, or anting as locally known. The Marcos book makes the most of this fairy tale, obviously because of the effect it might have on the less literate and more superstitious Filipinos. Marcos sought to accomplish this by declaring, as reported in the New York Times issue of November 29, 1972, that he imposed martial law after consulting God and receiving signs from him to act. The Marcos book attributes powers to Marcos bordering on the supernatural. On page 7 it says, "The Marcos charm is a famous one. It is a silver of petrified medicinal wood, so the story goes, bequeathed to Marcos by a legendary figure of the previous generation, Gregorio Aglipe. Its origins are Tagalog. Among its virtues, it permits its holder to disappear and reappear at will. It has other supernatural attributes, one of them being that under some circumstances Theus of it can restore the dead to life. Aglipe was a Catholic priest who joined the revolution of 1892 against Spain, resisted the American occupation, and afterward founded a revolutionary, independent church. Ferdinand's maternal grandfather Fructuoso Idrolin had followed Aglipe during the revolution's final guerrilla phase, and Ferdinand's father had been supported by the Aglipe faction in the National Congress for 2 terms under the American occupation. Ferdinand Sant Antonia, a noted poet in the Licano-Tunbal vernacular, had given Aglipe the land for his most imposing church. As a reward for all these loyalties, Theligen says, Aglipe, before he died, gave his magic talisman to Marcos to protect him during the Battle of Batan, making an incision in Ferdinand's back with his own hand to insert the amulet. At Batan, men knew that to go on patrol with Lieutenant Ferdinand Marcos, an intelligence officer who ranged well behind the enemy lines, was an infallible way to win the Purple Heart, if not a gold star. They admitted that Ferdinand, as patrol leader, was the first man to face danger in any fracas and the last to hold a rear guard, yet he always escaped unscathed. For 3 months the Battle of Batan enveloped the peninsula. In all that time Marcos was on almost constant patrol, or engaging in formidable exploits which will be described later. What interests us here is that his comrades said he could not have survived without the anteing of Aglipe. Obviously the potency of the Marcos anteing expired at the advent of martial law. Now Marcos dares not venture from his heavily fortified palace at Malacanang without his massive corps of bodyguards recently enlarged to a full army division which is the best equipped in the land. To further ensure the security of Marcos, the houses and buildings around the presidential palace have been permanently emptied of their occupants. Marcos never travels far from his palace without a hospital on wheels immediately following the presidential car. This mobile hospital is completely equipped, blood plasma and all, for an emergency operation with 24-hour duty doctors and nurses ready to save the life of Marcos in an emergency, natural or man-made. So blatant are the hoaxes pulled by Marcos in his obsession at self-mythification that a newspaper columnist in the United States referred to the Filipino dictator as Ferdinand y Marcos and Ferdinand y Marcos. In copying the techniques of Adolf Hitler in fooling the world, Marcos did not overlook the success of the Nazi leader's Minister of Propaganda Minister, Dr. Joseph Goebbels, at image building. Handicapped by a left leg which was shorter than his right because of an unsuccessful operation, Goebbels explained his limp by passing himself off as a wounded war veteran. The education of Ferdinand Marcos. Bribery, treachery, violence, and murder dominate the genealogy of the Marcos and Idrolin families and served as the molds which formed the mentality and character of Ferdinand Marcos as subsequent events proved. An uncle, Mariano Idrolin, was stabbed in the back and died while attempting to repossess a church in 1910 before Ferdinand was born. Ferdinand's own father, Mariano, was executed by the guerrillas for being a Japanese spy. Ferdinand, of course, was a convicted murderer before he was 18. Marcos himself tries to explain this streak of blood and death in his ancestry by claiming in his official biography, Marcos of the Philippines, page 19, that his forebear was probably a 15th-century pirate who had overrun much off coast along the China Sea. Marcos never tires of relating how he and his brother, Pacifico, were reared at an early age in the use of firearms starting from their maternal grandfather to their father. In an attempt to attribute his ruthlessness in dealing with rivals to training he had received as a child, Marcos points out on page 26 of his book. The father's emphasis was not on sportsmanship, it was on the victory. He was a bad loser. Marcos went on to point out that his father took defeat badly on losing the election for assemblyman of his province to Julio Nalandason, that his father for almost a year was so emotionally upset that he could not practice law. Marcos remembers with obvious pride how as a young boy he watched his father gun down a Muslim fanatic called Juraman Taduk. The Marcos biography also reveals that gratitude is not one of the virtues of Ferdinand. Marcos had placed the blame, rather bitterly, on Manuel Quezon, the president of the Philippine Commonwealth, for the electoral defeat of Mariano by Nailandasan. ZLL. Marcos admits that in the extremity of his father's election defeat, President Quezon appointed Mariano governor of Davao, the choicest province in Mindanao. It was in Davao that the Marcos family was able to acquire an hacienda in the vast Padada Valley, which Ferdinand was to use after World War II as his basis for his unsuccessful attempt to collect $8 million from the United Ranch. Marcos swore he supplied starving American and Filipino troops. It was also after 2 summers on Davao. Marcos claimed that at the age of 16 he won the small bore rifle and pistol championship of the Philippines. This was a barefaced lie that Marcos was to repeat successful Ito-American sports writer Mark Cram, who was in Manila covering the Ali Frazier fight for Sports Illustrated. In a special interview with Cram, which appeared in the state's in Fraudulent War Claims in Reparations for Cattle from his September 29, 1975 issue of Sports Illustrated, Marcos lied. "Well, I was the national champion in shooting. I won the championship when I was 16 and kept it for many years. My shooting got me in trouble. I was charged with murder, but was acquitted." The Philippine News exposed the hoax of Marcos in its October 11-17, 1975 issue. Senator Ambrosio Padilla, then president of the Philippine Amateur Athletic Federation, exposed this fraudulent claim of Marcos by proving that it was actually Teddy Calao who won the shooting championship with the name of Marcos nowhere in the records in any year, a revelation that Marcos never contested. Furthermore, Marcos was born on September 11, 1917. If Marcos had indeed won the shooting championship at 16, this would place his so-called garnering the title in 1933. Marcos could not have kept it for many years because he spent most of his time in court and jail for several years after 1935. Anyway, the generosity of President Quezon to the Marcos family did not bother Ferdinand in maligning the memory of the dead, both Quezon and his daughter, in the Marcos biography. In a narration that could have come only from Marcos, Marcos's biographer relates an incident whose only meaning is that Quezon offered and gave away the virtue of his daughter, baby, to Marcos. "What you need is someone your own age to show you what a fool you are," the president said. He sent for his oldest daughter, Maria Aurora, and introduced her to Ferdinand. "This young hothead needs someone like you to cool him off," the president told his daughter. "He is puffed up like an adder in his own conceit and pride. But he has a great deal to recommend him. I leave his education to you." He left the two of them alone. The presidential instinct was unerring. Maria Aurora did teach young Ferdinand a few practical lessons which he needed. He courted her, in his lighter moments, for nearly 10 years. This ungallant and defamatory concoction of Marcos, including the book's reference, page 212, to Maria Aurora as Ferdinand Marcos's inamorata su outraged the surviving children of the dead father and daughter and the entire Philippine nation that Marcos had to delete the offensive and malicious falsehood from a revised version of his biography. ZTZ. What kind of a woman was Ferdinand's mother and what traits did Marcos inherit from her? The Marcos biography describes her as scarcely 5 feet tall with a distinct Mongolian cast to her eyes attributed to blood deposited by the pirate that Marcos claimed was his ancestor. This infusion of pirate blood was probably the reason why Marcos said his family and relatives were shrewder than their neighbors, cannier in business and more resourceful. Expectedly, the Marcos book refers to Ferdinand's mother as an honors student and gifted in speech together with the adjectives thrifty, hard-working and ambitious. But a deeper reading of the Marcos book reveals a side of the character of Josefa Idrolin Marcos which may account for Ferdinand's acknowledged mastery of bribery either as a giver or taker. 154 of the Marcos book is the incredible claim that the Japanese military in charge of the prisoners of war camp in Capiz where Ferdinand was supposed to be imprisoned had accepted bribes from Josefa first, to be with her son all day, and second, to set Ferdinand free. One day he was mustered into a telephone line crew. His mother had bribed a sergeant to arrange this. All day she remained with her son, and the sergeant permitted them to talk together. Josefa Marcos bribed the authorities to hasten her son's freedom. On August 4, 1942, Ferdinand was summoned to camp headquarters. A man in civilian clothes confronted him. "Your family and friends," the man said, "are anxious for you. They have asked me to inquire whether you wish to bear least. It is simply unbelievable that the victorious Japanese troops who could get anything and everything they wanted would have the need to be bribed or could have been bribed, fanatically loyal as they were to their soldiers' code of Bushido, which made them prefer death to dishonor. How and why was Marcos freed ahead of the rest if the story of his mother having corrupted the Japanese camp authorities is to be discounted? Who really bribed whom to do what? Y.S. Kwang, a Filipino millionaire who recently sold out his businesses in the Philippines and has now settled in Vancouver, Canada, told an audience composed of a publisher and newsman at the San Francisco Press Club that contrary to Ferdinand's claims as the most decorated Filipino soldier of World War II, Marcos, in fact, spent the 4 years of the Japanese occupation as abui and cell agent. Kwang made the stunning revelation that Josefa Idrolin was arrested in a public high school in Manila, Arellano High School, for having opium and heroin in her possession. Kwang even mentioned the name of the arresting police officer as Telisforo Tenorio, then a detective but later to become a chief of police of Manila. The suspicion was that Josefa was selling drugs to the students of the school where she was a teacher and librarian. According to Kwang, Josefa was able to either bribe or cry her way out of the incident. According to Kwang, the Marcos family was so poor that it was living from day to day and from hand to mouth. Ferdinand, Kwang said, sold anything he 2.13 could lay his hands on, including scrap metal which may have found its way to Japanese factories and used in the manufacture of bombs and armaments. It appears that the mother of Marcos was the practical one in the family and by her wits fed and supported the family through its hard times. The father on the other hand remained an eccentric recluse alternately given to moods of depression and dreams of grandeur. A physician in San Francisco, Dr. Ecobedo Ilario, a province mate and friend of Ferdinand, said that Mariano Marcos and his family were different from you and me. Asked to elaborate, Dr. Ilario pointed out that Marcos's father, for example, would often walk around his town dressed up in riding togs, breeches, horsewhip and all, but without a horse. Rafael Salas, now an Undersecretary General of the United Nations who served as the first executive secretary of Marcos, summed in an interview for the Asia Philippines Leader April 1, 1971 issue the most accurate and prophetic evaluation of the type of person that evolved from the turbulent and sinister factors that influenced the thinking and character of Ferdinand Marcos. According to Salas, Marcos has a certain style of politics. It's unique with him and I think he's a most successful practitioner of it. He may not know his individuals but he knows the average Filipino, to what degree this average Filipino can be scared, what are the limits before he becomes violent. Within these limits, he will apply any sort of artifice. I think thus far he has succeeded. Now this style he evolved from two experiences, his experience with domestic politics in the locos, where there are only two methods, violence and money, and his experience in Congress, where there are really no rules. In short, any type of dissimulation or chicanery or bribery or coercion is applicable. This he brought to the executive office. Origin of the Marcos wealth. The December issue of the glamour magazine Cosmopolitan is making the rounds of Filipino circles here. The issue has struck the fancy of its dazzling article on the 10 richest women in the world, in which Mrs. Imelda Marcos Hale was voted as owner of the walking gold mines. The inclusion of Imelda in the fabulous list was indeed judicious, considering that the yardstick used, apparently, was ostentatious wealth. Writer Richard Baker, however, appeared to have deliberately spun a veil of mystery as to how the fabulous Imelda and her consort came to their fortune, which Cosmopolitan gingerly estimated at multimillions, and with a question mark, at that. All Baker did was to hint at it by using the apt verb amassed. If he probed any further, then, he might have decided to place Imelda in another list that owned for the world's top women of ill-gotten wealth. Of course, Imelda has a very naive way of denying that they only found their treasure chest right at the doorsteps of Malacanang Palace. Imelda is very vocal about the fact that when she met and married Mr. Marcos after a whirlwind courtship, Ferdy, then a congressman, was already a millionaire in his own right. There is a story she apparently loves to recall to friends which she did tell on time, before martial law, to Malacanang reporters. 2.14. In her childlike, excited way, when she married Ferdy she was brought to his private bank vault. And there it was before her eyes, piles and piles of cold cash. Immediately, she got in touch with her aunt, the wife of the late former Speaker Daniel R. Romualdez. She described to her aunt how many rows and how high the rows of bills in various denominations were. At her aunt's computation, she recalled, the vault money would have run to 2 or 3 million pesos. And what about Ferdy's other assets such as huge tracts of land during that time? But Imelda, quite prudently, did not go through the length of describing how then Congressman Ferdinand E. Marcos arrived at such wealth. Suggestions that she and her husband accumulated money through kickbacks make her openly furious. Why should they go through such degrading method, she would ask, when there were other ways available through the presidency? She once told Malacanang reporters, which included misled and disenchanted former martial law propagandist Primitivo Mijares, that in their positions she and her husband could easily borrow money from any bank in the world or from rich personal friends in the international jet set. Why, if she'd only run for the presidency, she said, she'd easily have $100 million as pledged by Christina Ford. And she tried to drive home her point by saying that through the presidency they could legitimately make money since they could have advance information on government actions and decisions which are useful in business. To borrow a phrase from the Cosmopolitan, the cat is out of the money bag. The foregoing was a dispatch from Toronto published in the Chicago-based Philippine Times in its December 16 to 31, 1975 issue. The author was Ruben Cuzapag, a Filipino newspaperman who is now of the Toronto Times. Cuzapag and I were Malacanang beat reporters. The version of Imelda that Marcos showed her his wealth in not-so-petty cash in a vault of a Manila bank is contested only with regards to the date of the event. What is universally accepted in the Philippines is the story that the Marcos fortune in millions of cold cash was displayed to Imelda before her marriage to Ferdinand. So smitten was Marcos with Imelda that to inveigle her to accepting a dinner date, he asked 2 ladies then with Imelda to come along. On the way to the restaurant, Marcos made some excuse to stop by his bank and invited the 3 ladies to step inside the vault. As later recounted by one of the witnesses, Imelda says nearly popped out beholding all that cash not in pesos but in good old American dollars. Forthwith the courtship of Imelda by Marcos became not only smooth sailing but whirlwind. It is perfectly understandable, of course, that Madame Marcos would now want to dispel any notion that she married Ferdinand for reasons other than love. The 2 ladies who chaperoned Imelda are still alive. One of them is Annex newspaperwoman. Where did Marcos get all that cash, since he was neither an industrialist businessman or financial wizard with stocks and bonds but was supposed to be an underpaid Filipino congressman? The Marcos family was so poor that by ZT5 Ferdinand's own account he nearly did not graduate from college because he could not take his final examinations for lack of tuition money. The Marcos biography relates that it was to get this tuition money from his grandparents that explained Ferdinand's hurried trip to his hometown coincidentally at the time of Nalandasan murder. The Marcos biography supplies us with the basis for the premise that a less than honest and evil genius could easily amass a fortune by making use of the situation over which he had total control. The Marcos biography, on pages 198 to 199 tells us, in fact, the role Marcos played in collecting war back pay based on documents on which later, the Marcos biography had to admit, the United States government placed an embargo. A portion of the Marcos biography stated, while all this occurred, Marcos was also busy as Adjutant General of the Josefa Penel, which in its last months of the Besang Pass campaign numbered about 20,000 men. Most of them had no proof of their military records. All the official archives had been lost during the war. Many of the guerrillas had promoted themselves. With peace, all these warriors would be mustered out. None of them had a penny with which to resume civilian life, and most of their homes had been destroyed. The reactivation of the Commonwealth had placed them on the U.S. Army payroll, and General MacArthur had promised publicly that any rewards given by a grateful nation to the warriors of World War II, treatment of their injuries, and relief for their families, would include the Filipinos who were on active duty prior to December 8, 1941, had not deserted, as many had done, and who had not collaborated. All of the eligibles were presumed to have been on active duty throughout the war. Thus they might collect with proof of service, 4 years of back pay and living allowances, plus any benefits which the Congress might bestow later. Starting with his own Maharlika, then embracing the entire force off northern Luzon, Marcos as Adjutant General legitimatized the roster of this army. His procedure was to obtain massive affidavits, with supporting proofs where possible from eyewitnesses in authority, for every man's war record. Where wounds were suffered, medals won, promotions given, sworn statements were gathered from those who had prepared the orders or seen them written. The graves of the dead were located. Witnesses testified to the ultimate heroism of thousands of missing men, thus extending their back pay and insurance to their widows and children. Guerrilla commanders attested to the loyalty of their followers. As a result of this enormous work, the U.S. Adjutant General recognized about 3,500 claims from individual soldiers formerly in Ferdinand's command. Marcos then encouraged other military units to conduct similar studies along the identical affidavit pattern. He wrote the constitutions for more than 30 veterans organizations, and finally for the United Group, the Philippine Veterans Legion. Thousands of warriors and their families acknowledged debt to Marcos for initiating and validating their claims before the U.S. government placed an embargo on such documents. For this work alone, Marcos is undoubtedly the most popular man in the Philippines among veterans. 2.16. It is clear from the foregoing that Marcos not only began and perfected the practice of collecting war reparations on massive affidavits but controlled the filling and collection of the greatest number of claims in the entire country. It is easy to see how useful the experience and expertise that Marcos obtained from this business of benefiting from the war became to him. When he decided 20 years after the war, to claim and collect the medals which were to make him, in his words, the most decorated Filipino soldier of World War II, Masterio, the production of affidavits and documents came in handy. The success of Marcos with the claims filed in the names of others must have emboldened him to try one big one for himself. Claiming that he supplied starving American and Filipino soldiers with several thousand heads of cattle, Marcos decided to file that fake multi-million-dollar war reparations claim in Washington, D.C. Marcos has never denied this smelly deal. Apparently this attempt of his to palm off on Uncle Sam a totally fake claim did not deter Marcos from later promoting and picturing himself as a patriot and hero willing to offer his life unselfishly and nobly for no other reason but to serve his country and fellow men. One man who actually risked his life, fought in the underground, and at teams, see Under the Red Sun by Father Monahan, had face-to-face confrontations with the Japanese was Arsenio H. Lacson. Lacson was the most colorful and effective mayor of Manila, the toast of great newspapers including New York Times, who would have become president of the Philippines and made ascendancy of Marcos impossible had he not died prematurely from a heart attack. Lacson told me when I was covering him at the Manila City Hall that Marcos made further money smuggling arms to the Sukarno forces than fighting their Dutch masters in Indonesia. According to Y.S. Kwong, Lacson has figured in the lives of both Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Kwong recalled how Lacson had beaten Marcos black and blue in fisticuffs when both were young assistants in the well-known Francisco Law Office in Manila. But it was definitely the import control law which Marcos authored, pushed in Congress and conned his fellow Licano, President Elpidio Quirino, into signing into law that must have skyrocketed the Marcos accumulation of cash into the millions that popped the eyeballs of Imelda out of their sockets that memorable day at the vault. As in the back pay racket, Marcos was the Lord Tong collector of every sizable import license approved by the central bank. He had full-time staffs both at his office in Congress and at his residence at San Juan. Resalta process, follow up and receive cumshaw from grateful businessmen. According to Herson Alvarez, delegate from Isabela province who is now in exile in America, the minimum fee demanded by Marcos for every import license release was Pi 0,000. So pernicious, pervasive, and total the hold and control of Marcos of thepidling of import licenses that on one occasion he himself went to obtaineth point of a gun the approval of papers the release of which were being held up by an official of the central bank. So terrified was the bank official that when Marcos burst into his office, pointed a gun at the official, forehead that the poor man lost no time in resigning from the bank and emigrating with his family. 2.17 To the United States. In January, 1970, when there was widespread indignation over Marcos's having suddenly become the richest man in Asia, Marcos called in the Malacanang reporters for a news briefing at the 9th hole of the Malacanang golf course. He complained that he was being unduly pilloried by the mass media and the opposition party for his alleged ill-gotten wealth. "I will admit that I am rich. But, you know boys, how I made my pile. Edis covered the treasure of Yamashita," Marcos declared. It was widely reputed in the Philippines that Yamashita, the last commander of the Japanese imperial forces in the Philippines, buried a lot of treasures which he had looted from Burma, Malaya, and Singapore before he surrendered to American forces. If it is true, then Marcos has committed and continues to commit a violation of law. He has not shared half of the hidden treasure he had discovered with the Philippine government as provided by law. Chapter X. The Loves of Marcos. Sabahin Mosa Sir Mo, at Nasabi Kona Ren Sa Kani Ya Ito. Kapag Hindi Si Yatumijal Rig Pajoyoko, Gag Ayan Ko Si Ya Ng Escandalo Na Maluluma Si Perfumo. Tell your Sir, i.e. President Marcos, and I have myself told him about this. If he does not stop his philandering, I will expose a scandal about him that would dwarf the Perfumo case. British Defence Minister John Perfumo was forced to resign from the cabinet of Prime Minister Harold Macmillan when he was denounced for having allegedly consorted with a prostitute, Christine Keeler. This brought down the government of Macmillan *I. *1. British Defence Minister John Perfumo was forced to resign from the cabinet of Prime Minister Harold Macmillan when he was denounced for having consorted with a prostitute, Christine Keeler. This brought down the government of Macmillan. The party giving the warning was none other than the First Lady, Mrs. Imelda Ferdinand Marcos, who was so distraught one day that she found Teodoro F. Valencia, pro-Marcos newspaperman, willing to listen to her sympathetically. At the time, Mrs. Marcos felt like a woman scorned. She had good reasons to be. She had discovered not by herself, but by the admission of the other woman, that her husband had acquired a mistress who, according to Thuoman, was promised by the president the prospect of being a future first lady in lieu of Imelda Romualdez, who was becoming fat and obese, and an old wag. The other woman turned out to be Dovey Beams, an upcoming star from Hollywood. Of course, there were other Marcos affairs, but this was the one I thought made the headlines, the only instance wherein the woman herself admitted to being a mistress of the President of the Philippines. 2.18 Before Dovey Beams and even before Imelda, the loves of Marcos were quite known. There was Carmen Ortega, by whom the President has begotten 4 children, 2 of them before he became Senator of the Philippines. It was Carmen whom the President's mother wanted to have as a daughter-in-law. But Imelda proved faster than Carmen in getting Ferdinand to marry her on May 1, 1955, before Judge Francisco Ma. Chanco in La Trinidad Valley, Bengay in the Mountain Province. Up till now, the old lady Dona Josefa still voices regrets that her son did not marry Carmen, a beauteous Latino mestiza. Anyway, Carmen has been amply provided for, along with her brood of 4 small Marcoses. As a matter of fact, the welfare of Carmen and her children was the reason President Marcos could not dismiss his forestry director Antonio Quejadu, despite the presentation by then Vice President Fernando Lopez, then concurrently Secretary of Agriculture and Natural Resources, of overwhelming evidence of graft and corruption involving Quejedo. Quejedo was assigned by the President and Dona Josefa to take care of Carmen and her brood. In the coordinated efforts to take care of Carmen, there were occasions when Dona Josefa has had to call on former Congressman Roquito S. Ablandot Jr., a protege of President Marcos, to shelter Carmen and her children from the prying eyes of Imelda Marcos and her agents. For Mrs. Imelda Marcos had demanded that Carmen and her brood be thrown away, some way far from Misinct or from her circle of friends. The woman's presence in Manila was a dagger pointed at her back, Imelda would say. Like any Lothario, the president would like to lay every available beautiful woman. The big difference is that he has the vast resources of the presidency restrained only by the somewhat weakened opposition of an Imelda Marcos rendered inestable by her own relationship with the president on matters of hymeneal concern. International beauty contestants, young movie actresses and prominent young society matrons make up the sexual therapeutic coterie available only to President Marcos in the Philippines. No prize or price is too high to pay by the president or by his procurers in the matter of satisfying the presidential genitals. It could be a fat government contract, an unsecured multimillion peso loan or anything of valuable consideration. The presidential egomaniacal desire to prove that he still is a sexually virile man has had to be served. There were times when military briefings or conferences outside the palace have had to be faked by the president's number one pimp, Major General Fabian Vercrisoligo, who is also the chief of the palace secret police. The president's sexual trips are classified as high-priority security matters, justifiably so because the First Lady has her own legion of special agents spying on Marcos. But the First Lady has been unable to crack the solid group of 7 special agents who would kill fellow agents spying on the president. It is quite understandable that, for all the womanizing of the president, public funds, including American aid dollars to the Philippines, have had to be squandered. For the expensive romantic escapades of Mr. Marcos includes the procurement of young girls from all over the world every now and then, the favorite hunting grounds being the world of starlets in Hollywood and the domicile of beautiful Eurasians in Hong Kong and Singapore. Z19. On the local scene, it is of common knowledge that the president ordered the Philippine National Bank to lend a decrepit movie-making company $3,750,000 at the time, without collaterals in exchange for the right to ravish the film company's top young actress, HK. *2 Later on, the movie actress starred in a movie whose title was generally accepted in Manila as referring to Sir, the President. *2. The woman-chasing propensity of Marcos is of universal knowledge. I have advisedly chosen to use only initials to identify the women in the more notorious sexual adventures of Marcos out of a desire to save the women, definitely not Marcos, from public embarrassment. Only recently, Marcos married off a young girl, Mr., to the son of his crony. Unknown to the young man. The president had thoroughly ravished this girl, who is a daughter of a one-time movie idol, after he had lured her into playing pelota with him at the Malacanang Park. I remember the case of this girl vividly, because she was even introduced to me by the president one evening in November 1973, when I went to see him at the pelota court at the Malacanang Park, south of the Pasig River. At the time, Salvador Corsano, manager of the Kenlon Broadcasting System, was also waiting for certain instructions from the president on how the radio-TV network owned by Marcos and cronies could be expanded by the acquisition of the facilities of the ABS-CBN, which is owned by the Lopez family. Buddy Tan even mischievously remarked to me, "Maganda ang bagong chick ni boss." The boss had a beautiful new chick. I nodded with a smile, reminding him that Mrs. Marcos was around. The funny part of it all was that the president had even asked the same girl he has been going to bed with to play pelota with Mrs. Marcos. At the time, he entertained the thought that Mrs. Marcos might have already adopted herself to the ways of the Muslims, contenting herself with being the number one wife, but allowing her husband to maintain a harem. In the interest of political glory? Imelda had come to adopt a seeming tolerance of the philandering of Ferdi. This became evident as early as 1965, the year the Marcoses campaigned vigorously to capture Malacanang from incumbent President Macapagal. It was a political campaign that featured a so-called battle of the sexes, as both political camps formed their respective corps of female campaigners. The Marcoses female campaigners, organized by Imelda among the beauteous wives or daughters of Marcos's backers and /or supporters, were known as the Blue Ladies. Macapagal's female corps was made up of the lay combinés. Soon Marcos found himself campaigning with the Blue Ladies hot only for votes of the electorate, but also for the amorous attention of his very lady campaigners. At one time, his affairs with 3 of the Blue Ladies almost wrecked his campaign, as the Macapagal camp thought of utilizing the scandalous black propaganda against Marcos. However, the more noble among the liberal leaders vetoed the idea. However, the coffee shops would not be silenced. In fact, some Macapagal campaigners made use of the coffee shop circuit to spread the Marcos amorous affairs with his Blue Ladies. The talk was that Marcos would be able to win more Blue Ladies from their respective husbands than votes. The more notorious, of course, was Marcos's affair with Blue Lady GC. It is said that G.C's husband, who found out about this affair, simply agreed to behave like a pendejo, as he loved his wife too much and could not live without her. Besides, he was more preoccupied with helping Marcos win the presidency in order that he would have a power base to trounce his own political rival in his own constituency. The affair of FM with GC also came to the attention of Mrs. Marcos. However, Imelda restrained herself from warring on either Ferdi or GC, as she herself was more concerned with Marcos's winning the presidency. No, she decided, she would not rock the boat during a most critical period of the campaign. She would steel herself. The support of GC in the campaign effort was more than providing Ferdinand with emotional comfort in bed. GC and her husband were also among the heaviest financial contributors to the campaign chest. However, Imelda felt one day during the campaign that Ferdi's affair was something she could no longer stand and must be stopped diplomatically. She summoned another Blue Lady, a Mrs. P, and requested her to gently warn GC that the coffee shops are ripe with rumors about her affair with Ferdi, and that she should break off her tête-à-tête with Ferdi, as further spread of this vile rumor might wreck the presidential campaign efforts. Mrs. P did as she was told by Imelda, and her beautiful friendship with GC ended right then and there. Mrs. P also incurred the ire of Ferdi, who confronted her several days later with these words: "Hoy, ano ba ang pinagsasabi mo, GC? Aba, hindi na yata titigil ang kiyak ang kawawang babaan yan, hey, whatever did you tell GC? Gosh, it seems that the poor woman will no longer stop weeping." Ferdi intimated that GC had come to him weeping as soon as Mrs. P had delivered Imelda's message to GC. Somehow, the G.C.FM affair ended with the presidential victory. As president, Marcos acquired greater means and power of persuasion to satisfy his lusts. He went after celebrities, mostly movie actresses and nightclub singers. A television and nightclub singer who caught the fancy of Marcos was a woman named C.S. She was statuesque and looked very much like Imelda in height, but she was more stately, and was equipped with a more comely face, legs better shaped than Imelda's, and bosomy. She also had a better voice than Imelda. C.S. was one woman Imelda really hated. At one time, Imelda even sought out C.S. in 1970 in San Francisco, even after she had given up Ferdi to get her to make a statement that she had never gone to bed with Marcos. They met in an apartment house in San Francisco. Imelda was accompanied by then PNB Executive Vice President Ecobedo Villachuya. When C.S. told Imelda to go to hell, Imelda took a swing at C.S., who managed to duck. Villachuya, who was standing near C.S. at the time, caught the blow and fell to the floor. For catching Imelda's blow, Villachuya was rewarded with an appointment to the presidency of the Philippine National Bank, which he held until 1972. Easily, however, the most notorious of the romantic escapades of Marcos Primitivo Mijares 2.2.1 was his affair with Dovey, it merited worldwide attention, having appeared in major newspapers and news magazines around the world. The Ferdinand Marcos Dovey Beams love scandal broke out into the open in October 1970 in the Philippines and grabbed newspaper headlines for weeks. As to be expected, it also became a major political issue against President Marcos, and embarrassed both the Philippine and American governments. It was a case of rumor becoming a fact. In the beginning it was already rumored, of course, that the president was having an affair with Dovey, an American actress from Beverly Hills, but it was confined only to those in the know. The more popular rumor in the local movie industry and the Baguio crowd is that Dovey was romantically linked to Filipino actor Pepito Rodriguez. It turned out to be only a ruse. Even Marcos himself had encouraged the Dovey-Pepito rumor to get public suspicion off his back. Thus the actor did not even know he was just used as a decoy by Dovey's encouragement of his flirtings. It was almost a perfect game as it lasted. But a secret, no matter how well kept, cannot be hidden for long. And it was with Marcos and Dovey. The ironic part of it is that their secret, which both of them had tried hard to conceal, was exposed and confirmed by no less than Dovey herself. And that was when it became too hot for both of them to handle. Several months back Dovey had arrived in the Philippines purportedly to star as the leading girl in the projected motion picture Maharlika, which revolved on the story in real life of President Marcos while he was a guerrilla officer and head of an underground intelligence unit called Maharlika, which means free man. The film was shot all right, which was how Dovey was introduced to the movie industry. Because of her good public relations and of course her pretty looks, she became almost an instant hit with the general public. Soon she started gracing the news, gossip columns, and cover pages. After all, American actresses are a rarity in the local scene. It was businessman Potenciano Luzarayo, a crony of President Marcos, who made possible Dovey's casting in the film. Through Paul Mason, a producer at Universal Studio in Hollywood, Luzarayo got Dovey. His interest in the picture was obvious. After all, if it was based on the life of his crony, President Marcos, it had to be good. It was his way of serving a good friend. Dovey was recruited from among several names. She turned out to be no less than what President Marcos had specified: beautiful, intelligent, friendly, game but secretive. Apparently Marcos and Luzarayo did not only want an American actress, they wanted somebody who was game enough for Marcos to make love with while the picture was being filmed. Marcos had been known to his close friends and others in the know as a woman chaser. His expensive taste for beautiful women was already an open secret to them. And Dovey was intended to be just one of those things. After all, as they say in government, what are we in power for? Naturally, when Dovey landed in the Philippines, Luzarayo followed the script to the letter. He introduced her to Fred without identifying him as no less than the President of the Philippines. From here Fred took over the situation. And characteristic of his blitzkrieg style, he simply battered down her defenses. Later he told her the truth. Thus began a very secret love's affair that was to last for several months without the First Lady, Imelda Marcos, knowing it at first. The Filipino people did not know that their president was keeping an American mistress behind their back, thanks to the loyalty of his cronies who were in on the secret. There was senior presidential aide, Gen. Fabian Ver, commander of the Light Presidential Guard Battalion at Malacanang Palace, who, by the nature of his position, had to know what was happening inside and outside the palace. And indeed he played his role well. If Paul Mason in reality had acted as the procurer, and Potenciano Luzarayo Ace the pimp, Gen. Ver served as the bouncer. He was always on the eternal lookout and fear of the First Lady and her aides, as well as other persons. Since Marcos and Dovey could not be seen together, it was through Ver that the president many times had to transmit messages to her. And on several instances, it was Ver who served as guard whenever Marcos made love to Dovey. Their secret rendezvous for such love affairs was a $300,000 mansion on northwestern St. in Green Hills, San Juan, Rizal, a suburb of Manila. Formerly owned by Ilosario, Marcos supposedly bought it for Dovey. It was luxurious and complete with a swimming pool and isolated from the prying eyes of the public. It was almost a perfect love nest. It was there that Marcos and Dovey made love behind the back of his wife, the First Lady. Day or night, it did not matter. Even in the middle of a busy schedule for the president. He even slept there at times, especially when Mrs. Imelda Marcos was on her usual expensive shopping sprees abroad. Until Dovey came, Marcos more or less was a hit-and-run driver. He did hot stick to one woman that long. But it seemed that Dovey was different. She was special. And if Dovey were to be believed, it was a case of true love, yes, for both of them. Even if the whole thing has started in bad faith, in one, or both. Soon Marcos and Dovey had to agree on an official residence for her. She had already, like him, become a public figure by virtue of her being an imported American actress from Hollywood, and Filipinos in general were crazy over anybody or anything from Hollywood due to their stateside mentality. So President Marcos rented a house on Princeton St in Mandaluyong Rizal, just near the Wak Wak Golf and Country Club, where another crony office, Diosdado Boat, was the general manager. That is how Boat came into the picture. He served as guide and another lookout for Dovey and Marcos. It was sure that Dovey entertained any request for press interviews, although she actually lived with Marcos in Green Hills, San Juan. If Dovey's house's private and official served a good purpose for her and Marcos, so was her reported romantic link to actor Pepito Rodriguez. She met him at one of the press conferences arranged by the local movie industry to promote certain pictures. It looked like love at first sight to the movie media and general public anyway. Soon the gossip cofums and wagging tongues filled the air with talks of a Dovey-Pepito romance. Teenage clubs sprouted promoting such an affair. Pepito, scion of a rich family, at the time was already a popular actor. The public thought his being steady with Dovey just tickled his fans no end and hers too. But Dovey and Marcos were having their last laugh, and poor Pepito did not even know that he was just being toyed around like a decoy to divert public. 2.23 Suspicion, if there was any at the time, from the very real love interludes between Marcos and Dovey. But the First Lady, Imelda Marcos, was not sleeping. The instinct of a woman, after all, cannot be underestimated. And she was no exception. With so many aides serving her, it was but natural that soon she began to hear off gossips about her naughty husband having another affair, this time with an American actress. Her pride was hurt, and at that point the situation entered a different twist. When Imelda was finally convinced that there was truth to such rumor, she made her own plans. She had her own husband president watched by her aides, and his aides in turn watched her aides. It was a weird situation, with both their aides caught in the crossfire of a gathering storm. They felt very uneasy, not wanting to displease any one of them who after all were their own bosses. The opposition Liberal Party was also doing its own Sherlock Holmes sleuthing. Soon its intelligence operatives discovered the Marcos-Dovey love nest and began digging up more dirty details. Wagging tongues in both mass media and the general public also got busy. At this point the motion picture Maharlika finally was completed after so many delays and minor controversies. But it was to be a complete waste, for it was never shown in the Philippines. It was brooded about that the First Lady, not wanting to be humiliated by the film, stopped it. It must have been during this time that both Marcos and Dovey realized that their days were numbered. With their love affair becoming a subject of public talk, it must have dawned on them that their love interludes, good while they lasted, had to come to an end whether they liked it or not, as it was already getting out of their control. In one of their subsequent love-makings Marcos and Dovey thus exchanged souvenirs, for Dovey, with a tape-recorded voice of Marcos singing the popular Licano folk song Pamulanayan, the Lovebird, and some other personal stuff, for Marcos, nude pictures of Dovey he himself took. What Marcos did not know at the time was that Dovey was tape-recording warbling during their love encounter, complete with moans and bed creakings. After this, When the situation became really too hot for President Marcos, he stopped seeing Dovey to play it safe. At first she did not mind it, for she knew the predicament he was in. Because she had learned in fact to love him, and he had made her believe he too loved her as much. But soon agents of the First Lady began to harass her. Mrs. Marcos apparently wanted her out of the way. There were even talks that unless she left the country something might happen to her. She did not like that kind of rumor. Besides, she still believed that President Marcos would not allow anything bad to happen to her, even if his own wife was behind the harassment. In fact, he had made her understand that he had fallen out of love with his wife. Marcos was recorded as having explained that his falling out with his wife was because Imelda has vaginitis. After listening to the tape of this statement about her by her husband, Imelda was reported to have hurled the tape recorder in Marcos's face. Dovey at any rate made moves to reach the president to get reassurance. But this time he became hard to see. His cronies like Lazarillo and Ver could 2.2.4 only say that he was too busy. Soon it dawned on her that he was actually avoiding her, not because he did not love her anymore, but to protect his political future. She clung to that thought. The situation turned from bad to worse when, after a visit to Hollywood, she returned to the Philippines to find her house, which Marcos had bought and given to her as their love nest, was no longer hers. Then she knew that she had lost President Marcos, although she still would like to make a clear-cut assurance or clarification from him. Dovey got emotionally upset, affecting her physical condition, until finally she landed at the hospital. At about this time the press was already hot on her heels. So she had to check in incognito. Up to that time she did not want any interview with the news media for fear that it might only aggravate the situation. For one thing, she did not really want to confirm that Marcos was her secret lover, although it was already beginning to be the talk of the town. But the more Dovey remained silent, the more agents of the First Lady harassed her. Finally, even no less than the Commissioner on Immigration Edin Undu Reyes, who was close to the First Lady, himself tried to serve a deportation notice on her, first at the Manila Hilton before she got sick, and now at the Manila Doctors Hospital where she had checked in. That was the last straw for her. Dovey at that time realized that her great lover President Marcos was not actually protecting her, that perhaps he himself wanted her out of the country to get the heat off of him. And the more she felt bad when she heard that Marcos had branded her a cheap woman by way of denying he had anything to do with her. Under pressure from the press, she finally admitted her romantic link to Marcos. Thus the battle line was drawn. Dovey resisted the repeated attempts of Immigration Commissioner Reyes to deport her. She stuck to her rights, explaining that she had not committed any crime, and that she would leave the country on her own voluntary free will and not because she was being deported as an undesirable alien. Even Lazarillo and Honorario Poblador also tried to convince her to leave. They were apparently more scared of the First Lady. Being an American citizen, the U.S. Embassy in Manila had to intervene. Ambassador Henry Byroad sent his aides to protect her from further harassments, while at the same time careful not to antagonize the President and the First Lady, who were both implicated in the Dovey Beams case. The U.S. Embassy booked her at the Bayview Hotel, which is just across the street, to keep a close watch on her. Dovey was so mad that she decided to get out of the country, not because she was chickening out of the situation but just to get it over with. But as a final step before her departure, against the advice of U.S. Embassy officials, she called a press conference to prove once and for all what she had stated earlier, which is that she and President Marcos had really been lovers. During the press conference, Dovey produced and played a tape recording of her love encounter with Marcos, complete with moans, murmurs, creaking soft bed, and even a love song which Marcos himself sang under the tune of Pamela Noon, which every Filipino knew to be his favorite Latino song. His voice and that of Dovey were doubtless genuine. With that, Ambassador Byroad's aides hustled Dovey to the airport. In her wake, she left a whole country reeling from the impact of the worst love scandal. 5. In Philippine history. Newspapers, television, and radio stations screamed with news of the celebrated Marcos-Dovey secret love affair. It was November 1970/3. *3. During the first commune staged by student revolutionaries at the University of the Philippines, the students commandeered the university radio station and broadcast continuously over it a loop tape recording of Marcos making love to Dovey Beams. For over a week, the president's hoarse injunctions to Dovey to commit fellatio with him boomed out over university loudspeakers. Plardon's Special Forces troopers called in to recapture the university campus kept doubling up in laughter. But it turned out her departure did not necessarily write finest to her case. Upon landing in Hong Kong on her way to the United States, Philippine Consul General Rafael Gonzalez, apparently acting on orders from Malacanang Palace, assaulted, molested, and delayed her return to the U.S. The consulate official blocked the departure of 2 of her 4 companions, 2 maids and 2 photographers. Worst, she learned then and there that Delfin Cueto, said to be a half-brother of President Marcos, had trailed her throughout her trip to Hong Kong. Thus she feared for her life in view of Cueto's violent reputation as a hatchet man of Marcos. While in Hong Kong, Dovey and her companions played hide-and-seek with him and his conspirators. Just as in Manila, the Hong Kong newspapers played up her story due no doubt to its international impact. Soon the British authorities in the Crown Colony came to her rescue. The Hong Kong police threw 2,000 policemen in search for the killer, who was of course supposedly Cueto. They later captured, disarmed, and booked him for unauthorized possession of firearms. Later he was forced to leave the country. As for Dovey, British and American authorities facilitated her safe return to America, but minus her 2 Filipino maids whose passports the Philippine consulate had just cancelled. The saga of Dovey Beams in the Philippines was not by any means over at this point. A book which will document her love affair with President Marcos, including facts and events she came to know while she served as his mistress, facts and events which have relevance to the eventual declaration of martial law in the Philippines, would be written, and she would write it herself, she announced then. In anticipation of that book, President Marcos through his Republic magazine sought to destroy her credibility. Smarting obviously from the public playing of their love tape, in April 1971 the Weekly began publication of a series of anti-Dovey Beams articles, including her nude pictures. Dovey retaliated by mailing a copy of the controversial love tape to Graphic magazine, an anti-Marcos weekly, in reply to an accusation from the Marcos camp that the tape was fake or tampered with. For a time the case rekindled an old controversy, and for a time Dovey carried the fight by remote control. Declaration of martial law by President Marcos finally put a stop to it, what with the news blackout. Meantime Dovey was supposed to have written a book as she had served notice before upon her departure from the Philippines. It has yet to come out. Ferdy's doctor from Switzerland left Manila recently after having completed 6th session of rejuvenating injections to maintain Marcos's virility up to 2.2.6 standard. On the other hand, Imelda, the old beauty queen, has also completed her 2nd facelifting, which, reportedly, raised her navel to a dimple on her chin. While the dimple looks cute on her chin, the lifting created a new unexpected problem. It seems that everything else of Imelda has been raised up in proportion to her navel, and Ferdy now has to search elsewhere to find what he can no longer find in Imelda. Chapter 11. Philippine Gulag, a paralysis of fear. A telling evidence on the repressive character of the military dictatorship of Marcos is the unending internment of thousands of political prisoners in various military stockades and concentration camps all over the Philippines. The truth is that the entire Philippines is one vast Gulag archipelago where the Filipinos, whether inside or outside a military stockade, are subjected to continuing deprivation of their civil rights, some of them suffering cruel and unjust punishments in the hands of verdugos. The undermining effect of the military concentration camps on Filipino society constitutes an open and apparently unhealing wound, but at this stage it would be difficult to quantify the national tragedy represented by the indiscriminate detention without charges of non-supporters and opponents of Marcos' military regime, or the influence it continues to have in ordinary Philippine life. For as long as Marcos rules as a dictator backed by the military, the the horror of internment of political prisoners would go on and on. And like Alexander Solzhenitsyn, I must apologize to those whose plight I may be unable to reproduce in this work, for I am unable to remember or acquire knowledge of every incident, every injustice, every cruelty of the regime, of which I was a part and which I have renounced. As Solzhenitsyn wrote, the whole scope of this story, and of the truth, is beyond the capabilities of one lonely pen. While still working for Marcos as his chief press censor, I have had occasions to look into the isolated cases of political prisoners. One of them was the case of Liliosa Hilao, whose death was brought to my attention 2 days after it happened by her own sister. I did bring this matter to the attention of President Marcos, but he never saw it fit to inform me about the action he had taken on the most glaring atrocity ever committed on a political prisoner under the martial regime. The matter of political prisoners has always been a source of monumental embarrassment for Marcos. He even earned the sobriquet of lying dictator for his many prevarications on the issue of prisoners of conscience. That the Marcos military regime has adopted as part of its official policy the shameless resort to prevarications, falsifications and even bribery of a congressional witness, to mislead or prevent the United States and other foreign governments from gaining full knowledge on political repression and tyranny in the 7. Philippines is an established fact. This has been confirmed not just by the world press, but by world statesmen, notable among them leading members of the U.S. Congress. The U.S. congressional record is replete with ringing truths on various devious ways by which the military regime of Marcos has trifled with truth about the Philippines situation. Witness Rep. Michael Harrington, D.Mas, who declared in the House of Representatives on June 3, 1975 as follows *I*. *1. CE 2816, Congressional Record, Extension of Remarks. Mr. Speaker, this week Mr. Eraser's Subcommittee of International Relations is holding hearings to investigate political repression in the Philippines. I urge my colleagues to follow these hearings closely because they concern two very important issues. The first is political repression itself, the second is the manner in which the Marcos government has responded to inquiries about its policies both to members of Congress and to State Department officials. I am also extremely concerned with the manner in which the Philippine government has responded to official inquiries by members of Congress and State Department officials. The Marcos regime has not hesitated to mislead officials of our government. First they denied that any prisoners were being held. Then they implied that the prisoners, whose existence was earlier denied, would soon be released. Now they are silent in the matter. It does not make sense to me that a nation as powerful internationally as we are can justify the use of full force against a small nation that captures one of our merchant ships while continuing military aid to a small nation that is both politically repressive and less than open in its diplomatic relations with us. If we are unwilling to make clear to President Marcos that we seriously disapprove of his policies, then I wonder how seriously other nations will take our own pledge of support to democratic governments and indeed the universal protection of human rights. I have contacted Robert J. McCloskey, the Assistant Secretary of State of Congressional Relations, and he assures me that the Philippine government is fully aware of the concern being voiced in the Congress and by the American people over the continued detention of individuals without charge or trial. But that assurance itself makes clear that President Marcos does not take our concern seriously, for if he did, he would have changed his policies. Senator James R. Aburrez gave the Senate on April 23, 1975, a detailed account of the various attempts of the military regime of Mr. Marcos to lie about conditions obtaining in the Philippines. In a speech on human rights in the Philippines, *2 Senator Aburrez declared. *2. CS 6588, Congressional Record, Senate of April 23, 1975. Mr. President, I have become increasingly concerned about the reports of repression of human and civil rights in the Philippines. Particularly as symbolized by the continued imprisonment of Eugenio Lopez, Jr., Sergio Osmeña III, Senator Benigno Aquino, and several thousand others, XXX. My concern led me to write to Philippine Ambassador Romualdez on January 6.1. Soon received a response dated January 8 from the Philippine charge d'affaires enclosing a speech by Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos delivered December 11, 1974, to the Philippine people. I regret to inform the Senate that in both the letter and the speech the Philippine government was less than candid. Some of Marcos's claims and the true facts are illustrative. The charge d'affaires and President Marcos both stated that the President ordered that Mr. Lopez have the privilege to visit his home. The fact is, however, that neither Mr. Lopez nor Mr. Osmina have been allowed to visit their homes, but both remain under guard at the military hospital which is their prison. The charge d'affaires and President Marcos both state Lopez as well as Osmina were charged August 19, 1973, with involvement in 8 attempts on the life of President Marcos, that the government has confessions of the co-accused including Osmina and that the President has ordered Lopez and Osmina tried before a civilian court as common criminals. According to reports outside the Marcos government, however, Lopez and Osmina were arrested separately in November 1972, shortly after martial law was declared. More than 5,000 Filipinos have been arrested and detained in this fashion. Lopez and Osmina remained in prison without charge being presented against them until they began a hunger strike on November 18, 1974. They smuggled out statements protesting the continued detention of political prisoners, including themselves, and other alleged abuses under martial law such as the absence of a free press and an independent judiciary. On the 10th day of the hunger strike they were informed that they had been charged with involvement in a conspiracy to assassinate the president, and that the charges had been filed in August 1973. On the 11th day of the hunger strike the two men ended their fast upon an understanding that many of the political prisoners would be released, that they would be released shortly and that the charges against them would be dismissed. On December 1, 1974, the Philippine press published the alleged confession of Osmina. Osmina claims it is a fraud, but in any event it contains no confession of any involvement in any assassination plot and does not mention Lopez at all. The same day the Philippine press also published a statement of an unidentified suspected participant that contends that young Osmina, his father, and young Lopez were involved. It is a rambling, disconnected tale which strains one's credulity. But even were these charges believable, despite the president's claim that he had ordered a trial of the two men, no steps have been taken toward bringing them to trial despite their repeated demands for a public impartial trial on the merits. 9. According to President Marcos's speech, Lopez and Osmina broke their fast upon being confronted with the evidence against them. To this day the two men have not been presented with any evidence against them. They ended their hunger strike based upon the promises of Philippine Secretary of National Defense that they and other political prisoners would be released. The Secretary has since denied making these promises, but I have a copy of a letter he wrote to Lopez on the last day of the hunger strike agreeing to let Lopez be free on pass every now and then and agreeing to work toward house arrest by Christmas and in due time, hopefully, your temporary release from detention. Lopez attorneys, who met with the Secretary at the time, claim there was a further promise of full release by February. Since this case has attracted the attention of many of my colleagues, numerous inquiries by members of Congress and by the State Department have been made to the Philippine government through the Philippine Embassy. The Philippine Secretary of Public Information and other officials regularly replied that the two men had been given rights to visit their homes while preparing their defense. I regret to say that this, too, was not true. Neither man has been allowed home visits and as to preparing their defense neither has been permitted to see his counts 11 in prison. This, too, has been verified by the State Department. These are not the first examples of misinformation promulgated by the Philippine government in the case of the Lopez family. In December 1972, the Washington Star-News reported that sources close to Marcoses had implicated the elderly father of the imprisoned Lopez, Eugenio Lopez Sr., who now lives in the United States as a member of a rightist plot against the president. This information was reportedly the result of investigations by the Philippine government and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, in response to a query by a Lopez attorney, Acting FBI Director L. Patrick Gray replied in writing that the FBI conducted no investigation concerning Eugenio Lopez, Sr. In the speech of December 11, President Marcos responded to continued claims by Philippine religious groups, Amnesty International, the foreign press, and others that many of the political prisoners had been tortured and even murdered. Marcos stated that no one has been tortured. Nevertheless, pressure mounted for an investigation. On December 28, Manila Archbishop Jaime Sin demanded an impartial investigation of torture claims. On January 2, 1975, President Marcos ordered the military to investigate, and 2 weeks later they admitted that there had been incidents of torture and recommended stem measures to correct the situation. No corrective measures have been reported, but the admission is at least some progress. President Marcos has misinformed the American people as to the true state of affairs in the Philippines in regard to other aspects of human and civil rights. In an interview by Edwin Newman on the NBC Today Show, September 2, 1974, he was asked, "Is it correct that there is still about 5,000 of your political opponents in prison?" Marcos replied, 23. Of course, not. We have just released the last of the detention prisoners who are not facing criminal charges. Nevertheless, in his December 11 speech, President Marcos stated, "In our jails today, there are 5,234 people under detention in direct consequence of the martial law proclamation. 4,069 of these are ordinary criminal offenders. 1,165 are political detainees." This less than 2 months after he had said there were none. Fortunately, Marcos has ordered the release of a total of more than 1,500 of these prisoners, which is more than 1,165 political detainees he admitted to in December. This progress seems to be the one achievement of the publicity caused by the Lopez Mina hunger strike. On the same Today Show interview, President Marcos stated that there is no censorship of the media, and explained that the media was controlled by a committee of publishers and the owners of radio and TV stations. What he did not tell the American people was that all newspapers, as well as radio and television facilities, except a handful owned by Marcos's relatives and friends, had been seized by the government in September 1972. Moreover, these facilities had been turned over sometimes with partial payment and often with none to newspapers and broadcasters who were friends, relatives, and business associates of President Marcos and his wife. No publication, broadcast, or distribution of printed material is permitted which reflects adversely on the president and his policies. The present captive nature of the media has been verified by an independent study by Dr. John L. Lent, Associate Professor of Communications of Temple University. The prestigious industry magazine, editor and publisher on January 25, 1975, reported that freedom of the press has disappeared in the Philippines. While I am concerned with the continued imprisonment of Lopez and Mina without due regard for their legal rights, they are but symptoms of broader and deeper questions in regard to Philippine-American relations. The Philippines is now well into its third year of martial law and more than a year beyond the end of the normal elected term of President Marcos. By his own count, some 3,500 persons remain in prison without bail, without trial, and without due process. The writ of habeas corpus is still suspended. The right to visit with legal counsel, at least in some cases, is not permitted. Judicial process apparently is not free and independent, since military cases are reviewable by the president, and civil judges no serve at the pleasure of the president. The Philippine press and media are completely controlled by relatives and allies of Marcos. An extensive government press information office feeds them the news. Philippine elections are not to be conducted in the foreseeable future. Marcos claims he rules on the basis of referendums in which the people vote in public on whether he should continue. The referendum of February 27 empowered the president to appoint the nation's mayors. To me, this almost complete denial of human and civil rights by 2.31. America's old friend, the Philippines, is a deplorable state of affairs. Equally bothersome to me is the fact that President Marcos and his subordinates have not squared with the world press, the State Department, or the U.S. Congress, in regard to both specific questions and the overall state of human and civil rights in that country. Early this year, a veteran senator of the United States, Vance Hartke, became so exasperated with the lies and half-truths being dished out by the Philippine martial regime to inquiring members of Congress on the true situation in the Philippines. On January 29, 1975, Senator Hartke addressed a letter to the Philippine ambassador to Washington, D.C., stating, among others, that, "Finally, I have seen answers of the Philippine government to inquiries on this situation from other members of Congress. This is not the true state of affairs. I believe that a friend of the United States such as the Philippines should exercise the highest degree of candor with this nation's officials. The Documentation Committee for Philippine Political Prisoners, a creation of the National Coordinating Committee of the Anti-Martial Law Movement, Philippines, has documented a number of notorious cases of political imprisonment under the Marcos military regime. Without any reservations, I produce the noteworthy cases and would like to confirm their veracity. Inilo Tayag. Even before the declaration of martial law in the Philippines, the trend towards increased militarization by the Marcos regime became crystal clear in the arrest and detention of Nilo Tayag and other political prisoners. On June 2, 1970, Nilo Tayag, the national chairman of the Kabataan Makabayan, Patriotic Youth, was arrested in a secluded barrio on Laguna Province. Tayag has been detained since that time under charges of violating the Anti-Subversion Act, Republic Act 1700, which outlawed membership in the Communist Party of the Philippines. While attending the University of the Philippines, Tayag joined the mainstream of nationalist student activities and became a charter member of the Student Cultural Association of the UP. SCAUP. In 1961, Thes.C.A.U.P stormed the House Committee on Un-Filipino Activities of the Philippine Legislature to protest their undemocratic and witch-hunting character. The active organizing and education work of these early protests set the basis for the founding of the KM in 1964, in which Nilo Tayag developed quickly as a leading member. As the KM developed rapidly as the strongest and most militant of the patriotic mass organizations, the Marcos government launched a series of fascist attacks to remove the organization's leadership and cripple the mass movement. First came the arrest of Nilo Tayag. Finally, Marcos moved openly towards martial law with the suspension of writ of habeas corpus in August 1971. Under this act, Marcos could have anyone arrested without warrant, and they can be detained indefinitely without immediate charges or trial. The Marcos regime moved quickly to single out Z3Z, the many new leaders of the National Democratic Movement, and have them arrested and detained. Although some were later released, Nilo Tayag and other key leaders have been kept imprisoned in Camp Crame for years now, as the Marcos regime hopes their hardships will discourage others from joining the resistance movement. However, since the declaration of martial law, the prisons and concentration camps bulge with the thousands of new political prisoners who have followed in the resistance, much like Nilo Tayag. Within the confines of the prison camps, Nilo has remained an active leader, fighting for better conditions for all prisoners and keeping alive the spirit of resistance. In the last few months he has borne the brunt of the military's suppression, even inside the camp, being held in solitary confinement, deprived of exercise, with visiting privileges for his family cut to 5 to 10 minutes. It is speculated that this harassment is somehow linked to the military's discovery of an escape tunnel in the Fort Bonifacio Youth Rehabilitation Center after the escape of two activist leaders, Lorena Barros and Judy Taguivalo. According to a letter from Sen. Jose Diokno requesting an end to this harassment of Tayag, Diokno states, "I asked them, Tayag, if he had admitted having taken part in any violation of prison regulations. He replied that he had not even been questioned before being thrown into solitary confinement, and that he had nothing improper or illegal among his personal effects." 2 Liliosa Hilao. Liliosa Hilao, 21 years old, was the seventh child of an impoverished fisherman from Bulan, Sorsogon. She would have graduated summa cum laude at the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Manila. Lily was the president of the student body in her university and was active in fighting for academic freedom in her school. Before martial law, she was the editor of Hasik, the official newspaper of the Pamantasan. More than anything else, Lily became an active National Democrat during the first quarter storm of 1970. She joined the Samahan ng Demokratikong Kabatan, Democratic Youth Alliance, then the Alethea. Together with other activists, she worked in the slums of Intramuros helping the squatters with their basic needs. Her active life of serving the people changed drastically when on April 4, 1973, a group of 15 men alighted near the Hilao residence in Project 3, Quezon City. The heavily armed men and a woman who strode toward the apartment were a raiding team including Col. Felix, Lt. Castillo, Lt. Garcia, Sergeant de Sagun George Ong, a certain Felix, and a WAC, Women's Auxiliary Constabulary, called Esther. The rest of the military squad positioned themselves some 20 meters away. The Hilao residence was ransacked. Her mother, who was in a plaster cast recovering from an accident, the youngest daughter Gigi, 16, and the second the youngest daughter, Marie, were at the apartment at the time it was raided. Gigi was held by the WAC and was interrogated in one room. Marie was also held by two men in another room. At about 3 to 4 p.m., Marie managed to escape. She leapt over the high concrete walls and past the howling dogs. She didn't even mind the warning that she would be shot. The military men were so furious they decided to bring 233 Gigi to Camp Crame F but brought her back at around 6 p.m. Realizing what was happening, a neighbor waited for Lily at the bus stop where she usually got off after school to warn her not to go home. Lily proceeded to her brother-in-law, Capt. Rogelio Roque of the PC, Philippine Constabulary, Special Forces and the CIS, Central Intelligence Service, thinking that he could be trusted and that she could get some help from him. She asked if he could provide her money to escape and secret aid for the release of her sister. But things turned out differently. At around 9 p.m., she was brought home by her brother-in-law who traitorously turned her into Thebridal military men. The torture of Lily began. Events prior to her death. Cries of protest were heard from her place by the neighbors until 1:30 to 2:00 a.m. A loud anguished scream was heard and that was the time she was being undressed by a Lt. Castillo. There was much tension in the neighborhood as she shouted for help. Though the neighbors were anxious to rescue her, they couldn't do anything. Lily struggled so hard that the attempt at rape failed. Shortly afterward she was brought to Camp Crame, handcuffed. On April 5 there was no news about her. The family was under heavy surveillance all throughout the day. Lily's cousin Arnold, who was also severely tortured, was not able to work the next day. April 6 was the last day Lily was seen alive. The youngest daughter Gija was summoned by the WAC to bring clothes for Lily at Crame. She wasn't brought back that day. On April 7, early in the morning, one of the guards in the house received a phone call that someone was dead. The owner of a house where he received the call asked who was dead. And the guard just replied, a friend. That afternoon Gigi came home and had to inform a neighbor through a placard saying, "Sister is dead. Mutilated." When the victim's body was turned over to the family, it was clothed in Lily's bloodied and torn skirt, while the entire torso was covered with bandages. Her underclothing was missing and her face, especially her mouth, was scorched by muriatic acid. Her neck and throat were badly burned. 2 pin punctures were found on the arm. In an attempt to prevent an impartial autopsy, the internal organs were removed. Hypodermic needles were deliberately jabbed into the arms to make it appear as if she was a drug addict. Her eyes and mouth were wide open. These observations were made at the V. Luna Hospital. Versions of her death. The reasons that the military gave on her death were inconsistent. Her torturer said she had committed suicide by taking muriatic acid found in Thieman's room in Camp Crame. In a telegram to her teachers and classmates of Pamantasan, the military said she had died of drug addiction. The most ridiculous of all reasons was sent to her father in Bulan. Lily had died of a heart attack. 234. The day before the burial, the military tried to fool the students by attempting to hide Lily's body. The body was taken out of the coffin and placed in a stretcher purportedly for re-autopsy at the Funeraria Popular. The military actually tried to hide it in the basement and planned to transfer it to another place, but this plan failed because a group of students were coming to the Memorial Center at that time. The guards who were trying to get near the coffin were driven away by the angry students and teachers who formed a human cordon around Lily's body. It is speculated that the reason why the military took special interest in Lily and her family was because her brother has been the object of a manhunt in Baikal, where he is suspected of being the finance officer of the NPA. 3. Fortunato Bayatlang. The case of Fortunato Bayatlang came to us in a letter sent through a missionary order which has a mission in Mindanao. It contains an account of torture and murder of Fortunato Bayatlang, a salesman for a pharmaceutical firm in Davao. The identity of the author as well as his religious order were withheld for obvious reasons. Dear X. In August, I began an assigned 6-week language review to acquire some Polish and get the unknowns to fall into place. During this time I became involved in a case involving the Tagum Constabulary Police and Davao pharmaceutical firm salesman, Fortunato Bayatlang. Fortunato was beaten to death by the Constabulary Security Unit, apparently a case of mistaken identity, and his 2 younger brothers, Fernando 15, and Ruperto, 8, were imprisoned. They had been accompanying Fortunato because it was Saturday, and they had no school. I was asked by the Association of Major Religious Superiors to photograph the deceased and gather evidence for them 2 days after the incident occurred. 2 days more passed, and I became concerned for the welfare of Thetwo younger brothers, still imprisoned in the Tagum stockade. I gathered members of the Justice and Peace Commission of Bishop Reagan had attempted to get them released, and or find out what the military charges of subversion consisted of. They had been released overnight to attend the wakey and funeral of their brother, under armed escort, so we found them at their family home and humiliated the guard to get him out of hearing range so we could talk to the boys. Fernando, obviously relieved and happy to see us, told of 6 plainclothesmen curbing his brother's company car, taking them to the P compound and interrogating them. Fortunato was handcuffed behind his back and continually punched en route to the stockade while being asked over and over, "Where is Dodong?" This is the only question they ever asked any of 3. At the compound, Fortunato was taken to a small shed less than 30 feet behind the command post building. The 2 younger boys were manhandled by 2 men in a parked car less than 10 feet away while 3 men cared for Fortunato. "Father," Fernando told me, Fortunato screamed, begged, pleaded and Primitivo Mijares Z35. His last words were, "If you are going to kill me, or must kill me, please shoot me because I've done no wrong." Also, the men mauling him came out 3 times in blood-soaked clothing to get more 2x2s because they were breaking too easily. This, in spite of the fact that the Bayatlangs are civilians, and there was no warrant on file, no identification of the arresting officers, no bookings, no civil liberties. A doctor in a cell over 50 yards away, upon hearing the screams and seeing the bloody clothing, threatened to file charges against the military unless Fortunato was taken to the Davao Provincial Hospital of Tagum. There, he was administered first aid, and a hospital employee told me, "We have no facilities." Father, for a man who has been that badly mauled. 3 hours later, he died of subdural hemorrhage caused by severe beating to the head and the whole body, according to the coroner's report. During this same period, Fernando was being taken by his captors to see Fortunato at the hospital. A detour was made through a banana plantation, and he was tied spread eagle around a tree. He was then beaten with clasped clenched fists, jabbed with a rifle butt and barrel, and struck with a pistol. This is part of a tactical investigation, no, not for a commando, for a 15-year-old boy. At present, Fernando is frightened by all strangers, and physically runs from them. He also continually extends and retracts his tongue unconsciously. The result of another tactical investigation where his tongue was repeatedly beaten against his teeth, and burned with cigarettes. He now lives with brother J. C. Millimeter in Sagaboy to allay his anxiety. The case of Fortunato Bayatlang and his brothers was thoroughly investigated by the Police Constabulary and the Department of National Defense because Bishop Reagan and Marinol would give them no peace. Military findings were that there is a case, and warrants for arrest have been issued, but none of the 6 Constabulary Security Unit members have been apprehended, although they have been frequently seen loitering in the marketplace. The only ordinary police constabulary involved was Fernando's Mahler, who was demoted. When I told Fernando the demotion was given for the constabulary's indiscretion, he replied, "If that's what an indiscretion is, I'd hate to see what a mistake looked like." 4. Marsman Alvarez. Marsman Alvarez, 24, was the brother of exiled ex-Constitutional Convention delegate Gerson, Sonny, Alvarez, who is active in the anti-martial law movement in the U.S. At the time of his brutal murder, he was a senior university student in Manila. In a letter to Secretary of Defense Juan Ponce Enrile, his brother had described him as an idealistic young man, who shared his convictions of freedom and democracy in the Philippines and who opposed martial law. The military's attempts to turn him into a government informer had failed. Friends testified that on June 26, 1974, Marsman was picked up from their house, then his mutilated body was found near the town's church the following morning. "He was mangled beyond recognition," was the identifying remark by a friend who recognized him only by his hair and pants. The killers had completely beaten up his face, and his jaw was broken. They had cut his nose. 236. And scratched out one of his eyeballs. They had pulled out all his teeth but and had slashed his tongue. After viewing the body, Marsman's father described that, his head was beaten to a pulp, his face was bashed beyond recognition and his throat was stabbed on both sides just below the jaw. The gory crime caught public attention, and the government, alarmed over the widespread public knowledge on the true circumstances of the killing, immediately went to work suppressing the truth. In a press release, Secretary Enrile quickly put the blame on the New People's Army, NPA. In this deception he credited Marsman's performance as a government informer but who was foolish to reveal his military connections in his undercover work. Contrary to the government reports, however, Marsman was killed in full view of several citizens near the church. His killers are known to the people in the community where he was killed. The names of the killers, including the witnesses, were furnished in a complaint to Secretary Enrile. Unfortunately, the government has chosen to suppress the truth and negate in a compulsive design to make it appear that my brother was killed by the NPA, Gerson said. Months after Marsman's death, Archbishop Jaime Sin of Manila mentioned murder to a group of foreign correspondents. Government intelligence agents then visited Marsman's relatives to convince them to accept hush money. The offer was promptly rejected. His father, after a period of prolonged depression and extreme frustration over the death of Marsman, succumbed to heart failure 5 months later. V. Per la Samanad. Tagum, Davao del Norte, April 1, a political prisoner, a member of the New People's Army, suffered a miscarriage 2 weeks after a block of ice was placed on her chest. The torture of Per la Samanad, 24, of Jinjug City, Misamis Oriental, was done in a safe house inside the PC barracks in Tagum, Davao del Norte in the first week of December, 1974. The military claimed that Perla played basketball so that she would lose her baby. Perla denied this, stating, "I wanted to keep my baby. Why would I insist on hospitalization if I really had intentions of losing it?" 2 sworn statements on her pregnant condition and on her torture were made by her at the provincial capital of Tagum. Perla was 2 months pregnant when the intelligence division of the PIC arrested her and a companion in a supply house in Sasa, Davao City on November 25, 1974. She was in charge of the medicine and ammunition supply for members of the New People's Army to which she and her husband belonged. Perla immediately underwent interrogation. They asked her who her fellow cotters were and where they could be found. She merely stared at them. They asked her who and where her husband was. Again, she merely stared at them. Their interrogation of her lasted from November 28 to December 6, 1974. Unable to extract vital information from their hard-headed captive, an 237 adjective the military would often use against her, they proceeded with their torture of her. They placed a block of ice on her chest. They ordered her to put her arms around the block of ice and to clasp her hands before it. Slowly, the ice melted, sending trickles of cold water down her chest, her arms, her legs. Perla felt no pain, only the cold seeping into every pore of her body. When the ice was merely a pool of water around Perla, she could hardly move her hands. These had become numb. After that, she developed a cough. Every time she expelled air, it seemed as if her stomach were being wrenched and going along with the air out of her mouth. The cough persisted for 2 weeks. The fetus was slowly slipping out of her womb. On a Friday evening, December 18, Perla requested her captors to bring her to the hospital, for she was feeling stomach pains. She was accompanied to the Tagum Provincial Hospital by Captain Roberto Quios, officer in charge of the detainees and the Citizens' Home Defense Force, CHDF, in Davao del Norte. The next day, December 19, she again asked to be brought to the hospital for her stomach pains had intensified. But the captain told her, "Why should we bring you again to the hospital, anyway, you already have your medicines. Besides, we cannot afford your hospitalization." In the evening of Saturday, December 20, Perla continued to bleed. Perla tried desperately to keep the fetus. But the blood kept on flowing and flowing, soaking her pants till she could just crouch in pain. Her friends, 6 of them crammed in the small, hot room, could only cry and watch her helplessly. When a nun visited her and the other detainees that Sunday, December 21, Perla complained of her stomach pains. She didn't know she had already lost her baby. It was only on a Monday, December 22, when she was brought to the Tagum Provincial Hospital. With her was a plastic bag full of her blood. A doctor in the hospital examined the blood inside the plastic bag. The blood had now acquired an offensive smell. The doctor said that the plastic bag also contained her fetus. For those who do not understand Perla, they may say that she should have learned her lesson. One abortion should teach her to go back to the normal life that she had with her family and friends in Conjugal City. 6. Eddie Seneza. The newspapers of January 3, 1975 listed a certain alias Ray, Frank, Dave, cf. Times Journal January 3, 1975, p. 10, as among the group arrested in connection with Father Edicio de la Torre. In the subsequent list published in the papers on Sunday, January 26, 1975, his name does not reappear. What has 238 happened to this young man? Why has his name suddenly been dropped without explanation? The following verified story provides the answers. Association of Major Religious Superiors. From well-informed sources we received the following report in a blatant case of murder perpetrated by the military in Baguio City in the morning of Monday, December 9, 1974. The report is based on an eyewitness account by a certain Ofelia Castillo, a former public school teacher. The murder victim was Eddie Seneza, 21 years of age and a native of Bosalinanon, San Mateo, Isabela. He was also known by the names of Ray, Dave and Frank, and to neighbors in Baguio City Eliezer Bartolome. He endured the savage torment dealt by the military without compromising his principles. The killers included such military men as Arnold Sinares and Jose Rivera. For a clearer picture of what happened, a narration of events in chronological order follows. December 8, 1974, Eddie Seneza and his companion Alberto Yanz were taken to the agent's residence at Leonila Hill. Ofelia Castillo was arrested that same day and brought to the agent's residence. The three were then taken to a nearby safe house of the military agents. December 9, all three were tortured while being interrogated. In addition to being beaten up mercilessly, Seneza and Yanz were made to endure electrodes, electric shock, applied to different parts of the body. Seneza was continuously clubbed on the head until blood oozed out of his nose and ears. Ofelia Castillo was stripped of her clothes, subjected to indignities, slapped, kicked and beaten with a .38 caliber revolver. The torture session took all of December 9 and went into the following day. December 10, there was no let-up in the brutal treatment of Eddie Seneza. Unable to break his spirit, the military concentrated on hitting him with a .45 caliber pistol. Later, his body was found on the pavement outside the house, apparently flung from a second-floor window. Ofelia Castillo escaped while the agents were distracted. Alberto Yanz, Ofelia Castillo, and Eddie Seneza were mentioned by the Times Journal of January 3, 1975, as numbering among the 30-plus persons arrested in the same series of raids during which Father Edicio de la Torre SV and Father Manuel Lajas were arrested. They were supposed to be under military custody and were to be charged on January 25, 1975 with conspiracy to commit rebellion. But Alberto Yanz has, for reasons known only to the military, escaped. Ofelia Castillo escaped from the military safe houses outside the prison camps where the military can safely torture or dispose of political prisoners, in Baguio, and is now in hiding. And Eddie Seneza, no one knows where his remains lie, except perhaps his killers. 7 committed religious leaders. Even priests, nuns, and lay leaders have not escaped the political persecution of the Marcos dictatorship. As a consequence, the various religious organizations have united to become a major voice in denouncing the dictatorship. 2.34. The persecution of members of the clergy by a right-wing political regime such as Marcos's is somewhat a surprise, for religious institutions have been historically conservative in their political and social outlook. The religious institutions in the Philippines, which is 80% Catholic, are certainly no exception to this rule. Thus, a question that immediately comes to mind as one hears of priests and nuns being detained as political prisoners is, what have they done to draw the attention of the dictatorship? The cases cited herein show that for the most part, these priests and nuns have distinguished themselves by their concern for social justice in their missionary work. They have tried to develop in the people they work with, social and political awareness, and have urged them to take a more active role in bringing about changes in their conditions. These priests and nuns have also pressured their religious superiors to support and adopt social policies which are more responsive to the needs of the people. This is true, not only of those who work with the rural population, but also of those who work in the urban area. For example, Father Jose Reyes Naku, active in the defense of civil liberties in his work with the Tanda, a district of Manila, urban poor, was arrested on January 29, 1973. Father Luis Jalandoni, who later was accused by the government of being a member of the Communist Party of the Philippines, tried all means to call the government's attention to the plight of the Sakata, peasant, and sugar planters in the Negros region, southern Philippines. Among foreign priests who were detained, Father Bruno Hicks and Rev. Peterson were actively involved in peasant work organizing in the Negros sugar plantations. They were arrested after martial law was declared for less than a month, and were deported 2 weeks later. Rev. Edward Gerlach, a Marinol missionary and director of social action in Davao, helped small Davao farmers in their fight against the big producers of bananas who are granted vast tracts of land by the Marcos regime. In an interview with the Associated Press, Father Gerlach cited the practices of the U.S. corporations of bulldozing the people right off their lands and their use of aerial sprays which harm the people. He was arrested and placed under house arrest while facing deportation charges. Father Luigi Ricciarelli, an Italian priest, was arrested when he was framed by a Marcos peace informer whom he had helped. His work with the poor made him a target of suspicion by the government agents. The government, however, finds this type of dedication, this type of humanitarian work to be subversive, for it is under this charge that members of the clergy have been commonly arrested. Immediately after the martial law declaration, arrests of priests, nuns and church leaders swept the country. Raids were conducted on dorms, chapels, colleges, and schools run by the church groups. It is worthwhile to describe how the military personnel of Marcos conduct their raids and arrests. The raids are usually carried out during early morning hours. Rooms are searched, and religious books are confiscated together with personal belongings of the occupants. The military officers feast on food. They ransack files in offices, libraries, including sleeping quarters. In THIRD of St. Joseph's College, the sisters were held up in their quarters and $370 was taken from them. The military people conducting the raids never have name tags nor carry any identifications for the victim to use in case complaints are made. Z40. At St. Joseph's College, where a 50-man strong contingent of the PC, Philippine Constabulary, raided the dormitories, Sister Mariani, the registrar of the college, was also arrested. In Novaliches, about 20 miles from Manila, a widely publicized raid occurred at the Sacred Heart Novitiate. A contingent of 150 army men in combat gear arrested Father Jose Blanco along with 20 students while at a seminar defining goals for Christian students. Father Isinco in Misamis Oriental was arrested together with Father Ed Gerlach 2 days after the declaration of martial law. Father Tom Marty was arrested at his Marinol office in Davao del Norte. 2 months after martial law, Father Woodrow Gaboan, the director of a radio-TV station and professor at the Sacred Heart Seminary, was also arrested. At a PC raid of the Redemptorist Monastery in Tacloban City, Father Emerardo Manigo was arrested. Raids similar to the one which descended on St. Joseph's College, were conducted in the dormitories of Ateneo de Manila, a leading Jesuit university in the Philippines, the Seminary of Our Lady of Angeles in Novaliches and the Mission of the Sacred Heart in Cebu. 8 Tortures. Members of the clergy, as a group, have been more fortunate than most other groups in the type of treatment they have received under detention. The Marcos military and police have as a rule been more considerate toward nuns and priests than toward laypersons. This is due in part to the religious institutions which have generally supported them. But cases of priests and nuns being hospitalized due to injuries received while in detention are not unknown. Father Edicio de la Torre, though not as brutally tortured as the prisoners/priests who suffered almost all the tortures mentioned above, their case study is treated separately in another section, testified to the evidence of extreme physical torture inflicted on fellow prisoners. Father Ed went on hunger strike together with Father Lajas, after he received beatings on his stomach, to protest inhuman treatment they see being done on their fellow prisoners. There are evidences of bruises, bloodied eyes, cut brows, and electric wire scars. Josefina Caragdag, a volunteer secretary of the National Council of Churches in the Philippines, is now under treatment for mental and nervous breakdown at the National Mental Hospital due to the mental stress and physical tortures she suffered during detention. Her mother is appealing personally to newsmen and sympathizers with letters. 9 Mass response from clergy/show of opposition. A mass vigil prayer to protest the brutal treatment of political prisoners was held in September 1974, at the Manila Cathedral, led by Archbishop Sin of Manila. About 5,000 attended. It was the biggest demonstration staged against the Marcos regime by the civilian population. Organizations like the Association of Major Religious Superiors in the Philippines, AMRISP, and the National Council of Churches, NCCP, are the major informants to local communities and abroad regarding political prisoners. They have also taken on the tasks of sending protest letters and petitions about the deplorable plights of priones to leaders of the country. In early 1975, they were among those who made an open petition to boycott the national 2.41 referendum proposed by the regime for the continuation of the martial law. In their open petition, they declared, as long as the restrictions and prohibitions of martial law are in force, a referendum on martial law becomes a farce. A church military liaison committee was formed, in the early days of martial law, to oversee the specific cases of complaints against the military. It was a concession made by the government due to constant denouncements and pressures exerted by the clergy. The committee was empowered to serve as a clearinghouse for complaints and act as a channel for clarification of church military communications and questions on political prisoners. The agreement between church and military includes a commitment from the military to inform bishops or religious superiors about clergy arrests, and whenever possible, to place such arrested priests in the custody of their superiors with the guaranteed presence of the prisoners whenever needed by the military. The agreement was not implemented and remained only on paper. The AMRISP issued a manifesto on torture on January 9, 1975, as a result of repeated reports of torture, which were confirmed. It strongly protests such practices. The manifesto declares that 1. The use of torture of any kind, on any person, for any purpose, is not justified under any conditions and that it constitutes a serious crime. 2. Most tortures are committed during tactical interrogation, yet technically tactical interrogation is employed only on captured enemy soldiers in time of war for the purpose of adopting immediate tactical maneuvers. But the Philippines is not in a state of war, and the arrested suspects are Filipinos, our very own blood brothers. The manifesto further denounced the little evidence of the national leadership to really do its sincere best to put a stop to the torture and maltreatment of detainees. It warned the government that if the practices continue, despite all appeals, the committee shall elevate the matter to international bodies such as the United Nations, the World Courts and the Pontifical Commission on Justice and Peace. XFR. Ed de la Torre. Father Ed de la Torre, a 31-year-old priest with the Society of the Divine Word, was a chaplain for the Federation of Free Farmers in the early 60s. Later, he avowed reformism and developed a politico-theological radicalism. In the pre-martial law period, he spoke of shedding one's theological/academic baggage in order to start anew and serve others, rather than oneself. He knew the dilemma of the middle-class Christians who are limited to flirting with radical option because they pine for perfect situations and perfect solutions which exist only in minds of political virgins. He also stressed that love of neighbor must be efficacious, the greatest good for the greatest number. Not otherworldly slaves of liturgy, or the professional do-goodism of charity, but bread here and now and the power to change the present and shape the future. Chronology of arrest and detention. December 13, 1974, at 1:15 in the afternoon, Father Ed was arrested, by men in civilian clothes at the Luisa and Son restaurant in Manila. He was keeping an appointment which had been requested of him by note. He was then taken to Z4Z. Camp Crame, Manila for several hours, and then to Camp Olivos Pampanga the same day. He was charged along with 29 persons with illegal printing, possession, distribution, circulation of subversive materials. December 14, 1974 at 11:30 a.m., Father Restituto Lumanlan, the highest acting superior of the SVDs available in Manila at the time, was handed a Xerox copy of a memorandum to the Chief of the Constabulary, Camp Crame, with authorization of the President, to arrest Father Edicio de la Torre for acts inimical to national security and public order. Friar Lumanlan objected that Friar Ed de la Torre's arrest was in violation of prior agreements between the government and the Church Military Liaison Committee, which provides that their religious superiors be first informed of an impending arrest. December 15, 1974, 2:30 p.m., the military chaplain returned to Father Lumanlan with a memo, this time for the arrest of another priest, Father Manuel Lajas. Father Lumanlan then asked the military chaplain where Father Ed was. He said he wasn't sure but would check if he was already in Camp Olivos. Pampanga. December 16, 1974, at 9 a.m., not being able to get any further information, Father Lumanlan finally drove to Pampanga to check for himself through hereabouts of Father Ed. When Father Lumanlan was allowed to go into the detention cell, he found Father Ed and Father Manila's eating. He also noticed a large bruise and a bad contusion on the neck of Father Ed. Father Ed explained that this was a result of the manhandling at the time of his arrest. Father Ed continued that on December 15, a military visitor barged into Father Ed's cell shouting, You are a priest. You are fooling us," and with that the military person hit Father Ed in the abdomen with a heavy fist blow. In his surprise and unexpected pain, Father Ed cried out, "My God," and then called for help. The man hit him once more on the nape and answered, "You still believe in God, Paula? We thought you were a member of the Communist Party." Father Ed was then handcuffed to his bed. December 26, 1974, more specifically in his letter to all concerned, and on 36th hour of his fast, he clarified the reasons for this hunger strike. 1. It is not primarily to protest the symbolic blows I have received. It is not even to protest Father Laha's and my own prolonged detention without investigation, although these are reasons enough for a protest. Despite their relatively privileged treatment we have received, separate quarters, visitors, food, detention is still imprisonment and freedom remains wanting. A comfortable cage is still a cage. 2. The primary reason is to focus attention on the other political prisoners who are not as well known and who are not treated as well. For snatches of conversation, we have gathered that there is not much scene of torture in Z2 itself, although cases worse than what happened to me have happened. However, during arrest and tactical interrogation, severe torture has been reported and we have seen some of their salts. 3. Another reason is to share with the poor, the starving, the malnourished, especially laid-off workers, sugar workers, squatters, and share tenants the experience of hunger and poverty. December 27, 1974, on the 72nd hour of his fast, Father Ed exposed excerpts of notes from recent prisoners. 2.43. For 9 continuous hours last December 16, I was tortured at M2. They badly hit my shoulders with hard hakad, a .45, and iron fists. My chest was badly damaged by hard fists and pistol blows. My lower ribs were nearly broken. Migraine and testicles and lower stomach were also badly hurt. They hit my back, which nearly damaged my spine. They beat my head and burnt my ears with cigarettes. These were their answers to all my denials. All of us here received the same treatment. They burned our bodies with a hot flat iron, they applied electric shocks to all parts of the body. They asked my wife to undress, mashed her entire body, inserted their fingers into her lower sexual organ, and put a lighted cigarette on it. Her scream saved her from possible rape by the military men. One got his rib broken, many lost their sense of hearing, bodies, marked with cigarette butts. Others received electric shock in their penis, resulting in bleeding. Father Ed also expressed that the protest fast was aimed at influencing medical investigation to be conducted on other detention camps like 5th CSU and ISAFP, Camp Crame, Fort Bonifacio, YRC, IRC, and MSU, and the provincial prisons where most reports of atrocities come from, especially Mig Baguio. Lastly, Father Ed asked for the support of all. Father Ed has already told his interrogators that it is a genuinely free and democratic Philippines that he has lived for and that he hopes he is ready to die for. For him, freedom means not just the release of detainees, but the liberation of thousands of sugar workers who work and slave for $2.50 a day, and die natural deaths at the age of 45. Freedom means deliverance from the scourge of death, which claims 78% of children of sugar workers before they reach the age of 3. This protest fast by Father Ed de la Torre and Father Manila has spurred superiors and members of 35 congregations to join in a community sympathy fast on December 24, 1974 to protest the torture and indefinite detention of political prisoners. 20 Catholic students in Hong Kong also fasted for 24 hours on December 30 for the same purpose. Messenger Jamie Sin likewise wrote a letter of concern to the PC, Philippine Constabulary, Chief Fidel Ramos, suggesting that the alleged cases of torture be investigated, The amount of reports brought to his attention by clergy members who were in touch with the detainees was rather persistent and very disturbing. He submitted that the investigating body be made up of government military representatives and a group of doctors, a nurse, and lawyer representing the church. In the last Church Military Liaison Committee, CMLC, meeting held last January 6, 1975, the military apologized for isolated excesses committed during tactical interrogation. Nonetheless, non-military personnel were denied entry into prison camps to conduct independent investigation on the torture of political prisoners who are still imprisoned either without cause or because of their sincere convictions. 11 Rev. Caesar Taguba. Rev. Caesar Taguba, who graduated from Silliman Divinity School, is a minister of the United Church of Christ. 2.44. On February 24, 1974, he was arrested and detained at Fort Bonifacio without formal charges. For 3 days, he was denied food and water. During his interrogation he was savagely beaten and made to drink his urine in the hope of forcing a confession from him. The military authorities also gave him constant serum injections and electric shock treatment to various parts of his body. Rev. Taguba was subjected to so severe abuses and torture that he required hospitalization at the Viluna Medical Center. As of January 1975, Rev. Taguba was in his 10th month of detention despite a military circular assuring the release of the religious to their immediate superiors. Reports claim that because of this inhumane ordeal, Rev. Taguba is suffering from a case of schizophrenia. On January 8, 1975, an ecumenical worship on human rights was held in Manila on behalf of all Filipinos who have suffered under the martial law repression. Sponsored by the NCCP Ecumenical Ministry to Political Detainees, the service cited Rev. Taguba along with many others who suffered torture and martyrdom in the hands of the military. 12 Rev. Paul Wilson. Rev. Paul Wilson is a minister of the Christian Church. He served as a consultant for the Commission on Development and Social Concerns for the NCCP, National Council of Churches in the Philippines. He assisted in promoting cooperatives and credit unions among the churches and private sectors in the Philippines. Arriving in Manila in September 1973, he was to serve a 2-year term in cooperation with the Philippine government's Department of Local Government and Community Development. Facts about arrest, charges and detention. On June 26, 1974, officers of the Philippine Military Forces barged in during a dinner at the Wilsons' residence and arrested Rev. Paul Wilson together with all the men present. They were all taken to Camp Crame in the Manila area where they were interrogated and held incommunicado for 4 days. Later that night, the military forces came back and arrested Wilson's wife and their 10-year-old son. Their home and jeep were searched 5 times in their absence. Their books, magazines, private pictures, and about $1,000 in personal property and cash were stolen by military personnel from their home. For 10 days, Rev. Paul Wilson was imprisoned at one of the detention centers at Camp Crame. The last 4 days of his stay in the Philippines, he was held by the Department of Immigration and Deportation and deported back to the U.S. of July 12, 1974. Bits of information. During his interview at the Dirksen Senate building on December 9, 1974, Rev. Paul Wilson described the conditions of the detention center as deplorable. For the first 4 nights, we were made to sleep on bare concrete floors. Food consisted of rice, thin soup, and coffee. Once or twice a week, we would get a small piece of fish. For the 200 political prisoners, 4 toilets and 4 showers were shared among themselves. I brushed my teeth over the urinal and it was not uncommon to wade through 3 to 4 inches deep of water in the 2.4s bathroom. I slept in the same cell with a Filipino who had tuberculosis in its active and advanced stages. One prisoner was finally given medical attention when heard coughing up blood. Rev. Wilson further related that all 200 political prisoners in that detention center were waiting for their cases to be investigated. Many of them have waited for over 2 years. More than that, he witnessed physical abuse and torture of these prisoners. In his own words, he described the tortures in the following. I heard late at night the screams and cries of grown men and women. I saw lacerations on the legs of my Filipino friends who had been beaten with a steel bar. I saw and felt the bruises and welts on the bodies of young men whose only crime was that the military was looking for their sister. One NCC secretary had a complete mental breakdown while in prison. From her conversations with my wife after her interrogation, I believe she was raped or otherwise sexually assaulted. Such techniques as rape, making women sit nude on cases of ice, using drug addiction and electrical shocks are commonplace. My wife was told that one Filipina died of multiple rape the week prior to our arrest. One NCCP clergy person, arrested prior to our arrests, was tortured to the point where he required 28 days in the hospital to recover. At one point in his interrogation, officers placed a .45 caliber gun on the table in front of him and told him that he might as well kill himself because they were going to kill him anyway. The minister took the gun, placed it against his head and pulled the trigger. The gun was empty. These tortures, while blanketly applied on Filipino political prisoners suspected of any crime, are discriminately applied on clergy and on foreigners. We were not mistreated because we were Americans, Rev. Wilson commented. Before any person is released from prison in the Philippines, he must pledge support to the present government and agree not to talk to any domestic or foreign media representatives. Rev. Wilson's wife, released on July 26, 1974, was forced to sign such a pledge over the protests of a representative of the U.S. Embassy who was with her. Throughout the period of time they were interrogated and detained, they did not have access to any legal counsel or due process. The emotional and mental torture was so enormous that Rev. Wilson lost 10 pounds in 16 days. In conclusion, Rev. Wilson said, "These are the realities of some 16,000 political prisoners in the Philippines, today." He likewise drew attention to the climate of fear predominating in the Philippines. 13 Fr. Jose Reyes NACU. Father Jose R. Naco studied philosophy and theology at the La Salette Seminary in Attleboro, Massachusetts, and was ordained in 1957 when he was 24 years old as the first Filipino member of the La Salette Order in Isabela. He had been head of the La Salette Academy and the Order's director for recruitment and admission. Father Naco was active in community work among the poor in Hillcrest, Quezon City. He was well known for his work in the Mga Kaibigan ng Zoto, Friends of 2.46. Zoto, a support group of Zona 1 Tondo organization. He integrated with Tondo's urban poor before martial law and helped them resist persecution. He was arrested and imprisoned on January 29, 1973 following the Misang Kalayan, Freedom Mass, at the Binondo Church in Manila. He was then detained without charges at Fort Bonifacio, despite the inquiries of religious superiors, confreres, family, and friends. On June 4, Father Naco escaped from his military guard, while out on a pasto visit his ailing father. He proceeded to the French embassy and formally requested for asylum but was refused. His escape was apparently planned in advance since representatives of the international press, among them the Associated Press Manila bureau head, were informed and arrived there on time for an interview. The foreign correspondents were given a prepared statement by Father Naco, together with a biodata sheet. The signed statement reads in full. Today, I, Father Jose R. Naco, have sought political asylum in France. I am disappointed that a country whose history reflects a triumphant fight for equality, liberty, and fraternity failed to give me refuge from persecution. I have been deprived of civil and political rights. No charges were ever brought against me despite the inquiries of my religious superiors, confreres, family, and friends. My escape from Ipil Detention Center in Fort Bonifacio is an act of defiance against the martial law administration. As a Filipino and a priest, one cannot, In conscience swallow violence and deception the present dictatorship brings to the Filipino people. The Filipino people will not remain oppressed forever. I remain united with them in active hope for freedom and justice in our land. Before leaving the embassy grounds, he told Manila-based foreign correspondents that he was joining the anti-dictatorship forces underground. 14 opposition political leaders. Marcos's jails are inhabited not only by student activists, workers, peasants, and socially conscious clergy. Inside his jails are also ex-senators, ex-congressmen, and long-standing political foes. Before martial law, there was an unprecedented high in the political opposition to the Marcos government. In Congress and in the Senate, the Marcos government was daily lambasted for graft and corruption. Accusations of government misspending and abuse of power were hurled at Marcos by members of the Liberal Party, the opposition political party. Even more surprising was the fact that even within his own party, the Nacionalista Party, Marcos was increasingly becoming isolated. Scandals like the bribing of Constitutional Convention delegates by Mrs. Marcos rocked the Marcos government. As a result, Marcos's popularity was at its lowest ebb during his term in office. 15 Sen. Benigno Aquino. Benigno S. Aquino, former senator from Tarlac Province and Secretary-General of the defunct Liberal Party, was one of the main political critics of President Marcos's policies in the pre-martial law days. He was also regarded as a major presidential candidate in the national elections that were to have been held in November, 1973. With the declaration of martial law, all elections were suspended. 2.47 Facts about arrest, charges and detention. Aquino, Jr. was arrested at the Manila Hilton on September 23, 1972, the day Philippine President Marcos declared martial law. He was placed under maximum security at Fort Bonifacio, Makati. No formal charges were made against him at the time, although the government alleged that he had generally been involved with subversive activities. Nearly a year later, on August 27, 1973, Aquino was formally arraigned on charges of murder, illegal possession of firearms, and subversion by a military tribunal. Aquino, in an unexpected move, refused to participate in the trial, calling it an unconscionable mockery. In his statement before the tribunals, Aquino said, "Some people suggest that I beg for mercy. But this I cannot in conscience do. I would rather die on my feet with honor than live on bended knees in shame." The following day, President Marcos announced he would create a 5-man committee to reinvestigate the charges against Aquino. According to Marcos, the committee was meant to demonstrate that everything is being done to ensure utmost fairness, impartiality, and objectivity. However, prominent former jurists asked by Marcos to sit in the investigative body declined to participate. Former Senator Lorenzo M. Tanata, Aquino's lawyer, also declined to participate, stating that the new agency did not conform with the requirements of due process because of existing agencies, specifically civilian courts, to which cases such as Aquino could be reversed. Aquino filed a petition with the Philippine Supreme Court requesting an injunction against the military trial on grounds that he was being deprived of his constitutional right to a hearing in a civilian court. In the absence of a state of war, Aquino claimed that the military courts had no jurisdiction over civilians. Aquino also claimed that he did not have a ghost of a chance in a trial by a military court created by President Marcos, who, he said, had already prejudged his guilt. Conditions under detention. As of April 1975, Aquino has spent 30 months in detention under maximum security, of which 24 months was in solitary confinement. In the first 11 months of detention, Aquino was 45 pounds lighter than his 190 figure. Appearing pallid before the military tribunal, some newsmen almost did not recognize him. Aquino, along with former Senator Jose Diokno, were at one time subjected to physical and mental torture at a dungeon-like structure at Fort Masaysay in central Luzon, where they were detained separately. Aquino has at various times been denied visitation rights by his family and access to counsel. On April 4, 1975, Aquino began a hunger strike in protest against the martial law government after the military court has ruled that he could not absent himself from the court proceedings. On April 8, the Philippine Supreme Court issued an order temporarily restraining the military commission from proceeding with the case. This was the first time since the imposition of martial law that a civilian court had restrained a military commission. Aquino's plan to stage a hunger strike in protest of the government charges against him were announced by his wife Mrs. Corazon Aquino in a press conference at their residence in Quezon City. According to Mrs. Aquino, the senator specifically wants to take up with Marcos's 4 issues. 2.48. 1. The trial of civilians before military tribunals for alleged offenses committed prior to the proclamation of martial law. 2. The lack of judicial independence. 3. The absence of a genuine free press, and 4. The repression and further continuation of martial law. Aquino declared he would go on the hunger strike not only for myself but also for the many other victims of today's oppression and injustices. Perpetuation of witness testimony. The prosecution in the Aquino case filed a petition to perpetuate the testimony of their witnesses. The justification for this petition was that the lives of the witnesses against Aquino were allegedly in danger. The petition was granted without 1. Aquino knowing of its existence, and 2. Without any opportunity to contest the petition. Further, the defendant was not given any opportunity to contest the testimony of these witnesses. The military commission in effect, has in its possession testimony and evidence, the validity of which cannot be questioned by Aquino in the current proceedings or in civilian court. Once the military commission has perpetuated the testimony of witnesses, they will no longer be subject to recall in civilian court. According to Aquino, the unseeming haste in holding these proceedings has deprived me of all the basic guarantees of due process and fair play, basic guarantees enjoyed by every accused in criminal cases before civilian courts. According to another report from Manila, President Marcos will consider the advisability of transferring the case of Senator Aquino to a civil court as soon as the so-called perpetuation of testimony is finished. 16 Sen. Jose Diokno. Jose W. Diokno, 52, former Nacionalista senator from Batangas, resigned from the Nacionalista party and became independent after the suspension of writ of habeas corpus in August 1971. Diokno was chairman of the Movement of Concerned Citizens for Civil Liberties, MCCCL. An outspoken critic of President Marcos's economic and social policies, Diokno is also a noted advocate of peasant rights and an eloquent speaker in popular demonstrations and rallies against government corruption. Facts about arrest, charges and detention. Jose Diokno was arrested in the early morning hours of September 23, 1972, within a few hours after martial law went into effect, and confined in an isolation cell under maximum security in a military camp outside Manila. Knock-args were filed against him. Mrs. Carmen Diokno, the senator's wife, immediately filed a petition for habeas corpus to the Philippine Supreme Court. 8 months later, charges were still not filed against him, and on June 23, 1973, Mrs. Diokno filed a supplemental petition and motion for her husband's immediate release. Diokno had also previously complained to the court about such matters as being denied visits by his family and access to counsel. Among the reasons cited by Diokno's lawyer for his release was his state of health. A letter from an American physician, Dr. Denton A. Cooley, stated that Diokno had an operation at the Texas Heart Institute the previous year, and the doctor urged that he be allowed to return to the institute for further evaluation of a 2.44 severe case of arteriosclerosis affecting his blood circulation. Mrs. Diokno, in a letter describing her husband's solitary confinement, said he lost about 25 pounds and had acquired a yellowish pallor. While in detention, Diokno has suffered from extremely poor health. He has been taken 3 times to a hospital in Manila for treatment, under the cover of darkness. On August 14, 1973, a motion was filed to hear Diokno's supplemental petition and motion for immediate release. The Philippine Supreme Court ignored this motion. On December 29, 1973, after more than 450 days off detention without being charged at all, Diokno withdrew his petition for habeas corpus from the Philippine Supreme Court. Relatives and close friends of Diokno said his condition had deteriorated probably because of the harsh conditions in prison, especially when he and Senator Aquino were transferred from Fort Bonifacio, near Manila, to Fort Magsaysay in Lore, Nueva Ecija, where they were kept in dungeon-like cells with almost no ventilation. Mrs. Diokno stated in an affidavit filed following a visit to her husband, "He almost failed to recognize him, he looked so much older than his age, 52, he was so thin obviously because he had lost a lot of weight, he had worry lines all over his face and bags under his eyes, he looked choked and could not see him to utter a word." On September 11, 1974, Senator Jose W. Diokno was released from 2 years of detention by an act of executive clemency on President Marcos's 57th birthday. No charges were ever filed, nor was Diokno ever brought to trial during 2 years of imprisonment. Since his release, Diokno has remained active in the legal political opposition, defending other political prisoners such as Father Ed La Torre in military court proceedings. Diokno has also been active in protesting the inhuman conditions of detention fated by Nilo Tayag. Easily, the most important political prisoner in the Philippines today is former Senator Aquino, Jr., the man who should have by now become president of his country, minus, of course, martial law, minus the guns, goons and gold of candidate Imelda Marcos, if elections had been held in November 1973. 2 other prominent prisoners are still languishing inside the Marcos jails. Since their cases are related, I have chosen to treat them in one topical development. They are Eugenio Lopez, Jr., and Sergio Osmeña III, both arrested in November 1972. Lopez was the publisher of the Manila Chronicle and president of the largest radio-television network. His uncle, Fernando Lopez, was vice president before martial law, and his father, Don Eugenio Lopez, Sr., who died in San Francisco on July 6, 1975, held the family's controlling interest in the nation's largest utility firm, the Manila Electric Company. Once a Marcos supporter, Lopez, Jr. had been editorially critical of Marcos prior to martial law, but not nearly consistent in such criticism as Joaquin Chino P. Rosas, publisher of the Manila Times, had been. Young Osmeña is the son of the 1969 opposition candidate for president, now living in Los Angeles, and grandson of the first post-war president of the Philippines. Compared to Ninoy Aquino, both young Lopez and Osmeña were rather fortunate in the sense that their respective martial law in the Philippines, the justice of their cause, had been given airing and accorded receptive ears by the ZSO. Policymakers and opinion makers in various capitals of the world, especially Washington, D.C. Because their parents abroad have had the means and wherewithal to underwrite the needed legwork. Aquino has been less than lucky in this sense. World opinion had rallied to save him from persecution only because the relatives and friends of the Philippines and the outraged journalists, government officials, and friends in the United States and elsewhere of the #1 political prisoner in the Philippines have seen fit to voluntarily take up Ninoy's cause. Marcos does not really give a damn about what the Filipinos in the Philippines think, say, or do about his terrible march towards dictatorship. What rattles him, however, is when the world press and government leaders abroad publicize the evil things he has done, continues to do and plans on doing. Then he really goes into tantrums, and engages rather haphazardly into a cosmetic program to hide the ugly face of his martial regime. And, as far as he is concerned, the actions and pronouncements of world leaders and newspapermen on the prominent political prisoners, Aquino, Lopez and Osmeña, are matters that should be dealt with decisively with fabricated stories and the reasons for the continued detention of the political prisoners, reasons that tax credulity and make anyone despise him as an unmitigated liar. The cases of Lopez and Osmeña have been ably presented to U.S. government officials by the lawyer of the Lopezes. I have taken the liberty of drawing excerpts from the report made by the lawyer, Gerald N. Hill. Lopez, Jr., and Osmeña III, were arrested separately without warrant by presidential security men on November 27, 1972, and imprisoned at Fort Bonifacio. Eugenio Jané Jr. is the eldest son of Eugenio Lopez, Sr., patriarch of the Lopez clan, who are the Rockefellers of the Philippines. Jané's uncle is Fernando Lopez, former vice president of the Philippines and President Marcos' running mate in 1965 and 1969. Vice President Lopez lost his post when the vice presidency was eliminated. At the time of his arrest, Eugenio Lopez, Jr. was publisher of the Manila Chronicle, the Philippines' second-largest daily newspaper, and president of ABS-CBN, a chain of 6 television and 21 radio stations. For a year prior to the declaration of martial law, young Lopez, once a political supporter of Marcos, had become increasingly critical in the editorial pages of the Chronicle of the authoritarian steps taken by the Marcos regime. After his arrest, the Chronicle was closed down and then its facilities turned over to a newspaper owned by a Marcos brother-in-law. The media network was seized by the military and handed to a company owned by a business associate of the president. Osmeña's principal claim to fame was that he was his father's son, although he had been active in the opposition, Liberal, Party. His grandfather was the first president of the Philippines and accompanied General Douglas MacArthur in the celebrated landing at Leyte in 1944. On September 20, 1974, Marcos was interviewed by Edwin Newman, NB correspondent, on the Today Show. The following exchange took place: Newman: Mr. President, is it correct that there is still about 5,000 of your political opponents in prison? Marcos: Of course, not. We have just released the last of the detention prisoners who are not facing criminal charges. If you will note, on my birthday, that was on September 11 this year, I issued a directive to release those. 7.51. Against whom no charges have been filed formally in court, although there were charges against them in the investigating bodies. These included the opposition senator, Senator Diokno, and some others were involved in assassination or coup d'état against the government. On October 3, 1974, in an interview on the Today Show by reporter Jim Hartz of Raul Manglapus, former Philippine senator and foreign secretary, responded. Hartz: he, Marcos, said, too, that there were no political prisoners. Manglapus: well, that, of course, certainly is not true. The fact remains that there are about 5,000 political prisoners now in the stockades in the Philippines. And this is not denied by the military authorities whenever they are interviewed by the Associated Press and other press agencies over there. On November 7, 1974, the president's wife, Mrs. Imelda Romualdez Marcos, announced in Honolulu that as of November 7, 1974, the Philippine government is extending amnesty to all Filipino citizens living abroad who may have committed political acts punishable under Philippine laws. They would be allowed to return without fear of arrest, prosecution, or molestation. Thiefer made no mention of political detainees within the Philippines and was called a farce by several prominent exiles. At least in partial response to the attention drawn to the plight of political prisoners by the hunger strike of Lopez, Jr., and Osmeña III, on December 11, 1974, President Marcos announced via national Philippine television that he was ordering the release of 662 political prisoners. Several days later, added another 454 to the list of those to be released, for a total of 1,076. They were in 3 Marcos-designated categories: crimes against public order, common crimes, and crimes covered by Presidential Decree No. 95. Each person released was required to swear allegiance to the government. Lopez and Osmeña were not on the list of those released, despite the claim of a Filipino consular official in New York that they were. The Lopez-Osmeña hunger strike. For exactly 2 years from the time of their incarceration in November 1972, Lopez, Jr. and Osmeña III remained silent. No charges had been officially presented to them in that time. The reasons for their continued silence were several. The fathers of both in the United States had been rumored to be fomenters of assassination attempts against President Marcos. In addition, both had members of their families still in the Philippines. They had good reason to believe they were being held hostage to ensure the silence of their fathers in regard to the martial law regime. The senior Lopez and Osmina, in fact, kept silent. Further, in the case of Lopez, his elderly father was under pressure to relinquish family interest in the media and controlling interest in Meralco Securities Corporation, MSC, the holding company for the nation's largest utility, Manila Electric Company. It was also believed by the two prominent prisoners that eventually they would be released along with most political prisoners if President Marcos could develop a face-saving means for ending their detention. They were visited by representatives of the president who encouraged this belief. Finally, Lopez, Jr. decided he could remain silent no longer. He determined to begin a hunger strike unto death to protest not only his continued detention, Z5Z, but that of the many other political prisoners under martial law. His son, Eugenio III, an American citizen, telephoned his brother-in-law, businessman Steve Sinakis, also an American citizen, in San Francisco asking Sinakis to come to Manila on a matter of life and death. On November 14, 1974, Sinakis and Lopez, Jr.'s wife, Conchita, visited the prisoner and were handed copies of his press statement. The guards seized Mrs. Lopez's copy and returned it only after making copies. Sinakis left by air for the United States, and that afternoon Mrs. Lopez held an informal press conference announcing her husband's decision to begin his hunger strike on Monday, November 18, 1974. The heart of the Lopez statement was as follows: I am going on this hunger strike to focus attention on the plight and suffering of thousands of detainees like me, who have languished in jail for months and years without even being informed of the charges against them. This is the only way open to me to obtain justice for all of us. I am innocent, but under the circumstances, I cannot expect a fair hearing either in the military tribunals or in civil courts. I will fast until I'm released. If my plea for justice is not heeded, I am ready to die. Lopez's mention of the courts is a reference to two salient facts. In relation to military courts, all rulings are subject to review and approval of President Marcos himself. In relation to the civil courts, Marcos has open date resignations of all judges in his hands. At the same time, Lopez sent a personal letter, via Sinakis, to his parents. The Lopez hunger strike began the morning of November 18, 1974. Sergio Osmina III, who, it should be noted, was not a close friend of Lopez prior to imprisonment, their families had consistently been political opponents, decided to join Lopez and began his hunger strike at 5 p.m. of the same day. Osmina managed to smuggle out a more detailed statement of his reasons, which included the continued detention of political prisoners, such aspects of martial law as crimes by the military, the use of referenda to continue martial law, the absence of free speech and free press, and the absence of independence in the judiciary. He quoted the Philippines' greatest martyr, Jose Rizal, "There are no tyrants where there are no slaves." His declaration was dated November 15, 1974. On November 20, the prison officials separated Lopez and Osmina and placed each in isolation. Their wives were not allowed to visit them. There followed a series of attempts to induce the two men to break their fast. On that day, Osmina's sister, Minnie Osmina Cabarrus, was brought by the military to Osmina and she asked him to break his fast. He refused. On the 26th, the Colonel Flaminiano visited each prisoner separately and urged each to open negotiations with President Marcos. He told Lopez for the first time that charge had been filed against him and told Osmina that his father was negotiating for his release. There is no evidence this was true. He urged them to break their fast in order to allow the government to work out an honorable exit from its embarrassing predicament. Both refused. On November 27, the Philippine Secretary of National Defense Juan Poncenral visited Mrs. Lopez and Mrs. Osmina and indicated that terms for ending the hunger strike could be worked out so that the two men could be released in 2 to 53 stages so that they would be completely free in a short time. The secretary then allowed the two wives to visit their husbands for the first time. On the same day, Mrs. Lopez told the Secretary of Defense that her husband's demands included immediate release of many detainees, specifying many of the most prominent by name, his own release and the right to move freely, including a visit to his parents in the United States. The Secretary indicated that the release of detainees was agreeable, but that the release of Lopez and Osmina would have to be on a step-to-step basis. Mrs. Lopez asked that the second part of the agreement, relating directly to her husband, be put in writing, and this was done. Enrile letter to Lopez, dated November 28, 1974. Later that day, a meeting of Secretary Enrile with the wives Ot Lopez and Osmina, several military people and two attorneys for Lopez and Osmina, former Senators Lorenzo M. Tanata and Jose W. Diokno, who had been a detainee himself, was held. The events at this meeting are described in a letter dated January 11, 1975 from the two attorneys to Secretary of Defense Enrile. There are agreements for release of many detainees, the non-pursuance of charges whether or not any formally existed against the two, and a series of steps toward full freedom by the end of January, 1975, was agreed upon. The Secretary also asked that the wives issue a press release upon the breaking of the fast if Lopez and Osmina agreed. That night Lopez and Osmina were visited by their wives and presented with what appeared to be a nearly complete victory. The only term which had not been fully met was for their own immediate release. They ended their hunger strike and the wives issued the following press release. Our husbands have asked us to announce that on Thursday, November 28, 1974, at 7 p.m. they broke their fast because they believe that they have achieved their objective of focusing the attention of the government and the people on their plight and that of other detainees in a position like theirs. They believe also that the government is sincere in taking the necessary steps to correct the problems that have been focused upon. They have been assured that the government has taken positive measures and they would like to afford the government an opportunity to continue to take the necessary steps to correct these problems. It should be noted that the Marcos government was at that point under increasing pressure due to the hunger strike. Its diplomatic representatives were receiving persistent requests for information from American congressmen. The strike was the subject of reports in the American and European press. On November 22, Catholic Archbishop Jamie Sin of Manila attacked various aspects of martial law, voicing the comment, "We cannot jail a man indefinitely and still call ourselves Christian." Washington Post, November 23, 1974, masses dedicated to Lopez and Osmina were held in several churches. In a nation 80% Catholic, this was particularly significant. Lopez and Osmina, both weak but clear-headed, were transferred under guard to the Veterans Memorial Hospital, supposedly to regain their strength before being allowed at least partial parole to their homes. They are still there. Z54. In only one respect has the Marcos government even come close to keeping its word to Lopez and Osmina. Commencing December 11, the release of more than 1,000 detainees began. The government-controlled press, in a neatly orchestrated piece off Counterpoint, published on December 1 not only the press releases of Madame Lopez and Osmina, but a full-blown story of alleged charges against Lopez and Osmina. It claimed the two were deeply involved in an assassination plot against the president. The stories were stepped up the next day. Secretary Enrile assured the two prisoners this was just a face-saving parting shot by the government. On December 4, 1974, President Marcos announced that Lopez and Osmina would be tried by a civil court as perpetrators of a common crime, i.e. attempted assassination, and would be allowed house arrest to prepare their defense. On December 11, 1974, as part of a lengthy television address, President Marcos stated that Lopez and Osmina broke their hunger strike when presented with evidence against them and announced them guilty of abetting an assassination plot. At the same time he denied amnesty to Osmina's father Senator Sergio Osmina, Jr. on the basis that he was the mastermind of the alleged plot to kill the president in the summer of 1972. The same day the Junior Lopez and Osmina issued a statement from the hospital accepting the challenge to stand trial on the following conditions. 1. Restoration of press freedom to allow uncensored trial coverage. 2. Restoration of the right to bail to allow freedom to prepare defense. 3. Make the tenure of all judges no longer subject to open data resignations. 4. Restoration of writ of habeas corpus. To date no trial has been set and the 2 prisoners have been denied their right to see their attorneys, Diokno and Tanada. The response to inquiries to the Philippine government has drawn 2 responses, 1. That the 2 prisoners are clearly guilty, and, 2. The 2 prisoners have been released under some form of house arrest to prepare their defense. Neither is true. Charges against Lopez and Osmeña. The first time Lopez, Jr., and Osmeña III were told there were formal charges against them was on the 9th day of their hunger strike. They were shown a document which states in effect that they were charged with attempted assassination of the president, and were told that the charges had been filed in August, 1973, more than a year previous. In December, 1972, the Philippine government indicated to the press that assassination had been masterminded by the senior Lopez, then in San Francisco, and that the information had come to the president through a report by the American Federal Bureau of Investigation. This was given to a reporter for the Washington Star News, and published widely in the United States in December, 1972. On March 28, 1973, Attorney Gerald N. Hill of San Francisco wrote to Attorney General Richard M. Kleindienst on behalf of Lopez, Sr. asking Z55. If such a report actually existed. On April 13, 1973, L. Patrick Gray III, acting director of the FBI, responded, stating that the FBI has conducted no investigation concerning your client, Eugenio Lopez, Sr. President Marcos stated the charges against Lopez, Jr., and young Osmeña in his television address, December 11, 1974, accusing them of financing 6 unsuccessful assassination attempts. In addition, the Marcos government has released 2 lengthy statements reportedly detailing the evidence, published December 1, 1974. The first is claimed to be the written confession of Osmeña III. In essence, it tends to implicate his father, then mayor of Cebu, in the plot. It does not mention Eugenio Lopez, Jr., or any Lopez at all. Osmeña has called the statement a fraud. No signed copy is available. Nevertheless, President Marcos referred to a confession in his December 11 speech. The evidence against Eugenio Lopez, Jr. was an alleged written statement of an unidentified suspected participant released to the press the same day. It depicts a ludicrous series of missed attempts on the president's life perpetrated by the writer of the statement and a handful of Confederates. He names the older Osmeña as the mastermind and places Sergio Osmeña III and Eugenio Lopez, Jr. together with Mayor Osmeña on several occasions. It finally contends that Lopez, Jr. provided some expense money and recommended that they should get an American hitman. Lopez flatly denies he ever heard of these men or had any involvement. This story is sketchy and disconnected. It falls apart on at least one point alone. It shows Lopez, Jr., and the elder Osmeña, old political opponents and scarcely friends, working together and talking openly in front of strangers. Also fatal to the validity of the statements is the placement of the elder Osmeña at the heart of the conspiracy in February, 1972, at a time when he was still disabled from a hand grenade explosion on August 21, 1971, at a Liberal Party rally, which nearly took his life. The government has revealed no corroboration for this narrative. Right to counsel denied. The Philippine government has repeatedly responded to inquiries as to the condition of Lopez, Jr., and Osmeña III that they are permitted home visits while preparing their defense. The fact is that not only have they not been able to visit their homes, but they've been denied the right to consult their counsels, Senators Tanada and Diokno, noted Philippine attorneys. Tanada and Diokno complained of this in their letter to Secretary of National Defense Enrile. Further, the only information as to the charges allegedly filed in August 1973, is a charge sheet shown to the 2 on the 9th day of their hunger strike. No evidence has been given them and no steps have been taken to move the matter toward trial. Misinformation given to American Congress and State Department. Several senators and members of the House took a particular interest in the case as a result of the efforts of Steve and Prezi Lopez Sinikis. In addition, Mayor Joseph L. Alioto, a friend of Eugenio Lopez, Sr., lodged an Z5 injury. A sampling of letters is attached as Exhibits Z through FF of those sent by Senators Alan Cranston, John V. Tunney, James Aburazk, Hubert H. Humphrey, Birch Bay, Henry M. Jackson, J. Glenn Beall, Harrison A. Williams Jr., Edward Gurney, Hugh Scott, Edward M. Kennedy, Mark Hatfield and Herman E. Talmadge, Representatives Philip Burton and Don Edwards, and Mayor Alioto. Philippine Secretary of Foreign Affairs replied to an inquiry by Congressman Burton, in which he contends there is incontestable evidence and admissions of guilt. The first is an opinion, but the admissions of guilt is an outright untruth. In his reply to Senator Gurney, Philippine Ambassador Eduardo Z. Romualdez, a relative of Mrs. Marcos, states that President Marcos was inclined to grant the prisoners relief on the basis that a legal study group has recommended that the said persons are qualified for amnesty. The letter was dated December 6 and on December 11 Marcos announced that he would not. The ambassador goes on to state that no commitment was made by government authorities in return for breaking their hunger strike. This is stated in the teeth of Defense Secretary Enrile's letter to Lopez on November 28. The letter of Congressman Edwards to President Marcos dated December 10, 1974, drew no reply. On the other hand, Senator Birch Bay, in response to his persistent inquiry to the Philippine Embassy in Washington, received a personal visit from Ambassador Romualdez on December 3, 1974. Senator Bay, see pages 20548 of the proceedings of December 4, 1974, reported that the ambassador indicated that President Marcos over the coming weekend would take steps to ameliorate the situation in regard to Lopez, Osmeña and other political prisoners, without being in the position of the United States telling them what to do. It is not without significance that this visit came during a debate on the bill to extend military assistance to foreign nations and specifically extend military assistance to foreign nations and specifically on the amendment to deny aid to nations with repressive regimes. Senator Cranston followed Senator Bay's remarks thusly, "I fully share the senator's concern. If reforms do not occur in the Philippines, I will join with the senator in an effort to end military aid to that government. Our aid should not be used to repress the Filipino people." Queries directed to the State Department were usually answered by Linwood Holton, Assistant Secretary for Congressional Relations, David C. Coudhel, Director, Office of Philippine Affairs, or Elmer C. Hullen, Deputy Director of that office. It must be assumed that direct statements of fact as to Philippine policy come to Mr. Holton, Mr. Coudhel, or Mr. Hullen from Philippine officials. In his reply to Congressman Burton, Holton states, "We understand the Philippine government intends to bring their cases to a speedy resolution." That was as of November 23, 1974. On December 3, 1974, Coudhel answered Mayor Alioto in an identical letter, the text of which was repeated in several responses. On December 18, 1974, Holton replied to Senator Jackson adding the report that Lopez and Osmeña were apparently suspected by the Philippine government of involvement in a plot to assassinate President Marcos. On December 17, 1974, Holton replied to Senator Williams with the added Z57 report that Lopez and Osmeña would have privileges to visit their homes while they are preparing for their defense. This allegation was contained in several State Department responses to members of Congress. As indicated elsewhere, there are no home visit privileges and no opportunity to meet with attorneys to prepare a defense. Holton, however, on December 19, 1974, wrote another letter to Senator Williams which details American concern for violations of human rights and noted that the Philippines has been specifically apprised of the text and import of Section 32 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1973. Holton again wrote to Senator Williams on January 9, 1975, in effect admitting that he had been misled as to the right to prepare a defense and the anticipated speedy conclusion. He stated, "No date has yet been set for the trial and we understand that their lawyers have not recently been permitted to see them." The word recently is misleading. Their lawyers have never been allowed to meet with Lopez and Osmina. On January 10, 1975, Congressman Edwards wrote to Ambassador Romualdez in the same tenor as his earlier letter to President Marcos. No answer has been forthcoming. On January 9, 1975, Senator Aburezq received a response from the Philippine Embassy, which said Lopez would be tried in a civilian court and had been released to a hospital with the privilege to visit his home. The term "to visit" was misleading. By telephone, Defense Secretary Enrile offered the prisoners a 24-hour pass on December 17, 1974. This offer was passed up by the still recuperating prisoners since they had been promised house arrest by December 22 as the second stage of their eventual freedom in January. The Philippine government has not only misled the American Congress and State Department, but has disseminated false statements on this matter to the general public. The false statement of the Philippine Information Office as to home visit has already been documented. On December 24, 1974, a letter dated December 16, 1974 appeared in the New York Times signed by one A.D. Del Rosario, Press and Information Officer, Consulate General of the Philippines. The language in regard to delay of trial is virtually identical to that of Secretary Romulo's telegram to Congressman Burton on November 25. Del Rosario added a new element, by claiming for the first time that there were confessions, plural, of the accused. Previously, the Philippine government had only claimed a confession by Osmina III. In addition, Del Rosario goes on to say, despite the gravity of the charges against Lopez and Osmina III, President Marcos ordered their release under house arrest so that they could be with their respective families during the Christmas season. The two, who ended on the 11th day their hunger strike to death, were among the 1,076 detainees released by the government last week under the President's policy of national reconciliation, solidarity and brotherhood announced last December 11, 1974. There is not a single word of truth in that statement. The latest Marcos terms. Marcos on January 24, 1975, sent word to former Vice President Fernando Primitivo Mijares ZS8. Lopez that he would like to see him the next morning, the 25th at 9:00 a.m. Fernando, accompanied by Oscar Lopez, younger brother of Eugenio Lopez Jr., met with the president the next morning. It was a pleasant meeting in which Marcos offered to release Eugenio Lopez, Jr. with only one guard in front of his shoes. Furthermore, Chit Lopez would be allowed to visit her father-in-law in the United States. In return, the president wanted a letter signed by Lopez, Jr. and Fernando requesting the release of Eugenio Lopez, Jr. A second meeting to iron out the details was scheduled for 9 a.m. the next day. Fernando Lopez, along with Oscar and Manuel Lopez, brothers of Eugenio Lopez, Jr., came to the presidential palace the next day and were kept waiting for almost 2 hours. When the president appeared, he presented Fernando Lopez with a prepared letter he wanted Fernando and Eugenio, Jr.to sign. Fernando Lopez was tempted to sign the letter, but on close examination it did not include any terms or agreement as to release of Eugenio Lopez, Jr. Secondly, it implied an admission of some degree of guilt. Furthermore, it accepted the confiscation of Lopez properties. When shown the text, Eugenio Lopez, Jr. rejected it for these reasons. In addition, he objected to the unqualified endorsement of Marcos's new society, martial law. The Lopezes did not object to the language of personal thanks to the president. The depths of depravity into which the Marcos military regime has submerged itself can be fathomed by delving into the varied and varying political, economic, social and family circumstances of the persons ordered detained by Marcos. For they are persons in whom or on whose particular circumstance President Marcos and his daringly ambitious wife, Imelda. Have specific selfish interests, either personally or in indirect representation of the lesser lights in the ruling clique. Not every man or woman languishing, or now marked or may still be marked for incarceration, in any of the jails or concentration camps of the martial regime is a prisoner of conscience. There are any number of reasons and considerations for the detention, mostly without warrant and without charges, of thousands of Filipinos in the jails of Marcos. They are either political, economic, social, or plain personal enemies of the members of the ruling clique. But there is one common denominator that, in view of Marcos, binds all the political prisoners he has jailed and or continue to hold in jails. It is, that together and acting in concert, they pose a threat to his establishment of an imperial dynasty in the Philippines. Thus, never again should they be able to resume their pre-martial rule roles of opponents of Marcos by reason of their political, economic, social, or family connections. That is why the crackdown by Marcos upon the imposition of martial law that was sweeping and brutal, if slowly done under the false facade of a smiling martial law. Thus, it was in the case of the Lopezes. The original decision of the ruling duumvirate of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos was simply to destroy the Lopezes kingmakers and to obliterate from the public mind the unhappy memory that the ingrates Ferdinand and Imelda turned against their number one political benefactor, Don Eugenio Lopez, Sr., after gaining wings on their own. Greed followed the desire to destroy, and at that stage, Marcos let loose his front men to acquire the Lopez assets, Coco y Romualdez, of the Meralco and ZS9 Chronicle printing plant, and Benedicto, of the vast radio-TV complex, known as the Broadcast Center, the radio telecasting compound for the national stations of the Alto Broadcasting System, Chronicle Broadcasting Network Undolide radio-TV stations. Of course, the number one political prisoner, Aquino, Isangel for no other reason than that he turned out, after the 1965 elections, to be the number one effective and unyielding critic of Ferdinand and Imelda, but also because, as early as 1970 he was already being looked up to as the next president of the Philippines after December 30, 1975. The Filipino people very little realized then that Marcos had already set the stage for martial law by the 7th year of his reign because, among others, he could not afford to suffer the consequences of being an ex-president in a free society like the Philippines. There are people who will argue that Marcos could not be that vindictive. As a matter of fact, they would argue, and with some reason, that Marcos is a very forgiving man, so that the claim that he ordered the incarceration of politicians who had opposed him or criticized him at one time or another could not be the sole reason for the roundup. Of course, Marcos is not a forgiving man. He has an elephantine memory for what he called injustices committed against him by his foes and friends alike. But Marcos knows how to bend with wind. When a typhoon blows, he would know how to give allowance for flexibility. Marcos is even willing to swallow crap, if it would suit his personal and political objectives, as he had so often done in the past and would possibly do so again the days to come. Witness my own case. On the occasion of my defection, I called him names and insulted his family honor and exposed his ambitions and plans to establish an imperial dynasty in my country. He even tried to make a spy out of me. But that is not the so-called virtue of the man. It is political pragmatism, his own idea of personal and political accommodation to suit the necessities of the moment. It was Marcos's way of trickery and deceit in order that he can disarm, neutralize, or throw off guard his opponents. The glaring example of this was when he smoked the peace pipe with Vice President Fernando Lopez and his late brother, Don Eugenio Lopez, shortly before the imposition of martial law in the Philippines. He assumed the posture of a man moving for national reconciliation. Marcos swallowed his pride and went to the Lopez citadel of power, there to eat humble pie. But now, everyone realizes that it was just a ruse, one of those steps taken by Marcos on the eve of the imposition of martial law in order to lull his political opponents into a false sense of security, to create publicly the impression that here was a lame duck president publicly admitting his position of weakness as arrayed against the vast power and might of Kingmaker Ining Lopez. The fact that Imelda allowed Marcos to enter into a reconciliation with the Lopezes without even the sign of a whimper of protest should have sounded ominous to the Lopezes and Theo, their political opponents of Marcos. *3. *3. See chapter on the other villains on the subject of Balito, which Marcos made out as a peace offering to Imelda. Z60. If is just possible that they have not taken the warnings of another astute Ilocano lawmaker, Congressman Carmclo Z. Barbero. *4. *4. As early as January, 1966. Congressman Barbero started warning his Liberal Party colleagues, including Sen. Aquino, that the Bible of Marcos was neither the Douay version, Catholic, nor the King James version, Protestant, but the Book of Satan, so that it was important for the opposition party to study Marcos's own satanic record and infinite capacity for diabolical cunning to be able to defeat him in the 1969 elections. Marcos made a gesture towards defeated presidential candidate Osmeña on the eve of martial law in much the same manner that he made peace with Lopez's, creating the public impression at the time that he had forgiven surging for the merciless attacks the Liberal candidate had hurled against Marcos during the heated 1969 election campaign. As in the case of the Lopezes, Marcos also cracked down on surging. Unable to get the man himself, Marcos held as hostage the eldest son of surging, Cirio Serge Osmeña III, for the sins Osmeña had committed against Marcos. This is the reason I have rejected, and will continue to reject, peace feelers from Marcos, which have been numerous and continue to be made even as I wind up the writing of the manuscript of this book. The man will exact his vengeance in his own sweet time on the unsuspecting enemy whom he had lulled into a false sense of security. The key figure in all the concocted assassination charges against Jenny Lopez and Serge Osmeña is Eduardo Figueres. Former Nacionalista mayoralty candidate in Manila and son of the late Secretary of Labor, Jose Figueres. Figueres, accused of having plotted with surging Osmeña, Eugenio Lopez, Jr., and Serge Osmeña III. Among others, the assassination of Marcos, bringing allegedly to Manila for this purpose a certain Larry Traetman, is one prisoner who is not even a common criminal nor a political detainee. I personally know that he has been tortured by the interrogators of Gen. Vercrisolago, the commander of the Presidential Security Command. The torture had been sanctioned not only by Gen. Vercrisolago himself, but by both President and MRS. Marcos on the personal plea of Mrs. Alida Ornualdez Martel, sister of Mrs. Marcos. Even the incarceration of Eddie Figueres was instigated by the Martels, Rodolfo Martel, husband of Alida, and Antonio Martel, elder brother of Rodolfo. The facts are simple. Figueres and the Martels entered into several business transactions, among them the ownership and operation of ocean-going cargo ship, SS. Don Jose Figueres, which Eddie Figueres had acquired from Japan under the reparations agreement. It was a financing arrangement which required the influence of people close to the Marqueses, and he brought the Martels into the deal. Sometime in 1969, the cargo vessel opened and sank about 500 miles from San Francisco. Somehow, Figueres was able to collect the insurance policy on the ship, and had the entire amount deposited in his name in a bank abroad, which proved to be his undoing, when martial law was proclaimed. But the Martels went after him, but he wouldn't cough up. The ruthless arms of the martial regime did the rest, and now Figueres tortured still into singing the tune that Marcos wants him to sing. Not only Marcos and his wife, Imelda, are perverting the powers of martial rule. Members of the armed forces, from the top to the lowest echelon, are 2.61. Using the guns of martial law either to extort money, exact vengeance on enemies, even uphold scores and even serve their immoral desires. I have seen complaints in the study room of the president lodged by priests and civic leaders protesting the behavior of the military in the provinces, but what struck me as the most depraved were the claimed abuses being committed on wives and daughters of political detainees. Going to bed with officers and soldiers is a price demanded of the wives and daughters for the privilege of visiting their husbands and/or fathers, respectively, or hastening their processing preparatory to eventual release. The complaints mentioned the fact that persons were being arrested and detained because they either have attractive wives or daughters who have caught the fancy of the local constabulary or army commanders, or that release of detainees are intentionally being delayed to allow the brutal and savage military men to soften up the object of their lusts. Sometime last year, an important political prisoner in the concentration camp operated near the Malacanang golf course suddenly enjoyed visiting privileges from his socialite sister. It turned out that the privilege was accorded him through the courtesy of Alfredo Bijo Romualdez, youngest brother of Mrs. Marcos and who holds the rank of commander in the Philippine Navy. Bijo was suspected of having gained a beachhead on the sister of the political prisoner and had made subsequent landings. It turned out that Navy Commander Bijo merely secured the beachhead for his commander-in-chief, and saw to it that the conquered territory was ravished to the full satisfaction of the boss. Anyway, Bijo was amply rewarded later on with an award of the BASECOS to his private outfit. Thus, when the socialite kept herself absent for some time from the reach of the Navy commander brother of Mrs. Marcos, Bijo was forced to demand why the woman had not come back home. Thuoman answered, "Hoy, Bijo. I am no longer within the reach of your martial powers." * 5. See chapter on the reign of greed. Perhaps it would require an entire book to chronicle the various evil ways by which the arrest and detain powers now suddenly available to Marcos and his gang has been perverted. However, this work will be terribly unfair to historians if I did not dwell briefly on the case of Joaquin Chino P. Rosas, publisher of the Manila Times, Sen. Diokno, again, and Congressman Roque S. Ablan, Locos Norte, and Jose M. Alberto, N. Catanduanes. The circumstances of their arrest and detention vary, and we shall deal with them briefly. The falling out between Chino and Marcos Carn when in late 1969 the Manila Times publisher filed in a request that President Marcos give a special guest treatment to a personal friend, author Lin Yutang, who had planned on visiting Manila. Not finding it timely and advisable to entertain one who has been royally treated some time before by China's chairman Mao Zedong, Marcos brusquely rejected the Rosas' request and thus caused the publisher no little embarrassment with the Chinese author. Since that time, the Manila Times assumed a very critical stance against Marcos, encouraging news stories on expose of graft and corruption in high government offices, tracing them directly to the study room and the music room, where the President and First Lady, respectively, receive their official callers and conduct official business in Malacanang, and giving prominent play UPS to stones that were ZBZ. Clearly not palatable to the presidential finer sensibilities. As stated in our earlier chapters, Marcos is not the kind of a man who would meet an enemy head-on. So he took the poisoned darts and arrows thrown his way patiently, if painfully, for he could bear pain, physical or otherwise, stoically, if he must. In May 1972, when Chino was entertaining some friends on the occasion of his birthday anniversary, the President and the First Lady just barged into the Rosas' residence and behaved as if they have received the printed invitation sent out by Chino to friends earlier. Chino insists up to this day that he never sent the Marcoses an invitation to the birthday party. And behaving like the Spanish mestizo that he was, Chino completely ignored the Marcoses, who contented themselves with laughing artificially at the corny jokes of columnist Jose L. Guevara. This double snub the Marcoses could not forget. Mrs. Marcos was fuming at the brazen insult dished out to them by the Rosas clan. Lintik Longgong Walan Ganti, Marcos fumed. There is a time to settle old scores. Such time came when martial law was proclaimed. The Manila Times Publishing Company, which published the Manila Times, a morning daily, the Daily Mirror an afternoon daily, and the Talaba, a Tagalog morning daily, were among the first to be sealed by Metrocom, Metropolitan Command, PC, troopers in the early dawn of September 23, 1972. Senator Diokno was arrested by a team of Metrocom troopers also in the early dawn of September 23, 1972, at his residence along Roxas Boulevard in Paranaque, Rizal. His crime, aside from conducting selective criticisms of the Marcos acts and policies, He had earlier compiled in collaboration with then Manila Mayor Arsenio H. Lacson documents which would prove that Marcos was the real murderer of Nalandasan. Diokno compiled the dossier while he was Secretary of Justice under President Macapagal, 1962–1965, in preparation for Lacson's running as the Nacionalista presidential candidate against Marcos in the 1965 elections. Metrocom troopers who searched every nook and cranny of the Diokno residence were under specific instructions to look for this particular file of documents. When informed that the soldiers could not find the papers, Marcos ordered a search into the law offices of Diokno Ermita and to burn down the law office, if the search should turn fruitless. The law offices of Diokno, which had some of the best law books in the Philippines, was razed by a fire of undetermined origin 3 days after the arrest and detention of the Batangas senator whose father, Senator and later Justice Ramon Diokno, had criticized his fellow Batangano, Justice Jose P. Laurel Sr., for acquitting Marcos on the Nalandasan murder charge. The incarceration of Congressman Ablan and Alberto was the joint handiwork of Mrs. Marcos and her favorite brother, Gov. Coco y Romualdez. A few days after the proclamation of martial law, when President Marcos and his advisors were scanning the horizon to set up for public consumption examples of how the so-called new society was dealing with friends and foes alike, Mrs. Marcos and Coco came up with the idea that some men closely identified with President should be placed in the military stockade. These would prove our sincerity on the Pante-Pante, equal treatment for all, plank, chorused Imelda and Coco. Who did they have in mind? The President asked, as if to carry on the joke, with his two very private advisors. The name of Ablan Jr. and Alberto came up. We jail Ablan for those mischiefs he has committed in your name, and Alberto for being a terrorist in Catanduanes and for having cheated. 2.63. For us in the 1969 elections, intoned Mrs. Marcos. Of course, what was not articulated was that both Mrs. Marcos and Gov. Romualdez wanted to get even with Ablan's efforts to serve the personal and romantic needs of his benefactor. Young Ablan is even suspected of having been with a gang which manhandled Coco and left him for dead in Locos Norte in 1959. For Alberto, however, there was a different score to settle. As chairman of powerful House Committee on Appropriations, it was within his power to approve or veto requests for special appropriations in the General Appropriations Bill. He had steadfastly refused to approve funding with bloated outlays the special image-building projects of the First Lady. Mrs. Marcos considered his an affront. She bided her time, and the time came on September 24, 1972. Accounts of mass arrests and torture, and abuse of families of political detainees have appeared in the world press. I have read most of them and find them to be substantially correct. The conditions in these concentration camps are generally filthy, although the detention camps known as A, B, C, and S in the Greater Manila area are in Camp Aguinaldo, Camp Bonifacio in McCarfley, Camp Crame, and the Sampaguita Rehabilitation Center in Muntinlupa, Rizal. I have examined and read 2 articles on political prisoners and I find them accurate accounts of conditions in the Philippines. The first, entitled Inside the Marcos Concentration Camps, written by Dr. John M. Swarnley, Jr., Professor of Social Ethics at the St. Paul School of Theology, United Methodist, Kansas City, Missouri, appeared in the Christian Century issue of November 13, 1974, and the second, entitled Marcos House Chambers of Torture, was written under the pen name of Concepcion Aguilabay, one still residing in the Philippines, and was first printed in the Bulletin of Concerned Asian Scholars, issue of November-December, 1974. The Association of Major Religious Superiors of the Philippines compiled the following list of prisoners subjected to torture and other forms of military atrocities while in detention. 1. Mr. Reynaldo Guillermo, address, Camp Homes, electric shock all over body, beating, tried to escape but was shot at, not hit. 2. Isabel del Pilar, wife of Reynaldo Guillermo, detained. 4 months pregnant and sick with amoebiasis. 3. Alejandro Arellano, address, Taguig, Rizal, electric shock and beating all over body. 4 Flora Corpus, wife of Alejandro Arlano, detained. 2 months pregnant. 5 Charlie Palma, address, Tatelan, Quezon City, electric shock and beating, burned with lighted cigarettes. 6 Rosario Salvador, wife of Charlie Palma, aged 20, detained. 7 Victor Quinto, Baguio City, electric shock torture and beating, burned with cigarette butts, truth serum administered. 8 Elita Ponce, wife of Victor Quinto, detained. 2 months pregnant. 9 Pedro Guzman, Jr., aged 25, electric shock and beating. 10 Virginia Atining, Catanang, aged 22, wife of Pedro de Guzman, Jr., detained. 11 Reynaldo Rodriguez, aged 23, electric shock, beating, strangling, cynical, burned with cigarette butts. 12 Ma. Cristina Verzela, aged 20, wife of Reynaldo Rodriguez, beating, burned with cigarette butts, some sexual abuses. 2.64. 13 Julius Duran, electric shock, burned with cigarette butts, was made to eat a big chunk of lead and bled from nose because of this, also suffered ruptured eardrum and broken ribs. 14 Armando Tang, electric torture and beating. 15 Arnulfo Rosas. 16 Ramon Casiplo. 17 Santiago Alonso, electric shock and other physical torture. 18 Romeo Bell, electric shock and beating. 19 Francisco Vergara, physical torture. 20 Agaton Topacio, electric shock torture and beating. 21 Ramon Bell. 22 Reynaldo Mao, a worker arrested last December 2, was detained at Camp Crame and later transferred to Camp Olivas. He was badly beaten up, which left them with bloodied eyes, cut eyebrows, possibly a busted eardrum and a broken rib. He is presently detained at the Z2 headquarters, Camp Olivas, Pampanga. 23 Senan Sembrano, an old man probably in his 50s. His foot was singed with a flat iron and now, is very much swollen and badly infected. 24 Butch Frenza, a detainee at Camp Olivas who was caught trying to escape. As a punishment, his head was banged against the wall. At present, he is confined at the National Mental Hospital. 25 Latest, 16 detainees from Camp Olivas stated that from December 11 to 16, they were tortured and harassed in order that information may be extracted from them. Men, they were either singed with the flat iron, given the electric shock treatment in the different parts of the body, others have broken ribs and hematomas because of being beaten up. Women, the women were molested, were forced to strip, others even were touched in their genitals, and the others were mutilated, sinirang sexual organs. 1 Girl from Baguio, Ma. Cristina Rodriguez, was forced to strip by the interrogators and her genitals touched. Although no specific names had been mentioned, there had been cases of the use of electric shock on the genital organs. Other torture cases from other camps. 1 Fidel Agcauli, he was arrested in Pangasinan last April. Experienced sitting on blocks of ice for hours, was given the water cure and was also given morphine injections to extract information from him. He is presently detained at 5th CSU Crame with his wife. 2 Mila Garcia, together with the other female detainees presently detained at 5th CSU, Crame. Experienced being forced to strip and beaten up during interrogation. They are taken in the middle of the night, brought to a dark room where they are forced to strip and heaten up, was found dead at 5th CSU with muriatic acid forced down her throat. She was apprehended in Pampanga late this year and was brutally tortured. Her case had been brought to the authorities, but up to now, there has been no response nor any investigation for that matter. Other constant methods of torture are pointing the gun, nakakasa, while asking for information. Playing, pagompas ng baril, with the gun, a .45 caliber, pointed to the head, chest, back, shoulders. Applying lighted cigarette butts on the skin. ZD5. Placing bullets in between the fingers and squeezing fingers together until the muscles and nerves are almost cut, etc. Electric torture being applied on fingers and toes, temple, abdomen, chest, and sexual organs, especially among the male. Most of these detainees are between 20 and 30 years old. The youngest is 19 and the oldest is over 40 years of age. The question the detainees ask is, to use such brutality, is that reforming them? Of late, Marcos had released prominent political prisoners and allowed a few dissenters who cannot organize armed opposition to even give statements to the foreign press for foreign consumption. Marcos has even gone to the extent of tolerating criticisms of his regime to be aired by some cleared Filipino leaders in the foreign press, but never in the domestic press. In earlier days of the martial regime, prominent political opponents released from the military stockade were made to sign documents stating among others that they would not allow themselves to be interviewed by the foreign press. Senator Diokno was among those who was released from the stockade subject to that condition. Chapter 12. The Era of Thought Control. The night the dark shadows of totalitarianism swallowed the Philippines on September 22, 1972, the intellectual lights went out, along with the other inalienable rights of the Filipino people. President Marcos's military might choked hard at the throats of writers, editors, and publishers, and the media facilities. The Philippines went into a deathly journalistic silence. Throughout the country, but most especially in the Greater Manila area. Constabulary troopers sealed newspaper, radio, and television facilities, and told staff members on the graveyard shift to go home. Martial law has been declared. In simultaneous actions, teams of PC troops arrested leading journalists in Manila and other areas of the country. Those arrested in the Greater Manila area were confined either at Camp Crame or Fort Bonifacio. Provincial constabulary barracks served as jails for provincial journalists. International cable and telephone facilities were closed, thereby effectively shutting down the operations of foreign news agencies, too. Some raiding or arresting teams seemed kind of apologetic for the action they were doing. The general tenor of the authority they invoked in closing down media facilities and in arresting journalists was that they were acting orders of the commander-in-chief. They would not show their written orders. However, they declared that they were acting in accordance with the O.B. Order of Battle, issued to them. It turned out that the order of battle against the media tribe was contained in two separate documents made public only at 7:20 p.m. on September 23, 266. 1972. These were General Order No. 2A addressed to Secretary Enrile, and Letter of Instructions No. 1 issued by Marcos. Geo. No. 2 a read in part. Pursuant to Proclamation No. 1081, dated September 21, 1982, and in my capacity as Commander-in-Chief of all the Armed Forces of the Philippines, I hereby order you as Secretary of National Defense to forthwith arrest or cause arrest and take into your custody the individuals named in the attached list S for being participants or for having given aid and comfort in the conspiracy to seize political and state power in the country and to take over the government by force, the extent of which has now assumed the proportion of an actual state of war against our people and our legitimate government, and in order to prevent them from further committing acts that are inimical or injurious to our people, the government, and our national interest, and to hold said individuals until otherwise so ordered by me or by my duly designated representative. Italics hours. Likewise, I do hereby order you to arrest or cause the arrest and take into custody and to hold them until otherwise ordered released by me or by my duly designated representative. 1. Such persons as may have committed crimes and offense in furtherance on the occasion of or incident to or in connection with the crimes of insurrection or rebellion as defined in Articles 134 to 138 of the Revised Penal Code, and other crimes against public order as defined in Articles 146, 147,148, 149, 151, 153, 154, 155, and 156 on the same code XXX. Letter of Instructions Number 1 was, on the other hand, addressed to both Secretary Enrile and Secretary of Public Information Todd. It states: in view of the present national emergency which has been brought about by the activities of those who are actively engaged in a criminal conspiracy to seize political and state power in the Philippines and to take over the government by force and violence, the extent of which has now assumed the proportion of an actual war against our people and their legitimate government, and pursuant to Proclamation No. 1081 dated September 21, 1972, and in my capacity as Commander-in-Chief of all THIRD forces of the Philippines, and in order to prevent the use of privately owned newspapers, magazines, radio and television facilities and all other media of communications, for propaganda purposes against the government and its duly constituted authorities, or for any purpose that tends to undermine the faith and confidence of the people in our government and aggravate the present national emergency, you are hereby ordered forthwith to take over and control or cause the taking over and contract of all such newspapers, magazines, radio and television facilities and all other media of communications, wherever they are, for the duration of the present national emergency, or until otherwise ordered by me or by my duly designated representative XXX. The era of thought control was on in the Philippines. To dissent became a criminal offense. The freest press in Asia, as we now fondly remember the pre-martial law days of newspapering in the Philippines, is but a memory. 2.67. A delegation from the Press Foundation of Asia established that the Philippine government's action against the mass media have no parallel in the whole of Asia. A complete shutdown of media has not been attempted in Park Chung-hee's Korea, Ayub Khan's Pakistan, Thanara's Thailand, Sukarno's Indonesia, or Lee Kuan Yew's Singapore. The Philippines remains denied of all civil liberties, its freedom of education, and the leaders of its mass media are in prison without trial. The Philippine mass media, once considered the freest in Asia, have been suppressed to the point of death. The most well-known and established among them have no chance of reappearance, and this country of 39 million people is being fed on only propaganda bulletins, which are financed and operated by President Marcos's own friends and subordinates. *1. *1. TGS. George, The Party's Over, Far Eastern Economic Review, November 18, 1972. The worst crackdown by any one-man rule in modern history became a badge of dishonor of the martial regime of President Marcos. Marcos did not take any chances. He ordered the closure of all newspapers, radio and television facilities, and detained those newsmen who were unsympathetic to the Marcos administration. The crackdown was conducted as if the mass media were belligerents in a full-fledged war which the savior of the Republic, Marcos, won with his brilliant generalship of the military establishment. When the smoke of battle with the press cleared, the military regime accounted for heavy losses inflicted by the heroic armed forces on the enemy mass media, to wit: 1. Killed over a dozen security guards at the Iglesia ni Cristo radio station. 2. Closure, in the Greater Manila area, of 7 major English dailies, 3 Filipino dailies, 1 English Filipino daily, 11 English weekly magazines, 1 Spanish daily, 4 Chinese dailies, 3 business publications, 1 news service, and 7 television stations, and in the provinces, and 66 community newspapers. 3. Closure of 292 radio stations all over the country. Except in one instance, there was no resistance at all to the efforts of the constabulary troopers to padlock any media facility. The deployment of troops, therefore, to carry out the task of sealing the newspaper, radio, and television facilities was really unnecessary. As a matter of fact, the entire exercise of martial law was absolutely unnecessary, if the objective were only to fight off the pockets of rebellion going on in the countryside. Marcos sought to justify the harsh treatment of the Philippine media in a speech to military commanders convened in Malacanang for a briefing on the achievements of the new society under the one-week-old martial law. He said, "The enemy uses the weapons of modern revolution, the media, newspapers, television, and radio to promote anything that assaults and destroys the foundation of society. Therefore, the commander-in-chief must 2.68. Meet this threat not only with modern artillery, tanks, bullets, and rifles, but with most sophisticated weapons of preventive operations, of even media. This is the rationale for the arrest of some in media who participated in subversion by allowing consciously or unconsciously the printing, publication, dissemination, and spreading of stories to undermine the system in which live, strengthened the morale, or gave aid and comfort to the enemy. Asterisk 2. He added that the journalists were picked up not because they were critical of me or because of mere mischievousness or vengeance or vindictiveness, but because they participated in a communist conspiracy. He pronounced that we got the goods on them. To date, however, no single journalist arrested during martial law has ever been charged before any tribunal, civil or military. The broad charges were treated with skepticism anyway. As a matter of fact, it is now of universal knowledge that martial law was resorted to by Marcos only for the purpose of perpetuating himself in power. The one newspaper which never closed its doors was the Daily Express. Its sister facility, Television Channel 9, and allied radio stations of the Kenlan broadcasting system, also reopened the very day the media men were being grounded up by Marcos agents for incarceration. This fact automatically linked tri-media facilities to the dictatorship. It was just as well. For although Ambassador Roberto S. Benedicto appears as the ostensible owner of the Media complex, the truth is that it is owned by no less than President Marcos himself. Before the end of the year 1972, a new newspaper, the Times Journal, was organized and published by a group headed by Gov. Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez. The former Manila Daily Bulletin was allowed to reopen under the new name of Bulletin Today. Although these reopened facilities tried to be news-giving establishments, they performed quite more often as a Marcos megaphone. A freelance writer, Nicholas Tomalin, who visited Manila during the first few weeks of martial law, wrote an article of the We magazine, entitled The Brave New Philippines of Ferdinand Marcos. Of press conditions, he wrote, "The only newspaper is a dismal pro-government sheet called the Daily Express, which chronicles the movement's noble saying of the head of state in the cringing valet's tone that marks the controlled press of totalitarian dictatorships throughout the world." Investigators for the International Press Institute established that the surviving media were virtually unreadable. Press, radio, and television are so pathetically emasculated that they make totalitarian government organs like Pravda, Izvestia and Radio Peking, Franco's party organs, or the mouthpiece of other dictatorships across the continents look comparatively red-blooded. 3. Rohan, Rivet, Anemic Manila Press makes Izvestia look red-blooded. IPI Report, April, 1973. 2.6. Under the conditions of the tightly controlled media, the contents of Philippine newspapers may be likened to stones in a desert. It is really an intellectual desert that has developed in the Philippines. Right now, the most important criterion for a news story or magazine article is, will it please or anger President Marcos, the First Lady, Defense Secretary Juan Ponce Enrile, Information Secretary Francisco Estatut, or the officers of the military establishment? If the answer is in the affirmative, then the story becomes a must, otherwise, the story will never see the light of print. The usual no one criterion that a story must be informative or instructive has taken a second billing under the martial law norms of journalism in the Philippines. As to the conditions of ownership, control, and management of news media, including broadcast media, in the Philippines, I had occasion to write a brief article on the subject matter for the Philippine News in its issue of March 13-19, 1975, to wit, Abuse of Power and Corruption. With a stroke of the pen, President Marcos wrote a gory finesse to the heyday of the freest press in Southeast Asia. By the stroke of the very pen that imposed martial law in the Philippines on September 21, 1972, the one-man ruler paved the way for the dubious meteoric rise, from a slavish and lapping errand boy of Manila's elite political writers to a novo-rich newspaper oligarch of his brother-in-law, former ambassador to the United States and now absentee Leyte Governor Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez. The entry into the Philippine media field of Cocoy, the favorite brother of First Lady, Mrs. Imelda R. Marcos, was at once an indelible blot on the once shining shield of a martial regime that Marcos imposed ostensibly as an instrument, among others, of reform in a sick society. Either by design or plain subsequent acquiescence on the part of President Marcos, Coco y Romualdez forced his way into the country's media industry clearly with a corrupt and vindictive motive. The sly insertion of Gov. Romualdez into the area of big-time publishing with his overnight ownership of a daily newspaper, the Times Journal, which unashamedly copied the logo of the defunct Manila Times, spotlights the perversion of the instruments of power at once made available to one man upon the imposition of martial law in the Philippines. It will be recalled that the blueprint for a proposed new society that is at best an illusion now in the Philippines called for the mighty interplay of three major arms of an authoritarian government. Three major arms. These instruments of power are, 1. The military arm, to provide the coercive process to establish peace and order and reform society, 2. The economic and social arm, to improve the economic and social conditions of the people, and 3. The information and propaganda arm, to provide the needed circus, when economic hardships set in, and other functions to reorient the Filipino mind. All these have been perverted by Marcos and his gang. Known for their notoriety in behaving like they were leaders of a conquering army going after spoils of war, the more notorious members of the gang are, aside from 2 to 70. Gov. Romualdez, Secretary of Defense Juan Ponce Enrile, Secretary of Information Francisco Estadad, Secretary of Agriculture Arturo Artanco, Junior Secretary of Justice Vicente Abad Santos, Ambassador Roberto S. Benedicto and Presidential Assistant Juan C. Tuvera. As a matter of fact, slips of paper have been passed around on several sessions of the cabinet, to which I practically belonged as an ex officio member, that sets of T's plague the new society, namely, 1. Tanco, Tatadan Tuvera, and 2. Tanco, Typhoon, and Tungros, a rice disease. Lest I be accused of deviating from the subject of my column this week in much the same way that I have charged that Marcos has abandoned the original objectives of the peaceful revolution he launched on September 21, 1972, let me go back to the ways by which Marcos had, by his own design or by the manipulation of cronies and relatives, mostly in-laws, betrayed the new society. Although I intended to write extensively about the corruption that vitiated and eventually wrecked the noble and lofty objectives of the projected new society in the Philippines, I will deal in this column and subsequent ones on the transformation of what once was the freest press in Asia into a so-called responsible media whose only claim to freedom now is its untrammeled right to sing hosannas and praises to the president, his wife, and his in-laws, and to print in full, for free, at all times, the empty and highfalutin speeches of Secretary Totted. Abuse of power. Lamentable as it is, the muzzling of the Philippine media under the harsh authoritarian rule of Marcos becomes all the more deplorable when one notices the abuse of power and corruption that accompanied the process of press control. What renders it despicable is that the abuse of power and corruption resorted to in throwing Philippines press freedom to oblivion were crudely conducted with an abrasive posture of coercion, as if done to command everyone outside their circle to behold them as the only chosen few who have a monopoly of wisdom, patriotism, and love of country. It becomes a martial law syndrome in entire worst form. Consider as an early example the pettiness displayed by Presidential Assistant Tuvera and his wife, Kirima, who is the official biographer of the First Lady. On learning that the constabulary commander of the province of Negros Oriental had reopened some months after September 21, 1972, radio station DYRI, which was owned by Silliman University in Dumaguete City, Tuvera flared up, saying the military should never have allowed the station to go on air again. He submitted a note to the president, stating that the Silliman station was staffed by subversives and should be closed down again. Marcos wrote the word approved on Tuvera's note, and the husband of the First Lady's biographer gleefully transmitted the presidential directive to the P Command in Dumaguete City. The PC commander dutifully closed down the radio station anew, but submitted a report disputing the Tuvera accusation. Brig. Cn. Fidel Ramos, constabulary chief, also took up the cudgels for the Silliman radio station. 2.71. Adding, in his communication to the President, that the station was actually being utilized by the PC to broadcast martial law materials and amnesty offers to the communist rebels. It fell on my lot to reopen radio station when I became chairman of the Media Advisory Council. But to preserve good relations with THIRD, I advised the station manager who came to Manila all the way from Dumaguete City to plead for his station to pay a courtesy call on the diminutive presidential assistant. I found out later from Presidential Executive Assistant Jacobo C. Clave that THIRDs were thrown out of the Silliman University long before martial law for the same reason that they are detested up to this time by most Philippine journalists, i.e. behaving as if they alone had a monopoly of the writing ability. If THIRD's crackdown on the Silliman radio station represented abuse of power guided by pettiness, the action of Information Secretary THIRD in refusing to authorize payment of printing bills for the Know Your New Constitution campaign in December 1972, spotlights the corruption that has come to plague what is supposed to be a reformed Philippine society. On THIRD. As propaganda chief, THIRD was put in charge of the information campaign and the new constitution. One aspect of this called for the printing of millions of pesos worth of propaganda materials for nationwide distribution. THIRD, who used to ride the bus during his brief career as a working newspaperman but now has a mansion at the exclusive Quezon City millionaires enclave known as La Vista, concentrated his efforts on the printing jobs, leaving the creative and news management aspects of the campaign to a group unofficially headed by me, in collaboration with longtime friend and loyal colleague, Vicente M. Tainadug. This group had to have guidance from Presidential Assistant Guillermo C. de Vega. The reason behind the unusual interest of THIRD on the printing jobs surfaced later. Since the National Media Production Center could not handle the printing of all information materials, THIRD decided to farm out the jobs to private printers, after he had assessed such state financing institutions as the Philippine National Bank, the Development Bank of the Philippines, the Social Security System and the Government Service Insurance System for P500,000,000 each to help his department defray the printing expenses. THIRD found this job very juicy, as he would later in various phases of the information campaign for the new society. He withheld payment of printing bills, unless and until the 15% commission he demanded was satisfied. In at least 2 cases, THIRD obtained kickbacks from Capital Publishing Company and Theamite Printing Company in the amounts of P75,000.00 and P35,000.00 respectively. The original of the cashed checks with the signatures of the careless Information Secretary are now in the hands of the National Intelligence and Security Agency, which is headed by Gen. Fabian Ver, who is also the commander of the Presidential Security Command. The truth of the matter is that, during the last 2 years or so, I, in collaboration with my colleagues in the Malacanang Press Corps, have been doing the dirty job of making propaganda for the regime, while Secretary THIRD continuously maintained his posture of arrogance in the enjoyment of the power and wherewithal of the DPI, a situation which led coffee shop wags to coin the Z7Z phrase, A/Akatibo ang hirap, nak THIRD ang sarap. Tibo does the dirty work, but THIRD enjoys everything. I advisedly picked the THIRD and THIRD cases to dramatize the abuse of power and corruption that plagued the information and propaganda arm of the martial regime, the state instrumentality that also enforces press control. The role that Gov. Romualdez and his front men, such as Antonio Ayala, Luis Tabuna, Edmundo Baby Ongsiaco, et al., played and continue to play on the suppression of press freedom as well as the various facets of continuing media control in the Philippines necessarily require separate treatment. When I testified before the Fraser Committee on June 17, 1975, in Washington, D.C., I informed the congressional investigation on the status of press control under the martial regime in this wise in a memorandum I appended to my opening statement. President Marcos anointed your humble committee witness as his media confidant and /or hatchet man for purposes which he could not entrust to his official information secretary. 1. In late March, 1973, the President alerted me to form a body or council which would take over from a military-civilian group the responsibility of licensing and policing private media in the Philippines. He officially created the new body, known as the Media Advisory Council, on May 11, 1973, under Presidential Decree No. 191. The creation of MAC and my designation as its chairman gave the final official sanction to my being the President's chief media censor and propagandist, with powers to dictate to all the media owners and/or workers what to publish and what not to publish. No media establishment in the Philippines could operate without a permit or certificate of authority to operate signed by President Marcos and myself as MAC chairman. 2. Even before my appointment as MAC chairman, I had already started performing the task of Mr. Marcos's hatchet man for media and/or for theodalization of media in promoting the ends of Mr. Marcos himself, his frontmen and brothers-in-law. 3. On instructions of the President, I signed a permit that enabled his number one frontman, Roberto S. Benedicto, to take over the multi-million-dollar radio complex which used to be owned by business tycoon Eugenio Lopez, Sr. The son of this tycoon, Eugenio, Jr. is languishing in a military stockade, falsely accused of alleged participation in a plot to assassinate the president. Benedicto has not paid a single cent for the use of the Lopez radio complex. When some of the Lopez caretakers in Manila agitated for payment of rentals to the owners, they were arrested by the military and thrown to the stockade on planted evidence, accused of alleged subversion. 4. On instructions of the President, I also signed a permit allowing the frontman of the President's brother-in-law to occupy the most modern newspaper printing plant in Asia, known as the Chronicle Publishing Company, so they could start publishing a new daily newspaper, the Times Journal. These people are way behind in their grudging payment of rentals, although they are raking a fortune in advertising revenues. 5. With the guidance of the President, I prepared a host of news stories. 2.73. Beamed to specific sectors of the country, e.g. in early October, 1972, when the President got hold of a report that the Supreme Court might invalidate the martial law proclamation because of flaws in the factual basis of the proclamation, he instructed me to publish a series of stories on the massing by thousands of new People's Army rebels in the hills around Manila. In December, 1972, when the President sensed from the tenor of the campaign that the new constitution would not win approval in a plebiscite, he instructed me to publish stories assailing the disruptive effects of the campaign. He subsequently cancelled the plebiscite, on Christmas Day, 1972, after receiving a report that the members of the Senate had met and decided on December 24, 1972, to convene in session on January 23, 1973, pursuant to the 1935 Constitution. Mr. Marcos instructed me to publish a series of news exposing a scheme of the senators to negate the gains of society under martial law. To investigate the acts of martial law and subpoena subsequently some of the dangerous political prisoners from the stockade. In August, 1973, he instructed me to unt a series of stories denouncing alleged stock manipulation by some officials of the Lepanto Consolidated Mining Company, a multi-million-dollar firm which neither Mr. Marcos nor his front men had as yet succeeded in compelling to allow outside participation in their corporate structure, XXX. The internment of press freedom in the Philippines by a dictatorial regime cannot hold for a time. I am sure that Filipino journalists will follow the ways of their ancestors in breaking out of their temporary bondage. The Filipino heritage of struggling for press freedom had a shining example during the early days of American occupation of the Philippines. American authorities passed a strict sedition law to scare off the propagandists. However, the Filipinos continued writing articles and literary pieces which agitated for freedom and reforms. For instance, in Cebu province, the American military authorities even sponsored the establishment of a newspaper, El Nuevo Dia, by Sergio Osmeña, Sr., Rafael Palma, and Jaime de Vera. These three succeeded from time to time in attacking American colonization of the Philippines. The most daring attack ever published was the Aves de Tapana, Birds of Prey. Published by the El Renacimiento in its October 30, 1908, issue, the piece charged Dean Worcester, the Secretary of the Interior, with taking advantage of his official position to enrich himself. Martin Ocampo and Teodoro Cala, publisher and editor, respectively, of the El Renacimiento, were both sued and convicted for libel. Under martial law, the Filipino journalist lost his freedom once more as in the days of Aves de Rapina. Before the imposition of martial law, there were no laws or decrees regulating the operation of the press. The Constitution guaranteed that no laws shall be passed abridging the freedom of the press. No government license or permit was required to publish a newspaper. He was merely accountable under the laws of libel and sedition. But he could not be arrested without a warrant. When Marcos imposed martial law, he did not think the media was a field Primitivo Mijares 2.74. To be greeted with smiles. He took no chances. He would have none of the race off his smiling martial law shine upon the journalists. He was so infuriated with some newspapermen and their lack of restraint in criticizing him. The vengeance of Marcos came not only with the arrest of journalists and the closure of media establishments. He laid down his restrictions on those who would be allowed to engage in media once more. Thus, the directive issued by the newly created Department of Public Information, DPI Order No. 1, required all media to print and broadcast accurate, objective, straight news reports of positive national value, consistent with the efforts of the government to meet the dangers and threats that occasioned the proclamation of martial law and the efforts to achieve a new society. The news media were prohibited from carrying any editorial opinion, commentary, comments or asides, or any kind of political unauthorized or objectionable advertising. The new regulations also expressly prohibited a. Materials that tend to incite or otherwise inflame people or individuals against the government or any of its duly constituted authorities. b. Materials that undermine the people's faith and confidence in the government or any of its instrumentalities. c. Materials that are seditious, not based on facts, or otherwise without definitely established and well-identified verifiable sources, or based on mere allegation or conjecture. d. Materials that downgrade or jeopardize the military or the law enforcement authorities, their work and their operations. e. Materials that abet, glorify or sensationalize crime, disorder, lawlessness, violence. f. Materials that destroy or tend to destroy public morals as well as morale. g. Materials that foment opinions and activities contrary to law. h. Materials that sow or generate fear, panic, confusion, ignorance and vulgarity among the people. During the first few days of the martial regime, Marcos's media policy was erratic. However, he was sure of one thing: the government needs media to disseminate its propaganda. So the Marcos-owned daily express and radio TV network, the Canlon Broadcasting System, which consisted of television channel 9 and 2 radio stations, were allowed to operate less than 10 hours after they were closed down. The resumption of the operations of the Tri Media was in accordance with Letter of Authority No. 1 signed by Marcos. Marcos initially sounded out the Manila Times at about 3 p.m. on September 23, 1972, if it could republish on a temporary permit. Jose Luna Castro, executive editor of the Manila Times Publishing Company, told Todd flatly that his paper would not resume publication on a temporary permit. Besides, he added, there would be no time to summon the editorial staff and employees of other departments to report for work that day. Castro was still angry over the closure of his newspaper and the arrest a few hours earlier of his publisher, Joaquin Chino P. Rosas. The government offer to reopen the Manila Times was never renewed. 2 weeks later, the Philippines Herald was given a permit to operate Primitivo Mijares Z75. Along with its sister radio TV network, including Radio Mindanao Network and Channel 13. Their permit was contained in Letter of Authority No. 2, which was issued following a conference between the President and Jose Soriano, President of the Soriano Enterprises, which included the Herald Tri-Media. However, As the Herald presses were grinding out its first martial law edition, Metrocom troopers came rushing to the DMHM building on Muralla, in Intramuros, Manila, to close down the newspaper for the second time. Secretary Todd explained that the shutdown was necessitated by the existence of a labor dispute within the publishing company. The radio T permits were not revoked. The real story, however, is that Gov. Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez obtained a countermanding order from the president the same evening that the first martial law edition of the Herald was being put to bed. Cocoy at the time was finalizing plans to publish an entirely new newspaper. By late October 1972, he had obtained letter of authority number 3 from Marcos to publish the Times Journal. Cocoy Romualdez, the overnight publisher, initially had the Times Journal printed for his front organization, the Philippine Journalists Incorporated, by the Daily Express. The big deal was that the Daily Express would print the Times Journal on a daily cash basis. He found the arrangement very inconvenient because another Romualdez, Enrique Pocolo, the Daily Express executive editor, would not allow Uncle Cocoy Romualdez to default in his daily payments by more than 6 hours. Cocoy finally eyed the most modern newspaper printing plant in all of Southeast Asia, that of the closed Manila Chronicle. There Cocoy did not have to pay daily through the nose. He arranged for the use by the Times Journal of entire Chronicle facilities, including the editorial offices and electronic typesetting and printing machines, and he did not have to worry about daily payments. He even conveniently forgot to pay the monthly rentals to the Ben Press Corporation. At one time, I was urged by the 900 jobless Manila Chronicle staff writers and employees to remind Cocoy about his failure to pay his rentals. It was from these rentals that the monthly allowance which Eugenio Lopez had decided to dole out to his displaced employees was being taken out. When I did, Cocoy snarled at me, and told me to stop representing Lopez interests. I shot back that I was speaking for the thousands of métier men rendered jobless by martial law. All told, no less than 50,000 gainfully employed persons suddenly joined legions of unemployed with the closure by Marcos of newspapers, radio and television stations. Gerald N. Hill, a former journalism professor at the University of San Francisco who now practices as a full-time lawyer also in San Francisco, made a brief allusion to conditions of the press in the Philippines in making a full-length report on certain aspects of martial law in the Philippines. Here is his report, which I quote with approval. Freedom of the Press and Media in the Philippines Today, February, 1975, is nothing but a memory. Since September, 1972, when President Ferdinand Marcos declared martial law, the Philippine press and media have been completely under the control of the president and his agents. Simultaneously. 2.76. With the martial law declaration, the president ordered the military to seize and close down all newspapers and broadcasting facilities with the exception of his own Daily Express, the pro-Marcos KBS station, and a handful of other publications supporting him. Publishers, editors, and writers were arrested. They remain in prison today. XXX. Officially, censorship was imposed by 2 decrees 2 days after martial law was declared. The first decree proscribed news items detrimental to the government and set up the censorship machinery. The second decree covered all printing and provided that mass distribution of printed material required approval of a new Department of Public Information. The next day the government announced that 6 major daily newspapers were indefinitely suspended from the right to publish. The press control operation was under the control of Don Francisco Todd, who is still the #1 press spokesman for the president. The strongly anti-Marcos Friends of the Filipino People Washington report for February, 1975, claims in the lead article that the news in the 3 daily newspapers now permitted to publish is virtually identical. Dr. Lent has also published a study for the International Press Institute on the press situation in the Philippines. In the study, he depicts various facets of continuing press control. 1. Disciplinary action to editors and writers who, even inadvertently, write contrary to the government lines. 2. The concentration of the press in the hands of Marcos's friends and relatives, and 3. The outright operation of broadcast media by the government. Lent also describes in detail the rise of the underground press published both in the Philippines and circulated from abroad. Despite this overwhelming body of evidence from both impartial and partisan observers, President Marcos declared on the NBC Today show on September 20, 1974, "There is no censorship at present." His full statement is illustrative of his logic. Immediately after martial law was proclaimed on September 21, 1972, we had a censorship decree. I immediately, however, withdrew censorship as soon as possible. There was also a committee that controlled the media composed of the Secretary of Public Information, the Secretary of National Defense and some other members. I dismantled this committee and instead organized, rather directed, that the publishers and the owners and the directors of all the media, the newspapers, television stations, and radio stations organize themselves and that they control the media. That is the status of media as of now. It is not controlled by the government. It is, however, supervised by its sound policemen, the publishers, the owners of radio and TV stations. There is no censorship at present. What he did not say was that by the time the so-called committee was organized, all publishers and media directors were his people. Despite his denial of censorship, President Marcos found it necessary, in anticipation of the next national referendum scheduled for February 27, to issue certain free debate rules for the period February 7 through 21, 1975. The San Francisco-based Philippine News, in a story datelined Manila, describes these rules. The story quotes General Order No. 51, which limits 2.77 printed materials to small handbills and posters 2 by 3 feet. Prohibited are billboards and audiovisual materials. The fettered Philippine press has attracted increasing negative attention from journalists throughout the world. The International Press Institute has demanded the immediate release of publisher Lopez by resolution. Robert U. Brown, in editor and publisher, January 25, 1975, cites the Lopez case and declared that freedom of the press has disappeared in the Philippines. Critical editorials have appeared recently in the Milwaukee Journal, the Christian Science Monitor, the Palo Alto Times, the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin and the Chicago Tribune. Ever the methodical politician, Marcos took stock of the initial confusion concerning the control of media. He took more decisive steps thereafter. He ensured the perpetual captivity of the entire word machine in the Philippines through ownership, censorship, and licensing of media. Marcos initially created a Department of Public Information to take charge of media censorship and licensing. In less than 45 days of martial law, he yielded to military demands that the soldiers share with civil officials in media control. On November 2, 1972, the President created the Mass Media Council. For less than 6 months later, the Mass Media Council was abolished and in its stead was created a Media Advisory Council. 5 MAC operated for 18 months. Marcos found it necessary to resort to another innovation. He disbanded the MAC and reallocated its functions to 2 separate bodies, the Print Media Council and the Broadcast Media Council. *6. The day Marcos announced the imposition of martial law, he reorganized the press office under the office of the President into a full-sized cabinet department, known as the DPI. This was done by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1. Then under Letter of Implementation No. 12, the President funded the DPI with a gargantuan outlay for propaganda and information to the tune of $91 million, roughly $17 million. Marcos was to say later that he didn't realize that Information Secretary Todd had made him sign such a huge budget for nothing. Under the DPI bureaucratic scheme, the President sanctioned the creation of the Presidential Press Office, a Bureau of National and Foreign Information, a Bureau of Broadcast, a Bureau of Standards for Mass Media, a Bureau of Research, Evaluation, and Special Operations, and several regulatory units. The DPI then became the major manufacturer of news, press releases, books, radio and television programs, and even a long-playing album, No Shade But Light, which was a recording of excerpts of presidential speeches. However, the proliferation of agencies under the DPI gave rise to rivalries and clashes between the Civilian Information Office and the military's Office for Civil Relations. The OCR, headed then and until now by Permanent Colonel Nos. Andea, felt that, in matters of censorship, it was supreme over even the DPI. 2.78. To clarify matters, President Marcos promulgated Presidential Decree No. 36 creating the Mass Media Council on November 2, 1972. The decree designated the Secretary of National Defense and the Secretary of Public Information as co-chairmen. The decree provided essentially that no newspaper, magazine, periodical or publication of any kind, radio, television or telecommunications facility, station, or network may so operate without obtaining from the Mass Media Council a certificate of authority to operate prior to actual operation. Such certificate of authority shall be duly signed by the President, and shall be in force for 6 months, renewable for another 6 months thereafter, unless otherwise terminated earlier. Under this decree, the government could grant, deny, or revoke a permit of any media facility. But instead of resolving a jurisdictional dispute between the DPI and the OCR, Presidential Decree No. 36 merely served to formalize what has been going on since September 23, 1972. President Executive Assistant Jacobo C. Clave discovered that PD No. 36 merely served to stress the obvious. It reasserted the arbitrary nature of a martial law regime. The decree did not provide for a procedure of hearing ovulation and conviction. Therefore, he flared and glared at Tuvera for embarrassing the president again by his ignorance. Tuvera, who is not a lawyer, drafted the decree. So, hastily, Clave drafted a general order for the signature of the president in November 9, 1972. Designated as General Order No. 12C, it threw into the exclusive jurisdiction of military tribunals violations of Presidential Decree No. 36. By mid-March, 1973, however, the feuding for jurisdiction over media between Secretaries Todd and Enrile themselves have worsened. All of a sudden, the two cabinet members and their minions wanted a piece of the action on the glamorous media control task of the martial regime. The feuding mired in intrigues the task of processing media applications for permits tore open. It reached a point that whenever either Enrile or Todd had signed a permit ahead of the other, one of them would withhold the needed second signature. Media became more attractive to the censors and licensing agents when show business, including the comely actresses of the stage and film, came under the classification of media. Todd had proved much more opportunistic than Enrile on the matter of venturing into the highly attractive show business. Has set up a process in motion to get even the movie censorship field. It was at this point in time, when Presidential Assistant Guillermo C. de Vega made Information Secretary Todd run practically naked from his sauna bath at the Manila Hilton to the office of de Vega in the Executive Office at 2:30 p.m. on 8. Not even a call from President Marcos could make Todd move that fast. This time he had to. He knew what was in store for him. I also knew what was in store for him because I was in the office of de Vega when Todd was summoned by the presidential assistant from the comfort of an early afternoon sauna bath massage at the Hilton. Ambicioso itong si Todd. This Todd is overly ambitious. If I don't cut him down to size now, he may prove too ambitious to even covet the position of Sir, the President. Stay here, Thibaut. Watch me chop him to pieces, de Vega stated coldly as we waited for Todd. Z7D. Todd arrived with his bodyguards and his usual air of arrogance. Characteristically, he peeped through Gimmo's door and made a Buddha-like sign of obeisance to Gimmo. The presidential assistant spoke softly, telling Todd to come in and close the door behind him. Kid, he started, if you want my job as chairman of the board of censors, for motion pictures, let us go together to the boss, the president, and you tell him straight you want my job. Wading ganianan. Boss. I ka naman, mainit kaagad angulo mo. Let's discuss this, boss, referring to Gimmo. Why do you have to lose your temper, right? Todd declared, with all the humility he could muster. De Vega was sore. Upon his elevation to full-fledged cabinet rank, Tata decided that movie censorship would have to be brought under the jurisdiction of the new Department of Information. As a first step, he summoned Godofredo Camacho, Executive Secretary of the Board of Censors, to his office. Tata told Camacho ex cathedra that censorship of the celluloid magic would be brought within the DPI jurisdiction. How would Dr. De Vega fit into this thing? Camacho asked. Tell him he will have to work under me. I am the new Minister of Propaganda. I am now the number 2 man, next only to the President, in hierarchy of the martial law regime. Tata was reported by Camacho to De Vega as having thus stated. De Vega quoted Camacho's report to Tata almost word for word. Tata tried to stand his ground that movie censorship actually falls within the province of the Information Department. As long as he was the DPI chieftain, Tata declared, he would have to do his duty. Gimo then delivered the coup de grace on Tata. He brought out a sheet of paper which bore the signature of President Marcos. It was Letter of Instructions number 13 placing movie censorship under the exclusive jurisdiction of Board of Censors for Motion Pictures. Tata was all of a sudden a chastened man. He told Gimo he did what he did because he wanted to preempt the military on the matter of exercising jurisdiction over the movie industry. You know very well, my good doctor, that the military people are so heady these days that they would want to place all aspects of government under military jurisdiction. De Vega said he didn't care whatever motivations Tata had for trying to encroach into the movie field. Just lay off, Gimo counseled Tata. De Vega reminded Tata that he had not joined his fellow presidential assistants, Clavy and Tugara, in organizing a palace clique against the DPI secretary. If Tata did not cease and desist in his attempt to poach into Gimo's territory, the clique could be made a triumvirate, De Vega warned. Tata thanked Gimo profusely for having it out with him, instead of, Gimo, immediately teaming up with Clavy and Tugara. He pledged undying loyalty and devotion to Gimo. Tata proved his sincerity to De Vega by subsequently directing his special agents to rent a room at the Hotel Enrico along Padre Fra in Manila. The room was adjacent to De Vega's own suite. From the Tata room, his special agents kept track of people coming in and out of De Vega's suite. Tata wanted a dossier on Gimo. The presidential assistant discovered the Tata espionage later on. That early the royal palace of Ferdinand and Imelda had already acquired one of the distinct characteristics of royalty. The subalterns were clawing at, or zso, axing, each other to protect and preserve powers previously granted by, or to win more such powers IRAM, the ruling duumvirate. Media control did not escape the lengthening tentacles of palace intrigues. Marcos was compelled by the infighting among his subordinates to improvise a different system of press gag. Palace intrigues thereby served as the midwife in the birth of a new censorship and licensing body, the Media Advisory Council, on May 11, 1973. Thus, the Mass Media Council established by PD No. 36 was abolished and in its stead was created the Media Advisory Council. MAC membership consisted of representatives from sectoral media and headed by the president of the National Press Club. I happened to be the NPC president at the time. However, even if I had not been NPC president at the time, I still would have been named by President Marcos as MAC chief. In late March, 1973, Marcos told me and Secretary De Vega that he would like to phase out the Mass Media Council. He had heard of the bickerings between Enrile and Tata over the processing of applications for reopening of newspapers and radio stations. Marcos also had been receiving streams of complaints on the corruption and abuse of power being committed by military men assigned to the Office for Civil Relations and Tata's men under the Bureau of Standards for Mass Media. In the early days of the MMC, Enrile and Tata agreed that the OCR would act as the executive arm of the council. They also agreed that the BSMM would be the technical advisor of the executive arm. In other words, everybody would get a piece of the action. However, when Marcos decided finally on May 4, 1972, on the abolition of MC, he could not very well admit failure of the earlier system of press control. To preserve his own neck, Marcos had to maintain an aura of infallibility. He had to keep up with his bogus omniscience. Nevertheless, he knew that press control, or any other control for that matter, hardly ever worked. His own experience with the import control law, which he drafted in Congress when he was still a congressman, told him that it would work only to feed the hungry mouth of corruption. The import control law had yielded millions of dollars for Marcos then. As he prepared to gun down the military hold on press censorship, Marcos needed to move skillfully to avoid antagonizing Enrile and the defense establishment. He could very well afford to embarrass THIRD as he had done so often before. Enrile, however, was in a position too sensitive to be prematurely exposed to public ridicule. The stripping of power from Enrile would have to be done cautiously and with a rationale that Enrile himself would be happy to accept. It was not only the glamorous job of media licensing and censorship that is being taken out of Enrile's hands. On the other hand, Marcos had to be mindful of avoiding any hint of a confession of failure in the matter of imposing media control. Every move, whether it be impelled by failure or the desire for further successes, must be seized of its utmost propaganda value. To his credit, Marcos is a past master of the art of double talk. He never hesitated to exalt in his mastery of the art. Marcos would not spare even people closest to him the punishment of a double talk. Thus, when he decided on May 4, 1972, to clip Enrile's wings, Marcos convened a cabinet meeting for May 11. He instructed Presidential Executive Assistant Jacobo C. Clave to inform the cabinet members that measures 2.81 towards normalization would be taken up. This was his own way of stressing that martial law was an abnormal situation. It is an abnormality, however, by which Marcos wants to operate the new society normally. The Marcos cover story during the cabinet meeting was that it was necessary that the regime move speedily towards normalization. He pointed out that the Supreme Court decision *7 declaring the effectivity of the new constitution was a mandate for him to normalize certain state functions placed under restrictions by martial rule. Towards this end, Marcos told the cabinet, he was taking media censorship out of the joint responsibility of Enrile and THIRD. We will now ask the media people themselves to police themselves, the president declared. I will promulgate a decree creating a council of newspapermen, to be headed by the president of the National Press Club, to take over the functions of the Mass Media Council. You know that the international media, particularly the American media, have been mercilessly hammering at us for our alleged harsh treatment of the media in the country. I wish those people would understand that we were in a state of war. Now, however, we can probably placate them with this new move we are taking, Marcos declared. Enrile was taken aback. But this was no time to show resentment. Such an act would weaken his standing before the other members of the cabinet. THIRD, since martial law, assumed a posture that he was the next in rank and power to the commander-in-chief. The bright and positive side in him prompted him to act cautiously. In the military establishment, sir, Enrile started, the word of the commander-in-chief is the law. We can only obey his orders, even if we get killed in the process. Enrile could not hide the bitterness in his tone. However, he managed to smile most of the time. Then, assuming an altogether different posture, Enrile complained that the defense establishment was really saddled with jobs that were better undertaken by the civil officials. He reminded the cabinet meeting that the major task of the armed forces was to maintain peace and order and guard against the enemies of the Republic. Oh, yes, Johnny. I know that you have been overworking yourself. That is one of the reasons I think you should be relieved of some of your non-military duties, Marcos intervened. As a matter of fact, in consonance with the decision to move towards normalization, Marcos said, we are also transferring the job of issuing travel permits to the civilian authorities. He said the function of screening applications for travel permits would be given back to the Department of Foreign Affairs. I would like to express the appreciation of the defense establishment, Sir, for taking these non-military functions off our shoulders. We did try very hard, however, to carry out these duties when they were assigned to us by the Commander-in-Chief upon the proclamation of martial law, Enrile declared. Marcos said he was signing a letter of instructions prepared by De Vega. ZSZ. Creating a new travel committee. He announced that Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs Manuel de Colontes would serve as chairman, and Major General Fabian Seaver as its co-chairman. De Vega himself was to be a member of the committee. Upon the declaration of martial law, the function of issuing travel documents was taken over by Secretary Enrile without any specific instructions on the theory of residual powers vested in him as martial law implementer. As a further move towards normalization, the President announced that he had decided to create a new cabinet department, the Department of Tourism, to promote the country's industry aid as a sop to the military. President Marcos revealed that he had decided to create a National Defense College of the Philippines. 9. He said it would answer a felt need for an institution to provide continuing and intensive studies of the diversified problems relative to national defense and security. The attempt of Marcos to cushion the impact of his blows against Enrile was frustrated by his own Secretary of Information. THIRD spoke up to state that his department wholeheartedly support the move towards normalization of press controls. He made the cabinet members understand that the President had told him earlier about the planned changes on media regulation. As a matter of fact, he said he had drafted for the signature of the President a presidential decree creating the Media Advisory Council. Marcos signed the THIRD prepared decree right then and there. However, Marcos was visibly irked. THIRD had maneuvered well for himself, though. He succeeded in avoiding at the moment any impression on the part of his colleagues in the cabinet that the creation of MAC was directed against him. He really wanted to create the impression that shift in media control was confided to him in advance by the President. Conversely, THIRD wittingly or unwittingly isolated Enrile as the only victim of the day's massacre. THIRD was never in on the presidential plan to create the MAC. However, he thought that, in the interest of good relations, I should tell him about the decision to establish the MAC. On May 9, THIRD called up Clave and asked if he had drafted a decree creating the MAC. Clave told him that he and Secretary De Vega have agreed to assign me to draft the decree. In turn, THIRD asked me for a copy of my draft. He caused his legal advisors to alter my draft so that he would be empowered to serve as a vital conduit between the MAC and the President. Clave was actually taking his time during the May 11 cabinet meeting before submitting the MAC decree, which I drafted for the signature of the President. THIRD beat Clave to it by submitting his adulterated draft for Marcos's signature. THIRD was not to have his way on the mechanics of the media censorship. Eagle-eyed Secretary Clave took one look at the THIRD prepared decree. He immediately gleaned that it was drafted with a selfish motive. In the first place, Clave did not approve of the way THIRD had isolated Enrile as the target of massacre. Clave knew from the very start that it was THIRD's incompetency and arrogance that derailed what President Marcos had originally outlined as a 2.83 smooth sailing government management of the media. Clave figured that it was THIRD's way of hitting back at the Locanos in the cabinet of Marcos. Clave confronted THIRD even before the cabinet members could leave the state dining room. "Are you crazy?" Clave demanded to know. The presidential executive assistant declared within hearing distance of the President and Secretary Enrile that the THIRD draft of the MAC decree would make a mockery of the President's decision to take media regulation out of the hands of government. He explained that the THIRD draft provided that all media certificates of authority to operate shall be processed by the MAC and shall be submitted for final approval or disapproval by the President through the Secretary of Public Information. "This means," Clave explained, "that you still want the Information Department to go over media certificates of authority to operate. There won't be any change at all in the procedure." Then, whispering to the President, Clave declared, "Sir, this would look very bad to the military, especially Johnny Enrile. It could be taken to mean that we did away with the military role in media regulation in order to give it exclusively to THIRD." The President was quick to grasp the Clave counsel. He instructed Clave to type immediately a new draft of the MAC decree for his signature before it take lunch. Then, Turning to Todd without concealing his irritation, the president declared, "Next time you want me to sign a decree affecting your department, you course it first through the presidential assistants. I don't want you doing this thing again. I remember that you made me sign a decree giving you P91 million for your department. Why, that's too big a budget and you have nothing to show for it." Todd explained lamely that he thought that media regulation, like the rules for the grant of travel permits for foreign trips, would be taken away from the military and entrusted to civil authorities. Of course, not. Jake, make the draft of the decree read that media regulation will be exclusively handled by the MAC. Anyway, Thibault, who will beta chairman, can consult me directly on MAC affairs, the president declared, and don't forget to mention the official rationale for the draft in media regulation. The official rationale was what the president would want the outside world to believe. He dictated his own ideas to Clave. He wanted it known that the move of the Marshall regime towards normalization was on account of the improvement of conditions in the country during the first 8 months of the new society. He pointed out that the mass media have shown willingness to institute a system of self-regulation and internal discipline within their ranks to the end that no part of media may ever again, consciously or unconsciously, engage or take part in any conspiracy against the government. Any crack in the thin fabric that delicately holds the fragile Marshall rule together must be heavily screened from public view. Certainly, the fact that MAC was a child of palace intrigues and power struggle could not be allowed to filter outside the circle of the ruling clique. However, the move towards normalization in the matter of media and travel regulation was actually a cabinet-level coup which De Vega set up about a week before May 4. The process actually started at a session of the 2.84 Mass Media Council in the OCR building at Camp Aguinaldo in Quezon City. Secretary Enrile was in a bad mood. He had just bawled out an OCR junior officer, Major Templo, for having surreptitiously paved the way toward the grant of a number of MMC permits for various publications, including a weekly newspaper which he eventually tried to convert into a daily newspaper for the Armed Forces. Presently, he turned to Camacho, the secretary of the Board of Censors for Motion Pictures, whom De Vega had earlier named as liaison man between the movie censorship body and the MMC. Enrile demanded to know of Camacho why the BCMP had allowed the advertising of the movie, The Godfather, for exhibition. He pointed out that there was so much violence and other features of the film which were contrary to the new mores and morals which the new society seeks to develop. Camacho replied that it had been reviewed and allowed for exhibition by the BCMP. Enrile shouted, "I don't care, if the picture or any other picture has been approved by the Board of Censors. In my capacity as Defense Secretary, I can order the military to prevent or stop the exhibition of any motion picture regardless of whether it has been reviewed and approved by Guillermo de Vega personally. I want to take a look at that picture." The defense boss issued a direct order to Colonel Andea, the OCR chief, to demand of the BCMP that the movie, The Godfather, be submitted for review by the DND secretary. Camacho reported glumly to De Vega. At the headquarters of the OCR itself, there was glee and the intoxicating smell of success. The Enrile posture on movie censors was the kind of stance which the officers of the OCR have been itching for. However, they could not invade the area of motion picture reviewing since they could not, at their level, risk a clash with De Vega. Now, they can intrude into the De Vega territory with virtual pronouncement of a directive by Enrile. I became concerned with Enrile's posture on film review, particularly as it might affect a benefit premiere showing of The Godfather to raise funds for the National Press Club of the Philippines. The Enrile outburst was reported to me by Estrella D. Alton, who happened to be at the OCR on the day the MM was holding its weekly session. "It looks bad for Guillermo, Thibault." Johnny was in a pugnacious mood, Alton said. "I rushed to Dr. De Vega and reported the incident to him. The presidential assistant told me not to worry. He had been apprised by Camacho about Enrile's threat. Let's find out whom the president would uphold, the ma'am, Imelda, or Enrile," De Vega told me, hesitating. By that time, De Vega had already prepared his battle plans. He knew exactly how the attack on Enrile would have to be made, and where the initial salvo would have to be launched. In any infighting and power struggle among the ranking officials of the martial government, the best way to do battle would be to have the female half of the conjugal dictatorship to your side. De Vega was sure of that side of their ruling triumvirate. De Vega opened up on Enrile with a casual report to the First Lady, Mrs. Marcos. Then, he moved in for the kill by stating that he may no longer be able to perform his job as BCMP chairman efficiently. He explained that Enrile and the military want to invade the movie censorship field by imposing themselves as the higher reviewing authority for films. Mrs. Marcos needed no further Z2S explanations from De Vega. Oo na, talagarig sumaisaba ang military and gayon. Bayon mo at ako ang bahalang magsabi sa sir mo. Oh, yes, the military is getting to be too greedy. All right, let me tell your sir about this, Imelda told De Vega. The look of worry in De Vega's face disappeared. He knew very well that come that same night, the First Lady would certainly talk to the President about De Vega's troubles with Enrile in a demanding tone that would leave the President no choice but to crack down on his defense secretary. That was on May 2. By May 4, De Vega got a buzz from the First Lady. She said that she had already prepared the mind of the President on De Vega's dispute with Enrile. De Vega then decided that it was time to bring up the matter of movie censorship officially with the President. Before the President had time to receive his first caller, De Vega came up to Marcos's desk at the study room. He told Marcos that he would like to resign his BCMP post because of the continuing intrusion of Enrile and the military in the field of movie censorship. Yes, the President said, he has been told about De Vega's complaint. What does De Vega think of the overeagerness of the military to take over movie censorship? The Secretary declared that the unusual interest of the military in film censorship could only be likened to ants flocking to the location of sweet sugar. The President admitted that he himself had received reports on graft and corruption involving the military. Is it possible that, even in the enforcement of media control, military officers are similarly motivated? De Vega answered the President in the affirmative. Right then and there, Marcos decided to strip Enrile of the job of media regulation. We should now make it appear that we are giving back to the newspapermen the job of self-regulation. We will assign Thibaut Mijares to head the new press body, the President declared. Acting further to placate a sulking pillar of his regime, the President then asked, "Oh, ano pa, Gimo, ang nangyayari sa military? What else, Gimo, is happening in the military?" De Vega talked about the graft attending the issuance of passports and travel documents by the defense establishment. That, too, the President decided, would have to be taken out of Enrile's hands. Other than a decision to take media and travel regulation out of Enrile's hands, the President would not do anything more serious. He left the question of graft and corruption unacted upon. His posture of looking the other way around when it came to misconduct involving the military was appalling. And if a helpless civil official in no position to fight back committed misconduct taking to that which De Vega had accused the military of, Marcos would not hesitate to bring down the axe on the erring official. Thus, as a result of Enrile's intemperate outburst and the ensuing power struggle, the Media Advisory Council came into being. The MAC was charged with the duty of passing upon applications of mass media for permission to operate, so that no newspaper, magazine, periodical, or publication of any kind radio, television, and telecommunications facility, station or network may operate without first obtaining a certificate of authority to operate from the Media Advisory Council. But the CAO would not become valid and effective until approved by the President of the Philippines, and would be effective for 6 months, unless otherwise terminated earlier. 2.86. During the lifetime of the MAC, every permit or certificate of authority to operate a mass media facility necessarily had to have my signature and that of President Marcos in order to become valid and effective. This meant that one don't sign any CAO without prior clearance from the President, and the president does not sign any CAO either if I don't show him myself that I have signed it. The Media Advisory Council was not spared from intrigues either. This time THIRD and NRIL appointed themselves as guardians of the new council on the pretext that they wanted to help me run the press regulatory body. THIRD had interfered in the choice of MAC regional coordinator for the Baikal region with station in Naga City. He didn't want me to appoint Salvador Dacer, his compadre and former pimp, to the Naga City post. THIRD viewed this as a declaration of war. I told him Dacer was a man of Gimo. He started sending reports to the president on alleged wrongdoings in the MAC. At about this time too, he felt that I was threatening his perch at the DPI. He had good reasons to be suspicious of me. Marcos was relying more and more on me to implement the day-to-day propaganda program of the new society. For his part, NRIL kept sending his men or writing me notes telling me I should do this or do that respecting the conduct of media regulation. At one time, he threatened to exercise the powers of media regulation by virtue of his residual powers as defense secretary under a martial regime. The common line I took on this NRIL interference or threat was, I will clear what you want with President. As early as December 1973, began proposing to Marcos that the MAC be abolished because it was being hamstrung by intrigues. However, Marcos tolerated the bad fix in which media regulation was mired by his own inaction. Obviously, he thought there would still be some uses for the MAC. This came about February 1974 when Marcos found it necessary to order the MAC to investigate an American journalist, Arnold Zeitlin, bureau manager of the Associated Press in Manila. However, all of a sudden he called me, Secretary THIRD and Bulletin publisher Hans Menza to a conference on October 15, 1974. He said the MAC would have to be abolished because the new society has not convinced the world press that the media regulatory body was an independent entity. Marcos said he would like to reallocate the functions of the MAC to two separate bodies, one for print media and the other for the electronic media. He instructed the three of us to work out the new decree with Clave. By this time, however, neither THIRD nor Menza was willing to work with Clave. THIRD had submitted at the earlier stage of the conference a 17-page letter of resignation as DPI secretary, confessing failure in his job allegedly on account of intrigues by people around the president, not excluding possibly Mrs. Marcos herself, who at that time wanted him out of the cabinet. It fell on my lot to draft the new decree. Clave suggested that I provide in the decree that MAC would organize two new bodies and then bow out of existence thereafter. He said it could be a fast-saving gesture for the MAC and its chairman, especially. I thanked him for his concern, for Clave and I have been very close during our newspapering days. I said I would have no time to do it anyway. I was leaving for the United States on another mission for Marcos. The decree which I drafted provided for the abolition not only of the media 2.87 Advisory Council but also of the DPI's Bureau of Standard for Mass Media as authorized under Letter of Implementation No. 12. The BSMM was never discussed during the October 15, 1974 conference. However, I explained to Secretary Clave that the BSMM would have to be abolished, too, if the president was to make good his posture that there won't be any more government censorship of the press. It was with a mood of vengeance that included the abolition of the BSMM in the draft of the new decree. This office had always sought to exercise media control powers even after the creation of MAC. It reached such a point when the few practicing media men and media owners either complained about harassment by both the MAC and BSMM or tried to make the two agencies fight. On November 9, 1974, Marcos signed and released Presidential Decree No. 576 abolishing both the MAC and the BSMM. The decree was exactly as he have drafted it. It decreed the creation of Print Media Council for all newspapers, magazines, periodicals, journals, and publications, and a Broadcast Media Council for radio and television broadcasting. The two new councils had exactly the same powers which MAC had with respect to their respective sectoral media. However, it no longer possessed the power, as MAC had, to open new media facilities. Although the two bodies are manned by journalists themselves, the president cannot shield the fact that media regulation is still being orchestrated from Malacanang Palace. The timing of the promulgation of the new media decree was again done with an eye to harvesting some propaganda value. It was the eve of the departure of Mrs. Marcos for the United States to inaugurate the Philippine Center in New York. As part of the image build-up, the new decree on media control relaxation was held out as another step towards normalization in Manila. However, all pretenses that censorship had been abolished fell flat. At the height of the hunger strike of Senator Aquino in April 1975, his family, in view of lopsided reporting about it, wrote identical letters to the three leading morning dailies for a paid insertion of Aquino's reasons. These had been embodied in a public document, being part of the record in a Supreme Court case. The editor of Bulletin Today replied, "We will clear first with the military on the matter regarding security matters." The Daily Express answered that since there are certain restrictions imposed on us XXX in this particular case, we felt that we're not free to accept the insertion. The Times Journal did not even bother to reply. This was followed by a request for another paid advertisement to announce the schedule of daily masses being offered to Mr. Aquino. The Daily Express placed a notation subject to approval of editors and that the check in payment thereof will be returned if the ad is disapproved for publication. The other signored the second request. The intensity of press controls under the martial regime has never been fully reported by the foreign press to the outside world. Those critical stories which have appeared sporadically in foreign periodicals barely scratch the surface on true conditions of mass media suppression in the Philippines. The martial regime follows a double standard of press regulation. There is Primitivo Mijares 2.88. A separate standard of treatment for the foreign press representatives, which isa pain tolerance, and another for the native newsmen. But even with relaxed controls favoring the foreign press, Filipino newsmen employed by the wire services and stringers for large foreign newspapers are still restrained by the fact that they and their families have to live under a martial regime. Only non-Filipino journalists either stationed in Manila and coming in as transients on special assignments have been able to write fearlessly about the true situation in the Philippines, including the Muslim rebellion in Mindanao and Sulu. As for Filipino journalists, they cannot write on any delicate affair without prior clearance from the MAC during my time and now from the DPI, or the military, or what have you. For instance, the native newsman could write about the Muslim insurgency only when the president sees some use in publicizing it, as when he has to beam a story to the Supreme Court or to impress visiting American lawmakers that the fighting is going on, and that the Muslim rebels are fighting to plant the communist flag in that southern portion of the Philippine archipelago. But one thing both the foreign and native media men have to suffer is the ineptitude and laziness of Information Secretary Francisco S. Totted. Things seem to have improved since veteran newsman Amante Bigomia, a former Manila Daily Bulletin Malacanang reporter, assumed the post of Assistant Press Secretary in charge of the Presidential Press Office. Bigomia had vowed before never to work for President Marcos, much less under Secretary Totted given the circumstances prevailing before martial law. On account of laziness or plain ineptitude of his Information Secretary, President Marcos has had to devise his own means of propaganda in order to achieve maximum impact on his personal achievements. Most of the time Marcos had succeeded, no thanks to Totted. There have been two glaring Marcos improvisation at propaganda. These involved the Muslim rebellion and the Hook dissidents. On the Muslim sortie, the president represented himself as having flown to Luke, Holo, where he negotiated with the group of Muslim rebel leader Mas Bawang, who had earlier wiped out a company-sized PC patrol single-handedly for their cooperation with the government. It was on the occasion of the reporting made by Arnold Zeitlin, manager of the Associated Press Bureau of Manila, on the Mas Bawang surrender farce that Marcos got irritated. I doff my hat to Zeitlin for his resourcefulness in digging up the true facts. He reported superficially on facts known to me and just a few others, including former Congressman Antonio Requisa, who were involved in the surrender script. Zeitlin reported worldwide that the much publicized meeting between the president and the Mas Bawang group never took place on any spot within the area of Holo Island on the date officially reported by the Department of Public Information and released through the Manila newspapers. Marcos, who had been peeved by the previous non-cooperative posture of Zeitlin on other matters affecting the martial regime, could simply not stand Zeitlin's report, daring to brand him a liar and cheap propaganda stuntman. So he directed me to investigate Zeitlin, and, with the assistance of Secretary of Foreign Affairs Carlos P. Romulo, to brand him a Jewish journalist. Todd himself was privy to the directive given to me by Marcos and Z29. He told me that, to cushion the impact on Zeitlin, he would do a little PR job by notifying the AP bureau chief in advance of the impending investigation by the Media Advisory Council. In his dispatches, which came out in the Pacific edition of the Stars and Strips, Zeitlin categorically gave the lie to the publicity stunt that Marcos, the belatedly much decorated hero of Bataan, Besang Pass and all the other major battles of World War LL*IO dared saunter into enemy territory that was Holo sought out Mas Bawang and his band of rebels in the forbidding caves off Luuk Jungle District, an area, which the conquering armies of Spain, the United States, and Japan never succeeded in penetrating, and, with a show of sincerity and goodwill, convinced Mas Bawang and company to abandon their jungle hideaways and cooperate with him in pacifying troubled Muslim Mindanao. However, the AP bureau chief did not dig deeper for his story. Perhaps he felt that it was beyond the requirements of his profession to go beyond the assertion that the much acclaimed sortie of Marcos into forbidden territory never really took place. Photos of the alleged meeting in Luuk meeting, pronounced as mating, *2 were released to the press, with appropriate captions praising, even expressing concern over the daring and reckless quest for peace and reconciliation by the great new society president. The presidential sortie into forbidden rebel territory was glowingly described as another concrete display by the president of his unrelenting concern to unify the diverse elements of the country. The Mas Bawang surrender is a classic example of just how far the president would go to exploit media to suit his purposes. At the time, President Marcos needed so badly a gimmick to turn the tide of the Muslim rebellion in southern Philippines, where the public armed forces were taking a beating. News accounts moved out by the foreign news services and published by the world press and naturally relayed back to Manila, for the president says only told of the military successes of the Moro Bangsa Army, the fighting arm of the Moro National Liberation Front, which wants complete autonomy for the Mindanao Palawan Sulu region. The impression created was that Marcos could only terrorize with his martial law rule the submissive people of Luzon and the Visayas, but not the warrior-bred, fiercely independent Muslims of Mindanao. So, over the objections of Secretary of Defense Juan Ponce and the ranking armed forces generals, Marcos authorized former Congressman Requisa, a longtime aspirant for the post of Defense Secretary, to contact Mas Bawang, a friend of Requisa in days gone by. Requisa made only one request to Mas Bawang, for him and his followers to talk to the president in Malacanang and any place that the president might designate, and have pictures of such conferences taken by the official palace photographer. The considerations were big. They ran into over 100,000 pesos, P416,000.00, plus the prospects of living luxuriously in a Z90 plush hotel, Hotel Filipinas, in Manila, complete with wine, women, and song prospects which Marcos authorized Requisa to transform into reality, all at the expense of the groaning Filipino taxpayers, and perhaps, the poor American taxpayers, too. With an agreement arrived at, Requisa took Mas Bawang to Manila. President Marcos met the ragtag rebels at Fort Bonifacio, where he arrived on board the presidential helicopter, part of U.S. arms aid to Marcos, and proceeded to a site previously cleared by security men near the Malacanang golf course, where he posed for the palace photographers, shaking hands and talking to Mas Bawang and party near some rocks and big trees. The area was supposed to be the jungle of Luuk. Later, with the president dressed this time in elegant Filipino barong, Mas Bawang and company were herded to the presidential study room at Malacanang, officially received by the president. There, Mas Bawang and followers were given one brand new Armalite rifle each to bring back to Holo and fight the misled rebels opposing government forces. Asterisk 12. Military officers had on a number of occasions protested the coddling by the president of the Muslim rebels. They claimed that Mas Bawang was a bandit and not even part of the nationalistic Muslim rebels in the south. Among the more vocal of the protesters was Commodore Gil Fernandez, commander of the so-called Sulu Sea Frontier Command, who had seen hundreds of men in his command, army, constabulary, navy, marines, die in the hands of the Muslim rebels. He thought that feasting Mas Bawang and his group was a betrayal of the memory of the hundreds of soldiers who had died fighting the secessionist Muslim rebels. Marcos relieved Fernandez of his command and gave him a desk job in the Philippine Navy headquarters in Manila. A few months later, Mas Bawang and members of his own family were killed in an ambush allegedly staged by the Muslim rebels whom he had abandoned. However, some military officers in the Holo area lost no time in gloating that they had evened up old scores with Mas Bawang. President Marcos did not even bother to order an investigation. Obviously, he thought the liquidation of Mas Bawang was a good solution to the problem that he was having with the surrendery who had been bombarding him with requests for appointments of this or that judge or this or that man to a position for the Mindanao government, and some other obviously unreasonable and unconscionable demands. The question that was being asked was, if the troopers in Jato were gloating over the ambush of Mas Bawang and family, who authorized the liquidation. Another brave sortie of Ferdinand E. Marcos that was undertaken for no other purpose than to stage a publicity stunt at a time when the dictator felt that the front pages of the controlled newspapers were publishing nothing but the speeches of Secretaries Enrile and Totted, Generals Espino and Ramos, and expensive but inutile impact projects of the First Lady. It involved a supposed rendezvous Marcos had with Benjamin Sanguio, alias Commander Puza, one of the few remaining commanders of the thinning ranks of Moscow-oriented Z41. Hukbalahop Robles *13, in central Luzon. In this rendezvous, Marcos was supposed to have sought out Sanguio somewhere in central Luzon, entered into a night-long dialogue with him, and finally convinced the hot-headed Stalinist Huk commander to cooperate with the president in restoring peace and order in central Luzon. The truth is that Commander Puza was contacted first by emissaries of former Congressman Eduardo Cojuangco, of Tarlac Province, and his protege Col. Romeo Gayton, chief of the Rizal Province Constabulary Command, who occupied a lesser post in Tarlac Province before the advent of martial law, and induced into meeting the president. Then, with Puza properly frisked forbidden weapons, he was brought to the Malacanang Park, where the president plays golf, and some additional holes and pelota, for the meeting somewhere in central Luzon with the great president of the new society *14. This again was exploited in the news media as another daring and monumental feat of President Marcos. At this time of writing, Commander Puza is still enjoying the luxurious living in Manila and its entertainment spots, courtesy of Filipino taxpayers. However, I would not be surprised at all, if one day, the controlled Manila newspapers would publish a report that Commander Puza was assassinated by the Sparrow units of the New People's Army. Before I left the Philippines on October 21, 1974, for my fateful trip to the United States, I have heard reports relayed to the President that Commander Puza had been denounced by Metrocom troopers for his abuses along the nightclub strip on Roxas Boulevard. I even heard President Marcos telling Major General Fabian Crisologover to warn Congressman Cojuangco that his prized Huk protege should be cautioned a bit on his impulsiveness. News management and manipulation is a forte of Marcos. It was and still is an important part of the fakery and duplicity that marks his political career of perfidy in the stage of Philippine history. As early as when he was still a congressman, I recall, he would walk up to the press gallery of the House of Representatives and ask the newsman, "Ano kayang story ang mapakuyo natin para mapa headline tayo bukas? What story might we concoct so that we can land the headlines of the newspapers tomorrow?" When he was Senate President, and his hold on the number one Senate position became increasingly precarious in view of the manipulations of then-President Diosdado Macapagal and the late Finance Secretary Rufino G. Hecanova, Marcos would call me by telephone in the office or in my humble house in Project 6 Quezon City and feed me and through me, the other reporters covering the Senate beat. ZDZ. With stories on alleged conspiracies being arranged by some Nacionalista senators with the liberals to oust him as Senate president. His objective was to expose the NP conspirators, without naming them, and thereby discourage them with the expose from going through with their plans to help the Macapagal liberals oust him from the premier Senate post. This was with the full utilization of media. As it was then, so it is now, and with greater ease on the part of Marcos, because he controls media in the Philippines by the coercive powers of his martial regime and by his virtual ownership, personally and through in-laws and cronies, of all media establishments in the country. The continuing efforts of the martial regime to smash the New People's Army rebellion throughout the country is an interesting case study in media control. Although clashes between the AFP, Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the NPA, Communist New People's Army, occur daily in the countryside, stories are given publicity only when the AFP either scores a victory or when President Marcos finds the needs to remind the Supreme Court and some visiting foreigners that there is an absolute necessity to maintain martial law because the communist rebellion still constitutes a clear and present danger to the security of the country. Marcos found the need to reassert the martial rule over media when he instructed me in July 1974, to order the Philippine newspapers not to give any publicity to the raid conducted by the Metrocom at the Jesuit novitiate in Novaliches. The embargo was lifted, however, 3 days later when copies of Pacific Stars and Stripes, and subsequent Xerox copies, were circulated widely in Manila, giving the story on the raid conducted by Metrocorn troopers armed to the teeth on a place whose only occupants were foreign priests and nuns in meditation. The version that the Manila newspapers and other media outlets was allowed to publicize made it appear that the raid was conducted with the consent and assistance of the Bishop of Manila, and that subversive elements were captured in the raid. Archbishop Jaime Sin protested not only the raid, which was conducted in a most irregular manner, but also the lopsided martial law government news version that the raid was assisted by the officers of the Catholic hierarchy. For Archbishop Sin and other ranking Catholic leaders of the Philippines, the Novaliches raid was the casus belli they apparently were waiting for to start their active protest against the climate of fear and terror that martial law has instilled among the flock. The signs of growing restiveness among the clergy came just a few days after the news agencies reported the arrest by Jewish security forces of the Greek Catholic Archbishop of Jerusalem for alleged smuggling of arms to Palestine guerrillas operating inside Israel. The Manila newspapers gave the history of the Greek Catholic Archbishop's arrest the usual downplay in their foreign news sections on the inside pages. When the Filipino clergy's restiveness over the Novaliches raid began to gather strength, and following what with the prayer vigil being led by Archbishop Sin himself for the restoration of civil liberties, Marcos, as usual unable to find any creative production by Secretary Totod himself, ordered that the news story on the arrest of the Greek Archbishop be given wide and prominent publicity in the front pages of the newspapers and over the radio and television stations. 2.43. The message of Dictator Marcos came loud and clear: if Sin did not shut up, the same fate could befall him. But the good Archbishop was not to be intimidated, as he took on a more active and determined leadership of the protest movement against martial law's repressive rule in the Philippines. And then, just a few days after the prayer vigil organized by Archbishop Sin at the Manila Cathedral, a passenger bus, JD Transit, was bombed as it Medea Stapa near the defunct Congress building on Padre Burgos Street. In keeping with the original guidelines, newspaper editors called MAC and the DPI for guidance on how they should treat the story. The advice given was that they should ignore it, as if nothing had happened. Only 3 men died in that incident, caused by a hand grenade apparently left inside the bus with a timing device. However, the following day, General Ver, chief of the Presidential Security Command and the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, angrily called up Totod to inquire why he ordered the suppression of the bus bombing incident. Not only that, the good general demanded that Totod direct the newspapers to publish the full details of the bombing incident. Since Narciso Marquez, Jr., chief of the Presidential Press Office at the time, could not get the full story from the Metrocom and the Manila Police Department, he was obliged to get the full story, complete with pictures of the bombed bus, from the office of General Ver itself. Ver had the full story, too. I easily gleaned the objective of the Ver order to publicize the story, which was to beam a message to certain sectors of society that the relaxation of restrictions under martial rule as demanded by the activist clergy, could lead anew to anarchy as had happened inside the JD bus, an anarchy which I am certain was the handiwork of agents of General Ver. Ver was the main instrumentality of Marcos in organizing all those terrible daylight bombings and riots before martial law in Manila. The state of anarchy Marcos badly needed to justify the imposition of martial law in the Philippines. The story of the Philippine media involves not only suppression or concoction of news stories, arrests of media men critical of Marcos or plain display of an insatiable appetite for more worldly possessions. Under martial rule, media is also being utilized to exact vengeance on the enemies of the president, his wife, Imelda, and brother-in-law, Cocoy Romualdez. Let us look at the plight of Ecobedo del Rosario, former editor-in-chief of the Manila Chronicle, and Jose Luna Castro, former managing editor of the Manila Times, both good writers, during their time. They were hired by Cocoy Romualdez as editorial consultants of the Times Journal for quite different reasons. Cocoy wanted to pay a debt of gratitude or show appreciation for the honest broker role played by Del Rosario in effecting a reconciliation between President Marcos and the rampaging Lopez brothers a few months before martial law was proclaimed *I5. On the other hand, Castro was hired to serve the vindictive objectives of Cocoy. Although Joe Luna was a sponsor in the baptisms of one of Cocoy's sons in 1962, this relationship, an important one in a Catholic country like the 2-4. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos, Philippines, did not deter Cocoy from carrying out his plans. He wanted Castro to be his slave, because he had long wanted to get even with the former Manila Times editor for the arrogance and persecutory behavior the editor had shown Cocoy when he has had to go around in 1965, begging the biggest daily newspaper in Manila to use the press statements of Ferdinand Marcos. Cocoy had that axe to grind against Joe Luna, who was a Pampangino and an out-and-out Macapagal sympathizer in the 1965 election campaign. To get even with Joe Luna, Cocoy had the Manila Times editor recruited into the Times Journal in November, 1972, as resident editorial consultant, as distinguished from Del Rosario's position as a non-resident editorial consultant. Since he joined the TJ, Joe Luna has had to suffer the insults of Cocoy every morning, and has had to bear and grin it when Cocoy would lecture to him on how the journalism profession should be practiced. As a further insult, Cocoy repeatedly vetoed attempts of Joe Luna to bring in his brother-in-law, Crispilo Icban, Jr., into the TJ. Hire anybody, except your brother-in-law, Cocoy would shout to Joe Luna. It was in their role as resident and non-resident editorial consultants that Joe Luna and Ernie Del Rosario became the unhappy victims of a presidential order for their dismissal from the TJ. It came about when the Saudi Arabian government, the biggest oil supplier of the Philippines, protested the publication by the TJ of a series of wire service articles on the escapades of rich Arab kings and sheiks. Later on, Cocoy, who was as usual indulging in his transcontinental love affairs, was apprised in New York about the presidential order affecting the editorial staff of his newspaper. He subsequently communicated with Deveja, who, in turn, instructed me to get in touch with Joe Luna Castro and Ernie Del Rosario to reassure them that they would be taken care of, they would still get their pay from the TJ. But Joe Luna considered himself virtually under house arrest. He would not venture outside his house because he was under instructions not to talk to anybody about his dismissal. Now, how would the Arabs react if they found out that the firing of the two editorial consultants was just a palaba? As a matter of fact, Joe Luna Castro is back in harness for the TJ. He was even brought to San Francisco in the middle of March to set up the Western edition of the Filipino Reporter. Rosario Nina Olivares, the ostensible publisher of the TJ, assisted Joluna in setting up house for the Filipino Reporter's Western edition at 611 Post Street in San Francisco. The FRS Western edition was set precisely, according to Alcancel, to serve as a general propaganda vehicle for the Marcos administration, and more specifically, to counteract the damaging propaganda setback for the Manila martial regime AFMI defection and subsequent decision to write a column for the widest circulation Filipino-owned news weekly, the Philippine News, the largest circulated Filipino newspaper in the United States. Champions of the New Society, of which I somehow was one for quite a while, have often argued that the loss of civil liberties, especially freedom of speech and of the press, was a necessary price Filipinos must pay for peace and order, and social and economic progress. General Carlos P. Romulo Hasavan taken the lead in disparaging the relevance of liberal democracy to Z9S. The Conjugal Dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos Fundamental Philippine Problems *16. After almost 4 years, however, the new society is praised only by its chief architects and beneficiaries. And only the controlled Philippine media swallows that line. As a matter of fact, Philippine media have virtually nothing but praise for the Marcos martial regime and the wealth and beauty of Imelda Marcos. On such occasions as his or her birthday, or anniversary of martial regime or of their wedding, the praise for Ferdinand and Imelda becomes almost hero worship. Verily, the curtailment of press freedom will go on in the Philippines. Marcos does not intend to give back freedom of the press to the journalists. However, innovations will be resorted to as demanded by the circumstances to avoid the appearance of government control of media. This will be so, because the martial regime is more concerned with strengthening its powers than implementing basic reforms. The so-called emancipation of the press under Presidential Decree No. 576 is illusory and at best misleading. Marcos cannot convince me that censorship has been abolished. I know how he operates. He operated media control personally through me while I was chairman of the Media Advisory Council. In any case, whether prior censorship has been abolished or not, post-publication censorship has not ceased. This is done through the licensing power. The sword of Damocles that hangs over the head of Philippine mass media is the reason for the timidity of media men under the martial regime. The antagonistic attitude of the military towards the mass media was developed by Marcos himself. Marcos successfully convinced the military that most mass media people were communist sympathizers. This was the reason for the wholesale closings and arbitrary arrests of publishers and journalists known to be hostile to Marcos as martial law was imposed. The army assumed an attitude that the mass media were directly responsible for the growing discontent of the past years. Marcos beefed up this posture by placing the initial job of censorship in the hands of the military. As the first media censors of the dictatorship, the military remained sensitive to any adverse publicity against the defense establishment or their ruling duumvirate in Malacanang. With the mass media reduced to docility, people naturally found outlets for saying things. They resorted to rumors. Rumor-mongering then became a major source of trouble for the martial law administrators. Marcos signed a decree declaring rumor-mongering a crime treatable by military tribunals. Rumors and the spreading of rumors were not only banned, but were decreed subversive, ipso facto. Major General Fidel Ramos, chief of the Philippine Constabulary, declared that rumor-mongers and those who thrive on fishing out false information inimical to the public welfare or that would tend to make the people unduly worried or jittery will be arrested and detained. In this instance, the rumors alleged that the constabulary was conducting house Z96 to house nighttime searches in various zones around Manila, a practice reminiscent of the Japanese occupation. Subsequently, the rumors were confirmed, but not in the Philippine news media. In another instance, Baldomero Oliveira, a veteran newspaperman and founder of the Philippine News Service, was arrested and detained for 2 months for delivering some offhand, humorous comments about President and Mrs. Marcos. He was charged but never tried for spreading rumors. Oliveira actually resorted to humor-mongering. One of the worst cases of rumor-mongering that I have had to handle involved the publication of a parody of Prometheus Unbound in the Focus Philippines weekly news magazine. It was a poem of 22 lines. The first letter every line read Marcos Dictator Hitler Tuta downward. The piece was obviously intentionally written for the Focus Philippines to embarrass its owners, presidential assistant Tugvara and his wife, Kirima. The news magazine was already in circulation 2 days before the planted poem was discovered. Of course, it was not a discovery at all. The clever author, really made sure that the Focus Philippines edition containing the parody was already in circulation before calls were made to students at the University of Santo Tomas, then to the MAC, DPI, OCR, and Focus offices to protest the publication of a slur against the president. The rumor spread like wildfire. In this particular case, all the president's men coordinated their efforts to retrieve copies of the Focus magazine. Only about 100 copies could be recovered. It was the best-selling edition of the Focus magazine. On his own, Secretary Totted fired off a memorandum to the president suggesting that the Focus magazine be closed down. Totted likewise called me up and suggested that I recommend to the president that the magazine certificate of authority to operate be revoked. When I took up the matter with Marcos, he vetoed my proposal to close down Focus magazine. However, he directed me to post censors in every mass media office. From now on, he said, we will be strict again. It was evident that the thick hide of the dictator has been pricked. Focus magazine was actually given a permit by the defunct Mass Media Council in November, 1972, to operate as a semi-government organ. Of course Tugvara had made sure earlier that Marcos gave prior approval to the magazine project. It was Marcos's approval that was taken to mean by the MMC as a directive to approve the publication of Focus. Later, however, Tugvara changed his mind and had his wife, Kirima, publish the Focus as a private undertaking taking in commercial advertising. But Tugvara refused to change his mind about the printing of Focus for free by the National Media Production Center. There was no justification for Focus, other than the greed of the Tugvaras to make use of government printing facilities for private ends, to masquerade as a government organ. The Marshall regime already has its own official mass media agencies which are supported with government fund through the Department of Public Information and the NMPC. A plethora of newspapers, magazines, and broadcasting stations outwardly owned by government agencies compete with private media in dishing out propaganda to the general public. The DPT's Bureau of National and Foreign Information publishes such periodicals as The Republic and Philippine Prospect. The National Media Production Center regularly issues Philippines Today, ZHL, Government Report and Philippine News. Tugvara edits Government Report for the NMPC. There is one government television channel, TV4, and half a dozen radio stations operated by the Philippine Broadcasting Service, a unit of the DPI's Bureau of Broadcast, and one station operated by the Voice of the Philippines, a unit of the NMPC. In the United States, the two major propaganda organs of the Marshall regime are the Filipino Reporter and the Manila Journal. The Filipino Reporter was originally New York-based and started out by former Manila Times military reporter Libertito Pelayo as an independent organ. However, economic necessity compelled him to sell out his Western edition to the Marshall regime. Both the Filipino Reporter and the Manila Journal are directly controlled as to financing and editorial content by Gov. Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez. Funds for these two organs are raised most of the time by Cocoy from President Marcos' contingent fund and from the Department of Public Information. The Manila Journal, which, like the FR, is mailed free to former Balikbayans in the United States, is printed in the Philippines in the printing facilities of the defunct Manila Chronicle and airlifted free of charge every week to San Francisco. From time to time, subsidies are dished out by Cocoy to various Filipino publications in the United States. The Philippine Mail in Salinas and the Bataan News in Sacramento, California, are among the part-time organs of propaganda of the dictatorship in the Philippines. To their credit, the Independent Philippine News, published by Alex Esclamado in the West Coast, the Philippine Times, published by Edwin Oliveira in the Midwest, and the monthly Ningas Kogon, published by Loida Nicholas Lewis in the East Coast, have rejected overtures that they receive funding from the martial law regime. There are other radical news sheets published in the United States which the long arm of Marcos's operatives in the U.S. have not dared attempt to buy out. Among them are Silayan, monthly of the National Committee for Restoration of Civil Liberties in the Philippines, Tumbuli, of Chicago, a 4-page newsletter of the Union of Democratic Filipinos, Pahayag, of Honolulu, a 12-page mimeograph monthly of a group of concerned Filipinos and Americans, Philippine Information Bulletin, bi-monthly of Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Katipunan, of Oakland, Bangon, of Ann Arbor, Michigan, Makibaka, Connecticut periodical of the NCRCLP, and Tanikala, New York bi-monthly of the National Association of Filipinos in the U.S. A radical underground press continues to flourish back home in the Philippines, while the official and anointed private media pamper the Marcos dictatorship. Declared illegal by the dictatorial regime, progressive groups have become even more prolific and vitriolic in the secret newspapers, newsletters and leaflets condemning Marcos as being dictatorial, pointing out the future of martial law programs and calling for nationwide resistance. The most open of the anti-martial law news sheets came out originally under the logo of Various Reports, a mimeograph news sheet published by the Association of Major Religious Superiors. When I was chairman of the MAC, I chose not to interfere in the affairs of the major religious superiors, as I found their product most interesting and informative. However, when Brig. Gen. Hans Menze, the former presidential aide, assumed the chairmanship of the newly ZH8 established Print Media Council, he ordered the AMRISP to cease publication immediately because Various Reports did not have a permit from Menze's council. The AMRISP bowed to Menze's demands, but came out with a similar product, under the logo this time of Sign of the Times. The new product was no different from the original one. The AMRISP served notice it would not under any circumstance capitulate to Menze's demands. The following have appeared off and on as underground publications since the advent of martial law: Bangon, The Report, The Rebel, Pandayan, Angdongbayan, Bagongmug Ng Manila, Kalangat Ko, Talabarig Bayan, Herald of the Country, Ulos, Spear, Citizen, and Tinag Ng Masa, Liberation Pilipinas. Dare to Struggle, Dare to Win, People's Courier and Clenched Fist. These periodicals, as well as chain letters and Xeroxed copies of banned materials, travel national and international networks as their readers take seriously the request in the logotypes, pass this newsletter on to a friend after reading. In the Philippines, the papers are distributed in markets, on campuses and even door to door, despite the threat of at least 6 months imprisonment for possession of them. Today, media ownership is more concentrated than before martial law. To mention a few, the Daily Express, Evening Express, Filipino Express, Express Week magazine, as well as TV channels 4 and 9 together with more than a dozen radio stations of the Canlan Broadcasting System, KBS, are controlled by Ambassador Roberto S. Benedicto and Enrique P. Romualdez, the First Lady's cousin. An affiliate, TV Channel 2 of the Barangay Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, operates from the same KBS center. The ownership structure of TV Channel 13 is nebulous, but TV Channel 7 is controlled by Guilberto Duavit, a former presidential aide. Bulletin Today and its sister publications, Liwayway, Banawag, and Bisaya, are owned by General Menze, a one-time senior presidential aide-de-camp. Times Journal and its other periodicals are owned by Governor Benjamin Romualdez, the First Lady's brother. Even Kiramapolitan Tugvara, the First Lady's official biographer, has her own string of mass media establishments in addition to Focus Philippines. Kirama owns the Orient News, a Chinese-English daily, for circulation in the Chinese community, and the Evening Post, an afternoon daily. The present ownership of mass media facilities in the Philippines leads to a more official rationale, because there are several, for the harsh treatment of journalists and publishers upon the declaration of martial law. Marcos had said that it was necessary to dismantle the oligarchic structure of the old society media and to create a government-supervised new society media. He claimed that the old society press was too sick to heal. He said it was beyond reform and had to be replaced completely. Well, it was completely replaced by his cronies Roberto S. Benedicto, Gilberto Duovit, Cocoy and the Tuveras. These groups have constituted themselves into neo-oligarchic publishers. If the media industry under the dictatorial regime in the Philippines is in amas, the lot of the practicing journalist is worse. Although there have been assurances against future arbitrary arrest, any journalist is still exposed to the anger of being arrested on some grounds entirely unrelated to his professional undertaking. Filipino newsmen have not forgotten that those journalists who were picked up in the dead of night when martial law was imposed, were arrested allegedly for being participants or for having given aid and comfort in the conspiracy to seize political and state power in the country and to take over the government by force. Yet, not one of them was ever charged with such an offense. The government has had to release them provisionally. No wonder, the International Press Institute, at its convention in Zurich in May 1975 unanimously withdrew the recognition accorded the Philippine National Committee on the ground that a free press does not exist in the Philippines. The institute waited for 3 years before taking such drastic action, hoping year after year that the press situation in the country would improve. It deferred action on the Philippine case at its Jerusalem General Assembly in June of 1973 and again at the Kyoto General Assembly in May of 1974. In 1975, it was constrained to suspend the Philippine Committee. Juan Quijano reported that the IPI came to the conclusion that its hope that the situation of the Philippine press would improve has become evanescent. For martial law is antithetical to a free press, it cannot coexist and it has not coexisted in the Philippines for the past 4 years. Like all other freedoms which are our birthright under the Constitution, it can never be truly restored so long as martial law continues. 4 former presidents of the National Press Club are on the forefront of the struggle for restoration of democracy in the Philippines. They are Antonio Zumal, who is out there in some dark hideaway in the suburbs of Manila grinding out the underground press, Eddie Monteclaro, who is on self-imposed exile in Chicago where he works as copy editor for the Sun-Times, Amando de Ronilla, who chose to settle down in Australia and work for the Sydney Herald after being given a travel permit in late 1975, and I, in my humble way, Enthuist Coast. The 4 of us are ranged against a friend, Teodoro F. Valencia, who has tried very hard to be a Marcos defender in hopes, perhaps, of succeeding Maine having that vital direct access to the president. He has not gained any success, I understand, despite the fact that he has become the chairman of the Broadcast Media Council. Valencia, like any other practicing media man in the Philippines, is still subject to censorship as originally ordained by Marcos when he imposed martial law. The fact that censorship is still a bludgeon held by dictator Marcos over the heads of media men in the Philippines is indicative of his own sense of instability. Censorship, an ancient sage once said, is always a symptom of a frightened leader. 300. Chapter 13. American tax dollar abets RP. Repression. The nascent imperial dynasty in a country for which the United States had spent billions of hard-earned tax dollars for training in a democratic self-government will continue to nag the conscience of America. Martial rule by Marcos in the Philippines continues, and can only continue because of the direct and indirect support that the United States government, as distinguished from the more sensible American people who contribute their hard-earned money in taxes paid to Uncle Sam's coffers, extends to the Marcos military dictatorship. And so, for as long as there is martial law in the Philippines, with its continuing repression of dissent and of the press, torture of political prisoners, and reallocation of the country's resources to a few families, so long must the conscience of America be tortured. The sad and unfortunate fact is that not only were the billions of dollars and 46 years of investment to make the Philippines a show window of American democracy in Asia wasted, but that millions more of dollars are still being wasted by the United States government on the dictatorial martial regime of Marcos. 4. Verily, a refined Watergate scandal in the Philippines continues to foist itself upon the hapless Filipinos, deriving strength and vital support from the fact that hard-earned American tax dollars are propping up the martial regime in Manila. While the United States assistance to the Philippines, started as early as 1946 to the newly independent Democratic Republic and still being continued in increased amounts to the Marcos dictatorship, is not really much in terms of dollars, and compared to assistance extended to other countries around the globe, the fact that it is given at all, with the undeniable implication that its grant is a direct support of the repressive martial regime, is what really counts. It serves as a stabilizing factor to the authoritarian regime, while it deters any massive opposition that could compel Marcos to restore democracy in the Philippines. It is heartening to note though that the United States Congress has started a review of the foreign assistance program of Uncle Sam. As a result of exhaustive investigations conducted by its Committee on International Relations, the full House of Representatives voted in mid-September, 1974, to tack onto the $2.87 billion foreign aid bill a provision that no economic aid be provided to the government of any country which engages in a consistent pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, including torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges, or other flagrant denials of the right to life, liberty and the security of a person. Although the Philippines was not mentioned by name, it was very evident that the Marcos regime's repressive character was very much in the mind of the members of the House, who voted 144 to 155 in favor of the provision as introduced by Rep. Tom Harkin, D. Laua. The Subcommittee on International Organizations of the House International Relations Committee held extensive hearings on suppression of 3OL. Human rights under the Marcos military regime last June. The U.S. Senate tacked onto its own version of the foreign aid bill more stringent restrictions that would deny U.S. aid to countries practicing the internment of political prisoners. But this terrible blow to Marcos's face by both chambers of the U.S. Congress may not have its desired effects at the moment. Marcos is a very shrewd man. He believes that his newly established alliance with Mao Zedong elevates him to a position of strength in bargaining for better terms on the Philippines-United States defense arrangements. Mr. Marcos realizes that the U.S. government, whether it likes it or not, is in no position to destabilize his martial regime, at least not until after the American presidential elections of 1976. Mr. Marcos has taken cognizance, however, of the new portentous wind blowing in the U.S. Congress concerning the re-examination of U.S. aid policy towards the Philippines. It was precisely in anticipation of this re-examination tasked by this congressional committee, that Mr. Marcos started beaming messages all over that he himself wants such a re-examination of all Philippine treaties with the United States. He had hoped that, since he himself had already called for the re-study, the U.S. Congress would no longer do that. At the same time, Mr. Marcos started preparing the minds of the Filipino people to the possibility of a cutback or complete denial of U.S. aid to the Philippines. His gambit is to claim later, if aid be really cut or denied, that he himself had asked for such action from the U.S. government because aid was being given under terms so iniquitous and derogatory to the self-respect and dignity of a free country as the Philippines is. Marcos is a master of TNE's strategy of preemptive strike. The regime's propaganda line was to the effect that the American assistance to the Philippines is not really much, only about $100 million a year. The line now being mouthed by Manila's press under the baton of President Marcos himself, is that the $100 million U.S. aid is less than 5% of the country's export income, and could easily be made up for by resources available to the Philippines, if finally cut off. In any case, so the propaganda line goes, the major portion of U.S. aid goes anyway to salaries and maintenance of U.S. personnel administering the aid, that U.S. aid personnel are in turn given access to high councils of government, with opportunities to spy, meddle and spread gossips and rumors disruptive of the aims of the authoritarian regime. In my testimony before the Fraser Committee, I also raised the following points respecting the misuse of U.S. aid to the Philippines. 11. Dictatorship entrenched by U.S. aid. Aside from plundering an entire nation, the conjugal dictatorship is also misappropriating United States military and other assistance to get itself entrenched in power and for its personal glorification. As a matter of fact, the continuing grant of U.S. military and economic assistance to the Philippine government is underscored boldly by the Marshall regime as an unmistakable show of support and endorsement by Uncle Sam for the authoritarian regime. Not only is American aid misrepresented to show American support for the dictatorship, but the financial and material aid that pour in from the U.S. are actually misused directly or indirectly by the regime. 30Z. 1. American-made weapons and ammunition, given as assistance or sold in credit or paid for U.S. financial aid, are used by the regime of President Marcos to maintain a large standing army whose main function is to ensure the stability of his rule by repressing political opponents and business rivals. 2. A greater portion of U.S. military assistance is supposed to be allocated for counterinsurgency projects. But they actually go to the Maintenancio of the Presidential Security Command, now the most powerful command in the country's armed establishment, and the Philippine Constabulary. Both commands are Mr. Marcos's main armed forces units of repression. They maintain the military stockades where thousands of political prisoners are held without charges, without trial. The Presidential Security Command provides the manpower recruits for the National Secret Police, which Mr. Marcos caused his chief security man Major General Fabian Ver to organize by virtue of a decree, entitled the Internal Security Act. 3. In the field of economic assistance, agricultural and infrastructure projects funded with U.S. aid are awarded to contractors with whom President Marcos or his front men are tied up. In road construction, for instance, the big projects are awarded to the Construction and Development Corporation of the Philippines, a multi-million peso contracting firm where the front man of Mr. Marcos is a Mr. Rodolfo Cuenca. 4. In health, education, and cultural fields, which are funded in parts of U.S. aid program, only projects that improve the image of the dictatorship in the eyes of the people get priorities. 5. In the purchase of medicines by the Department of Health, part of which is funded with U.S. aid, the greater bulk of the purchase order, about 60%, goes to the United Drug Company, the biggest pharmaceutical firm in the country, which is owned by the front man of the president in the drug business, a Mr. Joselito Campos. 6. A glaring example of the misuse of U.S. aid is the case of the Hercules C-130 cargo plane given by the U.S. Air Force to the Philippine Air Force. Hardly had it been turned over, when the provincial rest house of the Marcoses in Barrio Olat Tolosa, Leyte Province, was burned down by disgruntled barrio folks. Among those who set the sprawling rest house afire were people who were practically evicted from their small lots which surround the Olat rest house. Their properties were forcibly purchased from them so the vacation compound could be expanded. The compound was burned down in late May. Since the birthday celebration of the First Lady, on July 2, 1974, was just a month away, their rest house had to be reconstructed at all cost. Mrs. Marcos has already invited her international jet-set friends, headed by Mrs. Christina Ford. So, construction materials, e.g. cement, hollow blocks, and lumber, etc., were airlifted from Manila to Tacloban City, which was the nearest airport to Barrio Olat, by 303 Philippine Air Force planes, mainly the C-130 Hercules plane, in order to complete construction of the destroyed area on time for the birthday bash. The same Hercules plane ferries the numerous security men who go with First Lady on her trips abroad. The same plane was used to ferry numerous billboards and printed materials extolling the virtues of the conjugal leadership for the inauguration of the Philippine Center in New York last November, 1974. 7. The female half of the conjugal dictatorship is responsible for the failure of most foreigners, especially top officials, to detect the dictatorial nature of their regime. It was her decision that, whenever U.S. government officials and newspapermen come to Manila, the uniformed sentry guards at the Malacanang barricades should be removed, barricades and all, only when they leave are these signs of martial rule restored again. The National Coordinating Committee of the Anti-Martial Law, Philippines, movement came out recently with a very well-researched paper, entitled The Logistics of Repression, which was actually a report on the volume, forms, and functions of the U.S. military assistance to the martial regime of Marcos. It was published initially in the Philippines Information Bulletin, Volume IL, NOS 2 and July 3, 1975. I am reproducing the report here under with approval, but I have taken the liberty of editing it in some portions. General considerations. Ever since the imposition of martial law in the Philippines in September 1972, American policymakers have suffered from an inability to clarify exactly what a stance of non-interference in the internal matters of the Philippines means in practical terms. Thus the contingent of the Department of Defense during the congressional hearings on the 1974 military assistance proposal could apparently find no contradiction in claiming that while the U.S. government viewed the installation of martial law regimes in Korea and the Philippines as constituting internal domestic changes undertaken by a sovereign nation, *1 it was nevertheless actively providing the Philippines martial law regime with military assistance designed to provide mobility, firepower, and communications, the three basic elements required to combat insurgency forces. *2. *1. U.S. Congress, House Appropriations Committee, hearings, Foreign Assistance and Related Agencies Appropriations for FY 1974, Washington D.C., Government Printing Office, 1973, p. 1377. But whatever might be the ambiguities of administration policy at the rhetorical level, at the behavioral level, it is quite clear that the United States is intimately involved in propping up the Marcos martial law regime. Distinctions between support for an abstract central government engaged in nation-building *3 and support for the concrete power group that manages that government become quite meaningless at the practical level when the latte utilizes an American-equipped and American-trained army and police to abolish civil liberties, destroy the opponents, and wage an extremely destructive war against national minorities seeking redress of their legitimate grievances. Such 304 rhetorical distinctions in fact begin to sound insincere and suspicious when levels of military assistance increase and increase sharply, as we shall document with the advent of the dictatorial regime from the levels of aid to the previous democratic state. *3. Under conditions of martial law, providing military aid for the purpose of assisting the Marcos government crush insurgency has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Contrary to its proclaimed intentions of restoring law and order, the martial law regime, with its reliance on repression and its familiar tactic of branding all dissenters Christian, Muslim, or nationalist as Maoist or Maoist-inspired, has actually generated the widespread expansion of armed, organized opposition inasmuch as this remains the only effective means of civil dissent possible. Government by armed repression has not created the desired Kissingerian goals of order and stability but merely radicalized the methods and goals of most opposition groups. Whatever might have been the case prior to martial law, it is quite clear that insurgency with its connotations of small-scale and uncoordinated brush-fire acts against public order which lack widespread popular support has become an inappropriate term for the armed resistance to martial law carried out by the Muslims in the southern Philippines and the New People's Army in the north. The Muslim resistance can be fitted into the conceptual straitjacket of insurgency only with great difficulty, as a recent New York Times news analysis notes. For the sake of perspective, it is worth bearing in mind that with an estimated 16,000 men under arms, it is roughly twice as large as the biggest communist movement going, in Southeast Asia, that of Thailand *4. It now practically covers the whole of central and southern Mindanao as well as the Sulu archipelago, and as numerous eyewitness journalistic accounts have consistently confirmed, enjoys widespread popular support. Insurgency has also become an inappropriate description for the anti-martial law activities of the New People's Army. The Marcos government itself admitted in early 1974 that the NPA had expanded its activities to areas in the Visayan Islands and Mindanao *5 from its pre-martial law base areas in northern and southern Luzon. *5. New York Times, January 13, 1974. The island of Samar, which lies next door to Leyte, the provincial bailiwick of Mrs. Imelda Romualdez Marcos, has become, according to the Far Eastern Economic Review, one of the NPA's expansion areas. *6 The number of NP irregulars, according to the estimates of the Philippine Army, which has traditionally belittled the size of the insurgent group, has increased since martial law to 2,266 *7 with the support population numbering many thousands more. 3 OS. Given these considerations, it is difficult to avoid the judgment that U.S. military aid to Marcos like U.S. military intervention in Cambodia in 1970 must bear a special responsibility for generating widespread civil disorder and accelerating the development of civil war, as opposed to merely insurgent situations in many parts of the Philippines. Pre-martial law and post-martial law levels of official military aid. While the policy rhetoric of the administration with respect to the Marcos regime has been filled with ambiguities and contradictions, there is no ambiguity about the sharp increases of the levels of aid to the Marcos regime after martial law. Military Assistance Program, MAP. Since 1946, grant aid under the Military Assistance Program has made up the biggest component of the military aid package to the Philippines. MAP grants to the Philippines were erratically declining in the period before martial law but began to experience a steady upsurge after martial law. MAP aid in the 3 years after martial law came to $7.8 million more than the total for the 3 years before martial law, as shown in the Consolidated Military Aid Table on page 5. Foreign Military Sales Credits, FMS. Prior to martial law, the Philippines had no access to credits extended by the U.S. government for the purchase of arms and military equipment under the Foreign Military Sales Program. FMS credit, according to the Defense Department, is the bridge leading allied and friendly countries from dependence on MAP grant aid to that state of self-sufficiency in which they can purchase for cash the military equipment and services they require. *8. Department of Defense, Foreign Military Sales and Military Assistance Facts, Washington, Department of Defense, 1974, p.4. The basic policy regarding the pace of transition, Vice Admiral Ray Pete asserted during his congressional testimony on May 31, 1973, is to phase out the grant aid, MAP, as fast as we can in any country and convert to FM sales. *9. However, whatever might be the case with other American client states, the policy enunciated by Admiral Pete has not been applied to the Philippines. $8.6 million in FMS credit were extended in 1974 and $7 million in 1975, but instead of being balanced by cuts in the MAP component, as the basic policy would lead us to expect, they were in fact accompanied by an increase of $5 million in MAP aid in 1975. Excess defense articles. Turning to the third major component of military assistance, the transfer of excess defense articles, we find an even more noticeable pattern of increase after martial law. Whereas in the 3 years before martial law only $7.2 million worth of excess military equipment was transferred to the Philippines, in the 3 years after martial law, FI 1973-1974, 1975, transfer amounted to $21.8 million. The sharp increase in the 306 value of excess defense articles delivered may be interpreted as the successful outcome of Mr. Marcos's campaign to gain access to surplus military equipment in Vietnam. As he declared in an interview with the New York Times in early 1973, after the conclusion of the Paris peace agreements, we would understand a shortage during the Vietnam War. But we certainly would like access now to what has been declared surplus materials. 10. New York Times, April 13, 1973 *. In 1973, the largest single equipment transfers in years took place, according to a Washington Post correspondent, with the United States. Turning over 16 surplus C-123 military transport planes and 4 C-47 transports. 11. The Washington Post, June 6, 1973 *. In 1974, excess defense material turned over to the Philippines amounted to $10.7 million above the 1973 figure. In this regard, it is significant that in June 1974 Admiral Noel Gaylor, then Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Forces whose office controlled the disposition of Vietnam surplus materials, was awarded the Philippine Legion of Honor, being specifically cited for exceptionally meritorious and distinguished service rendered to the Republic of the Philippines, to enhance the development and modernization of the armed forces of the Philippines by accelerating the delivery of critical equipment and supplies. * 12. Ship transfers. Like the value of excess defense articles, that of ship transfers, the fourth major component of the military aid package, experienced a sharp increase after martial law, whereas the value of naval vessels transferred to the Philippine Navy and Coast Guard came to $1.8 million in 1972, in 1973 it came to $22.8 million. It is significant that although only about $4 million worth of naval vessels were originally programmed for transfer in FY 1973 during the congressional hearings of June 1972, *13. The final value of ships transferred during that fiscal year came to almost 6 times that figure and represented what was perhaps the most expensive yearly transfer of naval vessels in the post-war history of American military assistance to the Philippines. The unforeseen increase in naval material assistance was most probably triggered by the need to support the Marcos regime's campaign to suppress the Muslim resistance to martial law which erupted in the Sulu archipelago and southern Mindanao in late 1972, a campaign which has relied heavily on naval supply operations, naval interdiction of rebel movements, and the launching of marine-type offensive operations. Military Assistance Advisory Group, MAAG. Military assistance in the form of the Joint U.S. Military Advisory Group, JUSMAG, was valued at $1.70 million in 1975, up from $1.4 million in 1972. The number of American military and civilian advisors was equal to that prior to martial law, 49 to 50 military men and 9 civilians. * 14. But stability in this case was in fact a gain, especially in view of the regional cutback in MAAG strength stemming in part from congressional pressure. MAAG personnel in the East Asia-Pacific region were reduced by about 28% between 1972 and 1974. * 15 JUSMAG has in fact been one of the better staffed military advisory missions in the world. In 1974 it was the 10th largest in size of 47 country missions, being larger than any country mission in Latin America and Europe and bigger than the teams in, among other U.S. allies, Japan, Indonesia, Australia, and Pakistan. * 16. Officer training. The only component of the military aid package to decline relative to pre-martial law levels was officer training. Whereas $1.1 million in MAP funds was earmarked for the training of 453 Filipino officers in 1972, $899,000 was allocated for 400 officers in 1973 and $631,000 for 292 officers in 1974. The post-martial law cutbacks had little practical significance, however, inasmuch as the Philippines has traditionally had an extremely swollen annual contingent in the MAP training program for foreign officers. Between 1950 and 1973, a total of 14,745 Filipino officers were trained under MAP, making the Philippines the 8th largest contributor of 72 foreign countries involved in the program. * 17. Indeed, even with the reduction of Filipino trainees in 1973 and 1974, The Philippine contingent trained during these 2 years was the sixth largest of 47 participating national contingents, outstripping even such traditional map training program stalwarts as Taiwan, Turkey, Greece, and Japan. Conclusions. Comparing the levels of total U.S. military assistance in the 3 years after martial law, we see an increase of about 100% in the latter period, from $60.2 million in FY 1970 to 72 to $118.8 million in 1973 to 75. The increase in military aid was particularly sharp in 1973, the first year of martial law. Total aid for that year, $45.3 million, more than doubled the 1972 figure, $18.5 million. It is interesting to point out in this connection that although only $28.5 million in total military aid for FY 1973 was originally proposed by the Defense Department during the congressional hearings in June 1972 *18, Senate Appropriation Committee, OPCIT, p.1050. The final figure was some 60% greater. Increases of such a scale are not casually decreed, and the motivation behind the additional aid in this case was quite clearly the need to support the military effort to impose the Marcos regime's declaration of martial law on September 22, 1972. Cross-national comparison of aid levels in FY 1973 and FY 1974. In a cross-national comparison of levels of U.S. military assistance, the significance of the latter for the Marcos regime becomes even sharper. In FY 1973 and FY 1974, the total amount of military aid to the Philippines was the 12th largest of 66 national allocations and contained the 8th largest allocation for MAP aid, the major component of the assistance package. Larger than the total allocation for Africa. 302. Larger than any allocation for a Western European country, including that for Spain. Larger than the allocation for Brazil, the largest recipient in Latin America, and larger than the combined totals of aid for the Southern Cone countries Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile. In East Asia and the Pacific, larger than the allocations for Japan and Indonesia, and greater than the combined allocation for Japan, Malaysia, Pakistan, India, and Sri Lanka. Clearly, then the United States government has, in matters of military assistance, granted the Philippines an extremely favorable treatment, contrary to the Marcos government's propaganda claims, aimed specifically at the U.S. Congress, that the United States has treated it as some sort of poor cousin. U.S. military assistance and counterinsurgency. American defense officials have at times been quite candid about the purposes of military aid. The stated objective of propping up the external defense capability of the Philippines against the Red Chinese threat, which was so frequently cited in the 1960s, has given way in the 70s to rhetoric about improving the internal defense capability of the Philippine Armed Forces. Thus Admiral Thomas Moorer, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, stated quite frankly during the congressional hearings on the 1974 military assistance proposal that the Security Assistance Material Program are designed to provide mobility, firepower, and communications, the three basic elements required to combat insurgency forces. We are providing helicopters and transport aircraft, machine guns, recoilless rifles, and other weapons, together with long-range communications equipment. * 19. An examination of the types of technical assistance and weaponry reaching Philippine aimed forces during the last 3 years would more than bear out Admiral Moorer's assertion. JUSMAG and the formation of Battalion Combat Teams. The Battalion Combat Team, BCT, is the basic Philippine military counterinsurgency force. Composed of about 600 men, the BCT grew out of the anti-hook campaign of the early 50s with American advisory and operational assistance 2020. For the close operational role of U.S. military officials in the anti-hook campaign, see Edward Lansdale, In the Midst of Wars, New York Harper and Row, 1972, Passim. Unlike MOGs in most other countries, the role of JUSMAG in the Philippines has not been limited to being a liaison for weapons aid. After martial law, the advisory and operational role of JUSMAC in the formation of BCTs appears to have intensified. As Senator Strom Thurmond reported to the Senate Armed Services Committee on February 22, 1975, after a tour of U.S. military facilities in the Asia-Pacific area, the mission of JUSMAC is to assist the Philippines Armed Forces in attaining the capability to maintain internal security. During recent years, the primary effort of JUSMAC has been to assist the Philippine 309 Army in increasing the number of combat battalions. *21 In this connection, the Philippine Army more than doubled in size, from 16,000 men in 1972 to 35,000 men in 1974. *22 JUSMAC assistance in this beefing up process has, according to international press reports, *23 included visits to and observation of battlefield areas in Mindanao, the seat of armed Muslim resistance to martial law, weaponry and counterinsurgency. The more important weapons and weapons systems delivered to the Philippines after the imposition of martial law, which have been monitored by the press and various military surveillance agencies, have been especially suited for counterinsurgency activities. M16s and high-powered recoilless rifles are, of course, the basic weapons of U.S. trained counterinsurgency forces. In 1973, the Philippine Army received at least 13,770 new rifles as part of U.S. military assistance *24, enough to equip 33 new combat battalions. These were sent to the Philippines as part of the FMS program or as commercial sales. 25 also tunneled to the Marcos regime were Vietnam-proven M79 grenade launchers and M60 machine guns. 26 Since 1974, the Defense Department has been aiding the Marcos regime setup, with FMS credits and in cooperation with Colt Industries, an $8 million M16 factory in the Philippines patterned after arms co-production arrangements in South Korea and Singapore. *27 Arms self-sufficiency is supposed to be the goal of this co-production venture, but its most likely effect may instead be of the traditional allocation for small arms in the military aid package for use in the acquisition of more sophisticated and heavy weapons systems. Vietnam-type fragmentation bombs and napalm have persistently been reported by reliable sources as being in use in the fighting against guerrillas. Le Monde correspondent Patrice de Beer asserted that such bombs were used in combat against the New People's Army in the Jones area of Isabela Province in April 1973. *28 These allegations must be seen as especially serious when they come from officials of Philippine government or officers of the Philippine Army. In February 1973, a Filipino consul in Hawaii publicly admitted the use of napalm against insurgents. *29 According to an Associated Press report from Manila on February 1, 1975. 3-2. Col. Rudolfo Caniaso, commander of the 32nd Infantry Battalion in Pigcawayan, North Cotabato Province, and Esteban Derulo, former Pigcawayan mayor and head of the town's home defense unit, had said that they watched from a spotter helicopter January 22 as Air Force jets dropped napalm on buildings suspected of being rebel warehouses near Tumbao. Colonel Caniaso also said that during another airstrike, his troops 500 yards from the target area felt the heat of the bombs. *30 Proceeding to the heavy weapons systems supplied by the United States under the MAP program, we find that whereas only 38 units of the 13 major weapons types were furnished the Marcos regime in the 3 years before martial law, 134 units were provided in the 3 years after martial law. *31 These weapons systems are particularly suited for counter-guerrilla warfare. Huey helicopters, critical components of the helicopter-based anti-guerrilla warfare developed by the U.S. in Vietnam, have been among the choice weapons grants to the Philippines. From FI 1973 to FI 1975, 27 helicopters were transferred to the Philippine Armed Forces. *32 The M113 APC, Armed Personnel Carrier, has been described by the Standard Reference on Weapons System as among the most successful vehicles in U.S. Army service, having proved especially valuable in the special circumstances of the Vietnam War. *33 In FI 1973, 20 of these vehicles reached the Philippine Army. Asterisk 34. U.S. supplied C-47 transport planes converted into gunships were observed in operation during the campaign against Muslim resistance groups in Jolo in early 1974. Asterisk 35. The U.S. has since provided the Marcos regime with transport aircraft which are not only more suitable for the efforts to supply troops fighting in Mindanao, some 500 miles south of Manila, but also more easily convertible than the C-47 into close support armed aircraft for counterinsurgency operations. 16 surplus C-123 planes were transferred to the Philippines Armed Forces INI 973-36, 36. Washington Post, June 6, 1973 *. Asked why such a quantity of C-123s was earmarked for the Philippines, the Defense Department spokesman replied, quite lamely, that one need only to look at a map of the Philippines to see the need for air and sea transport. Asterisk 37. Asterisk 37. Flaus Appropriations Committee, OPCIT, P 1154. These aircraft were erroneously referred to as C-119s. The real reasons, we suggest, had more to do with the massive operations that had to be mounted to supply the Philippine Army in the southern Philippines where Muslim opposition to martial law had escalated to large-scale resistance CB mid-1973. Moreover, the uses of large cargo craft in anti-guerrilla warfare where no enemy air opposition exists, have not been limited to transport. The 311. Use of modern transport planes in Vietnam for interdiction and suppression of enemy ground attack has proved very effective, according to the standard reference on military aircraft * 38. Such gunships have the advantage of long endurance and an ability to carry a large load of ammunition needed to locate and attack enemy material and personnel. * 39. An $8 million military loan from the Export-Import Bank enabled the Marcos government to acquire 4 C-130 Hercules troop transports in 1973 * 40. The U.S. and other countries, a Lockheed ad asserts, buy Hercules because it can do a lot of things other planes can't. Indeed, the value of the C-130 does not lie only in its transport uses but also in its easy convertibility into a close support aircraft for counterinsurgent operations. Introduced to service in Vietnam in 1970, the armed version of the Hercules can be equipped with 4 multi-barrel cannons and 7.62 mm miniguns, searchlights and sensors including forward-looking infrared target acquisition equipment and direct view image intensification sights. * 41. Like cargo aircraft, the T-28D training plane has also been found to be a convenient anti-guerrilla weapon. It was regularly employed for air strikes against the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. In FY 1975, 16 of these planes were transferred to the Philippine Armed Forces. * 42. Transfers of air and sea craft which are suitable for amphibious warfare became very salient in fiscal years 1973 to 75. 8 inshore patrol craft, 13 landing craft, 4 amphibious troop carriers, 12 Lark 5 reached the Philippine Armed Forces during this period. Such craft are particularly suitable for naval counterinsurgent operations against the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. In FY 1975, 16 of these planes were transferred to the Philippine Armed Forces * 43. Recently, the U.S. Navy was reported by Aviation Week and Space Technology to have plans to invite the Marcos government to acquire unspecified numbers of OV-10 aircraft * 44. The OV-10 is a light ground support plane, suitable for attacks on guerrilla groups and other lightly armed forces. * 45. It carries 4 M67.62 mm machine guns plus up to 3,100 pounds of napalm and rockets, and is currently in service in counter-insurgent missions in Thailand. * 46. Congressionally unauthorized aid to the Marcos government. In its April 1973 report to the Congress on U.S. military assistance to the Philippines, the General Accounting Office repeatedly complained of various methods by which military assistance to the Philippines has been augmented without congressional approval or authority. 47 While the Gaustuti covered the patterns of U.S. military assistance from 1964 to 1971, instances of extra-official aid have continued during the martial law period. Use of U.S. base facilities. That military assistance has been augmented without congressional approval or authority with the use of U.S. base facilities for the Armed Forces of the Philippines, AFP, military and other operations before martial law was documented in the 1969 hearings on security agreements with the Philippines, in spite of the weak qualification of DOD spokesman that participation in Philippine counterinsurgency operations was not a general policy of U.S. forces stationed in the Philippines. Asterisk 48 This section will focus on post-martial law instances of base support. During the hearings on the 1975 military assistance proposal, a spokesman for the State Department admitted that Filipino pilots were partly trained to fly C-123K aircraft by a U.S. Air Force mobile training team at Clark Air Force Base from October to December 1973. 49 These cargo craft, incidentally, are now being used in supply operations in the Marcos regime's military campaign against the Muslims in the southern Philippines. Second, in late 1972 and early 1973 the Marcos government mounted air and ground offensives against the strongholds of the New People's Army in the Cagayan Valley Isabela area of northern L_Luzon. 52 The NPA consistently reported that F-5s operating out of Clark conducted bombing raids against them during that period. It must be noted that the Cagayan Isabela strongholds of the NP are about 250 miles north of Nichols Air Base near Manila, which is the main operational air base of the PAF. Clark, on the other hand, is less than 200 miles away. The distance difference of 100 miles is an extremely meaningful one for an essentially short-range fighter like the F-5, which, fully armed, has a combat radius of only 215 miles. 53 The only other Philippine Air Force base in Luzon is the small Floridablanca Air Base south of Clark. Floridablanca is mainly a training facility and lacks the support capacity for maintaining F-5*S, much less maintain them for full-scale long-range air strikes. Given these considerations, the probability that the air strikes against the NPA in Isabela were mounted from Clark is rather high. Joint combat exercises. Another way the martial law regime has received aid unauthorized by Congress is through joint military exercises conducted under the U.S. Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty. Not only do Filipino forces receive free military training in such exercises with American Pacific forces, but the bulk, if not all, of the operational costs of these maneuvers are paid for by the U.S. Thus, among the reasons cited for the award of the Philippine Legion of Honor to General Lewis H. Wilson, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet Marine Force/Pacific in March 1974, was his role in sponsoring joint exercises with the Filipino Marines without cost to the Philippine government to keep the Marines abreast of developments in amphibian warfare. 54 Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO, exercises led and principally financed by U.S. forces represent another conduit of extra-official military assistance to the Philippines. The latest large-scale SEATO exercises involving American and Philippine forces was Sea Fox, a 2-week series of sea war games which was reported to have taken place in Manila Bay and Subic Bay between February 27 and March 13, 1975. 55. Civic action. One of the most publicized forms of extra-official military aid to the Marcos regime has been the civic action activities conducted by U.S. Army Special Forces, Green Beret, units in the Philippines. Civic action is essentially a euphemism for ideological support activities for counterinsurgent military operations, its character being exposed by the fact that it is carried out by military personnel rather than by civilian professionals. Winning hearts and minds through military civic action has traditionally been undertaken by U.S. 314 base personnel in areas adjoining the bases. 56 to which the communist insurgency, according to a Defense Department spokesman in the 1973 congressional hearings, represents a direct threat. *57 Since 1970 U.S. Civic action projects began to acquire a more coordinated character and a nationwide scope. Before 1970 the formal policy on the use of U.S. personnel in the Philippines was enunciated by James Wilson, Deputy Chief of Mission of the U.S. Embassy in Manila during the congressional hearings on the United States base and security arrangements with the Philippines in 1969. It is a well-established policy that U.S. military personnel are not authorized to participate in AFP operations of any kind. *58 This well-established policy was reversed with the arrival of Special Forces teams from Okinawa who went to work on a co-equal, integrated basis with the armed forces of the Philippines counterpart, Civic Action, Team. *59 From October 1970 to May 1974 Civic Action activities embraced 12 provinces and had direct and indirect effects on some 3 million Filipinos. *60 According to a State Department statement regarding the Special Forces area of operations, as a general policy the presence of current insurgent/dissident activities or a recent history of such activities in the exercise area automatically eliminates the area from further consideration for civic action activities. *6 An examination of the provinces where special forces have been deployed since the beginning of martial law reveals that the general policy was more the exception than the rule. 4 of the 6 provinces where Green Berets were assigned were clearly either insurgent areas or had a history of chronic insurgency. Zamboanga Province has been the scene of sporadic guerrilla activity since 1969, and this escalated into large-scale armed resistance immediately after martial law was declared in September 1972, the period when the Green Berets were there. Bataan and Zambales have been expansion areas for NPA firefights being recorded there before and after martial law. The most recent proof of the high insurgency potential of the area: 2 servicemen were killed in a mysterious encounter with guerrillas or the outskirts of the Subic Naval Base. Capiz, where Special Forces units were assigned in April-May 1973, has witnessed NPA activities since the imposition of martial law. AFP intelligence reported NPA sightings in the Matias mountain range. *62 In January 1974 the Army admitted NPA footholds throughout the island of Panay, where Capiz is located. *63 And if we are to believe an informant of the Manchester Guardian correspondent in the Philippines, encounters between government troops and insurgents broke out in several towns in Capiz, Topaz, Calino, and Lambunao in the weeks following the departure of the Special Forces. *64 Samar, where Green Berets were present in March-May 1974, was in fact taking on the character of an expansion area at that very period. According to a report by the Far Eastern Economic Review, the NPA engaged the constabulary in a firefight in the town of Calbiga on May 20, 1974, barely 15 days after the Green Berets supposedly terminated their activities on the island. The maturity of NPA organization in the area was indicated by the report. On Samar, the NPA works by approaching farmers and offering instructions on better farming methods, improving irrigation, and giving medical advice. Later, discussions are held on the rising cost of living and the growing inequalities of Philippine society. At the time of the ambush, these methods had been so successful that 6 barrios, in Calbiga, were completely organized, while 2 others were so committed that every man, woman, and child left with the NPA, instead of government forces. *65 Philippine military intelligence must surely have had an inkling of activity of such maturity before the Green Berets came to the island. It is therefore difficult not to conclude that the provincial assignments of the Special Forces were related to the presence of relatively high degrees of insurgency in a province. One Special Forces officer indeed acknowledged that this work could be useful in winning over tribal groups, according to a New York Times report. *66 The orientation toward this goal was highlighted by 2 things. First, as a Le Monde report revealed, the Special Forces repertoire content techniques for the eradication of superstition and identification customs and traditions. *67 The same methods, we might add, which the Special Forces applied to the Montagnard minorities in the Vietnamese Central Highlands. Second, the pro-government bias of the special forces was at the practical level, quite explicit inasmuch as the Green Berets and their AF counterparts operated on an integrated basis, dispelling any notion that the former constituted a neutral force. Other extra-official military aid. The GAO 1972 report also complained of such unofficial forms of military aid as the sending of special military advisory missions to the Philippines to assist Philippine Armed Force units in such activities as weather control and communications, noting that the appropriations for these operations were not included under the congressionally approved assistance to the Philippines. * 68. After martial law, such forms of aid have apparently continued. A State Department spokesman revealed, for instance, that 16 U.S. Army communications technicians have been in and out of Cebu City to assist the armed forces of the Philippines in constructing a troposcatter radio installation on Mount Louis, an activity which is supposed to last until October 1975. 69. The GAO's concern with such unofficial forms of aid is understandable, and no merely from an accounting perspective. Though seemingly harmless and scientific, such activities undertaken by U.S. and Philippine military personnel often serve less edifying purposes. To cite merely one example, U.S. Air Force crews and technical personnel from the Naval Weapons Center in China Lake, California, undertook cloud seeding projects in the Philippines in 1969 ostensibly for humanitarian, anti-drought purposes. The Naval Weapons Center, it was later revealed in the secret congressional testimony on weather modification in March 1974, was involved from 1966 to 1972 in developing and applying effective rainmaking techniques for the creation of adverse climate conditions along the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. * 70. Given the questionable objective of their mentors, it is difficult to fathom exactly what a Naval Weapons Center representative meant when he asserted during the hearings that it appears that the Filipinos will continue to make wise use of capability, for cloud seeding, as it is needed. * 71. Selected aspects of the employment of U.S. military aid by the martial law regime. Inefficient and wasteful use of military aid. The most important conclusion of the GAO study on military assistance to the Philippines in 1972 was the extremely inefficient utilization of map-provided equipment by the Philippine Armed Forces. Major equipment items have been deadlined, asserted the report, for maintenance or parts for extensive periods without prompt and effective follow-up by command and logistics personnel. * 72. 50% of the 67,000 line items stocked at the Philippine Armed Forces Supply Center were non-active stock, as were 23% of the 70,000 line items at the Philippine Naval Supply Center. * 73. In spite of these findings, the Defense Department sharply escalated the level of aid to the Marcos regime in 1973, especially in the areas of excess defense articles and ship transfers. The inefficient use of U.S. provided military equipment and thus the waste of American taxpayers' money, has continued during the martial law period and, in the conditions of armed civil strife, acquired new but familiar forms. The wasteful application of military resources by the Philippine military must, however, be seen not as a local phenomenon but as one which is intimately connected with the training in military strategy and tactics it has received from the United States military. 317. Which has specialized in devising methods to shore up Allied dictatorships through principally military solutions and without regard for questions of popular legitimacy and popular justice. The American effort in Vietnam will surely rank as one of the most wasteful applications of men, equipment, and firepower in military history. And the South Vietnamese Army, ARVN, which took over the U.S. whose efforts failed, not because it could not fight as well as the U.S. Army, but because it took to heart the American military antidote to guerrilla war, a capital-intensive campaign based on mobility provided by sophisticated but expensive vehicles and the excessive and indiscriminate employment of firepower. Even Pentagon analysts now admit that waste was one of the most important habits acquired by the ARVN from the American military machine. * 74. This conventional thinking, based mainly on an appreciation of the quantitative aspects of firepower and a disregard for questions of popular legitimacy, only increased support for the guerrillas. He repeated the classical Dimist tactic of 319. Strategic relocation, forcibly evacuating 20,000 people from 100 to 200 villages in Isabela province in a brute effort to separate the guerrilla fish from the peasant water. Since 1973 the NPA resistance has spread from Isabela to surrounding areas like Quezon province, Mountain province, parts of the Locos region, and Nueva Vizcaya. Military corruption. One aspect of military corruption has a direct bearing on ONU.s. military assistance, the sale of arms to guerrillas, in spite of their having to acquire new guns and equipment from the Asian smuggling market. In response to the escalation of U.S. military aid to the Philippine Army, the Muslim rebels still appear to get many of their military supplies from the Philippine Army, either through capture or purchase from unscrupulous military sources. Informants in Mindanao report that rebel acquisition of arms from military suppliers is quite common. A Time correspondent recorded an instance of this when he visited a Muslim guerrilla group on Basilan Island in early 1973. I asked how Ambihul's men obtained their weapons and whether they were being helped by any foreigners. "You are the first foreigner we have seen," Ambihul, the group leader, replied. He had bought his own rifle, he added, from someone connected with the Philippine Army. It has cost him 3,000 pesos, $450. The equivalent of more than 2 years' wages. *83. While the sale of U.S. provided weapons the other side has apparently not yet reached the scale of the trade in Cambodia before the fall of the Lon Nol government, it is likely to increase with the piling up of excess weaponry as levels of U.S. military assistance to the Philippine armed forces increase. Such corruption indicates the character of the regime that the U.S. is supporting. Arming of bandit groups. One final aspect of the employment of U.S. military assistance is the fact that some of it is utilized to arm what are euphemistically termed Barrio Self-Defense Units, BSDU, or Local Self-Defense Forces, LSDF. The real character of these paramilitary groups is indicated by a report carried by the Far Eastern Economic Review. The LSDF seems likely to heighten the war rather than lessen it. As Co-Lr.B. Gyutang, head of the Home Defense Brigade in Cotabato, concedes, it is very difficult for the army to control these units, which consist largely of Christian fanatics, the infamous LLAGAS who took the law into their own hands in 1970 to settle land disputes with Muslims, who are trigger-happy and eager to avenge friends or relatives. Already there have been accusations of indiscriminate killing of Muslims by the LSDF and of burning of mosques and Muslim villages. *84. In Sambuanga of 5 armed Christians. Carrying, among other things, a severed human ear. Recently, a report carried in the Far Eastern Economic Review claimed that in the Basilan town of Lamitan, the Muslim population is particularly fearful of a Christian vigilante group called the Mundo Escuro, Black World. Muslims blame this group for numerous kidnappings, killings, and mutilations. Yet a commanding officer of a nearby battalion claims that the Mundo Escuro is Allah-abiding group whose members often aid his troops in operations. *85 Christian fanatics are apparently not the only recruits to paramilitary forces. Reliable sources from the Dadayangas area of Cotabato province has consistently claimed that a group of convicted criminals known as the Lost Command operates in the vicinity. This group is reportedly composed of men whose prison or death sentences have been set aside in exchange for their taking up arms as a commando group against Muslim guerrillas. Being under direct operational control of the office of the president, this group is said to have contributed to the deterioration of peace and order in the area, where 3 groups are now competing for control: Tree Muslim Resistance, the Philippine Army, and the Lost Command. *86. It is important to emphasize this aspect of the use of military assistance. Part of it goes toward arming local fanatics and bandit groups. And it is also relevant to note that Mr. Marcos is depending on the very outlaw groups he had vowed to suppress in his declaration of martial law. Police and paramilitary assistance. In hearings before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1969, James Wilson, Jr., admitted that the aid public safety program, which had been in existence for about a decade, had some bearing on counterinsurgency. Wilson revealed that the aid program had assisted in improving police/Philippine Constabulary/National Bureau of Investigation communications networks in several provinces, including some which have experienced some dissident activity. *87. The person who was most instrumental in setting up the Philippine program was Frank Walton, a key aid police official who later went from the Filipinas to set up a similar program in Vietnam and is currently involved in modernizing police forces in Iran, where police methods of dealing with dissenters have achieved a special notoriety. From 1961 to 1973, public safety program allocations for the Philippines came to some $6 million. Much of the funding gone. Most of the organizational activity in the Philippine program took place during Marcos' constitutional tenure, 1966 to 1972, and the first year of martial law, 1973. Whereas between 1961 and 1968 only $1.9 million were allocated for the program, some $3.9 million were spent from 1969 to 1973. Indicating a SON report put it, a perturbed U.S. reaction to a sudden change in Philippine internal conditions. 88, 85. Weidman, OPCIT. It will be recalled that after the 1969 presidential elections, which were universally considered to be the most corrupt in Philippine history, student demonstrations against official graft and American influence, peasant marches for land reform, and workers' actions against mounting inflation became generalized phenomena. It was during Marcos's constitutional tenure that the Office of the President and the Aid Office of Public Safety, OPS, set up the National Police Commission, which began the work of organizationally integrating some 1,000 police forces. Aid police assistance also made possible a coordinated internal records system and 35 police communications networks, 89, and established 10 regional training centers which imparted the most advanced techniques of riot control, paramilitary operations, intelligence, and communications to 23,902 police officers between December 1969 and April 1973. 90 During the same period, a total of 284 Filipino police officials were trained at the International Police Academy, IPA, in Washington. In this connection, it is significant to note that 35 Filipinos, the largest group ever, were graduated from the IPA in 1973, the first year of martial law, contrast to an annual average of 15 previously. *91. In the light of these facts, there can be no doubt that the aid public safety program makes a critical contribution in forging the police apparatus with which Marcos so efficiently imposed martial law on September 22, 1972. More recently, the program, asserted one academic specialist in Philippine affairs at the University of Hawaii, can take credit for such post-martial law achievements as the ID card system now underway, the unrest of over 12,000 persons held in new detention centers, and 1,500 modernized police departments in which many policemen have the latest American riot guns, walkie-talkies, and patrol car computer consoles. *92. Large quantities of new police equipment apparently were transferred to the Philippines after martial law, in 1973. Angela City, near Clark Air Base, was a major recipient of such aid communication and patrol car shipments. *93. Davao City in the south, which has been threatened by Muslim rebel activity, was another important recipient. In November 1973, a police parade was specially staged to show off new aid-donated patrol cars, an event which some townsfolk cynically dubbed the U.S. Aid Parade. *94. Equipment transfer appears, however, to be among the less vital contributions of the Office of Public Safety. In the light of the sinister record of Vietnamese activities of the OPS *95. And the suspicions which have led Congress to phase out the program, the Philippine Public Safety Project can most probably also take credit for helping to institutionalize the most advanced techniques of information and confession extraction from political suspects, like the now common use of electric shock, subtle psychological torture, and selective beating, methods remarkably similar to those employed in Brazil, Korea, Vietnam, Iran, and Uruguay, all of which have received significant amounts of ops assistance and training. Narcotics control. The termination of the public safety program owing to well-placed congressional concern over the training of the police forces of repressive regimes, has not ended all police assistance to the Philippines. The State Department continues to provide equipment and training for international narcotics control. From FY 1972 to the end of FY 1975, the Philippines received some $1.1 million worth of narcotics control assistance. In 1975, of 25 countries participating in the program, the Philippines received the seventh largest allocation of funds, outstripping even such hardcore drug sources as Turkey, Afghanistan, Cambodia, South Vietnam, Central America, Paraguay, and Panama. *96. All this is curious. The Philippines has never been a significant drug production or drug consumption country. The narcotics control assistance in the Philippines was started, according to an AID spokesperson, on the mere suspicion that the country could become a major drug route. *97. This expectation, he admitted, had not materialized, but narcotics assistance will continue into FY 1976 at probably the same level of funding as in FY 1975. The problem with police training in narcotics control is that the skills acquired in it can easily be transferred to the surveillance and apprehension of political dissenters. Police techniques have universal applications that transcend agent specializations, and the fact that part of the narcotics program's training course is integrated into the AID Public Safety Program's instructional schedule at the International Police Academy *98 is indicative of these. A concrete instance of the manner narcotics control skills have been translated into the surveillance and apprehension of suspected political dissenters occurred in April 1973, when the Anti-Narcotics Unit of the Philippine Constabulary, CANU, a major recipient of equipment and training for the International Narcotics Control Program, raided the house of Liliosa Hilao, a suspected radical, and tortured her to death. The behavior of the constabulary narcotics agents was so brutal that even Secretary of Defense Juan Poncenrile felt obliged to dissociate himself from them. *99. The CIA. According to John Marks, former member of the intelligence community and co-author of The CIA and the Cult of Intelligence, the Philippines is currently the regional headquarters of CIA communications in Southeast Asia. The threat of CIA paramilitary interference in Philippine politics is especially critical at this point because of two facts of major significance. The first is that the current ambassador, William Sullivan, is no honorific figure like his predecessor Henry Byrode or Shirley Temple Black. Mr. Sullivan, it must be remembered, was formerly the U.S. ambassador to Laos, where he set up and coordinated the three-pronged counterinsurgency program of secret bombing, CIA efforts to form the famous Army Clandestine of Mio tribesmen, and rural development by the aid *IOO. We would therefore expect the tie-ups between the ambassador's office and the CIA to be closer in the Philippines than in most other countries, and there are indeed indications that Sullivan has been busy reassembling his battle-hardened Laotian staff. The current Philippine desk officer at the Pentagon, for instance, served with Sullivan in Laos and will soon be joining him as a political officer of the embassy *IOI. The second fact of critical relevance is that the CIA local support network has traditionally been more established and influential in the Philippines than in most other countries. A number of people connected with the Lansdale Magsaysay counterinsurgency effort in the early 50s have since risen to national political and cultural prominence. Among them are such figures as ex-Senator Manuel Manahan, ex-Congressman Oscar Arellano, and Jose Crisal *I02. This support network will now be augmented by the return, following the American debacle in Indochina, of hundreds, if not thousands, of Filipinos who served in CIA-connected counterinsurgency support activities there. It has been estimated that as many as 10,000 such jobs were filled by Filipinos. Familiarity with the English language and American managerial techniques made them choice recruits for these support activities. *I03. Mistake him for a Filipino and execute him. More recently, Laotian students demonstrated against an isolated Filipino-staffed Operation Brotherhood teams. *I05. The training in CIA-connected counterinsurgent support activities of these Filipinos might be considered a form of paramilitary aid to the Philippines, especially in view of the fact that most of them have been returning home, where they would form a ready, and restless, pool of experienced paramilitary cadres on which the CIA could easily draw for whatever local adventures it might seek to launch. Security-relevant economic assistance. The experience in Indochina shows that security-relevant aid may come in many guises. 3 large-scale programs of the Agency for International Development in the Philippines deserve special comment in this regard: THIRD-Assisted Regional Development Scheme in the Bicol River Basin in Luzon, the AID Provincial Development Project, and the Rural Irrigation and Roads Project. The Bicol Regional Development Scheme is described, in the typical sanitized language of the Agency for International Development, as a test area of the planning of multifaceted development programs and the implementing of projects, primarily in agriculture, designed to raise farm output and improve economic and social conditions for the small farmer. *I06. Entered the Bicol River Basin Project in 1971 and activities were gradually intensified. In FY 1975, according to an aid spokesperson, aid funding of the project came to between $380,000 and $460,000/107. All this would in fact sound harmless were it not for the fact that Bicol has since 1970, become the second major expansion area of the New People's Army, next to the group's stronghold in the Isabela Cagayan Valley area of northern Luzon. The most heavily infected area, to use the pathological imagery of counterinsurgency parlance, is Sorsogon Province, which one frustrated constabulary officer complained to a Manchester Guardian correspondent is better guerrilla country than Isabela. Mountains, good cover, bad roads where there are any at all, and above all, an abundance of food. *108. While rural Sorsogon has been practically wrested from the army, which lost a counterinsurgency task force general in the area when his helicopter was shot down in July 1973, guerrilla activity has also increased in the areas more immediately affected by the River Basin Program. Constabulary, NPA firefight began to be recorded in several barrios of Camarines Sur by August 1973-109, and an underground town and urban movement began to become especially active, also by late 1973 in Naga City, the capital of Camarines Sur, and Legazpi City and Daragat town in neighboring Albay Province IIO, *109. Liberation, October 10, 1973. This correlation is quite clear. AID's emphasis on Bicol increased as NP insurgent activity in the area escalated. The project will receive higher priority in FY 1976 when it will be complemented by a SI0 million rural road building program, which will include the rehabilitation of 200 feeder roads in isolated areas, many of which are in NPA-infested Sorsogon *M. The purpose of this supposedly humanitarian venture becomes quite evident. It is to preempt the NPA of a rural mass base in the area by offering ASA's substitute for Agrarian Revolution, a development package upgrading the productive efficiency of existent agricultural property systems with palliative measures for small farmers and tenants, instead of genuinely redistributing land, and by making the physical infrastructure of the area inhospitable to guerrilla activity through road modernization. The political, counterinsurgent character of the program becomes even sharper, when we note that in 1974 AID contracted the services of the social science research team of a well-known anthropologist with wide experience in the area, clear anti-left opinions, and distinct pro-martial law views to do a large-scale survey to tap peasant responses to various aspects of rural existence. Frank Lynch and the Institute of Philippine Culture, IPC, of the Ateneo de Manila University were eminently qualified to undertake the task. The IPC came into its own as a research outfit when it received some $500,000 from the Office of Naval Research, DOD, a sum which was funneled through Perm State University, to do a multidisciplinary study on the impact of modernization in the Philippines from 1966 to 1970, a project which touched on many internal security relevant aspects of Filipino social, political, and economic life. *22. The use of the behavioral sciences for counterinsurgency purposes is, of course, familiar, and the activities of certain political scientists in Vietnam and anthropologists in Thailand in the late 60s have been the best known instances of this. *23. Provincial Development Assistance Project. In FY 1973 a new aid project funded to the tune of $4 million was introduced in the Philippines, this time with ostensible aim of modernizing provincial and local governments. The Philippines, an FY 1975 aid funding request puts it, in justifying the project, requires a substantially augmented administrative capability at the central government, provincial, and local levels to handle expanded development programs in the rural areas. 2. The project involved the assignment of American rural development experts to Filipino governors, 115, and was projected to ultimately cover almost one half of the 68 Philippine provinces. *26. The project, Tad Sulk notes, has been patterned in fact after the Vietnamese Corps, civilian operations and revolutionary development support, operations conducted jointly by the CIA, AID, and the Defense Department as the principal pacification effort. *117. More ominously, it has been headed and staffed by former Aid Corps Vietnam hands. In 1973 it was led by Thomas Rose, formerly AID's public administration chief in Saigon, and Richard Kriegel, former Corps provincial advisor in Bindon Province in Military Region IL-28, using the methodology provided by John Marks in his seminal article on the ways to identify CIA agents. 119. We think it very likely that one of these individuals was with the CIA in the 50s and may have acted since then under aid cover, a rather common arrangement, according to an AID witness during the FI 1974 Congressional hearings on foreign assistance. 120. As early as 1973, at least 8 ex-Corps specialists were monitored by Sulk as being assigned to several areas of southern Mindanao, including war-torn Cotabato Province, and selected areas of central Luzon. /121. The program has since been integrated into the larger regional development scheme in the NPSA-threatened Bicol area. I-22. Edward Morris, an American lawyer who made extensive travels in the rural areas of the Philippines after martial law, asserted during his congressional testimony on June 5, 1975, that part of AID's rural development assistance is being channeled toward the training of rural police forces. If this is true, and we think it likely to be true, then the most logical conduit for this sort of assistance would be the Provincial Administration Development Project. Given its sudden launching in 1973, its suspicious objectives, and the links of its personnel with Corps, there is a strong possibility that the Provincial Development Program is covertly taking the place of the congressionally abolished Public Safety Program. The aid effort has been coordinated with the Provincial Development Assistance Program of the Office of the President, as the AID 1975 funding request admits. *123. *123. House Appropriations Committee, OPCIT. Interestingly enough, it has been partly through this agency that Mr. Marcos extended and solidified his hold over provincial and municipal government units prior to restructuring them in accordance with his model of constitutional authoritarianism. It will be recalled that last February, voters were forced to legitimize this fait accompli during Mr. Marcos's control-led referendum by giving Marcos the power to appoint all provincial and municipal officials. Rural Roads Program. Bad roads have often been cited as one of the reasons for the poor results of the AFP's counter-guerrilla efforts. In FI 1975, 32.7. About $15 million were allocated by aid to support the Philippine government road-building efforts, with significant portions of the aid coming in the form of Vietnam surplus equipment. 10 provinces received priority: Laguna, Nueva Ecija, Tarace, Albay, Camarines Sur, Capiz, Leyte, Cebu, Misamis Oriental, and Cotabato I-24. It is significant that 4 of these provinces were war zones or high insurgency areas: Cotabato, Capiz, Albay, and Camarines Sur. In FY 1976 some $10 million, according to an aid spokesperson, are to be requested for the high-priority Bicol Roads project, which is to be integrated with the Bicol Regional Development Project discussed above. As noted earlier, 220 feeder roads in isolated areas of the region are to be rehabilitated, including Severalan-Sorsogon Province, the NPA's stronghold in the Bicol area, where the AFP's concern for the poor quality of roads is well known. I-25 in this case, the functional connection between road building and counterinsurgency is not difficult to discern. Food for Peace. The Food for Peace program, PL 480, has been aptly described as providing funds for war on account of the practice of U.S. client regimes directly or indirectly using the proceeds from food sales, under Title I of PL 480, for military or military-related projects. In fiscal years 1973-75 the United States gave the Philippines $26.4 million as credits under Title I*126, thus allowing the Marcos regime to allocate more of its budgetary resources for the purchase of armaments activities which now consume the major portion of the government budget. There are indications that even direct food donations under Title II of P.L.480 are being diverted from their announced objectives and used to feed the Philippine Army. On March 27, 1973, a New York Times reporter observed Philippine troops in the Cotabato area unloading crates of supplies, some adorned with the red, white, and blue, handshaking label of the U.S. Agency for International Development, which administers PL 480*127, the Beaver Affairs. Let us conclude this discussion of militarily relevant forms of U.S. economic aid by taking up what we might call the Beaver Affair, for this incident is illustrative of the more subtle, and convoluted, relationships between aid and the Philippine military hierarchy. In 1973 the Philippines obtained 120 DMC-2 beavers for development purposes. Asterisk 128. Purchased for the cost of shipping from the U.S. military surplus stockpile in Vietnam, several of these planes were later observed being fitted out with machine guns, a fact which reportedly drew the protest of Tire Aid Office in Manila when it was drawn to the latter's attention. Asterisk I-29. The incident appeared to have all the makings of an act, and aid's protest in this case seemed more 32.8 pro forma than anything else. Being one of the most dependable general utility aircraft, the Beaver was widely utilized in Vietnam for a wide variety of supportive military functions, from detecting guerrilla movements to carrying out light machine gun attacks. The purchase of such large numbers of proven and insurgent aircraft by a government engaged in a major guerrilla was ought to have made the surplus disposal authorities, were they serious about restricting its use, suspicious from the start, and led them to more carefully investigate the Philippine government's request. With the confirmation by foreign correspondents of the predictable military utilization of the aircraft, the Aid Office had, in short, no other alternative but to protest, but this should not obscure what was initially a complicity through deliberate passivity on its part. There is no assurance that the planes have not been covertly returned to combat duty. An aid spokesperson asserted that they are currently being utilized to make aerial photographs of the land reform area in Nueva Ecija province. I-30. This is a curious activity for such a large number of aircraft. It would mean one plane for every barrio. The fact that Nueva Vizcaya, where NPA activity has been reported, borders Nueva Ecija, and Isabela, the prime NPA stronghold, is less than 100 miles away, might perhaps shed more light on the aerial photographic functions of these aircraft. Chapter 14. International Protection Racket. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos is locked in a tight conspiratorial embrace with big business corporations from the United States and Japan for the further economic exploitation of the Philippines. They are re-engaged in a mutual protection racket. The Marshall regime ensures for big business from the United States an excellent investment climate in the Philippines. In turn, American multinationals help Marcos lobby with official Washington, D.C. for continued American economic and political support for the conjugal dictatorship. On the other hand, the post-war Japanese zaibatsus, conglomerates, also in exchange for placing them practically on the same footing with big American business in the Philippines, flash continuing signals to their MITI, Ministry of International Trade and Industry, that Marcos deserves more dollar loans from Tokyo. The brave talk in the new society is that the conjugal dictatorship now has big American and Japanese business by their balls. Marcos, it is arrogantly held out, has it in his power to withdraw all the concessions he has granted the foreign investors. And yet, the victims of the international conspiracy are not just the Filipino people whose economic nationalism has been betrayed by Marcos to open them to wanton exploitation by the multinationals. The groaning American and Japanese taxpayers are victims no less of this protection racket invented by 3Z9. Marcos. They underwrite the multi-million-dollar assistance and or loan programs of their respective governments to the conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda. Other giant companies from Western Europe and Oceania have also come in to engage in manufacturing or in the exploitation of the Philippines' natural resources. Undoubtedly, they, too, were attracted by the inducements offered by the Marshall regime: cheap labor, frozen wages, impotent unions, no strikes or demonstrations, no embarrassing investigations, tax holidays, relaxation of visa requirements, incentives for corporate repatriation and profit remittance. The strongest and most appalling conspiracy of the Marshall regime on the exploitation of the Filipino people is with the American multinational. The scheme is actually a continuation, a perpetuation of a colonial economic relationship between the Philippines and the United States, a relationship that in the past prevented meaningful economic planning, diversification and industrialization. Undoubtedly, it is a great sellout. The Marshall regime is bartering away national patrimony to the giant multinationals from the United States and elsewhere in exchange for continuing international recognition of the conjugal dictatorship. In the case of the United States, the license that the American multinationals obtain from the Marshall regime is exchanged with the continuation of the U.S. foreign assistance program to the dictatorship. The bulk of the aid in turn, is utilized by the fear machine of the dictatorship for oppression and repression in the Philippines. *1. The tragic part of the conspiracy between the multinationals and Marcos is that the former fell into a well-laid trap of the latter. Marcos himself contrived crises and established the other factors that drove the big American business and other international merchants in the Philippines to embrace the declaration of martial law. And now that the multinationals are seemingly irretrievably mired in the quicksand of the conjugal dictatorship, they still would want to continue the conspiracy with Marcos in order to protect their investments. The breakdown of law and order and the violence that possessed the peaceful demonstrations of the awake studentry and peasantry in the late 60s and early 70s were instigated by the special operations units of Marcos, which have succeeded in infiltrating the ranks of the activists. Economic nationalism assumed a vehement anti-American tone, also at the instance of Marcos. The Supreme Court decisions, the Quasha and Luzon stevedoring cases, which boosted economic nationalism, were handed down on cases initiated by Solicitor General, now Associate Justice of the Supreme Court Antonio P. Barredo. Marcos directed Barredo to file those cases. Marcos also plugged vigorously for the approval by Congress of an Investment Incentives Act that would adopt the principles and objectives of economic nationalism. When Marcos proclaimed martial law, Marcos told the international business community that his dictatorship would provide the needed peace and order and protection from the weapons of economic nationalism given out by the Supreme Court and Congress to the Filipino people. The set play employed by mafia-minded Marcos was not different from the watch your car racket flourishing in the side streets of Manila. When a street urchin says, "Watch your car, mister," what he means is that the car owner must pay him something so that he will not slash car tires or damage any part of the car while the driver is away. The kid, however, does not guarantee that the car will not be stolen while parked. An interesting article written by a Filipino national Proculo Rodriguez, Jr., who now resides in Silver Spring, Maryland, sheds light on the exploitation of underdeveloped countries by multinationals. Excerpts from the article follows. *2. An article, entitled Why Companies Do Business Abroad, prepared by the editors of the Reader's Digest and presented by the Business Roundtable as an advertisement, appeared in the November 1975 issue of Reader's Digest. Numerous charges have been leveled against U.S. multinationals to the effect that chronic underdevelopment throughout the Third World is the direct result of multinational corporation policies. This controversial issue has generated so many study surveys, see the UN report on the impact of multinational corporation on development and on international relations 1974, that it is highly improbable the editors of the Reader's Digest could be unaware of this fact. At this juncture, it is best to present a composite definition of a multinational corporation, also known as transnational enterprises. A multinational corporation is a company having production and marketing facilities in many countries, either on its own or in partnership with host country corporations enjoying worldwide access to capital, depending on foreign income, and being managed with a worldwide point of view. See David Ewing, Multinationals on Trial, Harvard Business Review. It must be noted that some of the most serious and persistent criticism of U.S. multinationals have come from third world countries. These criticisms relate to the sheer size of these companies and their consequent powerful social and political impact in the third world nations in which they operate. For example, the sales of Exxon, AT&T, General Motors, Ford Motor, Sears Roebuck, and General Electric are larger annually than the gross national products of the Philippines, Turkey, Korea or Thailand. U.S. investments in such countries as the Philippines, Mexico, Venezuela, and Brazil account for the bulk of those countries' foreign investments and foreign exchange earnings, quoting from an examination of multinational corporations, March, 1973 Corporation Information Center Brief, NY. Furthermore, the profits that multinationals derive from poor countries are almost incredible. United Nations figures show that in 1970, they repatriated $2.4 billion from Asia but only invested $200 million. In 1968, they repatriated $2.9 billion from Latin America but invested only $900 million. In 1971, they $331 repatriated $996 million from Africa but invested only $270 million. And in most instances, these multinationals do not generate their own capital. Unwittingly, therefore, the article advertisement of the Business Roundtable itself lent credence to the charges leveled against U.S. multinationals, by providing its own figures, to the effect that American companies operating abroad returned home royalties and foreign earnings of $21.4 billion, 3 times the outflow for new foreign investments. Contrary to the assertions made in the said article, it has been claimed that operations of these transnational enterprises has in fact not only stunted the economic growth of some countries, but actually such countries are worse off than before. According to the 1971 Economic Survey of Asia and the Far East, in the first development decade of the 1960s it is apparent that large sectors of third world populations, based on income distribution, family expenditure and dietary surveys, experienced no real improvement in their standard of living, and even became worse off. The best illustration of the rapacious conduct of some U.S. multinationals would be their operations in the Philippines, which has a long history of trade and investment relations with the United States. The Philippines became a colony of the United States after the U.S. victory in the Spanish-American War of 1898. What followed was typical colonial relationship between the U.S. and the Philippines, wherein the U.S. dominated Philippine trade. The Philippines exported agricultural products to the United States, and imported manufactured goods that their underdeveloped industry could not produce. This colonial free trade policy is said to have had a lasting detrimental effect on the economy of the Philippines. The Philippines achieved Commonwealth status in 1935, and was granted independence in 1946. However, the Philippines continued to be economically dependent on the United States, as the U.S. perpetuated a structure of underdevelopment. This situation was aggravated by the so-called Philippine Trade Act of 1946, which, in return for U.S. economic assistance after the Philippines was devastated in the Second World War, provided for the exemption of American citizens and companies from the constitutional restriction limiting the exploitation of the Philippine natural resources to Filipinos, known as the Parity Rights Amendment. Presently, current U.S. investments in the Philippines are valued at $2 billion or even as high as $3 billion. Whatever the actual figure, U.S. investment in the Philippines is greater than that in any other Southeast Asian country. While investment in the Philippines represents only 1% of the total book value of U.S. direct investment worldwide, it also represents 80% of all foreign investments in the Philippines. Thus, U.S. investment is crucial to the Philippine economy as it is currently structured. U.S. multinationals now dominate in all major Philippine industries: automotives, petroleum, rubber, timber, mining, sugar, banking and finance, agribusiness, and even accounting and advertising services. The evidence suggests that rather than promoting economic development by applying capital, technology, and managerial know-how, multinational corporations actually fostered underdevelopment in the Philippines. 33Z. A report prepared by the Corporate Information Center of the National Council of Churches of Christ in the USA, entitled The Philippines, American Corporations, Martial Law and Underdevelopment, 1973, has presented the following summarized conclusions. 1. Statistics show that in the Philippines from 1966 to 1971, income levels for the bottom 20% have actually declined, from 4.5% to 3.6%, while the upper 20% holds 54% of the wealth. Unemployment and underemployment continue to rise as well. 2. The largely capital-intensive orientation of multinational corporations, their penetration of foreign countries through local acquisition of binationally owned competitors, and their ability to hide profits from taxation and to inflate prices represent some of the ways by which the development and living conditions in the developing countries are ultimately shaped by the impact of multinationals. 3. The increasing control foreign banks exercise on the local currency deposit favors their multinational industrial counterparts at the expense of loans to local industry. A study conducted by the National Economic Council of Philippines between 1956 and 1965 on 108 of the largest U.S. firms in the Philippines showed that 84% of their financing was done through local currency loans. Profits remitted to foreign beneficiaries were 300% greater than capital invested by these companies. 2 case studies were made in the fruit manufacturing industry in the Philippines, which is virtually a monopoly of 2 American multinationals, the Del Monte Corporation and the Dole Philippines, a subsidiary of Castle & Cook. These case studies, CCIC report, pages 36 to 43, are fascinating, for they reveal how these 2 multinationals were getting 200% or a year return on their respective per capita equity on land not owned by them but owned by the Filipino people. It must be admitted, however, that in the case of American control of banking and financing in the Philippines, this has been largely due, in recent years, to the strange policies of the Marcos martial law regime, which seems to favor foreign investments, a strange development for a country that ostensibly desires to assume control of its economy. Marcos converted the Samancan-style democratic nation to a dictatorial one when he declared martial law on September 21, 1972. With this brief evaluation of U.S. investments in the Philippines, the wider issue of multinational corporations and their implications, particularly in reference to Third World development, becomes apparent. The question of whether multinational corporations embody hope for economic development or on the contrary perpetuates a structure of underdevelopment, becomes the paramount issue. Certainly, this crucial issue cannot be brushed aside by a few propaganda lines in the heretofore sacrosanct Reader's Digest. In conclusion, let me quote the words of Felix Green, in his book, The Enemy, London, 1970, as quoted by Jovito Salonga in his lecture at the University of the Philippines, September 20, 1974, to wit. 333. The truth is that investment by foreign capitalist corporations has always accomplished precisely the opposite of what the theory claims. Whatever short-term local stimulation of business and rise in employment and wages might initially take place, the long-term consequences are invariably that more will this taken out of the underdeveloped country by the foreign corporation than they invested in it. This is the whole point of such investments. The foreign investments do not diminish the disparity in the rate of development between the advanced and underdeveloped countries but aggravate and increase it. They are pumps designed to suck up the country's wealth and transfer it abroad. The Rodriguez article easily points out the indubitable fact that multinationals operating in a poor country invariably tend to control its economy. They ruin or buy out local enterprises unable to compete with them, borrow working capital from local banks and financing institutions, transfer obsolete or overpriced technology, engage in transfer pricing and in the massive outflows of foreign exchange, corrupt the local ruling elite through all sorts of device and pressures, expose the native population to consumption patterns suitable only to affluent societies, and aggravate a poor country's dependence on foreign technology, foreign investments, foreign markets, foreign credits, and imported styles and products. Instead of helping develop a poor country, the evidence shows that most often actually prolong its underdevelopment. And yet, it is a never-ending source of pride for Marcos to be able to announce through the controlled media that new foreign loan commitment have been obtained, that a multinational company has been convinced to make Manila its regional headquarters, that another foreign group has decided to make an investment in the Philippines, that more hotels and tourist resorts are being built, and that strikes are no longer possible. With the open-door policy of Marcos, foreigners have now assumed a quantitatively commanding role in the national economy. Filipino capital has been dispossessed of its economic birthright. Verily, the development program of Marcos is being pursued at the expense of the country and the overwhelming majority of the Filipino people and at the sacrifice of economic sovereignty. Marcos threw the country's investment field wide open to foreign capital and multinational corporations by offering attractive tax and foreign exchange incentives, and an even more attractive labor situation. Marcos offered the country's large pool of unemployed and underemployed labor, ban on labor strikes and an unalterable ceiling on workers' wages and salaries. While offering the attractive investment incentives, Marcos dictated to the Constitutional Convention a martial law constitution that 1. Reversed the Supreme Court decisions in the Quasha and Luzon stevedoring cases, and 2. Gave the dictator power to disregard all restrictive laws on foreign investments in concluding treaties and executive agreements. Asterisk 3. Not content with providing for favors in the martial law constitution to foreign investors, Marcos himself executed acts further calculated to strengthen. 334. His conspiracy with foreign investors. In a series of decrees, which can happen only in a dictatorship, Marcos 1. Unilaterally extended the parity rights for 1 year, from July 4, 1974 to July 3, 1975. 2. Approved during the period of such extension schemes by which U.S. firms divested themselves of title, but otherwise retained the beneficial use and control, of land acquired during parity. 3. Ratified the Philippines-Japan Treaty of Amity, Commerce and Navigation. The treaty ratifying Senate of the Philippines sat down on the treaty for 12 years, refusing to ratify it on account of fears that the accord would open the country to Japanese economic exploitation. 4. Relaxed Filipinization laws on the retail trade, the rice and corn industry, the inter-island shipping industry, and the banking system. Now, everybody knows that Marcos is a master of politics of quid pro quo. He provides overwhelming investment incentives for American multinationals to enable them to reap enormous profits with minimum investments while exploiting the natural and manpower resources of Filipinos. In exchange, the U.S. transnational enterprises report back to their mother companies in continental America that they are enjoying a bonanza under the martial regime of Marcos. The implication of the good behavior rating of the martial law regime is that the mother companies should see to it that Marcos is not destabilized as yet. Thus, with the lobbying of the multinationals with official Washington, D.C. Marcos is assured of continuing American foreign assistance that will show that they is supported still by the U.S. government and that the martial law government continues to earn dollars from abroad. Fortunately, the multinationals do not control the United States Congress where a new wind has started blowing. A great number of U.S. lawmakers have started taking a long hard look at political repression and oppression in the Philippines. Animated by the spirit that made America great, they still believe in that worn-out principle that freedom is indivisible, that an attack on freedom anywhere as in the Philippines is an attack on freedom everywhere. Thus the latest foreign aid bill passed by Congress included a proviso that assistance might be withheld from any country practicing the internment of political prisoners. There ought to be great consternation in the U.S. Congress as well as among the multinationals which are coddling Marcos, as it were, when they discover the devious designs resorted to by Marcos in winning the support of American business for his declaration of martial law. It was Marcos himself who instigated the violent demonstrations against American firms and the imperialist Americans during those riotous days before martial law. It was Marcos who ordered his Solicitor General to file the suit, entitled Republic vs. Quasha, which sought the nullification of sales off private lands to U.S. citizens after 1945. Marcos likewise directed his Solicitor General to take a vigorous stand in favor of nationalism in the case of Luzon Stevedoring vs. Anti-Dummy Board, which resulted in a Supreme Court ruling banning foreign directors in corporations engaged in Filipinized industries. 335. Marcos played on the nationalist sentiments of a majority of the Supreme Court justices to wring out from the justices decisions dripping with nationalistic undertones. Then, he let loose his paid propagandists to write subtly that the wave of nationalism in the Philippines was taking on a rabid anti-American orientation. On the day Marcos was to declare martial law, he told American Ambassador Henry Byrode that he was under compulsion to resort to the emergency measure on account of, among others, the growing wave of anti-Americanism fanned by the nationalistic decisions of the Supreme Court on the Quasha and Luzon Stevedoring cases. The 1973 report prepared by the Corporate Information Center of the National Council of Churches of Christ in the USA had this to say on American corporations and martial law *4. The declaration of martial law carried with it changes that have been of particular advantage to American corporations in the Philippines. In some cases these advantages have been indirect, others have been more deliberate, italics ours. Very soon after the declaration of martial law, presides Marcos began a continuing process of reassuring American business people that their interests were safe and that there would be no moves like expropriation under his administration. One important advantage American businesses have received under martial law is the silencing of anti-American Filipino nationalism. In the years before martial law, American companies had been the object of a growing number of verbal and physical confrontations. Some of these were the result of a general trend toward widespread corruption and lawlessness ranging from extortion to piracy, while others were specifically anti-American movements. In recent interviews, various company spokesmen cited incidents that had taken place during this time ranging from bombings to demonstrations that, they reported, created an atmosphere of uncertainty and fear about company operations. Through the workings of a controlled press, the prohibition of all forms of protest demonstrations, and the crackdown on lawlessness and crime under martial law, American corporations have enjoyed a respite from such confrontations. A similar advantage under martial law for American companies is the disbanding of the Congress. The economic anti-Americanism expressed there in recent years also had been a cause for uncertainty. Now disbanded, the Congress can play no part in determining economic policy. President Marcos's direct assurances to American companies were formalized in sections of the new Constitution drafted under martial law. All the anti-American nationalist proposals of earlier constitutional drafts were omitted. Regarding the critical question of land rights, President Marcos had stated immediately after the declaration of martial law that he would clarify the meaning of the Supreme Court Quasha decision. He has, in effect, negated their ruling that American corporations do not have vested rights to the lands they own after parity ends in 1974. The new constitution formalized the negation of decision in recognizing that the land had been acquired legally and keeps. 336. Open the possibility that U.S. corporations will be able to continue to own the land after July 3, 1974. The new constitution also includes two other areas that were of concern to American companies. Despite the provision that companies in the area of public utilities must be 60% Filipino by July 3, 1974, the new constitution includes an escape clause. It states that any provision of the article notwithstanding, the state may enter into international treaties or agreements as the national welfare and interest may require. The Constitution also negates another nationalist Supreme Court decision, the Luzon-Stevedoring case. The court had determined that foreign nationals could not sit on the board of directors of a public utility even though they held equity in it. The new constitution ignores this and simply asserts that representation of foreign capital in the governing body of such public utility may be allowed only in proportion to the extent of its equity. The general specific efforts to assure the American business community reflect perhaps a close relationship between President Marcos and American business people. Various theories can be expounded to explain this relationship. Marcos desperately needs the support of American corporations and will have to satisfy their interests to stay in power, or, Marcos knows he has American corporations caught and he can threaten loss of land or privileges if they do not support his decisions. It is difficult to substantiate either theory. But it is evident that there is a close cooperation, or at least understanding between Marcos and American business interests. They have not been and, it is safe to say, they will not be working at cross purposes. The businessmen are confident that Mr. Marcos is hostile to the strong trend of Filipino economic nationalism, essentially anti-American in character. Henry Com, Philippines president held friendly to U.S. business, New York Times November 13, 1972, p. 62. There are also more concrete ties between U.S. business and Marcos. Some U.S. companies are strongly identified with Marcos. Companies such as Hawaii's Castle and Cook and Gulf Oil have important allies of Marcos on the boards of their Philippine subsidiaries. And Ford Motor Company plans to build a stamping plant in a recently created foreign trade zone at Bataan. Reportedly, Marcos and his friends own Mistal, the land in the trade zone. Philippines, a government that needs U.S. business. Business Week. November 4, 1972, p. 42. One American businessman explained that Marcos needs the cooperation of all within his economic sphere. American investments represent a major part of that sphere, and without their cooperation many of Marcos's economic programs could not go through. Of great importance to the Philippine government at this point is the confidence of the New York financial and corporate community. As of January 31, 1972, the Philippine external debt amounted to $2.1 billion. The United States holds approximately 45% of these debt. Committee on Foreign Relations, United States Senate, Korea on the Philippines, November 1972, Staff Report, February 18, 1973, p. 35, another source phrased it this way: Marcos is asking the companies to lobby for substantial U.S. government aid and favorable treatment for Philippine exports. More important, Marcos hopes that if he continues to treat U.S. business right, U.S. bankers will continue to treat him right. Philippines, a government that needs U.S. business. Business Week, November 4, 1972. 337. There is no clear evidence on the issue of actual collusion of American corporations with the declaration of martial law. There have been numerous allegations, however, that American business was really behind the declaration. Representatives of the American corporate community deny any involvement. The role of American corporations just after the declaration is also open to debate. Again, allegations of secret cooperation between Marcos and American business have been made. There seems to be at least some substance to these allegations in that an American business representative stated during an interview that two officers of the American Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines conferred with President Marcos within days after the declaration on the cooperative role American corporations were to play under martial law. An American Chamber of Commerce representative vehemently denied this charge, stating that the organization had had no meetings with the president. He also stated that such political actions are not condoned by American multinational corporations, XXX. American and other foreign investments in the Philippines since martial law can be categorized into four basic groups: investments by new operations planned before martial law and implemented since, investments by new operations planned and implemented since the declaration, expansion of existing operations planned before martial law and implemented since, and expansions planned and implemented since the declaration. The major American investments fit into several of these categories. A significant case of new American investment as a direct result of martial law is a joint venture in an investment banking involving two large American interests. Chase Manhattan Bank and the American International Reinsurance Company, AIRCO, have joined with a Filipino group increased eating the new Philippine American Investment Corporation. Each American company will hold a 20% or interest stake in the Philippines. U.S. News and World Report, December 4, 1972, p. 71. The initial paid-in capital of the venture is $1 million but will be raised to $10 million after approval by the Board of Investments, with the authorized capital at $50 million. The investment by the two American companies was precipitated by the martial law situation. Mr. Greenberg, AIRCO chairman, just back from Manila and talks with President Ferdinand E. Marcos, says he is far more optimistic about the investment climate than he was a few months ago. The businessman finds Mr. Marcos addressing himself realistically to his nation's problems, rather than urging a nationalistic line. Stake in the Philippines. Another investment by U.S. companies that was a direct result of martial law proclamation is in oil exploration. The Chevron Oil Company and the Texaco Corporation joined two local Philippine companies, Abstract Mining Gond Industrial Corporation and Astro Minerals and Oil Corporation, in a joint venture to explore for oil. The venture was made possible by Marcos's decree opening oil exploration to foreign corporations by allowing service contracts with the government. The two U.S. companies will invest $8 million to explore through their international branches. Chevron oversees petroleum and Texaco International Petroleum. The approved venture will explore an area in the Sulu Sea area of 1.2 million hectares, adjacent Low Shell and Exxon concessions. Under the terms of the government agreement, the government will receive 338% of all production and the tax-free 40% will be divided so that each American corporation receives 32.5% and each local company 7.5%, XXX. The symbiotic relationship between the martial regime of Marcos and the American multinationals are very real indeed. Marcos has given and continues to give giant foreign investors, particularly American multinationals, a stake in the stability of his martial regime. The foreign investors are supposed to act as sentinels for the regime against any move to destabilize Marcos by either domestic or foreign elements. In exchange, Marcos is bargaining away the national patrimony. In the light of the commanding role of foreign capital in the Philippines, the Filipinos are being steered irreversibly by the dictator towards the denationalization of the national patrimony and near total dependence on foreign capital for their livelihood. Chapter 15. Spineless judiciary legitimizes a pretender. The existence and operation of the Supreme Court and other adjuncts of the judiciary is the best argument against martial law in the Philippines. Unfortunately, however, it is the judiciary itself, notably the Supreme Court, which sustains them unwelcome life of, and cloaks with legitimacy, the conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Upon the other hand, Marcos can no longer legally style himself as the President of the Philippines. His constitutional term in office expired a long time ago, on December 30, 1973. Neither can Marcos claim to be president under the so-called new constitution. The Filipino people never validly ratified this new constitution. The Supreme Court itself said so. I. Marcos is a usurper. He is at best a de facto ruler who holds power in a tragic demonstration of a slogan coined by Marcos's new idol, Chairman Mijares of China, that power flows from the barrel of a gun. In a collective sense, Marcos's gun consists of the terrifying guns of martial law. Marcos, the man on horseback, and a supine and spineless Supreme Court that has no logical reason for being under a martial regime are engaged in a treasonous conspiracy to deprive the Filipino people indefinitely of their civil liberties. Marcos and the Supreme Court have struck up a you scratch my back, I scratch your back relationship. The Marcos Supreme Court modus vivendi may be akin to the relationship between a killer kidnapper and his wretched hostage who has become cooperative in telling the neighbors what a swell and legit guy his captor is just because the kidnapper had promised not to harm him while waiting for the ransom money. 33 *. Now, it is a principle of government that where the courts of justice fail to function on account of a breakdown of law and order, martial law may be declared. Conversely, where the courts are able to function freely and independently, there cannot be any further justification for the operation of a government under martial law. When Marcos declared martial law, he ordered the judiciary to continue to function. It was a very astute move, although he had made it plain that he was assuming all powers of government. Here was a benevolent Mr. Marcos allowing the Supreme Court to continue to function. But he didn't leave any room for doubt that the Supreme Court should derive its authority not from the Constitution, but from the order of the dictator. Marcos also let it be understood that he needs, and would allow the functioning of, the Supreme Court only for the purpose of vesting the martial law regime with a cloak of legitimacy. Any pretense, therefore, that the Supreme Court is an independent tribunal falls flat. The High Tribunal shamelessly exists today for only one main function, i.e. to cloak the conjugal dictatorship and its every decree, act, or decision with legally. Since September 1972, the Supreme Court has never ruled against the martial regime. If the Supreme Court should ever muster enough courage and sense of patriotism and overrule Marcos on anything, without the dictator's consent, then as surely as night follows day, Marcos would abolish the High Court the next day. The behavior of the Supreme Court under the martial law-backed dictatorship is reprehensible, but not so surprising. It was captured and turned into a political instrument by the men of Marcos as early as 1971 thus, as early as October 1971, the Philippine Supreme Court started desecrating the spirit of the U.S. Miranda ruling and delivered by December 1971, the civil liberties of the Filipino people to President Marcos III. The Supreme Court decision on the infamous case of Lanzang vs. Garcia was a complete overturning of its libertarian philosophy as spelled out in the case of People vs. Hernandez, 99 Philosophy 515. Promulgated in the early 50s, the Hernandez decision earned for the Supreme Court the accolade of an entire nation, and the sobriquet as the last bulwark of the civil liberties of the Filipino people. The decision pronounced that individual liberty is too basic, too transcendental, and vital in a republican state, like ours, to be denied upon mere general principles and abstract considerations of public safety. Today, the Supreme Court would scream rebellion, continue martial law on a mere citation by Marcos of the most low-trivial episodes of disorder in the Philippines. I stated the following when I testified before the Fraser Committee on June 17, 1975, by way of answer to a question propounded by Congressman Fraser *4. May I add, Mr. Chairman, in connection with the decisions promulgated by the Supreme Court, the President can even claim that a white paper is black and the Supreme Court will decide it is black, even though it is white, laughter, xxx. Perhaps, like any collaborator brought before a people's court upon the end of an enemy occupation, members of the Supreme Court will excuse themselves before the bar of history by claiming that they were reduced to submission and timidity by Marcos on account of violence, intimidation and threats used against them. The subjugation of the Supreme Court by Marcos was slow and methodic as were his approaches to other aspects of his preparations for the imposition of martial law. First, it was the membership which he captured. Months before September 1972, all but 2 of the members of the High Tribunal were personal nominees and appointees of Marcos. Then, he put his fifth columnist phalanx to severe tests. Initially, it was the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. The court upheld Marcos on the celebrated case of Lanzang vs. Garcia. Next came the nationalistic decisions on the cases of Quasha vs. Republic and Luzon Stevedoring vs. Anti-Dummy Board, which Marcos also sought of the Supreme Court. 5. See chapter on infrastructure of martial law. When Marcos seized power on September 1972, he did not abolish the Supreme Court as he did with Congress. After all, the great majority of THIRD pursuant to decrees, orders, rules and regulations issued and promulgated by me or BYMY duly designated representative pursuant to Proclamation No. 1081. Within a week from the declaration of martial law, Marcos demanded the submission of the resignation from office not later than October 15, 1972 of all officers of the national government whose appointments are vested in THEP resident. *6. As they were specifically accepted from the demanding tone of Loino 11, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court thought they were going to be spared the sword of Damocles by the President. However, when Marcos dictated the provisions of the new Constitution to the Constitutional Convention, he saw to it that the threat of dismissal covered the members of the High Court. The new Constitution provided that justices of the Supreme Court may only continue in office until they reach the age of 70 years unless sooner replaced by the President. The consequences of the series of judicial reforms initiated by Marcos since the advent of martial law left no doubt that all judges, from die highest to the lowest, work under threat of dismissal at any time. Marcos can replace any judge any time he is disposed to do so, and in fact, has repeatedly done so. Veteran judges of long service have been dismissed through curt notices of acceptance of their compulsory resignations. Judges have been summarily booted out, their names, careers and reputation ruined and their future shattered, without being heard in their defense, even without being told what were the charges against them. *7. The Philippine News, issue for the week of March 5 to 12, 1975, published the following piece which I wrote on the administration of justice under martial law. Marcos is the law. Backed by an oppressive martial law, President Marcos has transformed the Philippine judiciary into a submissive adjunct of the executive for the purpose of assuring the Oriental dictators' claimed infallibility. Thus, anybody who might dare oppose Marcos or challenge the constitutionality of his acts or the weight of evidence of charges filed or caused to be filed against his enemies might as well abandon all hopes of succeeding in this stage of judicial development in the Philippines. By his imposition of martial law on Sept. 21, 1972, Marcos created a climate of fear so pervasive in the country. Then, in a series of decrees and orders, he gave all sectors no choice but to do his bidding. The fearsome power of martial rule was dramatically demonstrated by Marcos in the firing squad execution of opium dealer Lim Seng on January 9, 1973. While it is true that Ern's execution was demanded by the people, the only public bloodletting thus far resorted to by the martial regime was calculated more to make all sectors aware that the dictator would not hesitate to press the trigger when necessary. The dire message of this two-pronged propaganda of the deed resorted to by Marcos in the Lern execution was not lost to the Supreme Court of the Philippines. The High Court lost no time in choosing the side of Marcos in selectively deciding some of the urgent cases brought against the dictator. Of course, Marcos set out his own infallibility, insofar as forces within the Philippines were concerned when he imposed martial law. 342. A major prop to such claim infallibility was spelled out by Marcos on the day he proclaimed martial law when he issued General Order No. 3, providing among others, I do hereby further order that the judiciary shall continue to function in accordance with its present organization and personnel, and shall try and decide in accordance with existing laws all criminal and civil cases, except the following. 1. those involving the validity, legality, or constitutionality of any decree, order, or acts issued, promulgated, or performed by me or by my duly designated representative pursuant to Proclamation No. 1081, dated September 21, 1972. XXX. Aside from promulgating General Order No. 3, Marcos resorted to other significant ways, either subtle or crude, in subjugating the Supreme Court and other inferior courts of the land, to wit: 1. By beaming messages to the Supreme Court, when the occasion demanded, that a judicial rebuff would compel him to dismantle the existing martial law apparatus and pave the establishment of military junta-ruled revolutionary government. 2. By issuing Letter of Instructions No. 11, by which the President required all presidential appointees, including judges, but excluding members of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals, to submit their resignations, thereby making them serve at the absolute pleasure of the President. 3. By taking the official position, through his Solicitor General, in case pending before the Supreme Court, that the imposition of martial law automatically suspended the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, thereby making such posture a virtual order to the High Court. 4. By demonstrating his capacity for abrogating at will the normal procedural and substantive function of the courts, when he promulgated Presidential Decree No. 385, dated January 31, 1974. 5. By carefully screening new appointees to the Supreme Court who are approaching the age of 65, the retirement age, and increasing the salaries of justices, but making them feel by example that the P300.000.00 lump sum retirement pay of a Supreme Court justice could be had only for good behavior. With coercive process of martial law at work, plus some carrots held out by Marcos, the development or transformation of the Philippine judiciary could not but go a long way after September 21, 1972. But it seems that he had other objectives. Marcos succeeded in setting up a peculiar type of compartmentalized justice in the country. There is now one judicial yardstick for Marcos and his acts, a different standard for that nebulous group of people tagged as the enemies of Marcos, and, therefore, of the state, and the real impartial justice for the rest of the country. In accordance with the yardstick fashioned out by Marcos for the Supreme Court and inferior courts to follow, the President has been, and must always be, adjudged as infallible, some sort of a demigod, whose utterances and acts are to be held, as a matter of course, as constitutional and valid, if ever and whenever challenged by anyone who would be willing to indulge in a legal exercise in futility. 343. Corollary to this, the enemies of Marcos and the state don't stand a ghost off a chance of ever getting a fair trial or an impartial verdict before any tribunal, civil or military, where they might be held when the dictator feels like making a public demonstration that those who are languishing in dirty and unkempt military stockades are really facing charges. However, let it not be said that there is no justice in the Philippines. Of course, there is still. And this is dispensed by all courts, in criminal and civil, not non-political, cases, only in cases where the President, or his cronies or in-law shave no political or pecuniary interest. It is only in this area of judicial undertaking that the courts can dispense justice without fear or favor. As stated earlier, the major reason for the shameless docility and fawning servility of the members of the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, to the President on matters affecting the martial law regime is the climate of fear and coercion so successfully created by Marcos. The fact that a judge can be dismissed from the service for any fancied cause or no reason at all by simply accepting his resignation as submitted in accordance with the requirements of Letter of Instruction NOS 11 is an ingredient of such climate of fear. Retired Supreme Court Justice Jose B. L. Reyes, who now heads the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, found an occasion to protest that their resignations were being held by the President, by his inaction on them, as a virtual sword of Damocles over their heads. In a letter to Marcos dated November 21, 1973, JBL pointed out that even under the new constitution, acceptance of resignations had to be exercised within a reasonable and definite period of time, and under the 1935 Constitution any judicial reorganization had to be completed within 1 year. The retired justice drove home his point this way. The indefinite uncertainty as to the actual tenure of judges undermines the independence of the judiciary, which is one of the cornerstones of due process and the main guarantee that the people's liberties and rights will be protected. Failing to get a reply from either Malacanang or the Department of Justice, a frustrated JBL directed his plea, 1 year later, November 21, 1974, to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, calling the latter's attention to the insecurity of judicial tenure. He suggested that the Chief Justice might have better luck with Marcos in curing the problem. In the meantime, the President had exercised this claimed power of arbitrary removal of judges. In September 1974, all 81 Catholic bishops in the Philippines wrote the President a letter, asking, among others, that Marcos put an end to the tenuous situation of judges. Quoting the 1973 year-end report of the Integrated Bar of Philippines, the letter of the bishops wrote, XXX the judges have all become casuals. They can be removed at any time, and what is worse, they don't even have to know they have been removed. All the President has to do is appoint a successor. One of the means which the President has found most effective to bend the will of the Supreme Court to his liking is the scheme of his calculated leaks on his plans for the High Court should he ever be rebuffed by the judiciary. Every time the High Court would be called upon to decide a suit against the President or the regime, he would mount a forum to warn the justices that an assertion of judicial independence would result in the loss of their jobs. 344. The message is usually beamed in this wise: if the President did not draw the support of all sectors, he might be compelled to dismantle the existing apparatus of martial law and give way to the inevitable establishment of a revolutionary government run by a military junta. Aside, there goes the Supreme Court. Apologists of the President will probably make capital of the fact that despite the provisions of General Order No. 3, the martial regime has shown a healthy respect for the Supreme Court by submitting to its jurisdiction in all cases brought before it. How true, how true. But equally true is the fact that those messages about the organization of a revolutionary government have been beamed a number of times to the High Court. Any lawyer worth his salt would readily admit that the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is a crude limitation upon the judicial function and the process. The Philippine Supreme Court has not overturned the official position of the martial regime on the automatic suspension of the writ by the imposition of martial law. The queer behavior of the Supreme Court finds dramatic demonstration in the case of former Senator Bno S. Aquino Jr., held in the stockade since the night of September 22, 1972. Because the Marcos administration wanted to convince world opinion that it had a case against Ninoy Aquino, charges of illegal possession of firearms and subversion on 3 counts were filed, and scheduled for public trial, before a military court in August 1973. Aquino went to the Supreme Court to challenge the jurisdiction of the military tribunal. The prosecution asked for a delay in the military court proceedings, and putting on a show of magnanimity, Marcos ordered the military to suspend all trials. The Supreme Court has yet to rule on the Aquino suit. And yet, the High Court is capable of remarkably rapid decision-making on a matter of great import to Marcos. On January 21, prisoners Aquino, Eugenio Lopez, Jr. and Sergio Osmeña III, together with 5 Catholic bishops and 5 others, filed a petition for prohibition to stop the referendum scheduled for February 27, 1975. The Solicitor General filed his brief on January 28, and a 7-hour oral argument was heard on January 30. The next day the court, quite naturally, denied the petition. That Marcos, the methodical politician then and dictator now, has systematically eroded the Philippine judiciary to a point of doing his will and thus upholding his infallibility is beyond contest. However, the moral and economic requirements of the members of the Supreme Court also count a lot for the degradation which has hit the administration of justice in the Philippines. This can best be understood when we take into account the fact that members of the Supreme Court receive annually, thanks to a presidential decree, the handsome salary of P60.000.00. Then consider the factor that most of them are due for retirement at age 65 within the next 2 years or so. Retirement should bring them a lump sum of about P300.000.00 in addition to monthly pension equivalent to their salaries. 3, 4 to 5. These are indeed handsome considerations for the justices to fall on each other's face to prove good behavior. Retired Justice Calixto O. Zaldivar proved good behavior during his term, but he suffered a little delay in the processing of his retirement papers when he committed the slight indiscretion of making snide remarks on martial law during a testimonial given in his honor by the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Poor old man Zaldivar, he must have almost died when he suffered those delays in the processing of the papers that eventually yielded him the P300.000.00 retirement lump sum pay. On June 17, 1975, I submitted a memorandum to the Fraser Committee embodying among other things factual allegations in support of my contention that Marcos holds power illegally in the Philippines today. My report stated: 8. Unconstitutional Constitution. The new constitution, on which President Marcos anchors the legality of his holding on to the presidency after December 30, 1973, and of his decrees, orders and acts, was not validly ratified by the Filipino people. 1. Mr. Marcos issued on January 17, 1973, a presidential proclamation, number 1102, in which he declared that he considered the overwhelming vote of the people in the January 1 to 15 referendum in favor of the new constitution a ratification of the said charter. There is nothing in the Constitution, 1935 or 1973, which provides for a referendum of the kind called by President Marcos. The Constitution provides for a plebiscite, not a referendum for its ratification. 2. Assuming that a referendum vote would have been a valid vote of ratification of the new Constitution, there could not have been such valid vote because there was no real referendum held on January 10 to 15, 1973. 3. The figures cited in Proclamation number 1102 14,976,561 in favor and 743,869 against approval of the Constitution, as well as the figures on the other questions fielded in the referendum, were manufactured by a group headed by the President's favorite brother-in-law, Gov. Benjamin Romualdez. I was a member of that group. 4. The original three-man commission on elections was brought initially into the group, but it was excluded by Gov. Romualdez on the second day when commission members would not sanction what they called a farce. This is the reason the chairman and one other uncooperative commissioner of the Elections Commission, Jamie N. Ferrer and Lino Putajo, respectively, were eased out of the poll body in April, 1973. 5. As early as January 11, 1973, or on the second day of the referendum, when it became clear that the Commission on Elections would have no part in the conduct or results of the referendum, the group manufacturing the results had voting figures readied for submission to the President. Secretary of Local Government Jose Rono was tasked by Gov. Romualdez to handle the preparation of the official report to the President. 6. Having heard instructions from President Marcos on the various questions which he wanted to address to the referendum, I knew exactly what wanted us to report back to him as the vote of the people. 346. 7. Having been previously held out by the President as the only private media man with ready access to him and to whom he confides some of his plans, I was assigned by the Referendum Committee to take charge of the orchestration of media. In this project, I functioned over and above, and to the exclusion of, the Official Information Secretary, with the open and official backing of the three top presidential assistants. 8. I prepared the advance stories announcing the holding of the referendum and dished out copies to the other newsmen covering the presidential beat. 9. In the afternoon of every referendum day, we held briefings for the local and foreign press, during which they were handed copies of the original story I had prepared for publication in my own paper, the Daily Express. The other newsmen got their figures on the votes turned in for the day from my own news copy. 10. On one occasion, we tried to utilize the Secretary of Information to conduct the briefings, but he just did not prove knowledgeable about what wanted to deliver to the foreign newsmen that he was rudely shoved aside by Gov. Romualdez from his own chair in the Office of Information Secretary and told to yield the briefing to Secretary Rono. Marcos has made much of his alleged submission to the supremacy of Supreme Court. In his second book, he made a barefaced claim that our martial law is unique in that it is based on the supremacy of the civilian authority over the military and on complete submission to the decision of the Supreme Court. Italics ours. *8. The dictator has repeatedly protested that the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of his proclamation, number 1102, declaring the ratification of the martial law constitution. He has said this was the ruling in the case of Javelin Avs. Executive Secretary. Note, however, the conditions under which Marcos submitted to the challenge as presented in the case of Javelin of vs. Executive Secretary. Inasmuch as the issues in turn raised the question of legitimacy of the entire government and also to meet the insistent suggestion that, in the event of an adverse opinion, I proclaim a revolutionary government, I decided to submit to the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court XXX. Italics ours. 9. 123, Ibid. The implication was very clear. If the Supreme Court did not uphold Marcos, he would organize a revolutionary government. Necessarily, he would abolish Supreme Court and, perhaps place its members in military stockade on a charge that they took part in government. The threat to organize a revolutionary government was actually a threat to formalize what is already a matter of fact. The Supreme Court and other adjuncts of the judiciary are complete captives of Marcos and the military. The lone woman member of the martial law Supreme Court, Associate Justice Cecilia Munoz Palma, could not help but allude to the prostrate figure of justice in a well-applauded speech on Law Day, which coincided with the third anniversary observance of martial law last September 19, 1975. The Lady Justice called the judges and the members of the Philippine Bar to muster the 347 will, the boldness, the resources, and the perseverance to work collectively and decisively for the maintenance of an independent judiciary. She cited the case of a city judge who had served in the judiciary for 22 years, and was recommended to the Supreme Court by the Integrated Bar for promotion as judge of the Court of First Instance. His resignation was accepted by the President. All that the poor, defenseless judge asked was that he be informed of the cause of his separation from the service. Apparently, not even this request was heeded. Under martial law, the jurisdiction of civil courts have shrunk, while the military courts have proliferated. The cherished freedoms from unreasonable search and seizure, and from arbitrary arrests and detention have disappeared overnight. The right to bail, the right to a preliminary investigation and the right to remain silent and to have counsel have all been consigned to the Dark Ages. Civil courts can no longer entertain cases involving crimes against national security and the law of nations, or the fundamental laws of the state, those against public order, or involving usurpation of authority, rank or title, the improper use of names, uniforms, and insignia, and those committed by public officers and enlisted men of the armed forces of the Philippines, those involving crimes relative to insurrection, sedition, rebellion, or subversion and other crimes covered by general orders that from time to time are promulgated. Marcos started creating military tribunals on September 27, 1972 to introduce certain innovations by decreeing that military courts may either be military commissions or provost courts. There are about 20 military commissions and 40 provost courts now operative. These courts have been clothed with jurisdiction, exclusive over certain crimes. General Order No. 49 dated October 4, 1974, is the latest redefinition of the jurisdiction of these military courts vis-a-vis the civil courts. Presidential Decree No. 39 dated November 7, 1972, prescribes rules governing the creation, composition, jurisdiction, procedure, and other matters relevant to military tribunals. Under this decree, a military commission shall be composed of not less than 5 members, in practice, 7 members compose a military commission, with a quorum of 5 to try cases. All the members are required to be military men. Its jurisdiction covers offences where the range of punishment imposable is confinement for at least 6 years and 1 day or fine of not less than P2,000.00. All other cases are referred to a provost court, which is composed of only one member called the provost court officer, who must also be a member of the military. Freedom from unreasonable search and seizure as enshrined in the 1935 Constitution disappeared with the proclamation of martial law. The pervasive exercise of power descended upon the media of communications. Letter of Instructions No. 1 ordered the immediate seizure and control of all the media of communications. Printing machines were padlocked, and so were radio and television facilities and equipment. 348. Industrial establishments, such as the Ligon Integrated Steel Mills, Inc. were also seized, all in the name of national defense. Meantime, rigorous searches of residential places and commercial premises were conducted in the course of a witch-hunting holiday. In the days before martial law, the determination of the existence of probable cause that would justify the issuance of a warrant of arrest was a purely judicial function. The warrant, which could be issued only upon order of a judge, who must, however, determine beforehand the existence of a probable cause, therefore by following the constitutionally prescribed mode of examination. An arrest undertaken without the proper warrant, except under a few specific instances, would be unreasonable and illegal. In every case, however, the person arrested must be delivered to the proper judicial authorities without unnecessary delay and within certain fixed periods of time, depending on the gravity of the offense for which the person had been arrested. The necessary complaint must be filed before the competent court. Otherwise, the continuous detention of the person arrested would be unlawful for being arbitrary. Under the martial law regime, Mr. Marcos himself ordered the arrest and detention of particular individuals on the ground of national security. Many of these persons languished under detention for months, even years, without any charges or complaints being filed against them. Senator Jose W. Diokno was recently released after more than 2 years of detention, without a charge having been filed against him. Others, less lucky, are still detained, also without charges. The military has been granted blanket authority to arrest and detain persons violating provisions of the revised Penal Code *13. *13. General Order No. 2 and subsequent amendments. The persons arrested were to be detained as in fact they were detained, and were not to be released until otherwise ordered released by me, i.e. Mr. Marcos, or by my duly designated representative. Meanwhile, military soldiers rounded up at night all the male residents of particularly chosen communities, lined them up undressed beneath glaring spotlights, and arrested whomsoever suited their fancy, especially if he bore tattoo marks on his body. Allegedly, the purpose was to clean the community of lawless elements. Anybody with the courage enough to protest was arrested. During the good old society, the right of the accused to post bail, unless she is charged with a capital offense and the evidence of guilt is strong, to secure his release pending criminal prosecution, has always been recognized by the civil courts. Under the martial law regime, however, if one is charged before a military court, he cannot post bail to secure his temporary release. For while the Chief of Staff has been given the authority to promulgate rules and regulations governing the release on bail of persons accused before military courts, such rules and regulations have never been drawn up. In effect, a person accused before a military tribunal does not enjoy any right to bail. The martial law regime has introduced an innovation: the conduct of preliminary investigations for the commission of crimes. 349. Whereas before, a respondent in a criminal case enjoyed the right to be present at the investigation, to confront the complainant and his witnesses, and to cross-examine the said witnesses, these rights have been eliminated by Decree *I4. *14. Presidential Decree No. 77 dated December 6, 1972. Under the said decree, mere affidavits presented by a complainant charging a person with the commission of an offense would be sufficient basis for a finding by the investigating officer of the existence of a prima facie case. The person against whom the charges are leveled need not be present in order that the preliminary investigation can proceed. Neither is it necessary that said respondent be represented by counsel. The 1973 Constitution provides in its Article 4, Section 20, that XXXN a person under investigation for the commission of an offense shall have the right to remain silent and to counsel, and to be informed of such right. No force, violence, threat, intimidation, or any other means which vitiates the free will shall be used against him. Any confession obtained in violation of this section shall be inadmissible in evidence. This provision is not found in the 1935 Constitution. The effective implementation of the above quoted provision still has to be seen. The employment of force and violence by the police authorities in extorting a confession or admission from a person arrested and detained for some crime is of such common knowledge that it need not be recounted here. The military, on the other hand, are not to be outdone. If the police can employ water cure, the military can do them one better. In fact, they have made efficacious use of electricity, coursing the hot, tingling current not only on the forefingers of the detained suspect, but also through his naked body, testicles, or rectum, while he stands with his bare feet on wet cement. A joint circular dated July 11, 1974, of the Department of Justice and National Defense prescribed rules and regulations in the conduct of criminal investigations with a view toward implementing the aforequoted constitutional provision. The said circular makes it mandatory for the person being investigated to be informed of his right to remain silent, that any statement he makes therein could be used against him as evidence, and that he has a right to the presence of counsel. This circular, however, is a toothless measure. For one thing, it is being ignored. For another thing, while it allows the presence of counsel if so requested by the suspect being investigated, the one conducting investigation on custodial interrogation is authorized to exclude a counsel who impedes or shows an obvious inclination to impede the administration of justice XXX. The circular is dead silent, however, as to what act would constitute impeding the administration of justice so as to justify the exclusion of counsel. Indeed, what the circular seems to have granted on one hand, it has taken away with the other. At most, the circular is an implicit admission of the atrocities being committed by both civilian and military authorities in the conduct of criminal investigations. 3. So, Marcos has not hesitated to resort to indirect bribery in his passion to keep the judiciary his puppet in preventing or stopping any attempt to question the legitimacy of his dictatorship. Sometime in November 1973, he obtained reports from his hirelings that the Liberal Party provincial chapters would file simultaneous suits questioning the constitutionality of Marcos's continued stay in the presidency beyond December 30, 1973, in every appropriate court of first instance. The dictator hastily announced, through me, that he was standardizing the annual salaries of CFI judges to P40.000.00. He eventually signed a presidential decree, number 363, to that effect on January 3, 1974. Legality. Martial law was a form of Marcos's vengeance on his political foes. Marcos has always suffered from inferiority complex, placed side by side with Senators Lorenzo M. Tanada, Gil J. Puet, Arturo Tolentino, Jovito Arcelanga, Anabrogio Padilla, Benigno S. Aquino, Jr., and Jose W. Diogno. He had not won any argument against any or all of these people except to float his booming oratorical voice. His inferiority complex when ranged against these stalwarts challenged him, however, to turn his weakness into a spurious strength that drew upon force, the force of martial law. I am sure Marcos still recoils in his leap as he recalls the humiliations he has suffered in the hands of these stalwarts, for they have long ago discovered his deceitful and underhanded ways in handling the affairs of state. Marcos will never live down the stigma with which the uncowed legal minds of the Philippines have marked him with, even as he enjoys the fruits of power in Malacanang with his spurious strength. The Filipino people will record for posterity and hand it down to their generations after them, the fact that one man ruled the Philippines in a dark period of its history as a homegrown tyrant and shared such powers with a meddling woman with her own ambitions and imitable of power takeover. The records of the Marcos perfidy are preserved rather precariously in the archives of the Supreme Court. However, there is really a need to perpetuate them now, lest they be subjected to some incendiary acts by the minions of Marcos. Those records deal squarely with the legality of Marcos' presidency. I specifically refer to a petition for prohibition, GR No. L 40004, to stop the holding of the Third Philippine Referendum on February 27, 1975. In the petition, the challenge to the legality of Marcos's tenure was raised in the nature of quo warranto suit, which was bound to fail, as it did fail, as a collateral issue. Former Senator Lorenzo M. Tanada, along with his lawyer sons, Renato E. Tanada and Wigberto E. Tanada, appeared as counsel for petitioners Benigno S. Aquino, Jr., Trinidad Herrera, Bishop Francisco Claver, S.J., Bishop Antonio Nepomuceno, Bishop Jesus Varela, Bishop Felix Zafra, Bishop Teodimo Pads Eugenio Lopez, Jr., Sergio Osmina III, Antonio Araneda, Antonio Miranda, Raul Gonzalez, Joker Arroyo and Emilio de Peralta. The issue raised was the very constitutionality of Marcos's presidency. Humbly as a lawyer, with a greater grasp of the infrastructuring done by Marcos for his martial regime, I concur with the position taken by the brave petitioners in the case. And yet, I feel I would be remiss in my duty if I did not record here the doubts one entertained over the filing of the petition. I had already defected in the United States when the petition was filed with the Supreme Court. From 10,000 miles, I could see that Marcos himself welcomed the new 351 suit as something like an action to quiet his title or remove a cloud on the legitimacy of his stay in Malacanang. The Supreme Court was his captive after all. I have no reason, however, to doubt the sense of patriotism that goaded Tanada to file the petition. I reproduce here under pertinent portions of the petition to become part of these work, with certain corrections, and pass them on to history for judgment. The thrust of the Tanada petition is that Marcos is one, no longer president under the 1935 Constitution, not president nor prime minister, interim or otherwise, under the 1973 Constitution, 3, not the incumbent president referred to in the transitory provisions of the 1973 Constitution. And 4, that, even if he were president under the above three items, his transitory powers under the 1973 Constitution have lapsed. Under the 1935 Constitution, President Marcos ceased to be president on December 30, 1973. President Ferdinand E. Marcos was elected to his first term in November 1965. And that term ended on December 30, 1969, Art. 6, Sector 4. 1935 Constitution. He was elected for a second term in November, 1969, and that term ended on March 31, 1973 when this court, in the ratification cases, ruled that the 1973 Constitution may be considered in force and effect. Furthermore, even if the 1935 Constitution were still in force, his term of office would have ended on December 30, 1973 without holdover, Art. 7, Sector 4, 1935 Constitution. Therefore, the continuance in office by President Marcos, after December 30, 1973, as President of the Philippines, is clearly and absolutely illegal under the 1935 Constitution, and he cannot now exercise the power and prerogatives of President under said Constitution. President Marcos not elected to presidency or any other office after December 30, 1973. Nor is President Marcos the President or Prime Minister, interim or otherwise, under the 1973 Constitution, because only the National Assembly may elect the President and the Prime Minister, and President Marcos has never convened the Assembly. Since President Marcos ceased to be President under the 1935 Constitution, he cannot lawfully exercise the powers of any public office under the Constitution. President Marcos not the incumbent President under transitory provisions. It cannot be validly contended that, despite the above facts, President Marcos can still exercise the powers of the President under the 1935 Constitution and of President and Prime Minister under the 1973 Constitution by virtue of Section 3(1) of the transitory provisions of the 1973 Constitution, which reads as follows. SEC 3(1) The incumbent President of the Philippines shall initially convene the Interim National Assembly and shall preside over its sessions until 35Z. The interim Speaker shall have been elected. He shall continue to exercise his powers and prerogatives under the 1935 Constitution and the powers vested in the President and the Prime Minister under this Constitution until he calls upon the Interim National Assembly to elect the Interim President and the Interim Prime Minister, who shall then exercise their respective powers vested by this Constitution. This is so because the phrase incumbent president used in this and in other transitory provisions refers to whoever was lawfully President of the Philippines not on November 30, 1972 when the Convention adopted the draft of the 1973 Constitution, but on whatever date the people ratified the 1973 Constitution in a plebiscite called for the purpose, Sector 16, Art. 17, 1973 Constitution. President Marcos was lawful president on November 30, 1972. But he is not now, and cannot now be, lawful president upon ratification of the 1973 Constitution because said Constitution has not yet been submitted to the people for ratification in a plebiscite called for that purpose, and, as 6 justices out of the 10 then constituting the court have ruled, said Constitution has not been validly ratified. On the second question of validity of the ratification, Justices Macalintal Zaldivar, Castro, Fernando, Tihanki, and myself, Chief Justice Concepcion, or 6 members of the court also hold that the Constitution proposed by the 1971 Constitutional Convention was not validly ratified in accordance with Article 15, Section 1 of the 1935 Constitution, which provides only one way for ratification, i.e., in an election or plebiscite held in accordance with law and participated in only by qualified and duly registered voters. *M Resolution in Jose Javelina vs. The Executive Secretary, L. at Gr. No. L. 36142 and other four ratification cases, Gr. NOS. L. 36164, L. 36165, L. 36236 and L. 36283, 50 SCRA 30, 138 to 139, words in parenthesis supplied. It is only being considered in force and effect. Accordingly, by virtue of the majority of 6 votes of Justices Macalintal, Castro, Barredo, Macajer, Antonio, and Esquerra with the 4 dissenting votes of the Chief Justice and Justices Zaldivar, Fernando and Tihanki, all the aforementioned cases are hereby dismissed. This being the vote of the majority, there is no further judicial obstacle to the new Constitution being considered in force and effect. ID, at p. 141, italics ours. Since the phrase incumbent president refers to the lawful president on whatever date the 1973 Constitution might be ratified by the people in a plebiscite called for that purpose, since the said Constitution has never been so ratified, and since President Marcos ceased to be the lawful president on December 30, 1973, he is not now and cannot be the incumbent president mentioned in the transitory provisions of the 1973 Constitution. Therefore, President Marcos cannot lawfully exercise any powers and prerogatives conferred on the incumbent president by the said Constitution. 3S3. Powers under transitory provisions have lapsed. But let us assume that the decision of this court in the ratification cases is equivalent to a ratification of the 1973 Constitution, so that President Marcos is the incumbent president referred to in said Constitution. Can he exercise now the powers and prerogatives conferred upon him by the transitory provisions of that Constitution? Petitioners submit that he cannot, because the clear intent or meaning of transitory provisions is that the powers and prerogatives it confers upon the incumbent president lapse unless exercised as soon as possible after the effectivity of the Constitution or at the very latest, before the end of the term for which he has been elected as president under the 1935 Constitution. And, for President Marcos, that term ended long ago. This is crystal clear from the very character and language of the transitory provisions, from the nature of the principal changes in the structure of government that the 1973 Constitution introduces, and from the disastrous consequences that would result from a contrary interpretation. Transitory provisions fleeting by nature. It is the very nature of transitory provisions that they be of a passing nature, temporary, fleeting or ephemeral, not enduring or permanent. Webster's New World Dictionary of the American Language 1966 ed. p. 1547. This being so, the powers conferred by transitory provisions cannot be exercised indefinitely, they must end after some time, and that time must be short or fleeting. Therefore, they must be exercised as soon as possible, if not they lapse. To hold otherwise is to make such transitory powers permanent exercisable during the lifetime of the incumbent president. This is not and could not be the intent of the 1973 Constitution. Surely, no one can seriously contend that the convention or the people intended to make President Marcos the incumbent president for life, an incumbent president who could moreover, during his lifetime rule by himself alone, and by his sole decisions determine the destiny of more than 40 million Filipinos. Yet that would be the result if the transitory provisions were interpreted to mean that simply because he was the incumbent president when the 1973 Constitution was considered in force and effect, President Marcos may continue to exercise all the transitory powers under said Constitution indefinitely or for as long as he wants to do so. And that could be during his entire lifetime. We must never forget that both the 1935 and 1973 constitutions were ordained and promulgated to secure for all Filipinos of today and tomorrow the blessings of democracy and a regime of justice, and liberty. Preambles, 1935 and 1973 Constitutions. Every clause of the 1973 Constitution must therefore be so interpreted as to achieve these ideals and aspirations. There is only interpretation of Section 3(1) of the transitory provisions that would be consistent with these aspirations. And that interpretation is that the transitory powers of the incumbent president lapse if not exercised as soon as possible after the effectivity of the 1973 Constitution or at most only during the term for which the people had elected him president. 354. Intent clear from language of 1973 Constitution. The language of the 1973 Constitution manifests this indubitable intention. Sections 1 and 3 of the transitory provisions, viewed in the light of other sections, clearly show it. Before conferring transitory powers upon the incumbent president in Section 3(1) of the transitory provisions, the 1973 Constitution provides that there shall be an interim National Assembly which shall exist immediately upon ratification. Sector 1, Art. 17, that the members of the interim assembly may take their oath of office and qualify after ratification of the Constitution. Sector 2, Art. 17, and that the incumbent president shall initially convene the interim National Assembly. Sector 3(1), Art. 17. It is only after these provisions that transitory powers are conferred upon the incumbent president, which powers he shall continue to exercise until he calls upon the interim National Assembly to elect the interim president and the interim prime minister. What are these transitory powers? When do they begin? When shall they end? The answer is plain. The transitory powers consist of the powers of THEP resident under the 1935 Constitution. These powers obviously existed before the 1973 Constitution took effect. To obviate the possibility of their being considered terminated upon the ratification of the 1973 Constitution, the latter provides that the incumbent president shall continue to exercise them. The transitory powers also consist, second, of the powers of the President and the Prime Minister under the 1973 Constitution. These powers did not exist before the new Constitution took effect. Hence the phrase "continue to exercise" cannot apply to these powers. But these powers did come into existence upon the effectivity of the 1973 Constitution. Can these powers be exercised from that date? No, because insofar as these powers differ from the powers of the President under the 1935 Constitution, they require the existence of the interim National Assembly before the incumbent President can exercise them. For example, Art. 7, Sector 6 of the 1973 Constitution gives the President power, among others, to address or dissolve the National Assembly. Unless the interim National Assembly has first been convened, the incumbent President obviously cannot exercise these powers, for there is no one he can address and nothing he can dissolve. Similarly, Art. 9, Sector 5 of the 1973 Constitution empowers the Prime Minister to appoint the Deputy Prime Minister from among the members of the National Assembly. Until the interim National Assembly has been convened and its members have qualified, the incumbent President obviously cannot exercise this power, for there is no one he can appoint. The same holds true with respect to the other powers of the President and the Prime Minister under the 1973 Constitution, except for the power granted by Art. 14, Sector 15 of the 1973 Constitution. Therefore, the second group of transitory powers cannot be exercised until the interim assembly has been convened. That is why the grant of transitory powers is preceded, in Section 3(1), by the directive to convene the interim assembly, which, according to Section 1, shall exist immediately. When do the transitory powers of the incumbent president end? 355. If the assembly is convened, all transitory powers come to an end when the interim president and interim prime minister are elected, because upon their election, they will exercise the powers only of their respective offices as vested in the 1973 Constitution, Cs. 3, 1, and 4, Art. 17. But if the interim assembly is not convened, then, as above stated, the second kind of transitory powers, by their very nature, cannot be exercised at all, and the first kind, the powers of the President under the 1935 Constitution, will end when he fails to comply with his constitutional duty to convene the interim assembly as soon as possible after the effectivity of the 1973 Constitution on March 31, 1973 or, at latest, on December 30, 1973 when his term as President under the 1935 Constitution would end. Raison d'etre of 1973 Constitution would be frustrated. To hold otherwise is to hold that the 1973 Constitution intended, first Tolo President Marcos, by his sole act, to extend his term of office indefinitely, and second, which is worse, to allow him to frustrate indefinitely the implementation of the major change that is the raison d'etre of the 1973 Constitution, the implantation of a parliamentary form of government in this land. Putting it bluntly, to hold that President Marcos could exercise transitory powers beyond his term under the 1935 Constitution is to hold that both the Convention and the people intended that, between the presidential democracy of the 1935 Constitution and the parliamentary democracy of the 1973 Constitution, our nation would have to go through a transitional period of presidential dictatorship that could last throughout President Marcos's lifetime. Such an intention, so clearly contrary to both Section 26 of Art. 6 of the 1935 Constitution and Section 15 of Art. 8 of the 1973 Constitution, and so clearly violative of the values of freedom and democracy that every Filipino treasures is nothing less than absurd. Disastrous consequences of contrary interpretation. Other pernicious consequences would result from the interpretation that President Marcos may continue to exercise transitory powers indefinitely, even long after December 30, 1973. Some of these consequences, indeed, are already upon us. Constitutional officers guilty of treason or corruption cannot be impeached or removed. One is that constitutional officers become immune to impeachment and removal even if they commit the most heinous crimes. In addition to the primary duty to enact measures for the orderly transition from the presidential to the parliamentary system and the reorganization of the government, and to its general powers of legislation, the Interim National Assembly may exercise the powers of impeachment, Art. 13 Sector 3, Ratification of Treaties, Art. 8, Sector 14, PAR. 1. Creation of the Special Court 2. 3S6. Be known as Sandiganbayan and the Office of Ombudsman to be known as Tinodbayan, Art. 13, C. 6. The incumbent president cannot exercise these powers. Even if he could exercise all the powers of the president under the 1935 Constitution and those of the president and prime minister under the 1935 Constitution and those of president and prime minister under the 1973 Constitution, he cannot exercise the powers of impeachment or ratification of treaties or creation of the Sandiganbayan and the Office of Ombudsman to be known as Tinodbayan without the Interim National Assembly, and there is no assembly interim or otherwise. Unless there is a body that can exercise these powers, the consequence is that justices of the Supreme Court of Appeals, members of the Civil Service Commission, of the Commission on Elections and of the Commission on Audit even if caught in the act of treason, bribery or graft and corruption, cannot be impeached or removed. Surely, the Convention and the people could not have intended that such a state of affairs should last indefinitely. On the contrary, the 1973 Constitution directs immediate action. This is evident from the provision of the Constitution which requires the Interim National Assembly to give priority to measures for the eradication of graft and corruption, Art. 17, Sector 5. The only conclusion that flows from all these is that there can be no indefinite stay in convening the Interim National Assembly. The incumbent president must convene it as soon as possible after the effectivity of the 1973 Constitution, and at the latest during his term as president. If he fails to do so as he has, he loses all transitory powers. No independent judiciary, no security of tenure for civil service. Another disastrous consequence, one already upon us, that results from the claim to exercise transitory powers indefinitely is that our inferior courts have lost their independence and our civil service its security of tenure. Sections 9 and 10 of the transitory provisions empower the incumbent president to remove all who, at the effectivity of the new constitution, were members of the judiciary and of the civil service, by simply appointing their successors. If it be held that this transitory power may be exercised without first convening the National Assembly, and even after December 30, 1973, the effect would be that all judges and justices holding office on the date of the effectivity of the 1973 Constitution, and who have not been reappointed, can be removed at will and without cause, even before they reach the age of 70 years, and this situation can last as long as President Marcos wants it to. In the pungent language of the President of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, our judges have become casuals. The same holds true of the civil service. This state of affairs is so contrary to the ideal of an independent judiciary and civil service, based upon security of tenure, that is inconceivable that the Convention and the people could have intended it to continue beyond December 30, 1973. 357. No orderly succession to head of state. Both nature and law abhor a vacuum. That is the reason for transitory provisions. The framers of the 1973 Constitution knew that, upon its effectivity the office of the Vice President under the 1935 Constitution would be automatically abolished. Therefore, they knew that, If anything happened to the incumbent president before he convened the interim assembly, there would be a vacuum in the most vital of all offices under the 1973 Constitution, the office of head of state, made doubly vital by the existence of martial rule. Their experience and their knowledge of human nature also taught them that since the vacuum had not been filled by law, it would, in all probability, be filled by force with all its bloody consequences. Certainly, it could not have been the intention of the convention and of the people that such a dangerous situation would continue for long. Rather, their intent was, and the tenor of the transitory provisions shows it, that the incumbent president should convene the interim National Assembly as soon as possible so that this vacuum could be filled and the danger of sanguinary internecine conflict thereby averted. This reinforces the conclusion that the incumbent president should exercise his transitory powers immediately or at the most before December 30, 1973. If he fails to do so, his transitory powers expire. What is President Marcos today? President Marcos is definitely not president under the 1935 Constitution because his term of office as such president has expired. He is not president nor prime minister, interim or otherwise, under the 1935 Constitution because he has not been elected to either office. He is not the incumbent president referred to in the transitory provisions of the 1973 Constitution because the provisions refer to whoever might be president when the said Constitution is ratified, and since, according to this court, the said Constitution has not been validly ratified, Javelina versus the Executive Secretary, 50 SCRA 30, 138-139, and since President Marcos's term of office as president expired on December 30, 1973, he is not now and cannot now be the incumbent president. Finally, even assuming that President Marcos is the incumbent president referred to in the transitory provisions, he cannot now exercise any of the transitory powers conferred upon him by the said Constitution because all such powers lapsed when he did not perform his constitutional duty to convene the interim National Assembly immediately after the 1973 Constitution had taken effect, or at the latest, when the term to which he had been elected by the people ended on December 30, 1973. What, therefore, is President Marcos today? What powers of government can he exercise? These questions answer themselves. Assuming for purposes of argument alone that President Marcos may still hold office as president despite the expiration of his term under the 1935 Constitution, he does not have any lawful authority to promulgate laws or 358. Orders with the effect of laws either under the 1935 or the 1973 Constitution and, therefore, has no authority to call referendum. Both under the 1935 Constitution and the 1973 Constitution the legislative power is located in the legislature. Section 1. The legislative power shall be vested in a Congress of the Philippines, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Art. 6, Sector 1, 1935 Constitution. Section 1. The legislative power shall be vetted in a National Assembly. Art. 8 Sector 1973 Constitution. President Marcos cannot exercise legislative powers. As a private citizen, President Marcos does not possess legislative power or any other powers of government. Even as incumbent president, his transitory powers, assuming they have not lapsed, are purely executive powers. As incumbent president, he has the powers of the president under the 1935 Constitution, but that Constitution did not confer any legislative powers on the president. He also has the powers of president and prime minister under the 1973 Constitution, but the latter confers no legislative powers either on the president or prime minister. Congress did not grant HRMSNY emergency powers under Section 26. Art. 6 of the 1935 Constitution, although it could have done so because it was in session when he declared martial law. The National Assembly has not granted him any emergency powers either under Section 15 of Art. 7 of the 1973 Constitution, and it could not have done so because he has never convened it. So, as incumbent president under Section 3(1) of the transitory provisions, President Marcos has no legislative powers at all. Martial law does not give President Marcos legislative powers. It cannot validly be considered that the declaration of martial law on September 21, 1972 gave President Marcos any legislative powers. Martial law gives no powers to the President, 3 Willoughby 592, and asked Constitution is the basic law, in times of crises more than in times of normalcy, the national emergency merely affords the basis or reason for the exercise of a living power already existing or enjoyed. Wilson v. Reed, 243 U.S. 332. It does not create power, nor increase granted power or remove or diminish the restrictions imposed upon power granted or reserved. Home Building and Loan Association, v. Blaisdell, 290 U.S. 398. Section 3(2) of the transitory provisions confirms this. If the proclamations, decrees, orders and other acts done under martial law prior to the effectivity of the 1973 Constitution had the force of law, there was no need to make them part of the law of the land as Section 3(2) of the transitory provisions does. And if martial law automatically granted President Marcos 354 legislative powers, then there was no need to confer upon him the power to modify, revoke, or supersede his orders, proclamations, decrees, etc. Any doubt about whether President Marcos does or does not have legislative powers under martial rule is dispelled by Section 7 of the transitory provisions. 4. Under this section, all laws existing at the time of the effectivity of the 1973 Constitution continue in force insofar as AOD inconsistent with said Constitution, SND only the regular assembly, not President Marcos, can amend, modify or repeal them. Assuming President Marcos has legislative powers, these do not include calling a referendum. Even if we assume that martial law grants legislative powers to President Marcos, a proposition we do not concede, he may not perform any legislative act that the legislative itself could not do. Calling a referendum is essentially a legislative act, which can be performed in the manner and for the purpose prescribed in the Constitution. Referendum is the right reserved by the Constitution to the people of a state or local subdivision thereof to have submitted for their approval or rejection any act, or part of any act, item, section, or part of any bill, passed by the legislature, and which, in most cases, would without action on the part of the electors become a law. 82C.J.S.I93. There can be no valid referendum of any enacted law except pursuant to constitutional authority. By the referendum the people are a coordinate branch of the legislative body, with coextensive power. 82C.J.S. 197. There are grave doubts, 2, over the constitutionality of Marcos's invoking of the Commander-in-Chief provision of the Constitution as authority for declaring martial law. If Marcos's own rhetorical development of the causes for his declaration of martial law were to be followed, then he could not legally invoke the Commander-in-Chief provision to impose martial law. In the final whereas of Proclamation No. 1081, Marcos declared, XXX the rebellion and armed action undertaken by these lawless elements of the communist and other armed aggruppations organized to overthrow the Republic of the Philippines by armed violence and force have assumed the magnitude of an actual state of war against our people and the Republic of the Philippines. Italics supplied. If such had been the case, then the constitutional thing for Marcos to have done was to ask Congress to declare war by 2/3 votes of both chambers voting separately. And, with Congress having declared war, Marcos would have had to carry out the instructions of Congress on the conduct of the war as the Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces. *15. *15. Raoul Berger's executive privilege, a constitutional myth, is very enlightening on this subject. The question is whether or not the President, as Commander-in-Chief waging war without congressional authority, can rule by decree, suppress or disband one branch of government, as he did with the bicameral Philippine Congress, while allowing other agencies to function, like the Supreme Court. 36c. which he needs only to anoint his regime with legitimacy. Then, if the courts are open and can administer justice, as Marcos claims they do, is there a real and actual emergency for which martial law has to be maintained? Marcos must realize the incongruity of his position. At the moment, he can rule by the law oft gun. Before the bar of history, he would be a faceless litigant. The martial law constitution was approved by the Constitutional Convention on November 30, 1972, under pressure from the guns of martial law. The delegates did not have any other choice. However, the handful of courageous hearts who dared vote against the Marcos dictated constitution voiced the hope that the martial law constitution would be rejected by the people during a plebiscite to be called to either ratify or reject any new charter draft. President Marcos did in fact schedule a plebiscite on the new constitution for January 5, 1973, and proclaimed a period of free and untrammeled debate during the campaign for ratification or rejection of the new constitution. I6 Marcos soon discovered though that the new charter which would legalize his martial law regime did not stand a ghost of a chance of adoption in a free plebiscite. He immediately cancelled the scheduled plebiscite, and instead called for a national referendum on various burning issues of national import. I7. In efforts to falsify the records for history, Marcos later wrote, "There was, however, another question regarding my swift action on the Constitution, and I can understand how this must have bothered the legal constructionists among us." On 30 November 1972, one called a plebiscite after the Constitutional Convention had approved the new Constitution. This plebiscite was set for January 5, 1973. But on December 23, 1972, one suspended the plebiscite upon the petition of some parties, including jurists, who pointed out that a longer period was necessary to prepare the citizenry and thoroughly inform them about the Constitution. And yet right after I had suspended the plebiscite, I immediately organized the Baranais and called for a show of hands regarding the new Constitution on 10 to January 15 this year. Why this sudden decision on my part? I know that some old society politicians thought it was their eloquent and brilliant opposition which precipitated my action. This was understandable, for they could not have imagined that the truth was that martial law had peculiar ramifications in the Muslim areas, which were one of the sources of a three-pronged rebellion and conspiracy that included the communist rebels, the rightist conspirators, and the Muslim secessionist, XXX. The only possible maneuver dictated by the national interest was to meet this incipient splinter state with a government and a republic duly supported by the great majority of the people, especially the Muslim citizenry, operating under a constitution of their own making and already ratified so as to be enforceable by the government. I 18. Notes on the New Society, pages 125-129. Again, Marcos was not being candid about things. The truth was that anger he foresaw was directed at him personally. It was a decision arrived at by members of the Philippine Senate to convene Congress in regular session on the fourth Monday of January in 1973. This was a decision forged during a caucus of sectors presided over by Senate President Gil J. Puat on December 24, 1972. The senators so forged in accord with their colleagues from the House of Representatives that they would work against the ratification of the martial law constitution. They've realized that it would only legalize the dictatorship of Marcos. In his mad desire to head off a congressional session, Marcos canceled the plebiscite on the new constitution. Forthwith, he convened the barangays for a show of hands on the new charter. He figured that he must have a new constitution that would enable him to stop Congress from convening. That was the reason for the indecent hate with which he proclaimed on January 17, 1973 the ratification of the Constitution by the barangays. Congress was scheduled to meet on January 22, 1973. There was one other compelling motive for Marcos to abolish Congress. He knew that members of Congress were rallying behind Senate President Puat to make him a constitutional president upon the expiration of the constitutional term of Marcos by December 30, 1973. Still very fresh in the memory of both Marcos and the members of Congress was the theory developed by imprisoned Senator Diokno in a privileged speech in the Senate, entitled The Throne of Bayonets. In that speech, delivered about mid-July, 1972, Diokno declared that Marcos might declare martial law in order to stay in office beyond December 30, 1973. Neither a genuine cause like social anarchy or foreign invasion nor a gratuitous declaration of martial law would give President Marcos the right to remain as head of state under our Constitution, Diokno said. Not President Marcos, but the Senate President, whoever he may then be, is the only one who would have the right to act as president beginning noon December 30, 1973. No amount of manipulation of the law will enable President Marcos to remain in office legally after that date. Only naked force could achieve it. Some laws, according to Diokno, provide that a public officer continues in office until his successor shall have been elected and qualified. But with respect to the President, Article 7, Section 4 of the Constitution is explicit: his term shall end at noon on the 30th day of December, 4 years after his election, and the term of his successor shall begin from such time. Our Constitution does not permit the President to hold over. In the case of President Marcos, Diokno went on, the prohibition against this holding over after December 30, 1973, is even more stringent. Art. 7, Section 5 of our Constitution is clear: no person shall serve as president for more than 8 consecutive years. He cannot interrupt this period by voluntary renunciation of the office for any length of time. By noon of December 30, 1973, President Marcos will have served as president for 8 years. He cannot constitutionally serve 1 minute more. The case of President Quezon further clarifies this point. His 8-year tenure expired at the most exigent time of the war against Japan. To enable him to continue to serve as president, the American government enjoined 362. Resolution of Congress suspended the provisions of our Constitution concerning the presidency, thus extending President Quezon's term, Diokno pointed out. At that time, the Philippines was a commonwealth and its constitution was subordinate to the American government. Today, Diokno maintained, no one can suspend our Constitution, not even constitutionally, not even by martial law. He added that under Section 10 of the Election Code of 1971, it is not the President but only the Commission on Elections, subject to the approval of the Supreme Court, who can suspend an election. Furthermore, Diokno continued, even if Marcos were to pack the Commission on Elections and the Supreme Court with his lackeys and the elections were suspended in 1973, not he but the Senate President alone could legally occupy the office and discharge the duties of chief executive until one properly elected and qualified to do so. Diokno rejected the most common notion that martial law would make the Philippines fall helplessly into the hands of a usurper dictator. If martial law were declared and noon December 30, 1973, had passed, the armed forces of the Philippines would have to see to it that Marcos vacated the presidency and Senate President occupied the position until a successor had been elected and qualified. The thesis developed by Diokno gained copyright much popular adherence that Marcos had to make sure that the Batangas senator was kept in a military stockade while he maneuvered to legitimize his illegal presidency. He waited until the ruling of the Supreme Court on the case of Javelina vs. Executive Secretary became final before he released Diokno from a military jail. Marcos provided the naked force, as Diokno had feared, by declaring martial law, extorting a palace-drafted constitution from the Constitutional Convention and then whimsically declaring it to have been ratified in a farcical referendum. I immediately gleaned the motive of the president when he decided to call a referendum. He actually spelled out his plans in a conference which he attended, along with Gov. Benjamin Romualdez, Secretary of Local Government Jose Rono, and Presidential Assistant Guillermo C. de Vega. He wanted, he said, a vehicle for the approval of the new constitution by the Filipino people without having to go through the dangerous mechanics of a plebiscite. Thus, he scheduled a referendum among the citizens' assemblies in more than 35,000 barrios and baranai districts all over the country from Jan. 10 to 15, 1973. 6 questions were addressed to the baranai voters, although actually only 2 of them were of vital importance at the time for President Marcos. These 2 questions were: 1. Do you approve of the new constitution? 2. Do you want a plebiscite to be called to ratify the new constitution? As proclaimed officially on January 17, 1973, by President Marcos, who never batted an eyelash while reading Proclamation number 1102, the 2 questions were answered by the baranai voters in the following manner. 1. Yes, 14,976,561, no, 743,852, abstention, 829,991. 2. Yes, 1,322,434, no, 14,298,814, abstention 909,173. The orchestration of the ratification of the martial law constitution did not 363 by any means end with the issuance of Proclamation number 1102. The final arbiter of all justiciable questions was called in to put its stamp of legality on Marcos' ratification of the charter through the case of Javelina vs. Executive Secretary. Today, you are my judges. Tomorrow, history will judge you. This was the final statement of imprisoned Sen. Benigno S. Aquino Jr. on March 31, 1975, before a military commission before he went on a hunger streak to dramatize his challenge to the jurisdiction of the military kangaroo court convened to perpetuate testimonies of prosecution witnesses on charges concocted by President Marcos against the Tarlac senator. But the reminder might as well have been addressed to the honorable members of the Supreme Court. One cannot expect any of the members of the Supreme Court to vote or rule against President Marcos these days. The truth is that most Supreme Court justices would stumble over each other's faces to please TFCE great Mr. Marcos. For one thing, they are scared for their lives, another, they are all about to retire, and they cannot afford to jeopardize a retirement pay of 5 years lump sum by a lousy vote that might displease Marcos. The Supreme Court of the Philippines exists today for only one main function, namely, to maintain the legitimacy of the military regime of Marcos. Marcos very well realizes that his regime has to have a facade of legitimacy, otherwise he would lose the support of his own military backers and the international community. Marcos has thus far succeeded in misleading his own military backers and some world leaders into a belief that he rules by the consent of the governed. Marcos not only holds the members of the Supreme Court by their balls, but he also makes sure that they do not ad-lib accidentally. He ensures the good behavior of the members of the High Court by having decisions on cases vitally important to the personal and political interests of Marcos drafted in Malacanang. Whenever the martial regime is challenged in a court suit, a draft decision is first prepared by Undersecretary of Justice Efren Plana and Ronaldo B. Zamora, of the Malacanang Legal Office. It is then sent to the Office of De Vega to furnish members of the Supreme Court, especially Justices Antonio P. Barredo, Claudio T. Honky, Estanislao A. Fernandez, Felix Macazier and Fred Ruiz Castro. With some slight modifications, the Malacanang draft of the decision eventually becomes the basis of the majority Supreme Court decision. Such was the case in the constitutional challenges filed against Marshall itself, and in the challenge to the ratification by Marcos of the 1973 Constitution. In most instances, when one reads those majority decisions, he cannot but come to a conclusion that they were not majority decisions at all. Apparently bearing in mind the warning of Aquino about the judgment of history, most justices, although concurring in the results of the majority decision, pen their own concurring dissenting opinions, a reading of which would lead any sane man to demand to know why they did not vote against the majority decision. It is clear that while they want to save their neck from the chopping block of Marcos, they also want to perpetuate into the records an escape clause, the separate opinion, for the judgment of history. 364. I may be blaming the Supreme Court unjustly for the cloak of legitimacy that the martial regime enjoys. But the Supreme Court's priority of things leads one to suspect the tightrope walking it is trying to attempt under the martial regime. The case of Aquino et al. vs. Enrile, et al., Gr. No. L35546 was filed as early as October, 1972. The suit was a petition for habeas corpus and was therefore of the highest individual privilege. It was decided adversely against the petitioners only last September 17, 1974. And yet, when a suit, Javelin Av's executive secretary, was brought to challenge the validity of the ratification of the new martial law constitution, the Supreme Court took less than 2 months to decide it. The decision was promulgated on March 31, 1973, and it became the major basis for the dismissal of a privileged suit filed 5 months earlier. With the cloak of legitimacy stripped off the martial regime of Marcos, it now becomes appropriate to sound a note of warning that the illegal ruler of the Philippines does not speak for the government and people of the Philippines. Foreign governments should therefore be wary about swallowing Marcos's so-called solemn commitments to foreign nations. They should be wary about concluding treaties and agreements which might be disowned by a legitimate Philippine government that could come into being any moment now. Chapter XVI Plans in Perpetuity. During the 1965 election campaign of Marcos to oust then-incumbent President Diosdado P. Macapagal from Malacanang, the heckling slogan devised for the palace occupant was Listayan. Nakakahiya. Get out. Shame on you. Now, the unexpressed motto of Marcos and the ruling cliques, Patayin mo muna ako. You will have to kill me first before I yield. Marcos will not yield the dictatorship, the seat of power, alive. Someone, or a power mightier than the combined strength of Marcos and the guns of martial law will have to evict the man out of Malacanang. Senator Jovito R. Salonga, one of the victims of the Plaza Miranda bombing, voiced his own suspicions about Marcos's presidential plans in perpetuity more than a month before the Miranda grenade bombing. Maniwala kayo, hindi bababa yan sa Malacanang. You better believe it, Marcos will not leave Malacanang. I know he will not relinquish the presidency, and I have a few guesses on what he might just do, Salonga prophetically told a group of liberal senatorial candidates. His group then was the POS team, which stands for the first letters of the last names of senatorial candidates Salapita K. Pendatan, John H. Osmina, Salonga, and Melanio T. Singson. Salonga forewarned his colleagues about his suspicions on Marcos possibly resorting to political trickery or gimmickry to perpetuate himself in power when he observes that they were being overconfident over the results of the pre-election poll surveys showing that the Liberals would sweep the 1971 midterm elections, and therefore, the 1973 elections. At the time, the Liberals were already speaking in terms of Marcos becoming a lame duck president. 365. They were acting no less cockily than the leaders of Julio Nahindasan 36 years earlier. Little did they realize that Marcos would pull a bigger Nahindasan murder 1 year later with the liquidation of democracy in the Philippines. If Salonga had suspicions then about Marcos not willing to give up the presidency upon the expiration of his term by December 30, 1973, there are more overwhelming proofs now that Marcos will not give up his dictatorship until his death do them part. The stark reality is that Marcos is prepared to rule for the duration of his natural life on earth in the manner that Spain's Franco did, unless certain fortuitous events intervene. Marcos intends to achieve his lifetime dictatorship by plundering the country economically and politically. Marcos would continue to crack down on political dissent, maintain a weakened opposition and muzzled press, by the use of an expanded military establishment. Since September 21, 1972, the so-called New Society has gone nowhere but down. There has been no unstinted investment in the establishment of Equality Society, Marcos having betrayed from the start the objectives of his own democratic revolution. Along the course of the New Society now yawns the path of a planned moral, political, and economic bankruptcy in the Philippines. This is part of the grand design of Marcos to perpetuate himself, his wife Imelda, and/or son, Ferdinand, Jr., in power. This was planned by Marcos from the very start. Marcos, the methodical politician, does not act on impulses. Everything is well planned in advance, or things are done in accordance with set play patterns. The advance planning could take a minute or a week or months. The execution of the plan for the legalization of the indefinite martial law regime of Marcos is, even as an evil handiwork, a novelty to be admired by political historians. The plan culminated in the promulgation of Proclamation No. 1102 high, which Marcos declared the ratification of the martial law constitution, and in the Bina B*I decision of the Supreme Court upholding the validity of the proclamation. *1. This a stronger Tagalog term for an hermaphrodite. The meat of the plan was devised by Marcos' collaboration with presidential assistant De Vega, who holds a doctorate degree in political science from the University of Hyderabad. The scheme was to have enticed the members of the Constitutional Convention as well as the spineless among the suspended Congress into cooperating with Marcos in legitimizing his stay in power beyond the end of his constitutional second four-year term on December 30, 1973. The scheme as devised was enshrined in the now notorious Article XVI, known as the Transitory Provisions, of the new Constitution, which provided for the creation of an interim National Assembly. The ostensible function of the interim assembly was to prepare the country for an orderly shift from the presidential to the parliamentary form of government. There was hardly any opposition to the transitory provisions. Delegates had been previously cowed into submission by the president with the mass arrest of some radical convention delegates, such as José María Vélez, Enrique Voltaire Garcia III, Napoleon Rama, Francisco Soc Rodrigo, L. Ernesto Rondon, José Nolito, José Calderón, Teopisto Ginguna, and Sedfrey Ordonez. Others were 3. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Sufficiently tamed with bribes of money and promises, like appointments to the new offices to be created under the new constitution. 2 other delegates hostile to Marcos, Aquilino Pimentel, Jr., of Misamis Oriental, and Manuel Martinez, of Masbate, were arrested after January 17, 1973, and detained without charges. Their only known crime was that they campaigned vehemently in December, 1972, for the rejection of the martial law constitution. Pimentel and Martinez were among those who voted against the draft of the new constitution. The pertinent provisions of Article 17 follow. Section 1. There shall be an interim National Assembly which shall exist immediately upon the ratification of this Constitution and shall continue until the members of the regular National Assembly shall have been elected and shall have assumed office following an election called for the purpose by the interim National Assembly. Except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, the interim National Assembly shall have the same powers and its members shall have the same functions, responsibilities, rights, privileges, and disqualifications as the regular National Assembly and the members thereof. Sector 2. The members of the interim National Assembly shall be the incumbent President and Vice President of the Philippines, those v/ho Servidus President of the 1971 Constitutional Convention, those members of the Senate and the House of Representatives who shall express in writing to the Commission on Elections within 30 days after the ratification of this Constitution their option to serve therein, and those delegates to the 1971 Constitutional Convention who have opted to serve therein by voting affirmatively for this article. They may take their oath of office before any officer authorized to administer oath and qualify thereto, after the ratification of this Constitution. Sector 3, 1. The incumbent President of the Philippines shall initially convene at interim National Assembly and shall preside over its sessions until the interim Speaker shall have been elected. He shall continue to exercise his powers and prerogatives under the 1935 Constitution and the powers vested in the President and the Prime Minister under this Constitution until he calls upon the interim National Assembly to elect the interim President and the interim Prime Minister, who shall then exercise their respective powers vested by this Constitution. 2. All proclamations, orders, decrees, instructions, and acts promulgated issued or done by the incumbent president shall be part of the law of the land and shall remain valid, legal, binding, and effective even after lifting of martial law or the ratification of this Constitution, unless modified, revoked, or superseded by subsequent proclamations, orders, decrees, instructions, or other acts of the incumbent president, or unless expressly and explicitly modified or repealed by the regular National Assembly. Sector 4. The interim Prime Minister and his cabinet shall exercise all the powers and functions, and discharge the responsibilities of the regular Prime Minister and his cabinet, and shall be subject to the same disqualifications. 367. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos provided in this Constitution. Sector 5. The interim National Assembly shall give priority to measures for the orderly transition from the presidential to the parliamentary system, their organization of the government, the eradication of graft and corruption, the effective maintenance of peace and order, the implementation of declared agrarian reforms, the standardization of compensation of government employees, and such other measures as shall bridge the gap between the rich and the poor. Sector 6. The interim National Assembly shall reportion the Assembly seats in accordance with Section 2, Article 8 of this Constitution. So, when the new Constitution was finally enacted by the Convention on November 30, 1972, the delegates, who were actually mostly the losers to congressmen, senators, city mayors, and governors in the 1969 and 1971 elections, prepared to campaign vigorously for the ratification of this handiwork. Marcos had told them he was all set to call the plebiscite on the new charter. More than anybody else, Marcos and the military were particularly interested in the approval of the new constitution. It was a new charter that, despite oversights that usually mark such hasty and devilish execution of plots, was satisfactory to them for the moment. Firstly, it legitimized the martial law proclamations, decrees, general orders and letters of instructions. However, the senators and congressmen, still sulking over the closure of Congress, were not as keen as their would-be fellow assemblymen from the convention on the ratification of the new constitution. As a matter of fact, they started the campaign that it was plain lack of delicateza on the part of convention delegates to have inserted themselves into the proposed interim National Assembly without going through an election contest. But the delegates unashamedly, not entirely without logic, pointed out that they were sovereign over the congressmen because they were elected by the people with more sovereign powers to do whatever they want with the country, whether to turn it into a dictatorship, a republic, or whatnot, or even abolish the Philippines as a nation. They said they could even have excluded the incumbent members of Congress if they had wanted to. In almost all the polls conducted during the last days of December 1972, the overwhelming sentiment was for the rejection of the new constitution. The clarity and import of the message could not be missed. Rejection of the new constitution would have meant rejection of martial law itself. On December 27, I orchestrated the controlled media in exposing a so-called plot of a number of senators to exercise legislative functions and thereby grab the legislative powers belonging to the president. They had been called to the palace on December 20, 1973, and some of them expressed the thought that, as the president had decided to postpone the plebiscite, Congress should perhaps convene on January 22, 1973, in keeping with the 1935 Constitution. With Theus of his spies, Marcos discovered that the senators had convened in caucus at the invitation of Senate President Gil J. Pueyat on December 24, 1972, and decided to convene Congress to session to lay down the law on the holding of 368. A plebiscite on the new constitution. Marcos didn't like this. The president called me on Christmas Day by phone and directed me to orchestrate stories for the newspapers in which he appealed to the conspirators to desist from provoking a constitutional crisis which may result in the exercise by me of authority which I have not exercised. On New Year's Eve, the palace announced the creation of citizens' assemblies, otherwise known as baranais, purportedly for purposes of loose consultation with the people on important public issues. On January 7, 1973 the President announced the indefinite postponement of the plebiscite. Because the people were backsliding, the full severity of martial law was reimposed. Public debates and discussions on the new constitution were prohibited. Then, on January 10, 1973, 5 days before the original date of the plebiscite that had been postponed indefinitely, the citizens' assemblies were hastily convened for a day-to-day consultation up to the 15th of that month. They were supposed to vote with raised hands on a set of questions drafted by the palace. Do you like the new society? Do you like the reforms under martial law? Do you like Congress again to hold sessions? Do you like the way President Marcos is running the affairs of the government? Do you approve of the new constitution? The suggested answers: in favor of martial law, the new constitution, and the president, and against Congress, against the interim assembly, and against the idea of popular elections for at least 7 years, 7 being the favorite number of the first family, were given to the participants. These participants admittedly included ex-convicts, illiterates, and, as may be seen in the pictures published by the controlled press, children of tender age. From January 11 to January 16. The suggested answers came out in the media as the demands of people. On January 16, just 1 day after the close of the Baranahi consultations, the Cocoa Vote Factory Group announced in the Daily Express and other papers that 88% of the Baranahis all over the country had already turned in certified results, an instant miracle that added insult to the injury committed against the Commission on Elections, CUMLEC, the constitutional agency in charge of all plebiscites, whose intervention was ruled out. In all previous national elections and plebiscites, it took the CUMLEC about a month to come out with the overall results from all over the islands. But the Department of Local Governments, a new creation of the President under his martial law powers, was undoubtedly more efficient. The next day, that is, on January 17, 1973, the President, amidst great fanfare, proclaimed before a hurriedly assembled crowd at the palace that more than 95% of the people in the Baranahis had overwhelmingly ratified the new constitution. Even the number of votes, certified by a certain Mr. Francisco Cruz, the president of the National Federation of Citizens' Assemblies, seemed convincing: 14,976,561 in favor, and only 743,869 against. So fast and foul was the whole exercise that many people could hardly believe what they read in the newspapers. Those who thought they could still rely on what the president said, asked one question that could not be 36. Answered: what happened to the plebiscite that the president himself postponed? The foreign press reported what it saw and called it a farce and a mockery. A good number of Filipinos, until then in favor of the imposition of martial law, felt deceived and offended. Many did not know that there were barangay meetings supposed to be going on in all kinds of places. Not even the Supreme Court, most of whose members are appointees of President, could say that the new constitution had been ratified by the people, as the one-man ruler had announced. By a 6-4 vote, they held that the proposed constitution was not validly ratified in accordance with the prevailing constitution. Nevertheless, they approved a last-minute insertion, which provoked many conflicting interpretations, that there was no more judicial obstacle to its being considered in force and effect. As pointed out by Chief Justice Concepcion, who penned the court's resolution. The point is that, such of the barrio assemblies as were held, took place without the intervention of the Commission on Elections, and without complying with the provisions of the Election Code. What is more, they were held under the supervision of the very officers and agencies of the Executive Department who sought to be excluded therefrom by Article X of the 1935 Constitution. Worse still, said officers and agencies would be favored thereby, owing to the practically indefinite extension of their respective terms of office, in consequence of the transitory provisions found in the proposed constitution without any elections therefore. And the procedure therein mostly followed is such that there is no reasonable means of checking the accuracy of the results. This is another violation of the Constitution which can hardly be sanctioned. Such violation renders null and void the contested proceedings or alleged plebiscite in the citizens' assemblies. The record shows that Mr. Cruz, the one who certified the results, was not even a member of a barrio council since 1972. So that he could not possibly have been a member on January 17, 1973, of a municipal association of presidents of barrio or ward citizens' assemblies, much less of a provincial, city or national association or federation of presidents of any such provincial or city associations. Indeed, I cannot, in good conscience, declare that the proposed constitution has been approved or adopted by the people in the citizens' assemblies all over the Philippines, when it is, to my mind, a matter of judicial knowledge that there have been no such citizens' assemblies in many parts of Philippines. Probably more than any incident, it was the scandalous plebiscite and thus harmless ratification of the new constitution that convinced many informed Filipinos that martial law was nothing more than a device to stay in power. All things else, morality, legality, public welfare, and common decency, were subordinated to the politics of power retention. Not long after the Supreme Court's decision, the independent-minded members of the Cumlic were booted out, and the president's partisans came in to take charge of the referendum which the president said would be held every year. The referendum results, one was held in July, 1974, another in 37 February, 1975, based on loaded, suggestive questions regarding the continuation of martial law, and the indefinite stay of the one-man ruler, were quickly hailed by the controlled media as an overwhelming mandate, 90% being the usual percentage, in favor of a regime so unsure of its legitimacy that the people have to be required, on pain of being jailed, to go to the polls periodically and declare their love for it. Why was there no provision on succession in the Malacanang dictated constitution? There was one in the original draft prepared by Presidential Assistant De Vega and Delegate Gilberto Duavit. As a matter of fact, it was a carbon copy of the 1935 Constitution's provision on succession. However, Marcos himself instructed Dr. De Vega to cut out the provision on succession. He pointed out that then Vice President Fernando Lopez would necessarily bait a successor in waiting, or that a designated successor waiting on the wings could always plot my death. On this point, Marcos double-crossed the military officers whom he had been titillating one by one as his possible successor. Even the statement he had agreed with the military that his successor would be a civilian official is a farce. With the enforcement of the new constitution, all the legal successors of president, in case of the latter's death, removal, disability, or resignation, had been systematically eliminated. Having thrown them out and, in addition, imprisoned or discredited all potential rivals for the presidency, the martial law authorities, sensing mounting dissatisfaction, brazenly floated the question: but who is the alternative to Mr. Marcos? In any case, their impudence backfired, for if the new society has no known procedure for the orderly transfer of power, there can be no basis for the repeated claim that it has achieved political and social stability. The president himself, realizing that foreign observers and investors, local businessmen, and the genera, public, were disturbed by the lack of the element of predictability in the governance of public affairs, answered the question in a memorable speech that raised more intriguing questions and cast serious doubts on the planning and rationale of martial law and on the quality of discipline in the new society. Speaking from the palace on the first anniversary of the new constitution on January 17, 1974, he declared, "I must now reveal to you that before I proclaimed martial law, all those who advised me agreed that I should provide for the procedure by which a successor would be chosen the moment anything happens to disqualify me. This has been done by virtue of a decree which I have kept in order that it may not sow intrigue, discord, and disunity among our people. If anything had happened to me, or if anything happens to me, that decree would be immediately in force." Even his own associates and subordinates noticed the slip. From the time the president declared martial law in September 1972 up to January 17, 1973, when he declared, on the basis of the false certification of Mr. Cruz, that the new constitution had been overwhelmingly ratified by the people, the 1935 constitution and the law on succession, Representative Act. Number 818, provided who his successor should be. But his revelation clearly admits that before martial law 371 was proclaimed, the planners of martial law had already agreed to purge all legal successors of the presidency. Only the one-man ruler can select his successor, and his succession must be kept secret, otherwise, intrigue, discord, and disunity may prevail among the people. What about the power of the National Assembly, now that the new constitution is in effect, to elect the successor to the Prime Minister by a majority vote of all its members? Such a power does not exist. The one-man rule has decreed, allegedly with the support of the Baranais, that there shall be no assembly. The nation is still in a long, indefinite period of transition, and the palace-drafted transitory provisions have consigned most of the other provisions of the new constitution to the limbo. One Supreme Court justice held that the new constitution is in a state of anesthesia. In any event, the secret decree only stirred up all sorts of speculation as to who the successor or successors could be. The First Lady? A ranking general or cabinet member, perhaps? A committee or a junta? No one really knows. A decree that is secret can always be changed, depending on circumstances. And if the dictator is no longer around, who will enforce the decree? Or will the Philippines become just another banana republic, moving from one strong man to another? When Marcos called the referendum of July 10 to 1975, he assured the skeptical convention delegates expecting to seat as full-pledged members of the interim National Assembly that he would submit the constitution for ratification. He assured them that the interim assembly would be convened by him. However, less than 24 hours before the first day of the referendum, their referendum group headed by Coco y Romualdez, and which included myself as member, got the final 6 questions which were to be addressed to their referendum. One of them was a question on whether the assembly should be convened. The final tabulation that we made out of nothing is as follows. 1. Do you approve of the Citizens' Assembly as a way of popular government to decide issues affecting our people? Yes 15, 290, 639 no 462,852. 2. Do you approve of the new constitution? Yes 14, 976,561 no 743,869. 3. Do you want a plebiscite to be called to ratify the new constitution? Yes 1,322,434 no 14,298,814. 4. Do you want to hold elections in November 1973, as provided for in the 1935 Constitution? 14,431,957. Not be held. When do you want the 5. Yes 1, 206, 721 no. If the elections in 1973 will next elections to be called? Over 7 years, 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years. 2,016,711. 8,513,167. 2,264,668. 1,388.555. 809,991. 528,973. 446,321. 37z. 1 year, 380,200. O year, 181,835. With 95% voting against the convening of the Interim National Assembly, and remarks having been dutifully reported by the controlled media that the convening of the Assembly would be a throwback to the days of political elitism and that the people want the Baranais to be the lawmaking body in place of the National Assembly, Marcos conveniently bowed to the predetermined will of the people and called a Katipunan NGMGA Barangay Conference, People's Congress, at the Maharlika Hall on January 17, 1973. Invited to the conference were representatives from labor, youth, etc., and Senate President Gil Puet, Speaker Cumliot Villarreal and Chief Justice Roberto S. Concepcion. As the convention delegates slowly tried to visualize their forlorn dreams, most of them wryly remarked, Talagang magaling manakit ng tao itong si makoy. Nang once na, nang utopia. This man Marcos really knows how to hurt people. He first treated us like small children, then double-crossed us. Of course, the major reasons for the non-calling of the Interim National Assembly was Marcos's decision to rule alone and thereby perpetuate himself in power. But other than officially declaring that it is the desire of the people as indicated by them in their overwhelming vote during the referendum that the INA not be convened, Marcos has not stated the other major valid reason for not convening the Interim National Assembly. If he ever convenes the Interim National Assembly, he would create a Frankenstein monster that could have more disastrous effects for the country than martial law itself. He may never again be able to have his way, for he will have to contend with a truly unwieldy assembly that could be blackmailing him very moment of his tortured dictatorship. Imagine an assembly with 24 senators, 102 congressmen, and 320 CONCON delegates as members. Its duty would be to provide the mechanics for an orderly transition from the presidential to the parliamentary form of government. And one such infrastructure would be the organization of the regular National Assembly, which, as understood by all those in the CONCON, would be composed of one assemblyman from each of the assembly districts. Now, the number of assembly districts could be not less than 120 nor more than 160, as these has been understood in the defunct, lamented 7th Congress, which called the Constitutional Convention into being. In the redistricting of the country alone, there would be endless disagreements among the more than 400 interim National Assembly members. We should bear in mind that all 400 are ambitious men who, just like Marcos, certainly would not want to give up any position of privilege and power. They would all be jockeying for position and for advantage, if they have to go through an election. They would most likely bear in mind that elections are too expensive, elections have reduced politicians to penury. They might just come to the conclusion that they might just as well coexist with their political enemies in the Interim National Assembly instead of doing combat with each other once more in a regular election. So, the Interim Assembly can turn out to be a Frankenstein monster. The Primitivo Mijares 373. Members will never vote against themselves, they will never vote to dissolve it Interim National Assembly. And since the new constitution does not prescribe a specific period for the existence of the Interim National Assembly, it could go on and on. Marcos would have to abolish it the way he sidelined the bicameral Congress of pre-martial law days. The expenses that the Interim Assembly would incur by its operation could be staggering. That is money which could be utilized for the expensive foreign trips and jet-set parties of Imelda Romualdez Marcos. Quite naturally, Marcos is not the kind of a man who would admit that the above-cited reason is one of the compelling arguments against the convening of the Interim National Assembly. The demigod cannot afford to commit mistakes, much less can a demigod afford to make an admission that he had committed a mistake. In the military ruling clique that shares powers with dictator Marcos in some ways, there is an inner 7 and an outer 11. Whenever the situation in the Philippines develops to such a point as to call for flexing of muscles, the president calls the inner 7, plus 4 more, to complete the so-called outer 11 so that messages could be beamed to various sectors that the military ruling clique is united. The fact that the military commanders have been accorded the awesome power and privilege of sharing the loot of an authoritarian government renders the present situation in the Philippines a hopeless one. The military won't ever let go of the power and privilege that once were an exclusive preserve of politicians and policemen. Thus, when Executive Secretary Alejandro D. Melchor proposed a purge of undesirables in the government, including the military, to dramatize the 3rd anniversary of martial law, he himself got purged in the process. Marcos was unable to do anything when ranking military commanders led by Secretary of Defense Juan Ponce Enrile, submitted their resignation in masse following the Melchor Protest September 21, 1975 announcement of Marcos that the next target of the purge would be the defense establishment. It was a case of making Marcos choose between Melcher and the military. Marcos chose Melcher for decapitation. Melcher, an Annapolis graduate, proposed the purge of the military in an honest and sincere desire to cleanse government. He had received reports of wide-ranging corruption among the military officers in almost every aspect of national life where they could collect tong. The tong for everything has quadrupled, not on account of inflation but because the military demands a higher price. They who have the more powerful guns wield greater powers of coercion. Before the advent of martial law, the nightclubs and restaurants could reverberate to sickening calls, like "What will you have, Mr. Senator or Mr. Congressman?" While the beauty and mahjong parlors had Mrs. Senator or Mrs. Congressman * for their big patroness. This time, waitresses, waiters / or hostesses in restaurants and nightclubs are usually heard addressing their customers as General, Colonel P. Major, Captain, while the beauty and mahjong suites have for most of their patrons Mrs. General, Mrs. Colonel, Mrs. Major, or Mrs. Captain. 374. As in every aspect of human endeavor where the spoils or the loot must be shared or divided, the military occupiers of the country have had their ups and downs. At the South Harbor, a shootout between elements of the Metrocom and the Coast Guard armed with heavy weapons almost erupted over division of the spoils. Marcos always humors the military by persistently claiming that there is a September 21 movement. By doing so, he retains the loyalty of the soldiers who are loyal to the generals, whom Marcos likes to flatter as belonging to the September 21 movement. There is really no such thing as a September 21 movement, although the Psy-War people of the armed forces continuously identify themselves as belonging to the September 2 movement. Sometimes some of the generals whom Marcos constantly flatter with mention of their membership in the September 21 movement are as disgusted as anybody because Marcos seems to move too slowly in acting on their proposals. This is one reason the generals just act on their own in taking care of their future economic security. The September 21 movement exists only in the imagination of dictator Marcos. It is a gimmick to make the sidelined politicians feel that they have no chance of staging a comeback onto the political arena because the dictator has the full backing of the military. By claiming that there is a September 21 movement, Marcos humors the military officers into believing that they are his advisors. If only they would know that they have so little value in the scheme of things designed by Marcos, then they would probably mutiny against the usurper commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Marcos himself suspects that every project presented to him by every general or colonel is calculated to serve the selfish personal motives of the proponent. Marcos does not really love his generals. He monitors their movement every inch of the way. On many an occasion, I have heard the president give direct orders to Gen. Ver to take steps to downgrade Major Gen. Fidel Ramos, the PC chief, because he was becoming too popular in the newspapers. In this project of downgrading generals, Marcos receives the willing assistance of the First Lady, who distrusts all the Latino generals in the armed forces because she believes they serve as the procurers of women for President Marcos. While Marcos makes sure that the military won't get to be swell-headed and think about taking over his job, the dictator distributes once in a while a few crumbs that he and Imelda, in-laws and cronies, are otherwise unable to chew for themselves. This particular pie is named Mission Conus, or Mission to Continental United States, consisting of trips to the United States and subsequently around the world for favored AFP officers or those officers whose dangerous inclinations against the dictatorship merit for themselves an exile abroad. Foreign junkets were usually a private preserve of the members of the defunct Congress. Now that the military officers are helping Marcos make the laws and enforce them under a dictatorial rule, they somehow have been allowed to share in those restful and profitable trips abroad. It is about time the generals wake up and realize that they are only being used and fooled by President Marcos as he had done with other sectors of 37's Philippine society in his mad rush to the presidency and to dictatorship. One argument heavily exploited is that it is more economical to run the country under martial law than under a parliament of duly elected representatives of the people. But look at how the salaries of military personnel have been doubled, while civil servants got only as little as 10% increase. Then, when the president felt he had to cajole the court of first instance judges or make the world believe that the new society has a strong and independent judiciary, he increased their salaries. When the domino effect on succeeding aspects of expenditures for martial law are considered, like the referendum, the cost could even be more staggering. Crime solution is not only both expensive and inefficient, it is in a mess. It is expensive for so many people because suspects are rounded up in mass and thrown to the stockade. This was particularly true in the early days of martial law and on to the second year. Then, due to the lack of publicity in the commission of crimes and possible description of suspects, people are unable to assist in detection work, or cannot give tips to the law enforcers. As far as crime solution is concerned, the people are terra incognita. The military cannot expect voluntary cooperation from the police forces in maintaining peace and order because there is widespread resentment by the policemen against martial law for many reasons. One of the selfish reasons is that the constabulary has replaced the policemen as tong collectors. Even in going after actresses and hostesses, the military has priority. The only known action that Dictator Marcos has taken on erring military officers involved those of Brigadier Generals Alfred M. Montoya and Tagumpay Nanadiego. Montoya was relieved of his Metrocom command right after the near encounter between Metrocom armored car-borne troopers and the gunboat-borne Marines from the Philippine Coast Guard at the South Harbor. There were, of course, other compelling reasons for his relief. In the process of relieving Montoya, the president was compelled to retire Brig. Gen. Ifigenio Navarro, 2nd Military Area Commander whose son had, even before martial law, joined the new People's Army elements operating in the Bicol area. On the other hand, Nanadiego was retired because some of his legal assistants in the AFP Judge Advocate General's office were denounced by cronies of the president with having allegedly pried into the hidden wealth of certain rich friends of Mrs. Marcos who have already filed their application for tax amnesty under Presidential Decree No. 23. Nanadiego was replaced by Court of Appeals Justice Guillermo Santos as JAGO head. In appointing an outsider to replace Nanadiego, Marcos again evaded the problem of having to displease any of the factions at the military establishment. A good number of D&D leaders had their own recommendees for the Yago post. 376. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Nanadiego is the only officer of general rank to have been taken out for alleged misconduct in the exercise of martial powers. All other generals have been allowed by the dictator to overstay in their posts. And this is one reason the colonels and the majors and captains are recafing. They feel that their own retirement days would come without their having been able to earn their stars because there are so many overstaying generals. The military is actually both a source of strength about the only one right now and a pain in the neck for Marcos. Marcos has thus far been able to adroitly manipulate the military. For his own purposes, he has not opted for an elite professional military that would stick to the honor code and present him with the threat of a coup d'état. In fact, he has kept the military tied down to a non-win war a la Vietnam in Muslim Mindanao. One of the devices concocted by Marcos in thwarting too much encroachments by the military into the realm of civil government is the organization of the so-called Sangguniang Bayan or Legislative Advisory Council. This scheme called for the abolition of the positions of vice-governor and vice-mayors, and of board members and municipal councils in the local governments. The displaced officials were then constituted into the so-called local legislative advisory councils without pay. This cushioned the bitterness of the displaced officials and at the same time effectively prevented the major sand captains in the armed forces who were girding to become either governors, vice-governors, mayors, vice-mayors, board members, or councillors from pursuing their political aspirations. Marcos evolved the SB or LAC scheme when he first got hold of reports that the AFP majors and captains have been instructed by their military commands to start taking up public administration courses preparatory to taking over the local government positions when the term of elective officials expire by December 31, 1975. Marcos certainly did not want the military meddling in purely civilian functions, although he initially held out to the military high hopes that the AFP officers would participate in civil government. I used to discuss with Marcos during his spare time the matter of the generals becoming powerful, abusive, and corrupt, that military commanders in the provinces were behaving like feudal despots, and this mentality is filtering to their children. The situation, as I viewed it, was similar to the pre-martial law days when the children of politicians behaved as spoiled young punks. However, in those days, there was a safety valve, regular elections during which there was a chance to throw the bums out. Marcos, in turn, would tell me that he has the military in tow. He has been able to divide and rule the military. Marcos has kept a dossier on every ranking military commander, and he lets them know as the occasion demands that he is in possession of those dossiers. Sometimes, Marcos uses enrealtad or de Vega to beam messages to the military. However, Marcos has no intention of acting decisively to stamp out abuse and corruption by the military. He has even banned publication of news items and disciplinary actions taken against military personnel by their own military. 377. The Conjugal Dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda. Marcos courts. He wants the military shielded from the glare of publicity. Falsifications, forgeries, and bribery and or blackmail are standard weapons in the arsenal of Marcos. They are used for both defensive and offensive purposes. Marcos realizes that, in spite of his having won some big battles, the entire war of his career would be decided by the verdict of history. Thus, he would stop at nothing to ensure the favorable verdict of history. He would even falsify historical records to obtain the much sought nod of history. For instance, the unpublished presidential decree on perpetuation of testimony was promulgated days after the first attempt to bring former Senator Benigno S. Aquino, Jr. to trial in August, 1973, but it was antedated to make it appear that it was promulgated before that date. One would notice that decrees issued by President Marcos do not have consecutive numbering, the reason being that, every so often, Marcos issues decrees which must be antedated. Even the unused letter of sequestration covering the confiscation of the facilities of the Lopez-owned radio-television complex and the Chronicle printing establishment was antedated to make it appear that it was issued during the first few days of the imposition of martial law. The truth, however, is that the letter of sequestration was drafted only after the burning of the Kenlon Broadcasting System building on Roxas Boulevard, and at a time when Alfredo Montalbano, the authorized representative of Don Eugenio Lopez on negotiations for the sale of the ABS-CBN complex, was imposing certain difficult conditions for the lease of the compound to the representatives of Ambassador Roberto S. Benedicto, the front man of the president in the media field as well as in the sugar business, financing, and contracts with Japanese companies. Antedating documents is a common practice in the palace. Even the martial law proclamation, number 1081, was antedated to September 21, 1972, although its typing was actually finished on September 23, at about 4 p.m. Marcos is a past grandmaster at historical falsifications. And it is a small wonder he has chosen to do a similar job on the 1971 Constitution to suit his criminal and selfish purposes. There are many more falsified provisions of the new Constitution done under the direction of dictator Marcos himself, as there are numerous areas of the so-called minutes of the Constitutional Convention which were blatantly doctored, all to suit future contemplated actions of the President, like the creation of the National Intelligence and Security Agency as part of the decree enacting an Internal Security Act. By that decree, Marcos formalized his being the dictator of the country as he enumerated therein the acts or utterances that are punishable, setting up the secret police under Gen. Ver, and enumerating acts which, even if martial law were lifted, would still be punishable by military tribunals. The antedating of Proclamation No. 1081 had a pivotal objective for historical purposes. It was dated September 21, 1972, to show to future historians that the President really did not abolish Congress by his imposition of martial law, but that it was the new Constitution that disbanded the bicameral legislature under the 1935 Constitution. Writings have already been made to show that Congress was even allowed to function, meet on Saturday, September 23, 2 days after Marcos signed. 378. Proclamation No. 1081, or 1 day after he had ordered its implementation. The Constitutional Convention Journal was falsified so thoroughly by Marcos. The grave falsifications were committed on the alleged discussions on the power of a president to call a referendum and on the very powers of the president, or prime minister. Those who were represented as having talked on these powers, but actually did not, were delegates Arturo Pacificator, Godofredo Ramos Rosella T. Lim, Antonio Topaz, Estanislao A. Fernandez, Arturo Barbero Gilberto Duavit, and Lunending Pang Andaman. The falsified portions of the Constitutional Convention Journal were then cited as authority by Solicitor General Estelito Mendoza when he argued for the government before the Supreme Court on the case of Javelina Us. Executive Secretary. So thorough was the falsification that the journal even showed speeches justifying the creating of a national secret police. The NISA. A delegate was even represented as having delivered a speech during an leg debate on the transitory provisions that the new constitution may be submitted to either a referendum or a plebiscite, and that the president would be under no constitutional obligation to convene the interim National Assembly. There is widespread criticism of the unseemly haste with which the president implemented the new constitution as it benefited him, but put off implementing the provisions benefiting others, i.e. the calling of the interim National Assembly, filling up of other offices like the Commission on Audit, the Budget Commission, the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals, or the Civil Service Commission. Of course, Dictator Marcos justified the immediate effectivity he made of the new constitution as it affected his becoming a dictator by citing the existing emergency for which he imposed martial law. Whatever rationalizing he does, the shabby treatment he gave democracy in the Philippines will remain an indelible blot on his already blemished record. If Marcos wanted to be fair, he could have set the effectivity of the new constitution to December 31, 1974, and thus pave the way for an election. But he was really scared of elections. He had never won an election fairly in his life. In an election which was fairly conducted, his father lost, but he deprived the victor of the enjoyment of the fruits of victory by gunning him down, according to the findings of former Court of First Instance Judge Roman Cruz. He dreaded elections. The 1935 Constitution was more subtly implemented by Quezon. It was made effective December 30, 1935, but provided for elections on September 18, 1935. It cut short the term of office of those elected in 1934 to the National Assembly, including Julio Nalandason, who defeated Mariano Marcos, father of now dictator Ferdinand Marcos, in 1934. Marcos had made a mockery of many things, one of them being their referendum. He infers his right to call a referendum from Republic Act No. 3590, which suggested the calling of citizens' assemblies, and which he further strengthened by his issuance of Presidential Decree No. 86, the original decree on referendum. Senator Lorenzo M. Tanada is right. There is no constitutional authority for the holding of a referendum without congressional sanction, as in a plebiscite. 374. On a specified subject, much less was there any legal authority for the holding of a referendum of January 10 to 15, 1973, which Marcos deemed to have ratified the Malacanang-dictated constitution. The existence of the taxation provision on properties of religious educational institutions was one of the reasons the new constitution was pulled out of a scheduled plebiscite on January 15, 1973. Marcos found out that the religious groups, led by the Catholic Church leaders, were out to defeat the new constitution. The new constitution could have been voted down by the people for that reason. Another ground for its defeat would have been the transitory provision which would allow the Con delegates to sit as members of the interim National Assembly, a situation so unpalatable to their political superiors, namely senators and congressmen. The convention delegates, it should be stated, were the political rejects in the old society. And to insert themselves as lawmakers in the interim National Assembly was something the tried and tested politicos would not accept. There were other valid reasons for rejecting the new constitution. No one was the transitory provision which made a mockery of the entire democratic processes. Another was the lack of a provision on succession. Catholic leaders are now fighting, if divided, because they had to move to wring out concessions from Marcos on the non-implementation of a provision of the new constitution on taxation of properties used for profit, like those for schools and hospitals. Archbishop Santos had struck a modus vivendi with Marcos on the non-implementation of the provision. As a matter of fact, a letter of instructions, unpublished, was issued by the President instructing the Secretary of Education not to enforce the provision. However, upon the death of Archbishop Santos and the ascendancy of Archbishop Jaime Sin, the situation was altered. Sin would not compromise with Marcos. He felt that the duty of the Church to fight for the civil liberties of people, and for social change was something which cannot be bartered away. Sin eventually sided with the minority bishops, a group of 5, who initiated the struggle for civil liberties. Eventually, the entire church leadership joined as one. Of course, some moderates, like Archbishop Julio Rosales and Bishop Mariano Gaviola, urged caution, stating that there was no sense in going into a confrontation with the military government of Marcos. Presidential Decree No. 2 declared the entire country as a land reform area. It was meant to get the mass of farmers immediately behind the martial law government. No details were spelled out, but since this was a vital measure to draw the endorsement of the farmers of the martial law proclamation, PD No. 2 was announced hand in hand with the issuance of Proclamation No. 1081. The land reform decree promised a lot of things to the farmers, the hope that they would soon be able to seize the big sugar, coconut, rice, and cornlands where they and their forebears have toiled endlessly for years. However, the massing farmers were stopped by the military on orders of President Marcos. It was understandable that the president would issue the stop order. He didn't want trouble this early coming from the landowners, for he feared them. Up to now, Marcos still lives in mortal fear that all the groups might band 38-0 together and gang up on him. Marcos had always warned his advisors that the martial regime was not secure in its position. I wish you people who are behaving arrogantly would realize that we have not yet stabilized the situation, Marcos snorted once to a group of assistants. At any time, we can have trouble. And all that he have worked for can blow up into nothingness. Then our heads will be on the block. Presidential Decree No. 27, signed on Oct. 27, 1972, during a ceremony attended by herded farmers from Bulacan and nearby areas, declared the emancipation of the tenant farmers from his bondage to the soil. This was authored by Secretary Arturo Artanco, Jr. The decree declared that tenant farmers in rice and com lands are automatically owners of the lands they are tilling at the time of the issuance of decree. Sugar lands were excluded because the dictator clearly did not want a clash with the sugar barons. Later, Marcos issued letter of instructions to the Department of Agrarian Reform and other offices concerned to the effect that only lands over 100 hectares are covered by PD No. 27, the first letdown for the farmers. Later another law was issued, placing rice and com lands with areas of 50 hectares over under the coverage of the land reform decree. This was when Marcos realized that there are actually very few tenants who would be benefited by the first law. But the big problem that has come up is how the new landowner tillers are going to get financing. Most land holdings are those of 20-3 hectare areas. These are owned by absentee landlords, i.e. teachers, soldiers, employees who have 3 to 4 children and are reserving these either for their children and for themselves to tend to personally when they finally leave their current employment and into retirement. A lot of trouble has cropped up on this area of land reform, more troubles are building up. Besides, when Marcos proclaimed the alleged emancipation of the tenant farmer from the landlord, his objective was not really to help the farmers. His main goal was to prevent a threat from ever being put up by the big landowners to his regime. Land reform was programmed in order that the big landowners could be uprooted from their sanctuaries outside Manila where they could scheme against Marcos. They could finance small pockets of rebellion. Now with the landowners dispossessed, and receiving only small payments for their lands, they are effectively prevented from underwriting any protest or dissent against the Marcos regime. They are kept in the cities where Marcos maintains a pervasive climate of fear greater than those in the rural areas. The project to uproot the landlords from their rural sanctuaries is tied up to another project, the modernization of tax collection through computerization of assets and liabilities of everybody. The sinister motive is for Marcos to know who are his rich potential enemies. Then through the power to destroy taxation he could disable those who are outside his clique. The ruthlessness of Marcos is part of his staying power. This evil quality in the man has goaded the dictator to make use of any stratagem to achieve his objectives. Marcos did not hesitate to push the country to the brink of bankruptcy to win a re-election against Senator Sergio Osmeña, Jr., in 1969. He 321. Did not hesitate to declare martial law when it became apparent that he would be unable to extend his stay in Malacanang beyond December 30, 1973, through a constitutional amendment. And, having wielded die guns of martial law, Marcos's one major concern turned to cloaking his dictatorship with legitimacy. He could not content himself with the string of Supreme Court decisions upholding his dictatorship, for he himself realized that he had extorted those decisions. Marcos extorted statements from certain national leaders either by cajolery, threats and intimidation, promises of political favors or assurances that they would be spared from harassment by the minions of the dictatorship. Marcos calls it favor for a favor. However, Marcos miserably failed to extort endorsements for his regime from national leaders who really count. Among those who have brusquely turned down Marcos's plea for public endorsement of the dictatorship were Senate President Gil J. Puet, Speaker Jose B. Laurel, Jr., and the entire Laurel clan, including Senator Salvador H. Laurel, Senators Jose W. Diokno, Jovito R. Salonga, Ramon V. Mitra, Jr., Gerardo A. Roxas, Arturo M. Tolentino, Ambrosio S. Padilla and Eva Estrada Cala, and former Senator Lorenzo M. Tanada. Marcos seems to have succeeded, however, in extorting a statement of support from his own bitter rival for the presidency in 1969, Osmeña, Jr. It seems that Osmeña wrote from Los Angeles Congressman Donald Fraser, chairman of the House Subcommittee on International Organizations, a letter endorsing continued U.S. military and economic assistance to the Philippines. The letter, dated July 9, 1975, was sent by Osmeña following representations made in behalf of Marcos by former Ambassador Imelda R. Mutuc and former Supreme Court Justice Estanislao A. Fernandez. Although Osmeña denies that his letter of July 9 to Fraser was a favor for a favor, his daughter-in-law, Marilita, wife of imprisoned Sergio Osmeña III, and son Sergey and a daughter, were allowed by the Marcos dictatorship to leave for the United States on July 17, 1975, so that Sergey IV could undergo intensive medical care in the United States. Marcos's controlled media in the Philippines and in the United States blared out in their front pages in glaring headlines the contents of the Osmeña letter to Fraser. Now, the point is that Osmeña, Jr., son of a former Philippine president and the man who ran for the presidency against Marcos in the 1969 elections, has the least reason to support the Marcos regime through the letter he had sent to Congressman Fraser. The elder Osmeña has been accused by Marcos of the worst possible crimes, including alleged assassination plots. His son, Osmeña III, has been a hostage of Marcos for the last 3 years, accused also of alleged conspiracy in the assassination plot. The son and daughter of Serging Selder daughter, Minnie, have still not been given any permit by Marcos to join their mother in the United States. Perhaps, another favor will be extorted by Marcos of Serging before his 2 grandchildren, Paulo Osmina Jacinto, age 10, and Stephanie Osmina Jacinto, age 8, can be permitted to join their mother. Marcos's holding of Minnie's children as hostage even touched the hardened sensibilities of the Dean of Students, Archie C. Epps III, of Harvard College in Cambridge, Massachusetts, that the man was compelled to write the 38Z Dictator a letter on November 20, 1975, interceding for the release of Minnie's children. He wrote, "I wish to call to your attention the fate of 2 young children being held in the Philippines against their will and separated from their mother. I urge their release as the only humanitarian action possible in the situation. I know that as a parent you understand the state of fear and unhappiness they suffer. I know that the Philippines is under a state of emergency declared by the government, but such concerns should not be placed above the welfare of defenseless innocent children. I cannot imagine, frankly, why they have been held for such a long while. I continue to hope that the Philippines, which has a special place on my heart, will represent the highest standards of decency and humanity in the community of nations. I think, Mr. President, that the retention of these children can only reflect poorly on the Philippines, XXX. If Professor Epps III was very diplomatic, the wife of Surging, Lords, did not choose to mince words as she asked the conjugal dictators in Malacanang a letter of July 16, 1975, to allow the too many children to join their mother in the United States. She wrote in her own handwriting, "Dear Imelda and Ferdinand, I know I should not be pestering you with my pleadings, but it concerns an 8-year and 10-year-old children, Paulo and Stephanie Jacinto. In your holding them as hostage and not allowing them to leave the country to join their parents is a punishment that no one at that age could withstand and endure. It is mental anguish. Do you think your own flesh and blood could endure such separation and anguish, and its fragile minds not snap at that anger? At 6 yesterday morning my grandchild Stephanie called me long distance collect begging me to help them come, and I had to tell her that it is President Marcos who is against it. Why do you hate us so much that even our children, an 8 and 10-year-old, are being punished for something that nobody knows whose fault except for some malicious tongues and insinuation? In what way did these children harm you and yours? I have never pleaded for my son, even though I know deep down in my heart that he is innocent of the charges against him. It is ironic that of all children he had the most admiration and respect for you, and now you are the cause of his suffering. And I do not believe that dirty linen should be washed in public, that we Filipino instead should try to love and understand one another and not breed an atmosphere of contempt and hate. I have been silent all these past 3 years, but for you to hold an 8 and 10-year-old as hostage is too much for a 61-year-old woman to bear and endure in silence. They are innocent. I beg you, please do not punish them. Allow them to be with their parents, whom at such a tender age they need so badly. Sincerely, Lords Osmina." One can understand the suffering that the elder Osminas, Surging and Primitivo Mijares 383. Lords, must continuously endure on account of the incarceration of Surgii and the holding of the too many children as Marcos's hostages. Of course, it underscores the ruthless, nay the heartless makeup of the conjugal dictatorship. However, it is precisely the heartless nature of Marcos that the public perceives which gives Ferdinand and Imelda the utmost satisfaction of their inhuman exercise on the lives of the Osminas. Both Ferdinand and Imelda realize that their dictatorship can only be perpetuated through force and with support of the military. Now, when known opponents, like Surging, whose legions of Cebuano supporters in the United States and in the Philippines are waiting for his signal to revolt against Marcos, are compelled to support, instead of attack, Marcos, it becomes obvious that Marcos's power and strength acquire the false quality of impregnability. Who would think of opposing Marcos when even his known worst enemies have succumbed to the pressures and agreed to express public support for him? Marcos would make use of any stratagem. He did not hesitate to spend and bankrupt the country to win a re-election. He did not hesitate to declare martial law. He would not hesitate to use helpless women and children. President Marcos conceded that, upon the proclamation of martial law, a place Filipinos want to visit, the Philippines ranks somewhere between the dentist's office and Muntinlupa. Such thoughts inspired him to give his country its jaunty new paint and cosmetics job, with balikbayan, various beauty contests and other forms of circuses for the entertainment of foreigners and natives as well. The Philippine News published in late July a piece by Renato Yazon, and he would like to reproduce it here with approval. Part XLI. The Marcos Coliseum. There's a big hunt for the great entertainment. Financed, managed, encouraged, and pushed by press. Ferdinand E. Marcos, this drive is to leave no stone unturned for that show of all shows, that circus of all circuses. New society agents are combing every nook and cranny of amusement capital's oft-world. They are everywhere, from the ballet schools of Russia to the karate dojos of Okinawa and Japan, from the concert halls of Manhattan to the basketball courts of the Bronx. Every manner of entertainment is being scrutinized, studied, listed, and catalogued for possible import to the Philippines. Money is no consideration. The new society is ready to throw everything, not just greenbacks and facilities and manpower, into the deal. Who cares if the Filipino people are starving? They will have circuses to keep them amused. Marcos is master of the tricks of a successful dictatorship, keep the natives on a steady diet of entertainment opium. It's the same recipe Nero used to keep the citizens of Rome pacified. Of course, we cannot have slaves and lions and gladiators nowadays. But the new society is trying its best to present their moral equivalent. Ali Frazier 8th. Fisher Karpov match. Miss Universe contest. Ad nauseam. The idea is to nurture the basest instincts of the masses for sadism, fun, identification and 384. Grandeur, while the new oligarchs secretly manipulate the reins of power and wealth. President Marcos knows the weaknesses of the Filipino. And he exploits them with all the resources at his command. He knows many of the people are dissatisfied with his regime, but he provides regular smorgasbord of outlandish fun that there is an illusion of contentment and peace. Even as the people suffer and starve. It's a varied fare, of course, from sex, beauty contests and fashion shows and bomba movies, to art, Van Cliburn, to sports, basketball and karate. It was in pursuit of the improbable fun that an old fraternity brother from the College of Law came to New York the other day. I was asleep when he rang up. "Broad," he screamed into the phone, "this is Alex Antonio. Are you asleep?" "Not anymore," I answered, as I barely managed to make out the time on the table clock, 2:15 a.m. "Look, Broad, I just arrived from Colorado and I have no money to take a taxi from Kennedy. Can you fetch me?" I still do not know why I assented, for I had to drag myself to the bathroom and wash the cobwebs off my brain. Soon, I was taking the empty belt parkway to the airport. It occurred to me that I had not even asked Alex what he was doing in town. Alex had a black eye, scratches on his face, a torn jacket. Without waiting for me to ask, he explained, "It's a long story, but to make it short, I bumped into a police raid somewhere while inquiring into some show for the new society. Later, nursing a gin and tonic at my apartment, he revealed that he worked as an assistant in the Game and Amusement Board in the Philippines. But while watching a game in the Midwest, he had to elbow and kick his way out of the barn, losing his wallet in the process, when the police swooped down in their squad cars. The game? Dogfights. So, what's the idea?" I asked. "Well, we're starting to run out of really good ideas. Our boss is getting impatient with all those leggy contests and basketball stars. He wants something really extraordinary, something that could be scheduled on a regular basis. Something out of Nero's Rome. So, it occurred to me to look into dogfights, which are, together with football and boxing and hockey, the closest approximation of the Roman Colosseum," he confessed. "And what entertainment do you expect to see in New York?" I asked, honestly dubious about the possibilities of fun in the Big Apple. "I really don't know, but I understand there's always something to see in the Empire State," he said, as he winked mischievously. I am not too sure, Broad, I said, unless you are interested in importing a few of the denizens of 42nd Street, of which you have too many already working in hotels and being hospitable to foreign investors and tourists. No, what I am really interested in is the ambience of the place, the spirit of America at work, as it were, he remarked, leaving me more mystified. What I mean is that you do have a way of keeping people entertained here. I'd like to know the technique. The medium is the message, you know. 325. With that bit of McLuhanism, he winked again and gave me a hearty and vigorous slap on the back. In a nutshell, what he wanted to do was feel New York City. How do people stay satisfied, uncomplaining? What is there in the Big Apple which makes life seem so meaningful, even if the people spend most time chasing their tails? There's something about the culture that breeds a kind of hero that loves adventure and thrill or exults in danger, a kind of mentality out of Hemingway, you know, the big safari or the bullfight. Americans are fed this daily diet of disaster that is almost sexual. It is in the consumption of the staple of adventure that many Americans find the meaning of existence, however empty and hollow it may be, Alex pontificated, and for a while I noticed that impish grin that seemed to savor every word. This is the psyche I want to study and experience. Indeed, I got his point quite readily. I had lived in the eastern seaboard for the last 5 years and had seen a continuous program of entertainment, usually based on adventure and competition, from season to season. At the moment it is Peter Benchley's Jaws, some time back, it was Towering Inferno, further back, it was. And how about the Mayaguez incident and the Vietnam experience? Always, there was the quest for kicks, the desperate escape from boredom. Let's have some action, is a common expression, a signal to gird loins, to initiate some fun. American culture is based on a cosmic high noon, the confrontation of two views or personalities or man with nature. Social relevance is not necessary as long as there is an air of tension and danger, of what Hemingway called grace under pressure. It's in reality a constant escape from the self through action. It's primitive jungle in modern setting. For once, Alex made sense to me, but what puzzled me was his desire to implant this primitive aspect of Western culture in the Philippines. It's simple, Broad, he said, the Philippines is a dictatorship. The people need an outlet for their dissatisfaction, or else their discontent will explode. At any rate, they must be entertained and amused. He called the phenomenon Colosseum syndrome, that outlook which considers life in general as a kind of sport, a big game. The new society, Hess said, aims to cultivate and encourage this Colosseum mentality to give the Filipinos a feeling of participation and worth. So, where do you propose to begin to have a picture of this Hemingway psyche? I inquired. Well, I think I should begin with the summer games. Baseball, you know, and soccer. Perhaps, we can also visit a few game and recreation areas like Great Adventure and Jungle Habitat, he replied. But Broad, I interjected, I thought you wanted some thrills, some hijinks. Let's start with the more routinary fun, he said. After all, I've had enough of the dogfights which turned out to be more dangerous to the spectators than to the protagonists. Looking at the telltale marks of his misadventure in the Midwest, I agreed and said, sure, you should settle down to the more homely entertainment like reading mysteries and watching TV instead of prowling into dens of iniquity all over town. 386. With that remark, I put Berlioz's Requiem on the turntable and settled to an hour or two of escape from disaster and adventure. My adrenaline glands certainly deserved a rest. Like any man with pretensions of grandeur, Marcos wants to be made to laugh, too. Minister Mariano Ruiz, who was Malacanang protocol officer following their retirement of Batang Zamora, had the patience to wait for his appointment ASAP. Appointments secretary in lieu of Secretary Venancio Duca, who was appointed one of the elections commissioners. Ruiz now not only attempts to be appointments secretary. He also performs the job of protocol officer, and court jester. At times, he even usurps the functions of Clave, de Vega, and Tugura. He is already having a feud with most of the military aides of the president. One of the best jokes he entertains the president with is adult tale about Elizabeth Day allegedly suing Secretary Romulo for assault with a dead weapon. The rebellion in Mindanao is going to be Mr. Marcos's unending excuse for continuing martial law throughout the country. He cited it as one of the grounds for martial law in Proclamation No. 1081. But he will not admit that the rebellion broke out anew upon the imposition of martial law. The Muslim Filipinos just can't live without their guns. When the military started telling them their guns would be collected, the Muslims started to rebel. Secretary of National Defense Enrile declared in a speech in July 1975 at National Defense College, that the nation still faces the same threats as it did since the imposition of martial law. One reading the speech of the defense secretary must begin to wonder what happened to all the alleged contrasts between the old and the new society. Consider his language. We still face the specter of internal subversion amidst the present economic crisis, adopting a united front strategy with a decentralized leadership. There is the threat of domestic criminality, aggravated by an incipient erosion of moral values in our society. We are still plagued by corruption and abuses among some sectors of the public service. We have the secessionist movement in the South, which, coupled with the economic crisis, constitutes the main problem of internal stability that we are contending with today. Bulletin today, July 12, 1975. Significantly, Marcos himself, in a speech delivered during the third anniversary celebration of martial law held last September 19, 1975, even went further. He openly admitted the danger that the new society is giving birth to a new government elite, who resurrect in our midst the privileges we fought in the past, who employ the powers of high office for their personal enrichment. There are new sores that are clearly emerging. There has arisen massive opportunities for graft and corruption, the misuse of influence, opportunities which are now being exploited within the government service. I raise my voice in alarm today, for we are in fact a nation divided against itself, divided between urban and rural, rich and poor, privileged and underprivileged. Among some of the poor, there is still the nagging fear that they have again been left 387 behind, and that we have liquidated an oligarchy only to set up a new oligarchy. The dramatic gains of the past 3 years have ironically intensified natural appetites for finery and show, for lavish parties, flashy cars, mansions, big homes, expensive travel, and other counterproductive activities. The next day, September 20, 1975, the Daily Express and Times Journal announced that soon after the anniversary speech of the President, the First Lady enplaned for New York to deliver a Philippine statement on the establishment of an economic order before the UN General Assembly, and make proposals in behalf of the Philippine government, concerning the moral and human dimensions of international relations. The controlled mass media extolled the anniversary announcement by the President of a sweeping reorganization of government. 3 cabinet members, quite old, had retired, 3 had resigned. 1 undersecretary, 10 other ranking officials including the heads of the revenue and customs offices had been relieved or had resigned. More undesirable officials were supposed to have been fired. Some officials whose resignations were accepted, were undoubtedly notorious, others apparently innocent were not given a chance to defend themselves or even confront their accusers. The one-man ruler is the supreme judge. There can be no redress, no appeal. Knowledgeable people became increasingly skeptical as they noticed that the big-time operators at the very seat of power, including close relatives, cronies, business associates, and trusted subordinates, had been spared once again. Were they included when the President said, "Against these enemies of the Republic, I now commit myself to do battle"? Marcos has been anything but candid to his people. That has been his forte all along. He would say one thing, and yet. In an interview with newsmen, as reported by the United Press International, he was quoted as having said, "If they answer no, we will immediately dismantle the present administration and move into a parliamentary form of government." He was talking about the referendum scheduled for February 27, 1975, in which one of the vaguely worded questions was whether the people favor the continuation of martial law. Marcos's answer as quoted by the UPI was not an honest answer. He would never allow the people to vote no to martial law, neither would he dismantle martial law, if the people were really given the freedom to say no to his dictatorship. Even his answer that the country will move into a parliamentary form of government was equally dishonest. Why? Because he would have to follow the provisions of the new constitution and convene the interim National Assembly, which is charged by the new charter with the task of ushering the country into the parliamentary form of government. In the same interview, he was asked whether he did not feel it necessary to reconvene Congress on an interim basis so that important foreign policy decisions could be ratified. He answered, "I had hoped that I could, but the world economic crisis intervened." Another barefaced lie. But he is not one who would be nailed down without answering any question. For, if there had been no world economic crisis, which martial law could not possibly remedy, he probably would have answered that the Muslims are still in rebellion in Mindanao, or that a small band of Mpes, magnified by Marcos himself into several armed hundreds, are still roaming the hills of Palanan. 38.8. In Isabela. One of the long-range plans of Marcos is to suffer or tolerate within certain limits the anti-Marcos political activities of the old society politicians, while countering their every move with his own controlled propaganda machine. His gambit is to outlive most of them, or hasten the demise of most of them. He knows that the upcoming generation may no longer have any memories about constitutional democracy, but only a forced liking for his constitutional authoritarianism. And, in order to swing the youth to his side, Marcos has ordered the organization of secret training camps for youth corps in the Visayas and Mindanao, and parts of northern Luzon. He has not dared organize this in the sophisticated areas of the Tagalog regions of central and southern Luzon. The training camps, operating under the guise of National Youth Service, will turn out what would be the new society equivalent of Hitler's Youth Corps. It is not only the youth that Marcos's various ruses of survival will work on. Every aspect of life in the Philippines will be subjected to continuing barrage of oppression, coupled with propaganda, in order to ensure Marcos's perpetually in power. Chapter XVI Wither Marcos. It will be a very long time before there can be a final perspective on the martial regime in the Philippines, and indeed on Ferdinand E. Marcos. Surely, that perspective has been greatly accelerated by the behavior of Ferdinand himself, his extravagant and jet-setting wife, Imelda, his in-laws and cronies, and select rapacious armed forces officers. In spite of the evidently tightening noose of circumstances pointing to an adverse historical verdict on his regime, Marcos will seek to maneuver around in the vain hope that history would deal with him kindly. To be sure, his misdeeds are many. The office of the president of any country is one of the most vulnerably public positions in the world. Society is so contrived that it is virtually impossible to combine power position and privacy, or even celebrity and privacy. Those willing to court fame or assume leadership, are by those very terms forced to relinquish seclusion. What one takes in the way of glory or influence, one must pay for in constant exposure to public scrutiny. No one in the ambit of fame is exempt from the inexorable equation. Hardly anyone disputed the wisdom of the imposition of martial law, since they did not hold the martial guns anyway, and it was held out as temporary, to be lifted just as soon as rebellion is ended and certain reforms are effected. But what started out as a reform movement has grown into an ill-disguised plot to perpetuate dictator Marcos and his ilk in power, backed by their rapacity. 32.9. An unbridled appetite for economic and political gains. And that became evident during the second 6 months of the martial regime. Cocoy and the military officers are still eyeing other lucrative aspects after devouring the Lopez properties. My greater fear is that the irreversible mechanism set into motion by the imposition of martial law will in the long run bring a far greater curse on the nation and all its citizens. The turmoil that is certain to follow upon his overthrow, by death, resignation, or other means, will be unimaginable and too dreadful to comprehend. Dictator Marcos has made no provisions for succession in the constitution which he extorted from the Constitutional Convention. He will have to answer to history for the dire fate that awaits his nation. Martial law has not solved the problem of law and order. Although the crime rate improved markedly at the start of martial law, it is now back to near pre-martial law levels. Crimes against property have increased and will continue to increase as the economic situation worsens. Violence against persons by civilians is less, but its decline had been made up for by abuses committed by the military, through unreasonable searches and seizures, indiscriminate arrests, indefinite detentions, and frequent torture of political prisoners, repression of some minorities like the Kalinas and Bontoks, and reprisals against unarmed Muslims. Martial law has not eliminated corruption in government. In fact, it has notably and meaningfully reduced it. Abuses of power and privilege by old politicos are gone, but their place has been taken over by new mandarins who, unlike the former, are not accountable to the people. Nor has martial law restructured our society. If at all, the gap between poor and rich has widened because, as the paper on the economy shows, martial law has not solved the problem of unemployment, and the runaway inflation that afflicts us, brought about more by the inflationary policies of the martial law regime than by world economic conditions, has battered the poor much more than it has hurt the rich. The impairment of the right to free self-organization, the elimination of the right to strike, and the policy of keeping wages low, have stripped labor of any defense against both inflation and management abuses, while the slow pace of land reform, the weaknesses of supporting services for tenants, the increase in costs, and the absence of any program for tenants on coconut and sugar lands and more important for landless peasants, who far outnumber tenants, all these factors have negated any meaningful gains for our rural population. The government's own statistics show that, despite its claim to greater efficiency and swifter action because of martial law, it is no more capable of pushing land reform now than it was before martial law. But as they say, when difficult times hit upon the unfortunate lives of men and people, this too shall pass away. But when? When will the illusion that our oppressive regime, bent on perpetuating itself in power, come to an ignominious end? When will the extravaganza of manipulation end in order that we can return to a life on a human scale of freedom and dignity? How long will Marcos last? How long will the Filipinos tolerate his oppressive rule? When is the inevitable day of reckoning? Those who go by 340 numerology say Marcos will last until 1981, citing the number of the martial law proclamation, which is 1081. He will be a dictator for 10 years, or 10 years from 1972, which is 1981. The figure most could also be read as 1 and 9 or 19 and then 81, which gives the numerologists 1981. How Marcos will go after 10 years in a manner that could either be peaceful or terrible for him. Economic hardships will contribute to his downfall because all economic forecasts indicate that there will be greater economic difficulties in the late 70s. People will continue to groan under heavy taxation which he must resort to support the heavy spending for the maintenance of a huge standing army. The economic condition of the country may hold the key to a proper understanding of the future. It will shape the thinking and the conduct of those in authority, as well as of those who have a vital stake in the Philippines situation. The present economic crisis is the main preoccupation of the martial law administration and its experts. They know, and it is a conviction which many share, that it can mean their undoing. It has been said that the peasant would rather be fed than be free. He may not appreciate the disappearance of civil liberties, but he knows the meaning of hunger. The indicators and symptoms point to one conclusion: the new society is sorely pressed. The soaring rate of inflation which has impoverished the masses and eroded the income of laborers and employees, the high cost of living, the mounting figures of unemployment, the number of industries that have hit rock bottom, the unending procession of Filipinos who want to leave the country on any pretext, the lack of confidence in the repeated assurances of high public officials, and the vocal resentment of businessmen from whom contributions and donations have been exacted, all these and more show now that the euphoria of the first year of martial law has evaporated. The new society is in a mess. Since the economic ills of the nation are deeply rooted in the very nature and character of our colonial economy, the situation will continue to deteriorate. The economic policy of the new society, which is export-oriented and gives third carpet treatment to foreign investors, thereby increasing and perpetuating alien domination of our economy, has only served to aggravate the crisis. Unless the world market for Philippine exports registers an immediate turn for the better, the balance of payments and trade deficit problems will create many difficulties. The mid-year report of the Philippine American Investments Corporation, PAIC, predicts a trade imbalance of between $850 and $950 million in 1974. Higher prices for major imports, on which local industries are heavily dependent, will raise the import bill. Oil imports, now valued at $700 million a year, will further weaken the dollar reserve position. Policymakers and local businessmen are seriously concerned about the effects of continuing increase in OPEC crude oil price. The government is evidently pinning its shops on hitting oil, but so far none in commercial quantities has been located. Oil from sources other than the Middle East, such as from mainland China, cannot be processed as yet by Philippine refineries. Consequently, there will be a tremendous pressure on government to increase taxes and adopt drastic economic measures, which it knows will be unpopular. In the meantime, it will rely on loans from international credit institutions. Servicing and liquidating these loans will be a tough problem in the years to come. 341. In the Greater Manila area, many laid-off workers have joined the ranks of unemployed. In several places in Luzon, a number of medium mining industries have already suspended operations. In Western Visayas, the depressed world market and the inability of the government to meet the legitimate expectations of the sugar producers have aroused much resentment. During the world market boom, they pointed out, the government, through a subsidiary of the Philippine National Bank, controlled the exports and pocketed profits. They feel that the government should now absorb the heavy losses. In Eastern Visayas, the slump in copra has affected the entire region, particularly the depressed areas of Samar and Leyte. The Mindanao situation is pathetic. The timber and plywood industries have been crippled, operations have been stopped, and thousands of laborers and employees have been thrown out of work. On the other hand, the Muslim secessionist movement has created incalculable dislocation, misery, and bitterness. Christians in the Muslim areas are resentful over what they see as government bias in favor of Muslim rebels who have now joined the administration. But the genuine Muslim rebels and their leaders continue to be hostile towards the government. Trapped between the effects of recession and the Muslim insurgency, countless people have been in a quandary. Many Christian families have decided to migrate to various places in Visayas and Luzon. Only the agricultural industries, pineapple and banana, in Bukidnon, Cotabato, and Davao del Norte are doing very well. Laborers and farm workers are asking for their rightful share in the huge profits of the giant multinational firms, but their voices are feebling. They have lost their bargaining strength under martial law. In the Greater Manila area, always the most critical area in times of upheaval, prices of basic commodities have gone up beyond the reach of the ordinary Filipino. According to official figures, about one-third of Manila's population consists of squatters and slum dwellers. As the economic crisis looms, there will be an understandable tendency on the part of the administration to be more repressive. The one-man ruler is under tremendous pressure from the military to clamp down on all subversives and disturbers of the public peace. Increasing repression by the military and more misery for the masses may well be the crucial mix in an irreversible crisis. With the steady deterioration of the situation, more and more Filipinos will be confronted by the classic dilemma: resistance with all its hazards, or acquiescence with its prejudicial consequences to the whole nation. The students, the educated unemployed, and the intellectuals who have seen through the whole scheme since martial law was proclaimed, will be among the first to resolve the dilemma, along with the most aggrieved elements of society. They will probably resolve it by facing all the risks of redemptive effort. The Church, as usual, will be divided. The progressive elements will articulate, but the conservatives, most of whom are subservient, will have the votes in any showdown. The business community will remain cowed and acquiescent, however resentful some of its members may be. Profits derived from a stable social and political order, and this is what is important to them. To the typical 3. businessman, the old dictum of Goethe applies: if he has to make a choice between disorder and injustice, he would choose injustice. By and large, the military cannot be expected to give up the power they now enjoy. They have received tremendous material benefits and they see their commander-in-chief as the source of their power and privileges. Discipline their own brand of loyalty, regional and personal considerations will weigh heavily on the senior officers. How the junior officers and enlisted men will react to a crisis that can no longer be reversed and which will affect their own families and relations, is anybody's guess. The explosive Muslim situation will continue to plague the authorities despite the apparent breakdown of the rebellion in some places. The basic problems have not been resolved. They may have been exacerbated by the coddling of the Balikbayan rebels and the appointment of new officials who are not accepted by the Muslim community. The NPA is a source of endless headaches to the military establishment. It the ideology, the organization, and the willingness to fight against all odds. Unless a third alternative is presented to the people, the country may well be polarized between an army-supported dictatorship and a Maoist-inspired movement. When I appeared before the Fraser Committee on June 17, 1975, one stressed the following pertinent points on the prospects for the future of the totalitarian regime. 13. My final point of order. In addition to the aforecited and other known evils of an authoritarian regime, I would like to stress that the betrayal of the high expectations of the Filipino people for a reformed society under an authoritarian regime and the dangerous flirtation being carried on by Mr. Marcos with the communist colossus in the Asian mainland should find direct relevance to the present task of the Honorable Committee. It has been argued before, including by myself, and with justification, that in developing countries where the resources are limited and the demands on these resources by the population are so great, a firm authoritarian regime would best be equipped to bring about and maintain a program of development with the resources allocated on the basis of priorities. Likewise, foreign investors have also found out that, in their relations with host country, it was always easier to deal with strongman governments. And so it was with the American investors in the Philippines. As a matter of fact, to curry favor with American businessmen, President Marcos unconstitutionally suspended the operation of a provision of the Constitution in order to extend by 1 year the lifetime of the parity agreement, which should have expired July 3, 1974. The American businessmen then dutifully reported to their home offices, which, presumably in turn reported to the State Department, that American investors and businessmen are enjoying a bonanza under martial law. However, an inquiry would show that American investors in the Philippines are among the most disappointed lot. The old corruption which they dreaded so much under the pre-martial law government is back. Every now and then. 343. Their executives are called to the music room and slapped with assessments for contribution to this or that Miss Universe and project of the First Lady. 4. While the regime had so solemnly proclaimed the reformation of society, it now has had to contend with realities, particularly in the Philippines, of an endemic tradition of corruption of public officials. The U.S. press has so courageously traced the ugly footprints of corruption right up to the office of the President of the Philippines. There is no doubt that the martial regime has gone corrupt, absolutely corrupt. And as the axiom goes, when an authoritarian regime is corrupt, it becomes, therefore, not an instrument for the reallocation of the country's resources, but for the accumulation of these resources by a limited few. When a government fails to satisfy the growing needs of the populace, or worst yet fails to satisfy the appetite of rising expectations whipped up by the propaganda machine, as in the Philippines, then civil unrest ensues. A situation then develops which, as history has shown, is successfully exploited by the communists. South Vietnam and Cambodia are the most recent examples of corrupt authoritarian regimes which, having failed to satisfy the needs of the populace, fell to the communist onslaught. A South Korean opposition lawmaker was quoted by the news agencies recently as having stated that the fall of South Vietnam to the communists was due to the corruption of one man, Nguyen Van Hua, and that the same thing could happen to Park Chung-hee's South Korea. I might add that the same misfortune could befall the Philippines. The question, therefore, is whether it is in the best interest of the United States to save the Philippines. Or, would the United States, in the face of reversals in Indochina, abandon the Far East and retreat to the shores of California? To my mind, the answers must be in the affirmative to the first poser, and negative to the second question. But the second query deserves the first answer and explanation. It has been the traditional policy of the United States to fight its wars with aggressors outside the mainland United States. To fight such wars within the United States mainland would understandably prove very costly in terms of loss of human lives, American lives, and terrible destruction of properties and installations. This is a major rationale in the global defense system of the United States as established in a network of defense treaties with countries around the globe through the years. Now, the Philippines is a vital link in the defense IME drawn by the United States in the Pacific and Oceania. The biggest U.S. Air Force and naval bases outside continental United States are located in the Philippines, thus making the Philippines the most important link in the defense setup. But a threat has surfaced to this vital defense network by the establishment by Mr. Marcos of an authoritarian regime. Having turned corrupt and betrayed the expectations of the Filipino people, the dictatorship now exposes the country to a clear and present danger of a communist takeover. The Marcos regime has thereby created the threat of a Portugal-type risk or danger to a major defense network of the United States. While the corruption within the Marshall regime and the oppression of legitimate dissenting groups, such as genuinely motivated political leaders and nuns and priests, go on unabated, the communists have 4. Gone underground and are organizing and expanding rapidly. The establishment of diplomatic ties with Mao's China on the embassy level would soon give Peking and its agents direct access to the Maoist rebels in the hills of Sierra Madre. Only last June 3, 1975, Reuters news agency dispatched a story from Peking that a Red Chinese press attaché in Canada was expelled by Ottawa authorities because he was nabbed smuggling money, $70,000, into the United States to aid leftist insurgents in the Philippines. With the Marcos Mao tete-a-tete, there won't be any need for such a circuitous route for Mao's agents to destroy America's defense network from the Philippine side. How should the United States deal with the problem posed by the dictatorship of Marcos to America's Asian defense network? Mr. Marcos should be told in no uncertain terms that the United States will not support his repressive regime, and he should, therefore, restore democratic rule in the country, relinquish his dictatorial powers, and stop immediately the internment of political prisoners. One thing I would like to remind the committee of is this: Mr. Marcos is a very shrewd man. He believes that his newly established alliance with Mao Zedong elevates him to a position of strength in bargaining for better terms on the Philippines-United States defense arrangements. Mr. Marcos realizes that the U.S. government, whether it likes it or not, is in no position to destabilize his Marshall regime, at least not until after the American presidential elections of 1976. Mr. Marcos has taken cognizance, however, of the new wind blowing in the U.S. Congress concerning the re-examination of U.S. aid policy towards the Philippines. It was precisely in anticipation of this re-examination task by this committee that Mr. Marcos started beaming messages all over that he himself wants such a re-examination of all Philippine treaties with the United States. He was hoping that, since he himself had already called for the restudy, the U.S. Congress would no longer do that. Mr. Marcos is a master of the strategy of preemptive strike. At the same time, Mr. Marcos started preparing the minds of Filipino people to the possibility of a cutback or complete denial of U.S. aid to the Philippines. His gambit is to claim later, if aid be really cut or denied, that they himself had asked for such action from the U.S. government because aid was being given under terms so iniquitous and derogatory to the self-respect and dignity of a free country as the Philippines is. The regime's propaganda line has already been passed around to the effect that the American assistance to the Philippines is not really much, only about $100 million a year. The line now being mouthed by Manila's press, obviously under the baton of President Marcos himself, is that the $100 million U.S. aid is less than 5% of the country's export income, and could easily be covered by resources available to the Philippines, if finally cut off. In any case, so the propaganda line goes, about 60% of U.S. aid goes to salaries and maintenance of U.S. personnel administering the aid. U.S. aid personnel are in turn given access to high councils of government, with opportunities to spy, meddle, and spread gossips and rumors disruptive of the aims of the authoritarian regime. While U.S. aid is not really much, the fact that it is being given, with the undeniable implication that its grant is a direct support of the Martial regime, is what really counts. It serves as a stabilizing factor to the authoritarian regime. 345. While it deters any massive opposition that could compel Mr. Marcos to restore democracy in my hapless country, the current state of repression and burgeoning upheaval occasioned by the authoritarian rule set upon the Filipinos must necessarily make a claim on the conscience of dictator Marcos and his wife, Imelda, the AFP generals and the cabinet members. Cocoy Romualdez and other in-laws of the Presidentwo are the only ones really profiting from the state of repression and oppression in the Philippines. They cannot escape the obvious question: if the implementation of martial law was misguided, are we to continue it further until it finally becomes a national nightmare? A calmer reckoning of Marcos's responsibility must be in several stages: his plotting in the ROTC bivouac areas, the killing of Julio Nahindasan, his marriage to Imelda, the taste of powers of the presidency and the imposition of martial law for perpetuating himself, his wife and/or son in power. This process is not new. History has guided the president. Will he also allow a traditional ending to his rule, the gallows for overthrown despots? Now, to lift martial law. Marcos would not do that. For him to do so now would render his guilt to his nation so palpable, all his daring and sacrifices for nothing. Hence, he must concoct more deceptions and always more to save himself from an adverse verdict of history, in the hope that such deceptions would hold down historians to give him a fair judgment. But the series of lies and deceptions will victimize his conscience, and he will trip along the way long enough for people or another scheming group, like Imelda and Cocoy on the one hand, and the military clique on the other, to decapitate him. The people of the Philippines did not, never did, draft Marcos for the presidency for life. His was only to serve 4 years, as was the tradition in the country, but he cheated his way into a second term, and concocted all those excuses to impose martial law on the eve of the end of the illegally won second term as president. What should be circumstantially useful attack for dictator Marcos to take to lead the country through a wrenching readjustment under martial law? He cannot rely on military coercion all the time. He cannot have nonpartisan support merely by asking for it or continuing a perpetual climate of fear. It takes special political and intellectual conditions for that to happen, and sad to admit, both have been lacking. Plus, candor, which has been absent conspicuously, too. The political problems can be solved. If Marcos would be mentally honest and truthful for once, he should discipline his own instincts, instead of being a recluse and listening only to the self-serving advices that filter through his cordon sanitaire. So far, the president has been unable to decide whether he wants the military to be his sole ally or the politicians or his clique of cronies and his insatiable in-laws. Most of the time his public pronouncements are laced with evidence of unresolved issues in his own thinking. He would ask for cooperation, and yet, in another forum, he would launch onto an unbridled imputation of blame for the ills of the old society to the old. 336. Congress or the backsliders. Blame everything or everybody, but his own doing or himself. The president cannot have it both ways. Even if he opts for reconciliation rather than recrimination, he would have to supply a fresh concept of the Philippines' national interest as a basis for wide-ranging nonpartisan support. The discarded politicians who still have a lot of say among their constituencies must be convinced that the new society is not just for the generals, Marcos cronies and Cocoy and the other Marcos in-laws. He must have other uses for the national leaders other than just parading them whenever some foreigner or visiting US lawmakers are around. I am sure they curse him behind his back for making them adornments in his show window of a smiling martial law. The president must not engage in mere word games. The national policy cannot be simply a collection of special economic and political interest of the Marcoses, Cocoy and the cronies. The conceptual and strategic confusion in the new society has to be clarified, not by mere word games, but by deed by the president. Let us not be naive to think that Marcos will allow himself to be caught in Malacanang by a counter-revolution. Of course, he knew the stakes when he decided to impose martial law. He knew he could either rule for life or one day he might just be assassinated or overthrown. He has prepared himself to accept death in the hands of assassins or revolutionaries. Neither is he stupid not to make provisions for living a life of luxury and ease somewhere, like an exiled King Farouk, if the Philippines can no longer be his domain. After all, he has already amassed so much. His Swiss bank accounts are fabulous but known only to himself, not even to Imelda who has her own. There are various reasons why dictator Marcos will never lift martial law. Among them are: 1. It is part of a plan to perpetuate himself in power. 2. Fear that he would offend the military who wouldn't want to lose their powers now. 3. Fear he would offend sectors of the military which he has misled into going along with him on the imposition of martial law in the honest belief that there was a real escalating rebellion. On the other hand, some military officers have sworn an oath of personal loyalty to Marcos before martial law was proclaimed, and now they are afraid to go back on it. 4. Imelda, Cocoy and Benedicto would advise him against it, realizing as they do that, the moment the coercive process of martial law is removed, they would lose their ill-gotten wealth and their heads to the irate citizens. If the pressure builds up against the martial regime, Marcos will lift martial law, in name only. He will go through the motions of revoking Proclamation NOS 1081 and 1104 on some auspicious occasion or date, like his birthday or the natal day of Mrs. Marcos, and present such act as a gift to the Filipino people. However, the situation will not change. It will still be the same dog with a different collar. The restrictions imposed upon the proclamation of martial law 347 will be retained. Dictator Marcos will then spell out the frame of reference for such restrictions under the terms of the provisions of the Internal Security Act by which he created the NISA and set up the apparat of the country's secret police, and enumerated the do's and don'ts for political parties and the press as well as the labor unions. There will be no uniformed soldiers, only the hooded secret police. Marcos spelled out to me and de Vega the vague details of the stage office dictatorship during several talks we used to hold in his study room on Saturdays, the day when no callers are scheduled so the president could be with his assistants, which included myself. Among the plans of the president is to strengthen the apparatus of THEP Residential Security Command, including its secret police network, to a point when he no longer would have to rely on the armed forces for the stability office dictatorship. By that time, he would do away with the military as his main support, with the statement that the armed forces are being restored to its professional status and would no longer be needed to run the government. It is unfair to state that the continuous bombardment by the hordes of palace photographers and, during martial law, the controlled media, brought out the latent talent for play acting on the part of Ferdinand and Imelda. They have had it for so long. Marcos always speaks in the self-aggrandizing royal we instead of the contemporary and slightly deranged public relations he. The dictator has welcomed with open arms the insidious encroachments of personal fantasy on life as it is, and embraced the phantom of living in or projecting a heroic account of himself. What has taken place in Malacanang, especially since the imposition of martial law, is something quite different from the ordinary image project that is a necessary tool of governing, something more nearly akin to the posture and strut we associate with newly adolescent boys, a kind of self-consciousness gone mad. They deserve general opprobrium for this. He has not yet collapsed, but I predict that when he does, then historians will seize on this aspect of his behavior to illustrate the perils of a politician's indulging that instinct for what is immediate and authentic into a pseudo-reality for mass consumption. The politician himself loses touch, he is playing to an imaginary audience not present, and the public discourse that flows from his acts is hopelessly falsified and skewed, and deep down everyone knows it. Since the temptation to this kind of contrivance goes with the job of the presidency, the Marcuses have notoriously showed themselves to be politicians obsessed with image. No consternation may be seen being displayed by the hordes of palace TV, movie, and still cameramen. Marcos apparently wants to do another de Gaulle, that artful of modern politicians who had a breathtaking sense of the legitimate uses to which mystery, symbolism and image could be put. No one can fault him for not trying to create an illusion of mystery and larger-than-life purpose and strength which he wants people to believe he had brought into the national leadership when he proclaimed martial law. He resorts to all contrivances to lead people into a perception of the supposed noble objectives he has for the new society. 392. The posture of the conjugal dictatorship in the Philippines is that the former oligarchs, especially the Lopezes, should never again regain their position of economic and political strength to be able to use this once more against the Marcoses or any other ruling clique that might succeed their joint reign. In a word, they want no other power brokers outside themselves in any future Philippine regime. Besides, they want to erase the stigma that Marcos was power brokered by the Lopezes into the presidency in 1965. When the press in Manila still had its full freedom, and the charges were insinuated that they were acting as ingrates by going after the Lopezes, the joint rulers invariably resorted to this defense: if we really owe them anything, do you think we would be behaving this way? Assuming that the Lopezes did help, what did they expect of Marcos? Perpetual gratitude. How so different from the posture of the late widely lamented President Ramon Magsaysay, who, on being asked for a favor in return for a pre-election campaign contribution given by gambler Ted Lewin, retorted, "But he gave me that money for the cause of good government, how can I now accede to this request which would lead to bad government? Tell him, no, I can't do it." The strongest pillar of the martial regime in the Philippines is the loyalty of present general officers of the armed forces to Marcos. Take them all out today and tomorrow Marcos will find himself inside a stockade, looking out, at best. That is, if the junior officers do not decide to execute him. But the same pillar of strength on which Marcos relies so much could also be the source of his own weakness. For, how long can he keep the generals in the service, while non-Latino officers grumble over their long overdue promotions? Most of the generals are overstaying. They should have been retired a long time ago. Some of the overstayers are General Romeo Espino, AFP Chief of Staff, Major General Jose Rancudo, Air Force Chief, Major General Zagala, Army Chief, and Brig. Gen. Guillermo Picache, Home Defense Force Chief. Soon there would be an inexorable pressure from below, with the junior officers trying military methods punishable by the Articles of War to get rid of Theajing generals and the man who condones their overstaying. A number of displaced political leaders preach and hope with public piety pray that Marcos would succeed in his task of reforming the country into a new society. However, privately they irreverently seek his failure or even irlegitimacy so they can take over once more. One politician in the Philippines who still dares dream of recapturing old glory is Speaker Cumleo T. Villarreal, who has always played the docile man to Marcos. He has repeatedly told the dictator, "I am your man." Villarreal's game is for Marcos to convene the interim National Assembly and have himself elected Speaker of the Assembly and Marcos as the interim Prime Minister. As Speaker, he had repeatedly assured the President he should be able to handle, with adequate funds, of course, the assemblymen and make them do what Marcos wanted to run the government. But what is not being articulated by Villarreal is that, with his cunning and capacity to manipulate public funds, he would hope to be able to stir enough 3. Upheavals in the assembly to topple Marcos as prime minister and have himself elected as the new leader of the country in no time at all. Of course, Marcos had anticipated this. And that is the reason, at least one of them, the dictator has not prepared himself to convene the interim National Assembly as mandated by the new constitution. Marcos's plans is to wait until such time when potential rivals for the position of prime minister, like Speaker Villarreal, Senator President Gil J. Pueyat, Senators Jovito Salonga, Jose W. Diokno, or even imprisoned Benigno S. Aquino, Jr. shall have definitely cancelled themselves out of contention from the premier's post. Marcos has no illusions about what might happen to him should there be a counter-revolution. He knows he would probably lose his head or face the firing squad. Knowing the consequences of his having placed the country under martial law, he has taken steps to prevent the defeat of his program. Security is the #1 priority of such program. Marcos is keeping himself physically fit at all times, which is one reason why one might call him a lazy president. Marcos really does not do much work, but he makes his work schedule such that people would think that he is a very busy man who would even forego his lunch just to be able to attend to his presidential duties. And when callers observe that it is way past lunchtime, he would usually remark, "Oh, yes, we have been up and working since 5 a.m. this morning." Marcos devotes very little time to official work. He usually wakes up at 5 a.m. when he asks if any matter involving national security, especially his personal security, had cropped up during the night while he was asleep. If nothing demands his immediate personal attention, he goes back to bed and is awakened at about 9 a.m., at which time he drinks his fruit juice and lazily stays in bed for more sleep. By about 10 a.m., when he officially schedules his first caller, he buzzes the agent on duty in the communications room to inquire if the visitors scheduled for the day have started coming in. On being answered in the affirmative, Marcos would then have a 15-minute exercise in his small gymnasium right near his bedroom, then have a shower and the usual heavy breakfast of fried rice. At about 11:15 a.m., Marcos starts receiving his callers who have been scheduled for as early as 10 a.m. It is only when he has to receive the credentials of a foreign envoy that he promptly starts his official work at 10 a.m. Marcos attends to his work and callers up to about 2:30 p.m. He takes his lunch at about that time, after which he takes a nap with instructions that he be awakened at 4 p.m., by which time, his playmates, golf of pelota, are supposed to be waiting for him at the Malacanang Park. However, he does not really cross over to the park to play either pelota or golf until about 5 p.m. After the round of golf or pelota, the president then indulges in his own Buddhist-like physical workout, and then takes in an invigorating massage. He goes back to the palace to attend a reception or dinner, or, if there is none, he goes into his private study to write or make entries into his memoirs, presumably to falsify more documents to ensure his proper niche in history. Marcos can give up almost anything in any given day, except his recreation and physical exercises. This easily leads one to conclude that Marcos wants to keep physically fit for a long reign a la Franco of Spain. 4-00. Despite the luxury and easy living Marcos enjoys, I doubt whether the Philippine dictator ever sleeps soundly at all. He would lie alone in Suite No. 1 guarded in the palace by a division of elite security men, and in the palace building, countless security agents take turns. Sometimes, to keep themselves from being bored, they open the president's study room television set, and listen to the muffled sound of the picture being shown. Marcos is now about 58, entering the period of self-appraisal when the past presents itself for assessment. He must be seeing the faces of people he has oppressed, people whose properties he had or allowed to be confiscated, like the properties of the Lopezes and the Jacintos. He must be remembering the way he has hacked his way towards absolute power, with the heads of those who dared oppose him on the wayside. He must be trying to equate all these with supposed achievements of the new society, the new image of the country compared to the aged bad image of the political and economic oligarchs of pre-martial law days. When martial law was declared in the Philippines, the media in America either was favorable to Mr. Marcos or at worst gave him the benefit of the doubt. Now, there is hardly a newspaper, television, or radio station that speaks well of the Marcos dictatorship. In fact, the media in the free world has become generally hostile to the one-man rule of Mr. Marcos in the Philippines. What has brought about this turnabout on Mr. Marcos? The biggest blame must, of course, be on dictator and dictatora Marcoses themselves. Theirs were, firstly, not the cause of justice, truth, and virtue. But nobody could have been made aware of the ugly truth about this conjugal dictatorship had there not been a systematic and unceasing effort to bring these facts to the world outside the Philippines. To be sure, the anti-martial law forces have on their side former Senator Manglapus, perhaps the most articulate and eloquent Filipino of his time in several foreign and Philippine languages. The Marcos dictatorship will never admit it, but what hurts it most in the eyes of the world, and particularly with the American Congress and media, was the information and propaganda campaign mounted against the regime by the Movement for a Free Philippines, the Union for a Democratic Philippines, the National Coordinating Committee or the Anti-Martial Law Coalition, the Friends Sought the Filipino People, and allied groups. Particularly effective in turning the U.S. Congress and media against Mr. Marcos was the aspect of the concerted campaign which concentrated on mailing to American legislators and American media persons hitherto unknown facts about Dictator and Mrs. Marcos, widespread corruption, extravagant social climbing and gate-crashing antics of Imelda Marcos, phony and exaggerated war records of Marcos, the greed for material gain of the Marcos couple and their relatives and cronies, and the many hoaxes pulled by the Marcos dictatorship on a gullible and unknowing world. So damaging was this information campaign against the Marcos regime that a counter-demolition team headed by Ifugao Provincial Governor Guilberto Lamaug was dispatched to Detroit, Michigan, where Garcia, MF propaganda chief and architect, was printing and mailing thousands of revealing and inflammatory literature against the Marcos dictatorship. Garcia's operations and activities were being funded and supported by a 401 number of Filipino physicians in Michigan. A confrontation between Marcos forces and Filipino consular officials on the one hand and the MFP people on the other hand in Michigan erupted in a heated verbal exchange in an airport hotel and climaxed with a death threat leveled against Garcia by a member of the Marcos group. The Marcos regime has no reason to wish Garcia a long life. His proposal for a radio-free Philippines has been given top priority by the MFP. With world figures like William Winter, who was the original broadcaster of Voice of Freedom which beamed news to the Philippines during the dark days of World War II, volunteering his services, and Paul Ringler, chairman of the board of the International Press Institute, placing his considerable influence and prestige in support of the radio project, RFP may yet become the most effective instrument in rousing the people at home against the totalitarian regime. Later, as the other anti-martial law organizations became more organized, the Friends of the Filipino People based in Boston and the Katipunan ng Demokratikong Pilipino, KDP, based in San Francisco, mounted parallel propaganda operations and contributed immeasurably to turning the tide of the media and congressional campaign against the Marcos dictatorship. How effective and successful these propaganda operations can be gauged from the reaction of the Marcos regime. To counter the propaganda onslaught against it, the Marcos dictatorship launched multi-million-dollar projects, the Balikbayan program, expensive publications and newspaper supplements, cultural and dance troupes, beauty pageants, the World Championship bout between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, and all sorts of international contests including a weightlifting tournament. The irony and contradiction unrealized by the geniuses of the Marcos regime is the spectacle of an impoverished nation, publicly panhandling for American aid, bankrupting its treasury, holding sideshows and circuses to impress the outside world that things have become better in the Philippines, and at the same time holding the country in the iron grip of martial law, a situation only imposed in times of war or widespread rebellion. In the meantime, the mail campaign against the Marcos tyranny continues, with the bulk of the materials now coming from clippings of articles in American publications, and the targets of the mail now including more and more people in the Philippines, particularly elements of the Philippine military at all levels. By no means should the anti-martial law elements in America be smug. There will be elements in their own ranks, whether Marcos infiltrators or well-meaning but counterproductive friends who will try to get their organizations go where Marcos wants them. For example, it would make Mr. Marcos very happy to see his foes attacking him on the so-called basic issues of whether martial law is illegal or not, whether he is the legal or illegal head of state, whether his decrees and referendums have basis in law, and all those matters which lend themselves to endless legalistic debates and academic discussions which do not hurt Marcos but which he, in fact, welcomes, because these make him appear as a ruler who welcomes dissent so long as they are constructive criticism. If Watergate is to have any lessons for those engaged in propaganda efforts, it is the fact that those little things which damage a corrupt politician's credibility beyond repair are the most effective devices because these are what? 4 ounces. Capture the public's emotions and imagination. The outraged reaction of exiles has now subtly spread, challenging Filipinos everywhere to undertake any form of activity that would show defiance of martial law, e.g. protest marches, teach-ins, funeral marches, non-payment of taxes, and other forms of civil disobedience. Even the American Congress is astir, practically calling Philippine diplomatic officials and President Marcos himself as liars on the question of suppression of human rights and press freedom in the Philippines. In a campaign to bring the truth about the Philippines to public attention, a non-Filipino and his Filipino wife might as well be credited with a lot of guts and savvy for the yeoman effort. He is Steve Sinakis and his wife is Presentacion Lopez Sinakis, the only daughter of the late Don Eugenio Lopez, Sr. It is said that, ironically, Presentacion, the only daughter out of 5 children, is also Theonly Lopez's child who inherited the strong will of her father and the determination to fight for her beliefs against all odds and at any cost. Steve Sinakis is an ordinary engineer and business executive who, after living 10 years in the Philippines, 1959 to 1969, moved to his native country in Athens, Greece with his wife and children early in 1969. The Sinakises lived in Athens until late 1974 but, between 1972 and 1974, they used to visit periodically the ailing Lopez Sr. residing in San Francisco. It was during one of these visits to San Francisco in November 1974 when on November 10, Steve received an urgent call from Janine's eldest son, Gabby, asking Steve to fly to Manila immediately on a matter of life and death. Upon his arrival in Manila on November 12, Chita Lopez, the wife of Janine, told Steve about Janine's decision to go on a hunger strike beginning November 18. Sakanis quickly grasped the import of Janine's planned hunger strike. Steve's first question was whether the hunger was intended to get Janine's release or whether he wanted to risk his life for the benefit of all political prisoners who, like himself, were unjustly imprisoned by Marcos without charges and without trial. Janine's reply, through Chita, was the latter. Janine had precisely asked for Steve, a close friend long before the marriage to his sister, because he wanted Steve to carry on the fight abroad for the benefit of all political prisoners and not for his personal benefit. So, on November 14, Steve and Chita and Gabby visited Janine at Fort Bonifacio. Janine reassured Steve that he was going on a hunger strike on November 18, to secure the release of all political prisoners, and reiterated his request that Steve assist Chita in calling a press conference on November 18 to announce his hunger strike. Janine then signed a statement announcing his hunger strike, for release on November 18. However, on the way out from Fort Bonifacio, the Lopez hunger strike statement was discovered by an alert guard inside the purse of Chita Lopez. The guard then had the statement xeroxed before giving it back to Chita. Right after being cleared out of the Fort Bonifacio gates, about 11:30 a.m., Sinakis quickly decided that Chita should announce that very day the contemplated hunger strike of Janine on November 18, lest Marcos succeed in preempting Janine on the impact of his hunger strike by a series of possible moves he could take, like announcing that Janine has been charged in court of this or that crime. Sinakis himself felt that his presence in Manila had become untenable. Marcos certainly would go after him for coordinating with Janine on the hunger. 4-03. Strike statement. Immediately after leaving Fort Bonifacio, he booked himself on a Philippine Airlines flight out of Manila in the same afternoon, and in anticipation of a hasty arrest order, he checked in at the PAL counter as early as 1 p.m. Sinakis also booked his son, Roji, on another flight out of Manila, a Pan American Airways flight, in order that Marcos would not be able to arrest and hold their son also as a hostage. For by then, Sinakis had firmly made up his mind that he would conduct a sustained information campaign in the United States, especially among the mass media and members of the United States Congress, on the repression and oppression taking place in the Philippines. Sinakis has never wavered in his determination to expose the truth about the Marcos dictatorship. He has repeatedly explained that he was conducting his crusade in the interest of a cause which a friend, Jani, has taken upon himself and which he, Jani, had asked Sinakis to champion in the United States. Sinakis explained it this way. I know that Jani is a man dedicated to his country, he has the determination and strength to fight for his principles, and I am sure he will not hesitate to end his life through the hunger strike if his call for justice is not answered. I feel that his cause is noble and selfless, since he is undertaking this sacrifice to call the attention of the freedom-loving peoples of the world on the plight of thousands of prisoners like him whose fate is unknown. I reside with my family in Greece, where very recently a similar dictatorial regime was replaced by a democratic government. This was accomplished through sacrifices of courageous men like Jani. It is a fact that, just like the Greek dictatorship, there is no freedom of the press within the Philippines. The only way to bring out the truth about oppression in the Philippines is through the press of the free world. I share my wife's deep concern for the Philippines and her fears for the life of her brother. I stand by her in her own struggle to support her brother's fight. Since he started his fight for truth, justice, and freedom in the Philippines, Sinakis received several death threats from Marcos agents or supporters, the first one during the last week of November 1974, when the Lopez's Manayunger strike was still in progress and the Sinakis couple was in New York gathering support from Congress and publicity through the press. However, the Sinakises ignored the threats and did not report them either to the U.S. government or to the press, realizing that, since the threats were not documented and could not be proven, Sinakis could be blamed for heroics or publicity stunts. The Sinakis snub to the Marcos threats paid off. On February 3, 1976, Marcos decided to threaten the Sinakises once more in a manner which would leave no doubt that the threat was factual and directly from Marcos. The threat message was conveyed through the incarcerated Jani Lopez by overseas telephone directly to Sinakis, thus leaving no doubt as to the origin of the message. Jani is Marcos's prisoner and could not possibly have called Sinakis in San Francisco without Marcos's instructions. Sinakis, having this time the evidence to support his claim, reported the threat to the U.S. government and to the press, placing Marcos again on the 404 defensive and forcing him to attempt and cover up his crime with ridiculous and incredible denials. There are two distinct characteristics about the modus operandi of the Sinakis couple which account for most of the success of their campaign. One, they operate alone and in absolute secrecy. No one knows the plans of the Sinakis couple until they make their plans known themselves, and, by that time, they want their plans known by everyone. This characteristic has frustrated and damaged Marcos more than anything else, because he has no way of infiltrating the Sinakis organization, since there is no organization to be infiltrated, and no way to frustrate their plans, since there is no way to learn their plans in advance. The Sinakis' secret approach places Marcos always on the defensive. Marcos then tries to explain the exposes of the Sinakis rather than attack Sinakis plans in advance. 2. The exposes and information revealed by the Sinakis have been truthful, accurate, and usually well documented. Both Steve and Prezi, particularly Prezi, possess a great deal of personal information about the Marcoses and their front clan. But they have never exposed cheap gossip, or rumors, or hearsay without substantial documentation. Although, for example, the Sinakis have spoken frequently of the corruption of the Marcos family and cronies, specifically about Marcos, Imelda, Cocoy and Benedicto, they have always backed their accusations with documents. In fact, they had hoped that the Marcoses would challenge the Sinakis accusations in international courts, However, in spite of the fact that Marcos has threatened to sue several times, he always shamelessly withdrew from his threats, knowing that he, Marcos, would be disgraced in a U.S. court. This second characteristic has established a respected credibility for the Sinekis couple among U.S. government officials and among the international press. The Sinekises have repeatedly stated that their only weapon against Marcos is truth. Consequently, if we deviate from the truth, we would lose the only weapon against the Marcoses, who have all the power, resources and very other weapon at their disposal except the power of truth. Contrary to the many official statements by several congressional leaders challenging the veracity of information submitted by Marcos and his high-ranking officials, there has not been a single case wherein the veracity of reports submitted by the Sinekises have been challenged by anyone except, of course, by Marcos and his agents. It is noteworthy to mention that in a letter of Congressman Michael J. Harrington, to the U.S. Attorney General Edward Levy, Congressman Harrington stated, "I have corresponded with Mr. Sinekis before, and although he is emotionally and personally involved in this case, his previous communication should been careful, deliberate, and responsible. I believe the contents of his letter deserves the most careful attention." J.G. Quijano, the courtly lawyer of the now suppressed Philippines Free Press, was to play a prominent role in bringing to the attention of the world press the plight of Lopez Jr. and other Filipino political prisoners. Quijano was 405 in Poughkeepsie, New York, in November 1974. He was undecided on attending the World Press Symposium in Racine, Wisconsin, scheduled that month, because he felt the International Press Institute, of which he was a member, was already represented by its director, Ernest Meyer, and Paul Ringler, chairman of the board. But when his law partner in Manila, Joker Arroyo, and Alex Esclamadug, publisher of the Philippine News, called Cuftano to inform him that Lopez Jr. was on the verge of death, he flew to Racine on November 24 for the press meet. Ringler and Meyer scheduled Quijano to address the body the following day. After Quijano's remarks, where he said the Lopez case exemplified Marcos's absolute and ruthless control of the press, the symposium sent a cabal of protests to Marcos, demanding that Lopez be set free or brought immediately to trial in open court, if there is a legitimate charge against him. As World Press Freedom, the official report of the symposium stated, within a week, the Philippine government announced that Lopez soon would be brought to trial. Aside from helping bring about the release of hundreds of political prisoners by his action on the Lopez case, Quijano also succeeded in working for the expulsion of the Marcos-controlled press from the International Press Institute during its executive board meeting in January 1971, in Zurich, a move later unanimously approved at the convention of the IP June 1, 1975. Because of refusal of the Japanese consul in San Francisco to grant him a visa, Quijano was not able to attend the IPI convention in Kyoto held May 11, 1974. Marcos retaliated against Quijano by cancelling his passport on orders of Manuel Calantes, acting Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Like Sinekis, there is another strong-willed man who has carried on an unrelenting day and night campaign to expose the truth of the Marcos dictatorship in the Philippines. The man, Alejandro A. Esclamadug, has not bothered to pay attention to the various forms of harassment that Marcos and his minion have tried in order to silence him and kill his newspaper, the Philippine News. Alex finds solace in the fact that his name and that of his wife Lourdes Mitra Esclamadug are synonymous to anti-dictatorship in the Philippines. Alex has a band of stout-hearted Filipino journalists who have ignored risks to themselves in carrying on the struggle to restore freedom in the Philippines. Among them are Nick G. Beniza, Leandro Quintana, and Virgilio Macalalad. As stout-hearted as Alex's band in San Francisco, and perhaps more dedicated than any other anti-martial law element in the United States, is an old colleague from my Manila newspapering days, writer Hermie Rotia. Rotia has wielded both pen and his tiny purse, coordinating with Danny Lamela, a former technical assistant to Senator Aquino, in calling the attention of America, from their Los Angeles stations, on the dictatorship that has destroyed democracy in the Philippines. Rotia and Colonel Manzano were among the first persons to come out openly in America against martial law. Rotia's hard-hitting column in the Philippine News was a voice in the wilderness, for so few dared write or speak against Marcos in the early days of the dictatorship. Rotia, with the help of Lamela, whom the family of Ninoy Aquino was to say the only friend we have left with us in America, gathered in Los Angeles, the biggest audience of Filipinos to ever assemble in America to listen to speeches against the Marcos. 406. Dictatorship. Where nobody would lead demonstrations and pickets against the Marcos regime in Los Angeles, Rotia and Lamela stepped forward and organized these activities. Rotia also took charge of the publicity of the defection of Consul General Ruperto Baleao, producing headlines and television mileage all over the world for Baleao and for the cause of Philippine freedom. While firebrands like Rotia were fighting Marcos their way, the movement for a free Philippines was gaining members from a group that now provides the MFP the kind of mature and wise leadership that comes from age and experience. Joining the group of Colonel Manzano and Quijano were Primo Mendoza and Judge Eliodoro Marasigan. Mendoza is the regional coordinator of the MFP in the American Midwest with headquarters in Chicago. He was an ex-paratrooper commando with the U.S. Army who smuggled supplies to Philippine guerrillas in Mindanao in World War II. Marasigan was a classmate of Marcos in law school. He was appointed by Marcos to the judiciary and was visiting the United States when martial law was imposed. The judge's disillusionment with Marcos was gradual. No certain that Marcos has no intention of restoring constitutional government to the Philippines. Marasigan is one of the most effective critics of the Filipino dictator through his Tagalog column in the Philippine News. The ideas of the democratic revolution, under whose banner Marcos wants the world to believe he had imposed martial law to reform Philippine society, were not originally Marcos's own concoction. They were deductions developed by socialists Bias F. Opal and Adrian Cristobal, which Marcos then refined, and which political thinker De Vega further developed and refined for Marcos, with the assistance of Gilberto Duavide. Marcos felt that Philippine society, given the conditioning of centuries of rebellion against Spain and briefly against the United States and later against Japan, could no longer be changed by prescribed democratic methods but by a show of force and punishment. So the radical treatment provided by martial law to cure what he perceived as a cancer that had its roots in the social and economic malaise which have so gripped the Filipinos for centuries. Marcos also wanted to change the people's internal view of themselves and their country. But was there need for repressive measures? Now, it is turning out that the country will have to pay more in the steady erosion of the Filipino values and the magnification of the repressive forces that in the end succumb to the very diseases they seek to combat as they themselves are corrupted. The action taken by Marcos can only find justification, albeit negative, in the oft-repeated remarks made by the late President Manuel L. Quezon during the campaign for independence from the United States. Better a government run like hell by Filipinos than a government run like heaven by Americans. This was Quezon's answer to the condescending charge that the Filipinos were not yet ready for self-government, that, left alone by the Americans, they would make a mess of their own country. Since Marcos imposed martial law, he had adopted most of the classic tools of dictatorship to guarantee political control. Labor strikes have been banned. 407. Political parties recessed, the press closed down and only the controlled ones authorized to reappear, and Congress disbanded. He also set up a varied network of secret police. He forced the retirement of armed forces ranking officers whose loyalty to him was in doubt and set up the nucleus of the secret police, the National Intelligence and Security Agency and the Presidential Security Command to ensure himself against any coup d'état by a misguided military commander. Both the NISA and the PSC are headed by Major Gen. Fabian C. Ver. Manila today has an outward semblance of tranquility, with few of the surface signs of a police state, what with several hundreds of the Marcos opponents, including the young activists, still in jail. The continued imprisonment without charges, nay trial, of Marcos's opponents, notably Senator Aquino, Jr., Lopez, Jr., and Osmeña III, has drawn so much attention and criticism from abroad, not to mention the anguish and torment of the families and relatives of these prisoners at home. To counter the foreign critics, Marcos recently freed several thousands of political prisoners under house arrest. He would not let any one of them leave the country because they can make disturbing noises abroad, especially in the United States. Marcos is relying on too much cosmetics to improve his image instead of getting to the root of his worldwide isolation, which is his oppressive martial regime. To indicate the kind of people who are collaborating with Marcos, a top American news magazine said that the best Filipinos were in jail while the scoundrels and thieves were running the government. Indeed, no Filipino president has corrupted his nation and people as Marcos has. If Marcos corrupts everything he touches, the same can be said of his effect on people beyond the shores of his country. He has fooled unsuspecting people of the world media, for example, to swallow as fact his hoaxes calculated to make him look like an authentic war hero and a reform-minded leader. By throwing away hundreds of millions of dollars on public relations and cosmetic projects that his impoverished nation can ill afford, Marcos has so glamorized despotism and repression that nations around the Philippines have seen fit to follow his example. Indira Gandhi must have been so impressed with his success in placing the Philippines under his heel that she is trying the same tactics on what used to be the world's largest democracy. South Korean dictate/Park was probably emboldened the way Marcos has been getting away with banditry and murder that the world is now witness to the worst and most callous wave of repression to hit South Korea. Under Marcos' influence and inspiration, the strongmen of East Asia, particularly Singapore's Lee and Indonesia's Suharto, are organizing themselves under Marcos' leadership into some kind of a dictator's club that authoritarianism is becoming the world's latest status symbol. Behind its smokescreen of Miss Universe beauty contests, boxing and weightlifting bouts, chess tournaments, and the kind of circuses that the Marcos regime has become an expert on, the Filipino dictatorship may have looked good on newspapers. But documented mass murders, torture and inhuman violation of human rights establish beyond doubt that the Marcos tyranny is the most repressive in Asia. It is only under Marcos that the Philippines has seen a 408 bishop murdered in his own cathedral in Manila, a Marcos cabinet man shot dead in the presidential palace at Malacanang, tabernacles of churches desecrated, seminaries raided and ransacked, priests, nuns and ministers abused, tortured, and jailed, judges and congressmen shot dead in churches while receiving communion, and as the latest Associated Press dispatch, by Arnold Zeitlin, reported, a harmless 61-year-old shoemaker beaten to death in an army camp. The Marcos regime is certainly the only dictatorship in the world without a parliament or legislative body, even a rubber stamp one. India and South Korea have at least allowed their congresses to exist. Even the most totalitarian of countries, an Alexander Solzhenitsyn could give anti-government interviews to the Western press in his Moscow apartment, and Soviet dissidents can picket the Kremlin. No such thing is allowed by Marcos in what he calls his smiling martial law in the Philippines. Marcos rules alone. Indisputably, he is the world's most total, most absolute despot, if not also the world's richest, considering that Cosmopolitan magazine in its December 1975 issue has revealed that Imelda Marcos is the world's richest woman bar none. The rise of Imelda to becoming one of the 10 wealthiest women in the world today without any visible and legal income in less than 4 years of ruling a poor and underdeveloped country prompted the Manglapa speech on Marcos being the biggest thief in the world today. I have so often expressed a wish during the last 365 days of my exile in the United States to be able to go back home to my beloved Philippines. However, I would not want to make the homeward trip for the purpose of attending the funeral of Ferdinand E. Marcos or to be decorated by another successful despot. My wish is that Marcos would subordinate his personal ambitions to the greater interest of restoring democracy to my ravished country. In pursuance of this objective, I accepted the invitation of the Movement for a Free Philippines to keynote its 3rd annual convention in Los Angeles on November 22, 1975. I also served as leader of its panel discussions. One resolution that came out of these MFP study sessions was what we termed as our alternative to Marcos. This could be wishful thinking because no dictator in history has willingly given up power or restored government to the people. And the world knows Ferdinand Marcos is neither an honorable nor a noble dictator. He does not have the Spartan austerity of a Ho Chi Minh, a Mao Zedong or a Fidel Castro. Marcos does not have the asceticism and incorruptibility of a Francisco Franco. True, Marcos has the ruthlessness of Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. But these tyrants at least wanted greatness for their nations and peoples. They never were accused of having enriched themselves and their families. Marcos has neither love for his country or people whom he has disparaged as indolent morons and addicts to vices. I have every faith that in God's good time, the descendants of the race that launched the first successful national revolution in Asia in 1896 and gave the world the first republic established by an Asian people will restore to themselves and their posterity their lost honor, dignity and freedom. 4-09. At this stage, we all perhaps could draw inspiration from a section of the Mi Ultimo Adios, My Last Farewell, written by the national hero, Dr. José Protasio Rizal, before his execution at Bagumbayan. My dream when but an adolescent boy. My dream when young, by then with vigor filled has been to see a day, O gem of the Orient Sea, when your eyes would be without tears, your head held high without line or wrinkle, or blush of shame.